It is a golden, radiant great world. Geniuses were inferior to dogs. Heavenly pride was everywhere. And even demons were coming out frequently. Thousands of races fought on the same stage. Simply because in this epoch, there would be a chance for transcendence. If you don't want to be overthrown by the plague, you can only fight desperately. In the Great Yan Dynasty, Zhang Yihan, who had traveled 18 years, awakened the mythic altar. Any enemy can be killed and sacrificed for a great reward. Chapter 1, Zhang Yihan of the Great Yan Dynasty. Great Yan Dynasty, one of the top forces of the human race. These days in the god's capital Yanjing, ordinary people could notice that the number of outsiders in the national capital was increasing with each passing day. In fact, as one of the top human kingdoms, it was normal for there to be outsiders in the Yanjing, not only visitors from the human race, but also visitors from other races, because in 2 days' time, it will be the day when the king will be crowned and the marquis will be crowned. Ordinary people also looked forward to this quite a bit, because after each reward, these people who received the reward were the topic of discussion among the people. Everyone envies the reward of the heavenly dynasty. Once rewarded, not only the cultivation resources are unceasing, but also can obtain the heavenly dynasty's fortune. Chi luck is a good thing. This everyone knows, especially with the heavenly dynasty's chi luck. Not only did it speed up cultivation, it also made the ghosts and demons not dare to get close to you. As long as you are within the territory of the celestial dynasty, if others want to assassinate you, they will have to pay a heavenly price. That's why the court's chi is also a life preserver. In a separate courtyard of the Great Yan Emperor Palace, at this moment, Zhang Yihan had just finished today's cultivation. Immediately afterward, the underlings turned on the formation and quickly replenished the spiritual chi in this small courtyard. Just then, a woman whose looks and figure resembled a heavenly fairy walking in, a clean white plain dress on its body, looking so elegant and noble. When the underlings saw it, they hurriedly bent over and saluted. "Greetings, Lord Chief Steward." The visitor nodded, crisp words ringing out. "Has His Highness finished practicing yet?" "Lord Chief Steward, His Highness has finished his cultivation and has gone back inside the house at this time." The visitor then took a lotus step towards the house. Zhang Yihan had just finished changing his clothes at this time, and after seeing the visitor, he then greeted him. "Sister Qingya, why are you free to come to my place today?" After saying that, he surveyed the visitor with interest. Lin Qingya, who had previously had a cold face towards the palace underlings, was wearing a smile at this moment, and this face-changing skill was worthy of someone who could hang out in the imperial palace. "Your Highness, the court will be making the reward soon. Aren't you in a hurry? At the very least, in these few days, it's time to go to His Majesty to ask for peace, and in case it pleases His Majesty, you may be able to obtain a better reward." Zhang Yihan kindly laughed. "Asking to get a better reward? Do you think that the titles of heaven are so worthless? How many people put life and death aside for these titles and take up arms to fight the enemies of heaven? Even then, with any luck, only a minimum knighthood bounty would be awarded. For that matter, it would also be envied by countless people, while the unlucky ones, even after fighting for the heavenly kingdom for thousands of years, would at most be rewarded with an official position in the military. In the Great Yan Dynasty, official positions and titles, in certain aspects, but there was a heavenly difference. Glancing at Lin Qingya, who had an anxious face, Zhang Yihan waved his hand with a slight impatience. "Sister Qingya, thank you for your kindness. I'm a person you know. I don't have any big ambitions. I can accept whatever the reward is when the time comes. If there's nothing else, I need to take care of a few things, so I'll leave you alone for now." Lin Qingya looked deeply at Zhang Yihan, then performed a salute and then left the place. Looking at Lin Qingya's back as she left, Zhang Yihan's gaze was filled with a hint of disdain. "Ha! Every time the dynasty is knighted, all kinds of cowards and devils rush to jump out of the woodwork." Lin Qingya was someone who was very clear in his heart, and this time he came over to seem to be kind enough to remind himself, but in reality, if he really followed what she said, he could guarantee that the father, who sat high on the imperial throne, would inevitably have some opinion of himself. The Great Yan Celestial Dynasty's reward for royal children is not as simple as being crowned a king. If the lord of the Celestial Dynasty feels that you are not fit for great use, a random lowly knighthood would have dispatched it. This was not the court or kingdom of the ordinary world, because this was a transcendent great world. Any kingdom that had reached the heavenly dynasty realm, which one of them was not in existence that had experienced multiple epochs? This was the heavenly diffusion continent, the only continent in the cosmic sea that hadn't decayed until now. After countless eons of time, it still hung high in the cosmic sea, the only immortal continent birthed by this chaotic sea. The great Yen heavenly dynasty had traveled for so many epochs, and countless amazing talents had appeared, both from the folklore and from the royal family's own offspring. That's why the great Yen royal family didn't think much of the royal bloodline offspring, unless you are able to demonstrate superhuman talent or giftedness. It's just that the royal family did not raise invalids. This was a rule that Zhang Yihan himself had been told by the royal family since he was 3 years old. When a royal child was found to be an unmotivated piece of cargo, the great Yen royal family would deprive him or her of all the benefits he or she enjoyed, giving only the basics of life. Then it was sent to the ancestral ground, and from then on, would be trained to become ordinary war soldiers, and once war was needed, they would be sent to the battlefield. With any luck, as long as you can survive, the military honors you get can be used to exchange for official positions or cultivation resources. In anticipation of a reversal of fortune later on, there were actually a lot of such people, and even a random person in the folklore could name dozens of royal children who had changed their destiny against the heavens. Zhang Yihan's luck was still okay. His own cultivation talent, although it was not comparable to heaven's pride and demons, but it could barely be counted as a genius in the great Yen. By now, he was already a cultivator of the refined marrow realm. Of course, the last thing great Yen lacked was people like him. After all, it was a bit of the celestial dynasty that had complete control over the rules of heaven and earth within its jurisdiction. Every moment, through formations and other means, chaos is transformed into heaven and earth aura, or transcendental factor. So it is said that in a country of such bits as the heavenly kingdom, people do not worry about the aura of heaven and earth. Even if you were an ordinary folk, it would be a casual inhalation that would distill a strand of aura. Places such as high mountains in various rivers are even richer in auras. At this time, Zhang Yihan came to his compound, and looking around, the imperial palace, this part of the world, could be seen with the naked eye, with various colors of aura drifting in the air. This was nothing, as long as anyone who had gone inside the imperial ancestral ground had been shocked by the sights inside. The rivers in the space of the imperial ancestral land were all products of the liquefaction of spiritual qi, and a casual sip of river water would allow an ordinary person to cultivate for several days. Of course, like them, the full-fledged royals, within each of their courtyards, there was a sight of a pool of water after the liquefaction of the aura. This pool connects to the ancestral land in the void, replenishing the liquefied aura every moment. Of course, Zhang Yihan could also use the formation to compress the aura into a liquid, except that this was a palace and it wasn't allowed to do so. Just like that, time came to 2 days later, which would be the day of the knighting of Zhang Yihan and his own siblings. To say it's grand is quite grand, and to say it's not, it really doesn't compare to some of the major festivals. Chapter 2, Seal the King. On the day of the knighting day, Zhang Yihan had already come to the front of the Chaotian Hall early in the morning. After stepping onto the 99 flights of steps, raising his eyes, the dynasty palace stood in front of Zhang Yihan's eyes. It was a huge and incomparable palace, much bigger than any palace he had seen in his previous life. The number of officials in the hall during each court meeting was at least 1,000, and that was only a very small portion of those who were truly in the center of power. If there was a major festival, just the people who were qualified to come to the Chaotian Hall to attend the court would instantly surpass the size of tens of thousands of people. Luckily, this is the transcendental continent, where buildings and individuals, who have incredible abilities. Looking at these officials of the celestial dynasty in front of him, Zhang Yihan could feel that the realms they cultivated in were not comparable to his own right now. To put it bluntly, everyone else was in the transcendent mortal realm, and he himself was still fighting his way through the mortal realm. Cultivators, from low to high, were in order of the mortal realm's body refining, bone forging, marrow refining, blood transformation, viscera refining, and dragon transformation realms, which could also be simply referred to as the mortal realm's first, second, and third realms. Among others, the transcendental realms are then divine consciousness, divine mind, yin God, yang God, divine power, immortality, laws, and immortality, and likewise can be referred to as the transcendental first, second up to the 8th realm. As for the realm at the top, the current Zhang Yihan did not know. Anyway, cultivating to the yin God realm, almost all have been able to live forever. Therefore, his main goal right now was to hurry up and cultivate to the transcendent realm. In which case, in this transcendent great world, he would have that much of a sense of security. Mainly, travelers are almost always afraid of death. Suddenly, Zhang Yihan sensed that a divine thought swept through the place before a feminine-faced eunuch suddenly appeared in the air. His Majesty has decreed that the 100 officials and all the holy sons and princesses be declared to enter the hall. the voice appeared beside everyone's ears, and Jiang Yihan recognized this person as one of the many eunuchs around his own father. In this transcendental world, eunuchs didn't have castration, but rather, these types of people cultivated special gong methods. As soon as they practiced this type of gongfu, they would lose the functions of reproduction and housework, and at the same time, they would be devoid of the slightest desire between a man and a woman. With the eunuch's announcement, all around and above the Chaotian hall, the aura churned into liquid and fell from the air onto everyone's body. The 100 officials instantly operated their gong methods and absorbed all of this liquefied aura, including Jiang Yihan, these royal princes and princesses. Each one of them also instantly absorbed the liquefied aura that fell on their bodies. Although there was a side of liquefied water pool in each of their courtyards, the quality was obviously not as good as what was here in the Chaotian hall. In the palace, at this time, the civil ministers and military generals were each standing in their own position, and Jiang Yihan, the royal children, were standing here in the center. The entire ascendant hall was majestic and solemn, and the crowd did not have a single murmur as they quietly waited for the arrival of the holy monarch. Jiang Yihan stood lowly behind the other holy sons. He was wondering at this moment what kind of knighthood he could obtain this time. A one-word king, also known as a prince, would not need to be thought of, and it would be good to be rewarded as a two-word king, or even, possibly, to be made a ducal title. Just as he was wandering the heavens, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air on that majestic and solemn holy seat and sat on it. Immediately afterward, it was a massive pressure that instantly covered the entire hall. However, this aura came and went quickly. Otherwise, with cultivators like Jiang Yihan and the others who were still in the mortal realm, they wouldn't have been able to hold on for more than a few breaths. In just this instant of time, Jiang Yihan was already pale and his legs were so weak that he was almost about to fall to the ground. He wasn't the only one. Most of the holy sons were nearly down, as was the princess. With that, everyone in the great hall bent low with a jade tablet in their hands. "Welcome, Holy Emperor! Welcome, Holy Emperor!" Voices echoed neatly in the great hall, and the majestic voice of the great Yin Sacred Lord, who was also Jiang Yihan's father, rang out. "All of you love ministers, stand up and be excused." "Thank you, Holy Emperor." Then these ministers, each of them got up and returned to his own position, and at this time a chair made of white jade appeared on the two sides of the place below the great hall. Each of these people sat down on their own chairs and then looked towards these sons and daughters of the royal family in the center of the great hall. Only at this point did the Holy Lord of the Celestial Dynasty open his mouth. "You guys get even too." The crowd, including Jiang Yihan, hurriedly mouthed, "Thank you, Sacred Emperor." After all, Great Yin had existed for many epochs. The rules that should be in place were already deep in the hearts of the people, even if they were the sons and daughters of the Holy Emperor. Then as usual, they had to call out to the Holy Emperor here. Sitting on the holy chair, the Holy Emperor Jiang Haotian looked at these sons and daughters of his and nodded his head in satisfaction. Then he said majestically, "Today is the day of your knighthood, and it pleases me to see you standing here today. It shows that you have not been unmotivated all these years, and now you have all met the requirements for knighthood. My Jiang Haotian's descendants should be like this. If you are greedy for pleasure, I will directly deprive you of your treatment without the need for someone from the Zongjing Palace to deal with it. From now on, go to the ancestral land and become a war soldier." After saying this, Jiang Haotian glanced at the eunuch next to him, and this person touched his hands, and an imperial decree appeared in his hands. Then the solemn announcement, "By the grace of heaven, the Holy Emperor has decreed that today's special gift." Jiang Yihan listened to the reading of the holy decree from above at the bottom. After all, the position of the Dian Heavenly Dynasty is also sealed in the sky, so the beginning of the consecration of heaven is a must, as a sign of respect and honor to the divine. With each royal decree, a person is rewarded with a knighthood. Read, receive the decree, and then move on to the next person. Those who were rewarded stood on either side, quietly waiting for the others to be rewarded. When it was Jiang Yihan's turn to be knighted, the eunuch took out the imperial decree and began to read it out. "By the grace of heaven, the Holy Emperor's edict says that today, the 32 holy sons of Jiang Yihan are granted the title of King of Chang'an." A huge qi ran through his entire body, and without waiting for him to react, the unexpected appeared. Boom! As if a bolt of lightning struck his mind, Jiang Yihan saw an altar that he was incredibly familiar with appear in his mind. A golden light flashed from the altar, and then a message appeared in his brain. Ding! Mythic altar system activated. So this was the culprit that caused one to cross over. At this point, he couldn't be bothered to learn the specifics, as his own reward had already been announced. "My son kowtows to the Holy Emperor for his gift." At this time, it is possible to call yourself a child minister. After kowtowing and thanking, Jiang Yihan, with a slight excitement on his face, stepped forward to receive his own imperial decree. At this moment, he saw that his father, who was sitting at the top of the table, seemed to have slightly nodded to himself, but perhaps it was a misreading. Jiang Yihan thought in his heart. Wearing a tassel on his head, his front and back were covered by strings of jade beads, and besides, the whole person was surrounded by clouds and mist, so it was impossible to see the Holy Emperor's true face appearance. Returning to his position, it was only at this time that Jiang Yihan had the presence of mind to check what was in his mind. The mythic altar, something he was all too familiar with. Chapter 3: The Mythic Altar System. In his last life, Jiang Yihan, a college student who graduated from the archaeology department, was following his professor when he had an accident while excavating an ancient tomb. It was the archaeology that dug up a side of the altar. At that time, he accidentally knocked his finger, causing a drop of blood to fall on the altar, and then there was no more. Anyway, he only remembered the scene before the blood dripped on it, and nothing about what happened afterward, including how he crossed over. At this time, listening to the eunuch continue to read the imperial decree, his mind had long been silent. A mythical altar. That's the last thing you saw in your own past life. According to the introduction, this mythological altar that existed in one's mind could be exchanged for supplies and magic treasures and such things by sacrificing one's life. This wasn't the feature that made him the happiest. The main thing was that one could summon characters and gods and demons from the mythological history of his previous life through sacrifices. There are various ways to make sacrifices, such as sacrificing demons, ghosts, monsters, bizarre and other beings of the subworld, as long as they are the host's frontal enemies. Of course, it would have to be a life you killed yourself, or an enemy killed by a summoned henchman. If you have the ability, you can sacrifice the entire Tianyan continent, even sacrificing the entire chaotic cosmic sea. It's up to you. In fact, to put it plainly, after killing an enemy, the mythic altar will extract its life value and then exchange it for various rewards. You can also sacrifice the corpses of your enemies. This is not so valuable as the essence has already been extracted by the altar, which is better than nothing. However, he was still very excited, because this world was not only filled with human races, but also thousands of other races. Among these races, there are as many as there are races that have grudges with the human race alone, so as long as they are captured and sacrificed through and through in the future, are they still worried about having no benefits? Since the altar had said that any enemy that one killed could be sacrificed, what was a mere foreigner worth? Nowadays, there are many shenanigans on the continent, and the abyss is trying to invade every now and then. Still afraid of not having enough sacrificial materials? Most of all, the gods and devils that had survived from the ancient era. These were the superior materials for sacrifices. Just thinking about this, Jiang Yihan almost drooled. It was only slightly deflated again, because his current strength was still only in the mortal realm to contend for passage. How could he be capable of killing a god or demon for sacrifice? Just then, the holy decree was finally read out, and although Jiang Yihan's mind was on top of the altar, he could see everything in the outside world clearly. This time, a total of 9 one-word kings were rewarded, 18 two-word kings, and the lowest of the rest was a marquee title. This generation of the Great Yan Holy Emperor had not succeeded to the throne for a long time, and there were only a few dozen direct descendants, so the knighthood was very short-lived. After the eunuch finished reading the imperial decree, he bowed and retreated to the side. Jiang Yihan and many others were slightly pumped up. Next, it's the moment that counts. It's not as if you just reward a title and leave it at that after the end of the Great Yan Seal, and from then on, you can just lie down on a title and not work for it. Knighthood implies responsibility, so after being rewarded with a knighthood, these men are appointed to official positions in various organizations. At a later date, if one does a good job, the knighthood can be retained or even promoted or elevated. If it's not done well, then the knighthood is lowered or even stripped. Otherwise, why do you think the Great Yan Heavenly Dynasty can span multiple epochs without being immortalized? On the Tianyan continent, as long as the kingdom was in the Heavenly Dynasty realm, it was all basically the same rule. Those who could do it would go up and those who could do it would go down. One must know that the Heavenly Diffusion continent had never been peaceful, with fights within their own clans, fights between thousands of races, and the wars of the abyssal invasion. At the same time there were countless various sorts of weirdness, as well as gods and demons that had been sleeping to avoid the plague since the ancient era. Where is the moment of peace when these get together? Only imperial and celestial dynasties can guarantee stability within their own borders. and even some of them, as usual, are in the midst of storms, not to mention the royal dynasties and kingdoms, which were better, at least they had the ability to resist. As for the kingdom's bit kingdom, it could be said that on the Tianyan continent, there were new kingdoms being born and kingdoms being destroyed almost every day. This is the cruelty of the Tianyan continent, it's just the survival of the fittest. Even Jiang Yihan, who was born in the royal family of the Great Yan dynasty, was under a lot of pressure in his heart. In Great Yan it might be okay, if he went out of the Great Yan dynasty. You see creepy and gods and demons including the abyss as well as other races and don't care that you're a royal descendant of Great Yan. There's nothing unacceptable about dying as long as your peers are fighting. Of course, if one bullies the small with the big, then prepare to receive the retaliation of Great Yan. But what good is the ultimate revenge when I'm dead in person? With a wave of his hand, Zhang Haotian's mana condensed a map that floated within the great hall. Only his majestic voice rang out. The knighting is over. So the next step is the confirmation of your official positions. Speaking of which, his body, which had been sitting, swished and stood up. The clouds around him gradually disappeared, finally revealing his true face. But Jiang Yihan, these descendants, each slightly bowed their heads and dare not look. I won't leave any of you behind this time to exercise within the god's capital. As the saying goes, a jade cannot be made into a weapon unless it is cut. And Dian has been Changping for too long enough for the descendants of the former royal family and the sons of the nobles to go to only those safe places to exercise. From today onwards, all children of nobles and descendants of officials who want to step into officialdom must travel to various places, including the warfront, to go through exercise. Otherwise, even if you're a demon of 1,000 years, 10,000 years, you're not qualified to enjoy national fortune and chi. The officials seated on either side below hurriedly rose and bowed toward him. I obey. Only, the hearts of these people were secretly bitter. This was great. The Holy Emperor was knocking over all of them with one stick. I was hoping to find an easy official position for my offspring, but now it seems hopeless. The Holy Emperor has spoken, and only by going to the front lines to fight and kill the enemy can we move up the ladder step by step. It's just that these people were also wondering. This era has only been less than 10,000 years until now, so by all accounts, it's still very young. But why would the Holy Emperor give such a decree? Could it be that something is going to happen in this epoch? Zhang Haotian looked at his sons and daughters. A trace of love and pity flashed in his eyes. After all, a tiger's venom doesn't eat its children, let alone people. He didn't want his children to go to the most dangerous places. And how nice it was to enjoy his children on his knees. But no, because this epoch is full of crises. Gods and demons will be awakening in an endless stream. And bizarrely is also the most active epoch ever. These gods and devils that had existed since the ancient era, their most powerful thing was to compel the hearts of the people. And there were people from all races that had been compelled to go. There's also a message that only a few people know about transcendence. Chapter 4, Granting of the Organization of the Department of Guile. At this moment, as long as one knew how to watch the chi, one could notice that the heavenly dynasty's chi was incarnated as a dragon in the Chaotian Hall, constantly circling in the air. Every time he hovered, some spots of chi would be sprinkled on his body, and these spots of chi were absorbed by Jiang Yihan and the other people who had sealed their titles. I can't say it's absorption, I guess, but only chakra. The chi of the imperial state was one of the most valuable things on the Tianyan continent. Chi luck could be used for more than just speeding up cultivation. That alone could make people rise to the occasion. This was why, in every kingdom, most people would choose to run to the battlefield and then build a career. But anyone who was appointed to an official position would be able to have chi luck on their side. The quality of a kingdom's chi could allow the great kings of 10,000 kingdoms to cultivate 3 times faster. Not to mention imperial dynasties and even heavenly dynasties. There were too many other functions of chi luck. It could be used to suppress shenanigans, suppress the evil demons of the abyss, and even suppress gods and demons. Kingdom countries have their chi, races have their chi, and even the various universes in the cosmic sea have their own chi. When a country's chi is weakened or unstable, the country will be plagued with disasters, and only when the chi is stabilized will the natural disasters disappear. Once a problem occurs with the clan's chi, the clan's vitality will be greatly injured in the light case, or the clan will be completely destroyed in the heavy case. Therefore, the chi is the root of all races. The foundation must not be shaken. Jiang Yihan knew why the mythic altar hadn't awakened until now, and it was because the moment he was crowned king, a large amount of chi luck surged towards him. Fang activated this altar in his mind. Yes, in the past, he didn't have any titles or official positions, so his own chi was pitifully weak and couldn't play a role in the altar at all. Taking a deep breath, the next step is to see how his official position is arranged. After all, after crossing over for 18 years now, it's quite boring to stay in the palace all the time. With each of his siblings being rewarded, it was finally Jiang Yihan's turn. Looking at the Saint Emperor who made the surrounding space and time distort just by standing there, Jiang Yihan, his eyes were filled with expectations. He wished his father would let him go to the frontier, for that was the only place that would suit him best. There are countless sacrificial materials there. Foreign races, abyssal evil demons too numerous to count, depending on one's ability. Zhang Haotian looked at this son in his memory. He seemed to have grown up and he had only seen his face 4 or 5 times. As the Holy Emperor of the Celestial Dynasty, he thought he was qualified, but as a father, he thought he was a failure. Zhang Haotian's majestic and ethereal voice resounded through the great hall. Recently, the weirdness has become more and more rampant, disturbing the peaceful lives of the people of my heavenly kingdom. I have decided to set up an agency specializing in suppressing weirdness and dealing with all sorts of weirdness within the territory. Jiang Yihan, I'm now appointing you as the head of the division of guile suppression. Do you have the confidence to suppress the guile within the territory? With a shiver running through his body, Jiang Yihan suppressed the excitement and doubts in his heart before saluting the Holy Emperor's father. My son will live up to the Holy Emperor's trust and do his best. Although nowadays, in the Heavenly Dynasty, there are special organizations such as the God Exorcism Pavilion and the Demon Destruction Hall, and underneath, there are armies such as the Demon Suppression Legion, the Demon Felling Legion, and the 4 Conquests and 4 Towns Legion. It stands to reason that with the district's spooky problems, one of these randomly coming out could sweep away the spooky plague in the territory. Because the bazaar today, only the bazaar of the mortal realm were out and about, and the bazaar above the mortal realm rarely came out. So, in fact, the court does not need to set up a special body to suppress and exterminate these weird ones. Then there is only one purpose, which is that Zhang Haotian set up such an institution in order to specifically train his sons and daughters. In previous history, Dian had never had an agency or department that specialized in weirdness, and as mentioned earlier, the military or other imperial agencies would be able to solve the problem of weirdness in passing. From the ancient era to the present day, the weirdness has been incessant, but it's just like that, although advanced weirdness exists, but in the end, due to being unable to defeat the many continental races, they could only be suppressed time and time again. Therefore, Jiang Haotian's sudden specialization in setting up the Jingui division this time couldn't help but Jiang Yihan, who was appointed as the division's master, to be puzzled. The others in the Great Hall, too, were similarly puzzled, but doubtful as it was, no one would stand up against it. This was the majesty and power of being a holy emperor. With the initial establishment of the Town Guile Division, I will allow you to recruit from the civilian population. At the same time, you are allowed to fill your Town Guile Division with men from the reserves of the army. The court will also allocate the rations for the Jingui Sea in the future on time, and all cultivation resources will be in accordance with the standards of the 4 Conquests and 4 Towns Legions. I have all the logistics in place for you, and it's up to you for the rest of the day. What else could Jiang Yihan say but that what was given was just too much? My son will not let the Holy Emperor down. Next, Zhang Haotian continued to reward the other holy sons and princesses. Some traveled to the front lines of the suppression of the abyss, others to other border legions. Others traveled to border places and were responsible for governing the lives and development of the people of a place. Due to the abundant spiritual qi in the Tianyan continent, almost as long as it was a slightly peaceful place, people were not worried about food and clothing at all. However, the stomach was filled. But if there were no good cultivation resources, then one could only slowly absorb the heaven and earth aura every day. This is undoubtedly lagging behind others. So while food and clothing are no longer a concern, cultivation resources are something to worry about. Take the medicinal herbs for example. An ordinary 100-year-old medicinal herb would allow a cultivator of the first realm of the mortal realm, that is, the body refining realm, to save several days on cultivation. Nowadays, though, you can still find these centuries-old herbs if you look carefully, because the aura was so abundant. The entire continent was not lacking in basic cultivation herbs at all. Only those medicinal treasures that could easily be tens of thousands of years old. Only then is it considered a scarce commodity, because today a 100-year-old herb won't even have time to grow to 1,000 years, 10,000 years, before people find it and pick it up. Only those great powers, due to the existence of formations, were able to cultivate 1,000-year-old herbs in bulk. The food grown by ordinary people can also be extracted from it and made to become more advanced so that it can be sold at a good price. After the knighting pilgrimage was over, Jiang Yihan returned to his own separate courtyard with his own guards. At this time the palace maids and eunuchs in the Aliyah were happy to congratulate him. Congratulations, Your Highness! Congratulations, Your Highness! They did not expect that this time, their master was not only awarded the title of King of Chang'an, but also granted the formation of the Jinguac. Don't look at this as an organization that had only just been formed. But it wasn't as if there wasn't a chance for it to become the existence of an organization like the Exorcist Pavilion in the future. After letting all these subordinates flatten out, Zhang Yihan pondered slightly before deciding to head to his mother consort's place. After all, they will soon be living out of the palace, and it will be a bit of a hassle to enter the palace in the future. Chapter 5, Jinguac. Within the next few days, Zhang Yihan spent the rest of the time in his courtyard cultivating, except for going to pay respects to his mother consort on time. Now it was about to reach the fourth realm of the mortal realm. That is, it was about to change blood, and once it was cultivated to this realm, not to mention how the battle power would be. Just the ability to recover from injuries alone was quite a bit faster than the marrow refining realm, not to mention the lifespan of the blood transfiguration realm, which could exceed 400 years when the blood transfiguration was complete. The lure of everlasting life was really too important to him as a traveler. That morning, a eunuch with a few attendants behind him came to Zhang Yihan's door. King Chang'an accepts the decree. Zhang Yihan had waited for this moment long ago, and when he heard the notice, he hurriedly led the subordinates in his own alias to respectfully greet the holy decree. King Chang'an accepts the decree. The headquarters of the Jinguac is ready, and at the same time, the residence of King Chang'an outside the palace is also ready. Starting tomorrow, King Chang'an will officially become the head of the Jingua division. I hope that the King of Chang'an will henceforth make it his duty to suppress the weirdness and keep the people living in peace. After receiving the holy decree in the eunuch's hand, Zhang Yihan's heart was unusually excited because he could finally show off his skills. The main thing was that he could make a sacrifice. He hadn't really made a sacrifice since the mythic altar had awakened, and the key was inside the palace. There were many experts here, so it wouldn't be good to be discovered by others in case there was any big commotion when the sacrifice was made. In this world, there were quite a few people who had traveled from other universes, and there were records of them in various courts and powers. Only the travelers didn't end up too well, either killed or experimented on, because in the cosmic sea, this side of the universe, the Tianyan continent, was the most special, and the beings of the outer universe could only ascend here if they had cultivated to the top level. Like other people, if they suddenly appeared in the Tianyan continent, it was fine if they didn't find out, but if they did, there would only be a miserable end. So over the years, Zhang Yihan had kept a low profile as a person, just in case he was afraid that he would be discovered. Only by now he was coming to realize that he seemed to be different from the others in what might be the existence of the mythic altar. It was considered good news to make it so that no one in this side of the world could discover that their souls came from other universes. The next morning, Zhang Yihan bid farewell to his small courtyard and brought his men and entourage to the east side of the place located in the inner city of the divine capital. Don't look at just being called the inner city. With Zhang Yihan's own observation nowadays, the area of the inner city alone is much bigger than the capital of his previous life. Even if you include Yanjiao, it's not even close to the size of the inner city. It was only on the outskirts of the inner city that the outer city of God's capital was located, and then the city walls. Just how big the entire outer city was. Anyway, Zhang Yihan said he didn't know because he hadn't walked through it. If you think about it, there are teleportation arrays to the inner city a little closer inside the walls of the God's capital. At this time, in front of the royal mansion, after Zhang Yihan got down from the carriage, the subordinates waiting in front of the door respectfully bent down and saluted. Welcome back, King Chang'an. Looking at these saluting crowds, the leader was a pale-faced eunuch, which his mother consort had specially assigned to himself. His name is Hai Da Fu, and he used to be the chief steward of his mother's consort's palace. Now that he had become his chief administrator, in the words of his mother consort, this person could be trusted. Except that Zhang Yihan certainly wouldn't trust it easily. Perhaps the mother consort was well-intentioned, but who could tell if this person had been bought and paid for long ago? Immediately behind Hai Da Fu were a dozen eunuchs of varying ages, and further back, hundreds of maids and courtesans. A royal residence, together with the people he had brought with him, was enough to have 200 subordinates, which showed the extravagance of the celestial dynasty. But this world is like that. After all, material abundance, fierce competition, the degree of the kind of role in the previous life is nothing compared to here. All of you, level off. We'll be living in the same yard from now on. This king will have to trouble all of you with his future life and living. It is a blessing for us to serve his majesty. Jiang Yihan smiled and didn't say anything else. In fact, it was right. These people who served themselves, the monthly rations were extremely generous. The most common maids and courtesans and such have 10 ordinary spirit crystals per month. The thing called spirit crystals was precisely the currency that was common in the Tianyan continent, and ordinary spirit crystals could play a role in speeding up the cultivation of cultivators in the mortal realm. Ordinary spirit crystals upwards. It was high-grade spirit crystals, and high-grade spirit crystals upwards. It was extreme-grade spirit crystals. One high-grade spirit crystal could be exchanged for 100 ordinary spirit crystals, and one very high-grade spirit crystal could be exchanged for 100 high-grade spirit crystals. And the purchasing power of an ordinary spirit crystal was equivalent to the purchasing power of more than 1,000, almost 2,000 in Jiang Yihan's previous life. That's why it is said that many girls from ordinary families try to find a way to go to the palace to become courtesans or to become maids in the homes of dignitaries and nobles, because there was so much given. If one worked for 20 or 30 years, if one was lucky, one would be able to cultivate to the marrow refining or blood-changing realm. Life expectancy has reached 300 or 400 years, and at this time, if you don't want to do it anymore, you can take a payoff and go home to retire. The next morning, Jiang Yihan brought his own guards and arrived at the Jingue Sea. At this time, the place had already gathered several characters who looked like experts. These people had already cultivated to the existence of the transcendent realm, and at the very least, they were in the transcendent first realm. If such a person was placed in a dynasty or imperial dynasty, he would be a proper top expert, or the bottom of the town. But in the celestial kingdom, one can only be an ordinary official of a newly established organization. Jiang Yihan's chauffeured car arrived in front of the main gate of the Jingue Sea, and the man at the head of the car hurried forward with the crowd. I am here to see the king of Chang'an. The ones behind them bowed together and paid their respects, each with a solemn expression, trying to bring out the better side of themselves. Jiang Yihan got down from the car and surveyed the people in front of him. He knew that these people were sent to him by the court. It was only that Jiang Yihan had his own idea that these people were destined to be marginalized in the future. All lords, please rise, there is no need to be so courteous. After saying that, he looked at the man at the head of the group, so he opened his mouth and asked, I wonder what this lord's name is. Returning to your majesty's words, my name is Yuan Yulo, and I previously served as the first commander of the Divine Capital City Defense Army. Yuchi Yulo? Still serving in the City Defense Force system? Jiang Yihan understood that this was someone from the Divine Capital's Yuan family, but he didn't say anything, because these people were sent by the court, and it wasn't his turn to pick and choose now. Walking into the Jingue division, Jiang Yihan's heart was slightly on fire. This place would be his own world for a long time to come. Today's Jingue Sea is just a new organization, but don't forget that he has an altar. In the future, there would be a steady stream of characters summoned from it, and Jiang Yihan believed that in not many years, the Jingue Sea would be the strongest organization in the Celestial Dynasty. Tianyan Continent. I love this world so much. Chapter 6, Killing a Creepy Sacrifice. In the spacious and bright hall, Jiang Yihan sat on the main seat. The others, sitting in the seats on either side of them below, looked at the young master of the division at that moment. At this moment, Jiang Yihan was holding a jade pendant in his hand, turning it over and over. This was the most central thing in the Jingue division, representing a symbol of identity, and at the same time, it was also the key to activate the formations deployed in the Jingue division. Jiang Yihan didn't rush to activate the formation, but instead looked down to the abyssal jade building. General Yuan, please introduce me to the layout of the Jingue Sea. After profound Yulo rose and bowed, he waved his large hand, and a three-dimensional map condensed by mana was displayed in front of Jiang Yihan. Jiang Yihan remembered that after he saw someone for the first time back then, the effect of using mana to condense the map, that nest in his heart. This is simply much more advanced than the naked eye 3D rendering. It's simply a scaled-down version of the real world. If you want to see exactly where, with just a single movement of the mind, the divine thoughts would immediately zoom in on a certain place after covering it. As long as there was enough mana, or enough realm, that it would be possible to restore the entire Great Yin Dynasty 1-to-1. Except that, so far, it seemed that no one had ever heard of it, that anyone had ever restored the map of the Heavenly Dynasty 1-to-1 with their magic power. Your Majesty, please look. The place we are in now is the main hall of the Jingue division. This is where the daily meetings are held and where the king's office is located. And the main hall has smaller halls on each of the four sides, southeast, northwest, and north. These places, on the other hand, are where the other departments of the Jingue division have their offices. And in addition to these great halls, the Jingue division also has its own warehouse, the treasure trove. Except that nowadays the treasure trove is empty. The treasure trove is built in the void, covered by an array, and requires a token in the king's hand before it can be opened. In addition to these, there is a huge space under our feet, and this is the prison of the Jingue Sea. The prisons are also empty right now, and any weirdness that has research value will be held first, and then disposed of when it's no longer of research value. After listening with interest, Zhang Yihan let Profound Yulo sit down first, and then utilized his gong method to force a drop of blood from his fingertip onto the jade pendant in his hand. The blood instantly disappeared, and all of a sudden, the jade pendant emitted a bright light and flew out of his hand before floating in midair. The crowd looked at the jade pendant with unblinking eyes, and right at that moment, a bright curtain of light appeared out of thin air within the entire scope of the Jingue division. Like a water bubble, it wrapped around the entire Town Dial division, its exterior flickering with 7-colored light from time to time. Those who have knowledge know that this is the unique 7-colored formation of the Heavenly Kingdom, and the name is nothing special. It was only that this formation was connected to the national fortune of the Celestial Dynasty, and as long as the national fortune did not disappear, the formation would always exist in the void. It functions as a defense against external attacks and, at the same time, has a purifying effect. At this time, in the inner city of the divine capital, most people looked towards the side of the Jingue Sea. It was really because the 7-colored array was too famous. A pillar of chi that was invisible to ordinary people went straight to the huge national dragon body in the air. And with that, it was as if the entire divine capital heard a dragon's roar. The Town Dial division was officially established. This was the first thought that flashed through people's minds. The golden dragon of national fortune had instantly spread the news to every single citizen of Great Yen through the national fortune. And this was how convenient the national fortune was. It's just that normally, the court would not use the national transportation to convey the news. No one has the luxury of doing so. We pay our respects to the master of the division. Greetings, Lord Division Master. At this time, all the people in the hall have saluted to pay respect to Zhang Yihan. Before it was to pay respect to the king, now it was to pay respect to the Jingue Sea Division Master. Gentlemen, please rise. Within the next few days, the personnel replenishment of the Jingue division had officially begun, and Zhang Yihan didn't personally pick anyone because it was unrealistic. After all, he was only one person. How long was this going to take to pick? The main thing was that Yuan Yulo took Zhang Yihan's token and headed to the Army Reserve Corps to pick someone. These people were mainly the ordinary combatants of the Jingue division. As for the experts, it wasn't that there weren't any, but there weren't many because no experts were willing to come to the Jingue division at this time. In this regard, Zhang Yihan did not care. No one came better, but it saved him the trouble in the future. After half a month of time had passed, the present Jingue Sea finally had the appearance of a court organization. On the morning of this day, Zhang Yihan came to the Jingue division, and Profound Jade House came forward to report that one of the iron-ranked constables under his banner had led his own squad and captured a Guiwei. It was the first time since the founding of the Town Creepy division that the Creepy had actually been captured. Nowadays, the Jingue division is almost all iron-grade Jingue guards, and there are almost no bronze grade, silver grade, or gold grade upwards. Not that the Jingue division is not set up, but the strength is not up to it. The strength of these few people from the Profound Jade Tower was, on the contrary, over the gold level. But it couldn't be that the only few people in the Transcendent Realm could be used as Jingue guards. You know, above the Jingue Way, there is the level of Jingue Envoy. So these people have been appointed as Jingue envoys. Zhang Yihan inwardly moved slightly and told him to press the weirdness into the prison first. He was ready to make his first sacrifice, without letting outsiders follow. Zhang Yihan arrived in the dungeon alone and walked towards the cell where the bazaar was being held. When the first time he saw this weirdness, Zhang Yihan thought that it was the descent of some Western mythological system from a previous life. The main thing that's weird about this is that it's very much like the angels of Western mythology. Not the physical kind of angels, but the somewhat grammatical-looking ones. But he was just slightly stunned. The world is a big place. Maybe, the angel in the Western legend of the previous life. In this world is bizarre. At this time this bizarre whole body is locked by the array. Can't feel everything in the outside world? Zhang Yihan thought for a moment. His own cultivation to the operation of the gongfu. With his right hand clenched in a fist, he punched through the formation, only to see a faint fist mark lightning-like blast on Creepy. This bizarre one, whose entire body was covered in eyes, was directly blown up by a punch. Fortunately, it was isolated by a formation. Otherwise, it would have gotten residue everywhere. At the same time, the altar in his mind moved slightly, and then a voice rang out. Life value extraction is complete. The mythic altar is officially opened. Is it redeemed now? What are you waiting for? You must redeem it now. Redemption complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the character Zhao Gao. Zhao Gao. Zhang Yihan was slightly stunned. Was this Zhao Gao the real Zhao Gao? Or the Zhao Gao from a certain anime? If you have doubts, then ask without shame. Inform the host that all redeemed characters carry memories of their previous lives, and before this life is released, a corresponding cultivation force will be bestowed based on a comprehensive evaluation. Then it wasn't the real Zhao Gao from history. Zhang Yihan immediately determined in his heart. It seems that I misunderstood and thought that the historical figures that were redeemed were real people. Now it seems that the characters may have all been deified. Come to think of it, it's called the Altar of Myth after all. Chapter 7, Zhao Gao's Strength. Zhang Yihan suddenly thought of a problem. If these redeemed people have memories of their past lives, then their loyalty, how should they be guaranteed? As if the mythic altar knew of his concern, a voice sounded in his head just after he thought of that. Don't worry, host. All creatures exchanged through this altar will be unconditionally loyal to the host. Will not betray. Will not be bought. That's good. If there wasn't this guarantee, with the character of these men and women, Zhang Yihan didn't have the slightest certainty that he would be able to get them to be loyal to him. By the way, where will Zhao Gao be this time? Mythic altar. Being in the space of this altar, one can appear in any real place. Then let him appear around the Jingue Sea. I want to see Zhao Gao later. Thinking of this, Zhang Yihan couldn't wait any longer, and then without even looking at the slain creepy, he turned around and left. As for the weird body, he was not good enough to let the altar completely absorb it, because it was not good enough to account for the weirdness that was obviously so big before. Zhang Yihan went in for a trip and the weirdness disappeared without a trace? No matter how you look at it, it's a bit unreasonable, right? Besides, this kind of corpse that hadn't reached the transcendent realm basically didn't have much use. With Zhang Yihan's departure, all that was left here was a field of broken limbs, as if in a silent indictment of the brutality. Zhao Gao ah. This is the famous Zhao Gao ah. Whether it is in history or in all kinds of novels and anime. Undoubtedly an important role in the history of the first emperor's personal confidant, political skill, ruthless and vicious. It's a very influential figure by any measure. On a street not far from the Jingue Sea, a white-faced man dressed in brocade and silk clothes suddenly appeared. The pedestrians coming and going didn't notice in the slightest, as if the man was supposed to be here. Zhao Gao's closed eyes instantly opened, and a brilliant light flashed inside. Heavenly Diffusion Continent, Great Yen Heavenly Dynasty, His Highness King Chadan. Is this really a magical world? With immortality and 10,000 lifetimes? All of this is surprisingly true. How excited would His Majesty the First Emperor be if he knew about all this? Thinking of that magnificent man, Zhao Gao was slightly out of his mind, and then he suppressed the feelings in his heart. After all, this is no longer Great Qin, nor is it the divine land it once was. This is an immortal transcendent world now. Zhao Gao stretched out his right hand and slightly clenched it, and immediately the scenery around his fist looked slightly distorted. Is this the strength of the transcendent? Zhao Gao could feel that if he let go of his full strength, he could punch out the entire Great Qin Empire in his previous life. Forget it, don't want to think about it so much. As long as it's here, right now. I have to hurry to report to His Highness. I hope His Highness won't be affected by what I did in my previous life. Zhao Gao walked towards the Jingue Sea. Thinking as he walked, he did have some worried ones in his heart. In the main hall of the Jingue Sea, Zhang Yihan ordered his men to go to the prison to clean up the scene, and then sat down to wait for Zhao Gao's arrival. Just then, he suddenly felt a fluctuation in the air, and then came a loud cry. What a man! Listening to its voice, it seemed to be Yuchi Yulo. It suddenly occurred to Zhang Yihan that it couldn't be that Zhao Gao and Profound Jade Tower had clashed. With that, he put down the official business in his hands, then walked briskly outside. At this moment, in the compound outside the main hall of the Jingue Sea, when it was said to be a compound, it was actually about the same as a square. Yuan Yulo's face was grave as he looked at the stranger 3 feet away, his body gathering his power, ready to strike a fatal blow at any time. Who the hell are you? And why did you come to our town Guile Division for no reason? This was the divine capital of Great Yen, and logically, no one would dare to be wild here, but there were accidents in everything. The god's capital was so big that it was still easy to sneak in a few spies from enemy countries or foreign races. All things in this world were mutually exclusive, and the walls of the divine capital as well as the formations were able to block the vast majority of enemies. but there were some strange treasures that were immune to the formation's probing and blocking. Zhao Gao said with a calm face. As I said, I'm here to find His Highness, the King of Chang'an. Humph. You said you were looking for the division master. So do you have a warrant or token? I think you're a spy from an enemy country, trying to sneak in and assassinate the division master. As a descendant of the divine capital's Yuan clan, Yuan Yulo very much hated the kind of look that the people on the opposite side of the room were looking at him. A savage from nowhere who dares to scorn me like that is simply looking for death. Thinking of this, Yuchi Yulo said, since you're still not honest, let me beat you into explaining yourself. Before the words fell, the person had already arrived in front of Zhao Gao, and the distance of 3 feet was instantly crossed, as if it had appeared out of thin air. In fact, it was not. It was just an illusion caused by the speed being so fast. Profound Yulo's right hand was covered in black mist, and by now, it had turned into a fist, striking towards Zhao Gao's heart. However, when his fist passed through Zhao Gao's body, the smile on his face instantly froze, and his entire body turned around violently. Sure enough, Zhao Gao was by now standing where he had been before. I don't want to fight you. I told you I'm here to find His Highness King Chang'an. Don't make me do it. Profound Yulo's mouth was full of steel teeth clenched, and then his right hand pointed towards his forehead and his mouth bellowed, out, only to see a violent fluctuation in the air in front of him, and then a long sword, invisible to the naked eye, stabbed at Zhao Gao at an incredible speed. This was the means of a powerful person of the transcendent second realm, or divine thought realm. Divine thought transformation weapon. However, whenever one is harmed by a weapon that is transformed by divine thoughts, a light case will turn into a little cutie. If it's heavy, the entire consciousness will completely dissipate and the person will die. Generally, when divine thought realm martial artists needed to use their divine thoughts to fight, at most they would manipulate their weapons and magic weapons to fight, without turning their divine thoughts into weapons, because this is really too dangerous, but also too consuming their own god's mind. Not to the most critical moment. Will not do so. Zhao Gao's eyes narrowed slightly, and his hands, which were carried behind his back, were finally placed on his chest, forming a hand seal, only to see the heaven and earth yuan qi fluctuate violently. Then a transparent curtain of light formed in front of it. It was too late. Just as the light film had just appeared, a tiny trail of air crashed into the light screen. Buzz! A low but ear-piercing sound rang out, and the flowers and grasses around the square were chopped off almost flush with something. As if sensing the danger, Zhang Yihan, who was at the entrance of the main hall, hadn't even reacted yet, when a formation quickly enveloped him. Then it was seen that the formation seemed to have been hit by something and slightly dented down a bit, but it recovered in an instant. Right at this moment, Profound Yulo hurriedly arrived in front of Zhang Yihan, and similarly, Zhao Gao also appeared with a flash. My humble servant should be damned. I almost injured your highness by mistake. Zhao Gao deserves to die, and has given your highness a fright. The two of them bowed and bent over almost simultaneously, waiting for Zhang Yihan's sentencing. Chapter 8, the Grand Master of the Royal Household. It wasn't until then that Zhang Yihan came back to his senses, calming himself for a moment before gesturing to the two to make themselves at home. Yuan Yulo, this one next to you is a strong person recruited by this king. His name is Zhao Gao. Today is a special day to join the king. A complicated look flickered in Yuan Yulo's eyes as he looked at Zhao Gao next to him. Raising his hand and clasping his fist, he said, Brother Zhao, I was the one who misunderstood just now. I hope you don't mind. Zhao Gao, who was new to the city and didn't want to clash or get upset with his lord's men, wore a small smile on his face. Lord Fuji is polite. Zhao Gao is not angry in any way. Besides, this is also Lord Yuan's duty. Everything is for the sake of the king's safety. After Profound Yulo left, Zhang Yihan and Zhao Gao came into the main hall, and after waving his hand to send the others away, he carefully observed this famous figure from his previous life. Zhao Gao would be slightly bent over this time, his eyes looking at the ground in front of him with a respectful expression on his face. He knew that his reputation in his previous life was so bad that anyone who knew the history had some opinion of him. It was just that Zhao Gao had completely guessed wrong. Zhang Yihan didn't have the slightest bad opinion of him. After all, a past life was a past life, and the gap between the two worlds was huge, like an unbridgeable chasm. And besides, the altar had already ensured that any character redeemed would remain 100% loyal to himself. So, what does he have to worry about? Zhang Yihan just wanted to observe Zhao Gao, or was it the memory of his previous life that influenced him? Finally, sensing that something was wrong, he then asked Zhao Gao after coughing slightly, Zhao Gao, do you have your own cultivation technique? Zhao Gao straightened up and nodded. Back to my lord. The cultivation technique has existed in my mind since I came out, called the Divine Demon Aoi Canon, which encompasses all things. Saying that, he applied mana with both hands and then presented the contents of this gongfu, unreservedly displaying it in front of Zhang Yihan. Zhang Yihan had a premonition in his heart when he heard the name of this technique. Sure enough, the first sentence of the gong method was, "If you wish to practice this technique, you must first self-circumcise." My goodness, isn't this the divine and demonic version of the Sunflower Treasure Tantra? And then waved his hand, allowing Zhao Gao to put away his own gongfu. He also didn't intend to look down. He didn't intend to chop the bird himself, so why look at this gong method? Besides, the gongfu he was practicing now was the gongfu of the Great Yin imperial family, which was considered a first-class gongfu in the Tianyan continent. Perhaps the altar would have better feats in the future, but right now it was enough for himself. He was now interested in the mythic altar system, and how this thing actually got people from his previous life into this world. Besides, people like Zhao Gao have been dead for who knows how many years. Zhao Gao, can you remember your memories before you appeared? Back to my lord. Since I died, my consciousness seemed to fall into a deep sleep until a voice rang in my head. Then I realized that my consciousness had never died, but was floating in time. That mysterious voice infused me with a surge of energy before I had the physical body I have today. And then it was the granting of strength and kung fu and information about this world. Zhang Yihan sat in his seat in deep thought, while in his heart, he thought, it seems that this mythological altar is quite a bit more mysterious than he thought. Originally, he thought that since it was something excavated from an ancient tomb, at most it would be something made by those immortals in myths and legends. Now it seems that it's not really something that the average god can get out of it. Involving this thing called the River of Time, a powerhouse at the level of a great Luo Golden Immortal could only just come into contact with it. In order to fish someone out of the long River of Time, one wouldn't be able to think of it without a mixed metamorphosis great Luo Golden Immortal, or even a more powerful one to be able to do so. Forget it, don't think about it, even if you know now. What's the use? This world is not worse than the mythological world that you knew in your previous life. Zhao Gao, you're the first person I summoned, and you're kind of my hometown. From today onwards, you will serve as the grand steward of my royal residence. Zhao Gao was so excited that he wanted to kneel down and kowtow to thank him, but he was helped up by Zhang Yihan and said to him, kneeling in thanksgiving is not practiced in this world, it is only done at the time of ancestor worship, and don't address me as Lord for the time being, just call me Your Highness or Your Majesty. Zhao Gao thanks Your Highness for your trust, and from now on, he will definitely manage the entire royal family and be loyal to Your Highness alone. Zhang Yihan smiled and patted Zhao Gao's shoulder. With Zhao Gao, his own expert, in the royal residence, his safety was now better guaranteed. Although he knew that there were guarding experts arranged by the royal family in the royal residence, these people were only loyal to the Great Yin royal family and not to himself. It's fine to let them protect themselves, but don't even think about trying to get them to do their own personal work. The Great Yin dynasty appeared to be a behemoth on the surface, but after accumulating many epochs down the line, an unknown number of combinations of interests had been born in it. The number of descendants of the Great Yin royal family alone was unknown, and the main vein branches of anyone with royal blood, that one didn't want to gain some more benefits, even if it was Zhang Haotian, who was now sitting high up in the position of the Holy Emperor. He wouldn't dare to break the existing system of the Heavenly Dynasty, knowing full well that the dynasty is running. It's already very bloated and unwieldy, but there's just no way to do anything about it. For so many epochs, those who had previously been rewarded with royal titles, they had died in battle, or died of old age, except for those who were still alive. That one wasn't the ceiling of this world's battle power. Each one was an old ancestor of a lineage, and the accumulated depth was simply unfathomable. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhang Yihan's lineage had a large number of ancestors who also occupied the reputation of the main lineage, perhaps the position of the Holy Emperor would have been snatched away by an unknown lineage. As for the Great Yan's founding lord, although he is still alive today, but people have long since not cared about the Great Yan's affairs. In his opinion, no matter which lineage sits in the position of the Holy Emperor, anyway, it is his own bloodline descendants. Moreover, within the Great Yan territory, there were many ancient families and nobles, family clans that had at least experienced the existence of an epoch. However, all those who were called clans within the Celestial Dynasty had to go through a minimum of one epoch, which qualified them to be called clans. Otherwise, it would have been called a lineage at best. Now on the bright side of Dian, there are at least a few hundred clans, and the 8 most powerful of them have been around for as long as Dian has been around. What it was a family established by the men who helped Taizu fight the world. These are still just on the surface. There are more clans that exist in the shadows. It was only because these clans practiced low-profile behavior, which caused the people of Dian to gradually forget about their existence. In Lishan Gui Sea, as far as Jiang Yihan himself knew, half of them were descendants of clans and lineages. It wasn't that they looked favorably on themselves, but that each of their own descendants of these holy emperors were surrounded by the presence of clan lineage children. The clan is never one to take sides. They are only loyal to the holy emperor. Chapter 9 Blood Changing in the Fourth Realm of the Mortal Realm. Hai Dafu, as the chief administrator of the Chang'an King's royal residence, had been in a state of delight these days. Before, he was only a third-class eunuch in the palace of the mother consort of the king of Chang'an. Although he had some power, but there were still 3 second-class eunuchs and a great general manager at his head. He had always been pushed down by others, and this time he could have such a good opportunity to become the chief steward of the Chang'an King's royal residence. So it could be said that it was a return to the past. Only, his good mood ended today. When he saw Zhao Gao following behind King Chang'an, he had a familiar feeling in his heart. Yes, this is also a eunuch. And how can I say this? Eunuchs and eunuchs have a special familiarity with each other. Haidafu doesn't know exactly which eunuch Zhao Gao is in the palace because there are so many eunuchs in the palace, some of whom failed in their power struggles. From now on, one can only quietly cultivate and look forward to the next opportunity to rise to the top. Probably no one knows how many eunuchs there are in the Great Yan dynasty except for the royal family. Chief Steward Hai. From today onwards, Zhao Gao will be in charge of the management of the royal residence, from which you will assist him in keeping the entire royal residence in order. Can Chief Steward Hai understand? A hint of bitterness surged to his heart. Hai Dafu thought quickly in his heart. It could only be this way now. Or else, should we go back to the palace and continue to serve the holy consort in the palace? Don't joke. This will go back, where there is still their own position, has long been occupied and divided. At your highness will. Please also rest assured that your highness, the old slave is from the queen's palace, and will definitely cooperate with General Manager Zhao. It's because you're the one who came from the mother consort that I'm a little uneasy. These words rang in Jiang Yihan's mind. He wouldn't tell Hai Dafu. It was a bit complicated to say. Jiang Yihan has an older brother and an older sister above him, and the cultivation qualifications of both of them are better than his. By now, both of them were already martial artists of the 5th realm of the mortal realm, the refined dirt realm, and it was rumored that it wouldn't be long before they would break through to the dragon transformation realm, which was the last realm of the mortal realm. Those with good qualifications were bound to be loved by their elders, and perhaps the cheap Saint Emperor father would treat them equally. After all, they were all his children, but being a mother was different. This world was ultimately about strength, and in Jiang Yihan's opinion, his own mother consort had pinned her hopes on that brother of his. Even that own sister received more attention and favor than she did. A person's energy is ultimately limited. It is impossible to level all bowls of water. Giving more attention and more resources to his own brother and sister, then it would inevitably give him less. Plus his qualifications were not as good as the two, so there was a huge difference in his position in his mother's consort's heart compared to the two. After this knighting, this own brother was given the title of one-word king. He was the title of Chang'an King, and in Jiang Yihan's opinion, this title of his might have something to do with his mother consort. After all, her mother consort was one of the 8 noble consorts of the Holy Emperor. In addition to the Holy Queen, the position in the harem was tops. So otherwise, with one's qualifications one might be a duke's title. Do not think that the royal children of this world can be awarded as a king's title. Duke Marquis Earl royal children are many. As for the 2 viscounts and barons, there are none for royal children, because you can only reach that level of title if you really can. That would only end up going into the ancestral land to become a war soldier. The royal family can't afford to lose any of them. Even his own sister has been given the title of second-class princess this time. Here to say a little bit, the Tianyan continent, where the human race of the country, the royal noble women of the title, and the royal sons of the same, all 5 ranks, that is to say, Jiang Yihan's sister, people's knighthood is the same as their own. This is a bit embarrassing. You are a hallowed prince. The title is the same as your own sister. Jiang Yihan might not have had lofty ambitions before, but ever since he got the mythic altar, his heart exploded with fierce ambitions. The position of the Holy Emperor of the Great Yan dynasty. Was it possible to plot for himself? Yes, he didn't have the support of his mother consort, but he had the support of the mythic altar. If he still didn't have ambition with such top-notch resources at hand, then he could simply run headlong into the ground. Night comes, And if you look down from above, the divine capital is still bustling at night, with bright lights everywhere. Just like the magic city in his previous life, this was a city that never sleeps, and spirit crystals as an energy source could be used not only for cultivation, but also for trading. It could also be used as a source of power, and by transforming it through a formation, it could provide illumination, or that soft bright light that wasn't blinding in the slightest. Only this kind of night scene, Jiang Yihan was already tired of seeing it. He would be in his own cultivation room running his energy to cultivate the first realm of the mortal realm, refining the body. This realm was about absorbing the transcendent factor from the outside world, that is, aura, and polishing one's flesh. After reaching the top level of perfection, a shake of the arms could erupt with the power of 10,000 pounds, and the demonic ones could cultivate to the power of 100,000 pounds. Then is the aura forging bones. Only after the bones are practiced to the jade bone stage, it is considered to be the perfect realm. To this realm, their own resistance to blows and beatings, far beyond the refining realm of the people. Jade bones can be immortalized for 1,000 years, and so the discovery of a single jade bone within the borders of some small kingdoms can cause fierce competition, because the kingdom-level countries, basically the country's throne, are not more than 1,000 years, but where more than 1,000 years, it is not the kingdom status. Therefore, jade bone was a fine material for weapon refining in the kingdom now. At this stage, if one breaks through, one would come to the third realm, the marrow refining realm. The marrow refining realm, as the name suggests, is to cultivate strengthening the bone marrow. This is to lay the foundation for the next realm. The blood in the human body is produced by the bone marrow. Therefore, the moment the bone marrow was cultivated to perfection, the blood it produced would be completely different from before. This was also the fourth realm of the mortal realm, blood replacement. And right now, Jiang Yihan was in the middle of marrow refining and blood replacement. The family heirloom technique was running, absorbing aura from the outside world and transforming it into his own aura, then slowly flushing and nourishing his bone marrow over and over again. This realm of cultivation was the most difficult, always having to endure pain and itching all over the body. Jiang Yihan tried to shield his five senses, concentrating on guiding the aura to flush his bone marrow. He felt that he was almost there. He was about to finish refining his marrow. There was just the last bit of bone marrow left to cultivate to, and at this moment, a small whirlwind kept appearing and disappearing in the air around his torso. This was the sight caused by the replenishment of the aura from further away. Within the 3-meter space in a circle centered around him, the aura was rapidly absorbed and immediately replenished. And so it goes, absorbing and replenishing all the time. When Jiang Yihan felt that his body seemed to have suddenly become lighter, then he felt a different kind of blood that was slowly flowing through his veins. Outside in the space around him, after the air violently shook, an aura that emanated from Jiang Yihan instantly swept across a 10-meter radius. Opening his eyes, Jiang Yihan clenched his fists and could clearly feel that he was much stronger than before. He knew that he had finally broken through to the blood transformation realm at this moment. Chapter 10. Someone injures the division guard and lets go of Creepy. As soon as the next day dawned, Jiang Yihan couldn't wait to try out the strength of the pre-blood transformation realm itself. So, early in the morning, he came to the Jingguei Sea and asked someone to find Yuan Yulu to come over. Not long after, Yuchi Yulo hurriedly walked in. My subordinate, Profound Yulo, Sea Lord Division Master. Jiang Yihan got up and came to Yuan Yulo's heel, which would Yuan Yulo suddenly realized that His Highness in front of him seemed to have made a breakthrough in strength. Speaking of which, this Highness's qualifications were not considered excellent in this generation of the Holy Queen's generation, but they were not considered pulling the crotch either. It's just in the middle gear, I guess. If this kind of qualification was placed in an imperial dynasty, it would be quite outstanding, and if it was placed in an imperial dynasty, it would be the demon of the entire dynasty. But this was the celestial dynasty, and if it wasn't for the royal bloodline flowing in his body, how could Jiang Yihan enjoy such treatment? There was a monthly salary of 1,000 extreme spirit crystals, as well as various pills and elixirs. As the mainstream trading currency on the continent, spirit crystals could not only be traded but also used for cultivation, so it could be said to be $1 million resource. One extreme spirit crystal was equivalent to 100 high-grade spirit crystals and 1,000 ordinary spirit crystals. Even in a realm with a bit pattern like the Great Yen Heavenly Kingdom, an ordinary mortal realm low-level cultivator would only earn 7 or 8 ordinary spirit crystals a month. One could imagine how rich 1,000 extreme spirit crystals would be. The treatment of the royal family's collateral descendants. It would be good to have 100 extreme spirit crystals a month. To be honest, It wasn't that Yuan Yulo hadn't been envious and jealous of Jiang Yihan in his heart, not to mention that he was a descendant of the Yuan clan, but nowadays, from the family, he was only receiving 10 extreme spirit crystals per month. For this kind of treatment, it was still the case that he had already broken through to the transcendent realm. Otherwise, at most, he would be receiving high-level spirit crystals. Now as a Zhengui Division's Zhengui envoy, he also had 10 extreme-grade spirit crystals per month, which worked out to be 20 extreme-grade spirit crystals per month, which was more than enough for him to cultivate. But who would mind having more resources? Jiang Yihan didn't know what would be in the mind of this Yuan Yulu. If he knew, he would find a chance to dismiss him, because this kind of person, especially if he was still a member of a clan, it really wasn't safe to put him around. Nowadays, the entire Zhengui Sea is like a sieve, with leaks everywhere. Yulo, go to the division and find a few blood-changing realm Zhengui guards. I want to try out my battle power nowadays. Yuan Yulo heart some bitter smile. You say you find someone to test the force. Can't you find other people? Zhengui see which division guards dare to really make a move with you? If it hurts you, who dares to bear the consequences? However, as a subordinate, since the division master had commanded him, he could only go and do as he was told. Master of the division, wait a moment. I'll go find a few suitable division guards to come over. After saying that, he made a salute and then turned around to leave the great hall. Jiang Yihan, on the other hand, was familiarizing himself with the power of the pre-blood transformation stage. Otherwise, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to stop himself in a while and kill the person. In less than a quarter of an hour, Profound Jade Tower arrived here at the main hall with 4 bronze-level division guards. Division Master, these are the 4 pre-blood transformation division guards that my subordinates have found. They were all from the army before and have rich combat experience, so please be careful when the time comes. Your Highness. Jiang Yihan nodded in satisfaction and looked at the 4 burly men behind Profound Yulo. My subordinates see Lord Division Master. My subordinates see Lord Division Master. The 4 of them simultaneously clasped their fists and bent over slightly, looking very respectful, with an excited light in their eyes. If the performance is good this time, maybe it will be remembered by the master of the division. Do not ask for promotion and reward on the spot, as long as in the future to get a familiar face. Are you still afraid that the division lord will forget about you? That's what a few people were thinking at this time. That's right. It's human nature to get promoted and get rich. The space of the main hall was very large. It was completely enough for mortal realm cultivators to fight. Moreover, there were also formations to protect the building. Even if it was a cultivation like Profound Jade Tower, it would never want to cause a single damage to the main hall. The competition officially began. Jiang Yihan violently astride is a simple straight punch straight to the opponent's face. Just as he was about to hit, his opponent violently threw a punch and Jiang Yihan collided with him. A slight wave of air fluctuating and spreading outward from the center of the 2 men's fists, accompanied by a sound with a hint of metal collision. Then both of them took a step back at the same time. Except that Jiang Yihan took a small step back and his opponent took a big step back directly. Without waiting for his opponent to stabilize his body, Jiang Yihan continued to move forward again, and his speed was considered good for the blood transformation realm, only to see that his hands were wrapped in thick blood qi. His hands were as if they were carrying special effects, and he violently operated his gong method, and the blood qi instantly left his body, turning into 2 bright red fist marks. They quickly flew towards their opponents. A thin color of qi and blood appeared on this Shinguiwei's body, instantly covering his entire body. Qi and blood was the last protection for mortal realm cultivators. Boom! A violent crash sounded, only to see Si Wei being directly knocked away, and blood could be vaguely seen flowing from the corner of his mouth. Jiang Yihan then stopped the competition, knowing that the reason he was able to win was because of the Imperial clan's Gongfu. After all, the level of battle power was also closely related to feats. In the end, he didn't compete with the other 3 again, and then took out an extreme spirit crystal and handed it to the injured Si Wei as compensation. This was the envy of the other 3. Just then, a gold medal Si Wei came in from outside with a slightly angry expression on his face, reporting to the master of the division. 2 of our fellow officers from the Zhengui division were injured when they were catching Gui Wei today. Si Wei was seriously injured, leading to a bizarre escape. Injured? If it's bizarre to be wounded or killed, there are pensions from the court and the town's bazaar division, but to be injured for no reason, and for the Si Wei to be able to report it to himself, it was clearly not something that any of the other emissaries of the Zhengui Sea could handle these days. It was evident that the person who had injured Si Wei must have had his own dependents. Tell me more about it. Master of the division. The creepy we apprehended today is a female humanoid creepy with a pair of snow-white wings on her back and the ability to compel people. It so happened that the youngest son of this generation of Surabaya passed by in a car, and I don't know if he was charmed and ordered us to let go of the shenanigans, which ultimately led to a conflict between the two sides. Zhang Yihan had a hint of icy killing intent on his face. The bazaar had escaped? You know that these bazaar are your own sustenance. With all the shenanigans being held in the dungeon today, he planned to take them all out himself in a couple days and redeem them for a big wave yet. This time, this creepy, once heard, is a powerful character. Surely can contribute a lot of benefits. So that escaped. Humph. This is contempt for my Jingu AC. Slapping this king in the face. Now do not need him to investigate all no. This matter this will know the people know. If he handles bad, will greatly damage his majesty. An earl's son. He didn't believe it would be easy to be compelled by shenanigans. As for this Surabaya, Zhang Yihan really didn't remember there being such an earl. The point was that there were too many nobles in the celestial dynasty, and in the divine capital, a random brick could hit a noble's offspring. Chapter 11, Surround the Surabaya residence for me. The internal complexity of a kingdom that spanned multiple epochs was not something that Zhang Yihan could sort out in a moment, but he knew that ever since the Holy Emperor had allowed himself to establish this Xingu AC, he had become some target in the eyes of certain people. Perhaps this was also intentional on the part of the Holy Emperor, deliberately setting up a target just to make some people jump out. Now perhaps it seems that the strength of the Xingu division is indeed not very good, not to mention comparing it to the God Execution Pavilion or something like that. Even the Divine Metropolis division nowadays can't compare to it. At the very least, the Divine Capital division is responsible for the security of the entire Divine Capital, which is filled with experts. And any senior constable can serve as a Xingu division's Xingu envoy. However, the rank of the Xingu division was the same as that of the God Execution Pavilion, which meant that in terms of explicit political status, the Xingu division was one level higher than the Divine Capital division. Now a small Earl Scion dared to beat up his subordinates and caused Creepy to escape. Isn't this provocation? Provoking the entire Xingu division, provoking himself as the division head of the Xingu division, and even more so, trying to make his authority sweep to the ground. Abyssal Jade House. Subordinate. Zhang Yihan's voice that implied a murderous aura resounded in the Great Hall. Gather the existing gold medalist guards, as well as all of the Xingu envoys, and head to the Surabaya residence. Surround the Surabaya. Not a single person from the Surabaya is allowed to come out without my order. Your servant honors the order. Profound Yulo's face would also be blue this time. Hitting the people of the Xingu AC, that would also be hitting his Profound Yulo's face. Who in God's capital today doesn't know that he or she serves in the Xingu division? Profound Jade Tower came outside the main hall and stood on the square, his divine thoughts sweeping across the entire Xingu AC. Then he opened his mouth and ordered, by order of the division master, all gold medal division guards of the Xingu division today, including the Xingu envoy, gather quickly. The voice under the divine idea enchantment quickly spread to the entire Xingu AC. Although it's a departmental organization that hasn't been around for long, all the combatants here are basically recruited from the military reserves. The so-called military order is like a mountain, just like in the army. Although the Xingu AC is not a military department, but the habit that was developed made these people come to the square from all directions to gather at the first time. Yuan Yulo stood quietly in front, watching the gathering of the crowd, where only the sound of footsteps could be heard, and not a single other murmur. Zhang Yihan was followed by a few division guards and came to the crowd in large strides, looking at the dense crowd on the square. Without realizing it, the gold medal division guards of the Xingu division were already so many. Even the Xingu ambassadors had increased by a few. Just today, Surabaya's son injured Arsiwei and let a bizarre one escape. This king suspects that the Surabaya house has collusion with Guile. Attention everyone! Immediately head to the Surabaya mansion and surround his mansion. No one can come near the Surabaya mansion without my order. Even if it's an ant, don't let it out of the Surabaya residence. Understand white no. Honorable order. So many people shouted in unison that it all caused the air around the square to be flooded with a slight fluctuation. Zhang Yihan looked at Profound Yulo, who clasped his fists and saluted before turning to look at the crowd with a big wave of his hand. All of you, set off. Xingu AC here. The distance from the Surabaya palace. Say far not far. Although the divine capital does not allow high-altitude flights, but it didn't say that it wasn't allowed to ride a spirit animal, or run in a hurry. Although there were teleportation arrays, and there were teleportation arrays for both long and short distances, but teleportation arrays weren't free. Okay, Besides, today, Zhang Yihan was trying to establish his authority. If he arrived through the teleportation array, wouldn't the effect be greatly reduced? He wanted to make the reputation of the Xingui division resonate throughout the entire divine capital after today. As for resounding throughout the heavenly kingdom, that would be no rush. And as much as the bizarre suppression and killing goes on, that's about it. After all, you have to fight politically. Otherwise, with empty force and no political status, no one will look at you. Luxurious but not too majestic carriage with 5 spirit beasts pulling in front of it. As a 2-character king, Zhang Yihan's carriage was regulated. In this ancient country, all kinds of rituals and ceremonies are now deeply embedded in the life of the people. But whenever he dared to let 6 or more spirit beasts drive today, he would be viciously enlisted tomorrow. At the front and back of the carriage, there were sea guards riding spirit beasts to escort it. At this moment, wherever Zhang Yihan passed by, besides people giving way, there were all sorts of murmurs. They were inquiring as to which of the princes was now in this carriage. From the number of driving spirit beasts, one could tell that this was a king's carriage. But who exactly was sitting inside? This was not something that most people could know. But the folk have always been well informed. And as a newly promoted prince, and one of only a few who hadn't gone out into the world, all of Zhang Yihan's information had gradually circulated. Is this something you all don't know? Looks like you're all some fake political passes. This is King Chang'an, the Holy Emperor's 32nd saintly son, and now also the head of the Xingui division. His Highness King Chang'an, master of the Xingui Sea division? Oh, I knew it. Why does it look so familiar? Alright, don't act like you've seen the King of Chang'an. Zhang Yihan sat in the car, listening to the sounds of vague discussions outside. As if from the beginning until now, almost no one had discussed the Xingui Sea as a governmental institution. This made him somewhat helpless. Who let the weirdness today? Just some of the mortal realm weirdness. The ordinary people basically have very little access to it. Unless the level of danger of the spooky is taken to the next level, then the Department of Spooky Township will always be a dispensable institution. Mess up on your own, and you could be bound to this position forever. Forget it. The car to the mountain. Now think so much. No use. Right now the town of Guasi just established not long. They think a little far away. The mind then switched to this operation. The Xingui strictly speaking did not have the right to surround another person's residence. But if you really want to do this, there are plenty of excuses and ways to do it. Like this siege of the Surabaya mansion, which is a suspicion that you are colluding with Creepy. No one dared to jump out and oppose it. As long as the weirdness was involved, the power of the Xingui division would be infinitely enlarged. It's just that the transcendent world is ultimately the transcendent world, and power is backed up by strength. Surabaya. This is a newly promoted earl. But of course, newly promoted here doesn't mean in these recent years. Rather, it was true that Surabaya was a newly minted earl compared to the older lords, and the title of Surabaya was only in its 3rd generation today. Compared to the inner city's southern and western districts, the eastern district was really a bit quiet, because including Zhang Yihan's mansion, it was all here in the eastern district. Most of the residences of the Lords of God's capital were here in the eastern district, and there were other districts as well, only a few existed. So the eastern district was also known as the Lord's district. The carriage arrived in front of the gate of Surabaya mansion. At this time the people standing guard had long run in to report. Looking at this mansion in front of him, it was almost on the verge of catching up with his own royal residence. Zhang Yihan is also scared. This Surabaya house, after all, there is not much heritage. The breath of the thugs is not hidden in the slightest. Chapter 12. Do you want to disobey the decree? Surabaya's mansion, front and back, was surrounded by people from the Xingui Sea. Even if it was an ant, it would never be able to walk out, unless Surabaya dared to use force and forcefully break out. But in that case, it would be of a serious nature, and it would be tantamount to rebellion and disobedience. The establishment of the Xingui Sea was an imperial decree issued by the Holy Emperor himself, and a registered law enforcement agency of the imperial court. As long as there are people or organizations involved with Creepy, the town Creepy division has the right to deal with them. At this time, within the Surabaya mansion, this generation's Surabaya was green in the face, his eyes containing anger as he stared at the young man kneeling on the ground. This man was his son, and the murderer who had struck out to injure the Xingui Sea today. Only this time he didn't have the slightest regret, but said to his father with his head held high and untamed, "Father, what is there to fear from the town guile division? It's simply delusional for a mere newly established court organization to want to footstomp our honored families. Besides, I didn't kill Siwei on the spot, At most I'll just pay some compensation and be done with it. Don't forget, we are counts granted by the court. I don't believe how the Jinguesi dares to how me. Uncle Surabaya simply wanted to slap the son to death. And it was this kind of fool who dared to speak up and look down on the Jinguesi. Right now in the divine capital, the Jingue division was the center of a storm, and people from all factions had their eyes fixed dead on the Jingue division. But none of them dared to take the initiative to mess with the Jinguesi. Not because the Jinguesi was so powerful, but because its status was somewhat special. A random Earl power could easily annihilate the Jinguesi. But who would dare? But after 1,000 calculations, he did not expect that this stupid son of his would dare to injure the people of the Jinguesi. Now even if he wanted to make amends and apologize, I'm afraid that low-profile Chang'an king would not even agree and pay attention. This is the one who sent himself to the door of his own accord, so that people can exert themselves to establish their authority. Looking at his son who had not yet realized the seriousness of the problem, Surabaya took a deep breath and asked seriously, I'll ask you one last time. Why did you injure the people of the town Guile division at that time and let go of the Guile they captured? And his son, who was kneeling on the ground at that moment, did not hesitate when he heard the question. Father, it's not like I knew that one was creepy. That kind of perfect-looking woman is heartbreaking to look at. And it's only those coarse Siwei who would treat her rudely. Surab leaned back and sighed deeply. Come on, this was obviously intentional. Nothing can be said now to absolve the son of his crimes. Privately helping creepy escape. In the end, even if you don't die, living sins that's hard to escape. Thinking about my Surabaya lineage, how much effort has been put into passing down the legacy to this day, and how it was almost destroyed by this indisputable thing. Father, don't worry, we have the support of the 13 sacred sons behind us. For such a small problem, I don't believe that he, the Chang'an king, would dare not give the 13 sacred sons face. This dumbass is hopeless. This was Surabaya's inner thoughts. And it was precisely because of the 13 sacred sons behind his own lineage that it was even more unlikely that the Chang'an king would be able to turn a big deal into a small one. Report! Just then, the sound of a guard came from outside. Come in. A guard wearing the family's military armor hurried in and couldn't be bothered to salute. Master, the Jinguesi's men are here and have surrounded the mansion at this time. What? The Jinguesi dares to do this? Kneeling on the ground, Surabaya's son, all of a sudden jumped up in excitement. He could not believe that the Jinguesi dared to send people to surround his family's mansion just for this small matter. Deceitful. Father, wait for me to go out and meet them. I'll see who dares to act recklessly. This is the Imperial Count's residence. Uncle Surabaya couldn't hold back any longer, and swung his large hand forward, a transparent palm print passing through the distance between the two, instantly slapping his own son in the face. Pa! The sound was so crisp and clear. It was worthy of being a palm print condensed by mana. It was just different from the sound of flesh and blood hitting someone. How dare you? It's not your turn to talk here. When he finished speaking, he got up and headed out. He had to hurry out and take a look, praying in his heart that there would be no conflict. After a flash, Uncle Surabaya appeared here at the entrance of the mansion, where a large number of the uncle's guards had already gathered. The Celestial Dynasty stipulates that any family that bestows nobility can have their own leather-armored guards. A family of the rank of Earl can have 500 leather-armored guards. Doesn't the number seem a bit much? In fact, it is not. You have to know that a random legion in the Celestial Dynasty is more than 1 million people in number. And nowadays, there are no less than 100 legions in the open face of the Celestial Dynasty. Not to mention the legions in the dark, all of which are practicing in the ancestral land of the royal family. Surabaya saw the honorable carriage at the first glance, then hurriedly stepped forward and slightly bent over to cuddle his fist and said, Surabaya see His Highness King Chang'an. Behind them, the Burmese guards, each with a respectful face, bent down and bowed their heads in salute. At this moment, the entire area around the scene was quiet, and the division guards looked at these people with cold gazes, as if they were waiting for an order from the division master. It was at this moment that the son of the count, who had been there before, rushed out, only to be greeted by his father and the family guards, all bending down and bowing their heads to pay homage to the honorable carriage. This scene was a real blow to him. It turned out that the position of the division master of the Jingue division, the Chang'an king of the great Yan dynasty, was so important and lofty in his father's eyes. At this moment, it was as if he understood what it meant that there was no king's land under the sky. This is nothing more than a proud and arrogant fool who was a spoiled offspring of his elders and family. After half a tea time, a white and slender hand gently opened the door curtain of the carriage, and then Jiang Yihan was seen coming out from the carriage. A jade bun crown was worn on his head, A white jade hairpin passed through the crown, and 2 golden hair ribbons accompanied 2 strands of loose long hair hanging down from his temples. A head of long black hair just casually fell down her back. Anyone who sees the Zhang Yihan at this moment also had to praise to, stranger like jade, gentleman world without peer. Surveying the Surabaya in front of him, Zhang Yihan calmly said, "Get up. Uncle Surabaya should know the purpose of this king's visit. Let's not waste time. Let your son come out." After saying that, he surveyed these people behind Surabaya, and then his brows slightly wrinkled. Nowadays, these nobles' guards are really a hidden danger to the court. When he saw that Surabachi had risen, he did not do the rest, but instead stood in front of himself, looking like he wanted to plead for mercy. Zhang Yihan directly interrupted Surabaya's plea and said in a cold voice, "What? Does Surabaya want to disobey the decree?" Chapter 13, Wanted. Unexpected appearance. The Xingui Sea has an imperial plaque from the Holy Emperor, as well as an imperial order. At the same time, it is also a law enforcement agency explicitly stipulated by the Heavenly Dynasty. Hard if you use the resistance to the decree to say that at the moment of Surabaya, that is also nothing out of the ordinary. A cry of "Does Surabaya want to resist the decree?" scared the heart of Surabaya at this moment to tremble violently. Resisting an imperial decree? Give him 10 guts. He, a small earl, wouldn't dare to resist the imperial decree. So, they had to move out of the way of the aisle to allow the town guile division to go in and get the man. Zhang Yihan did not expect people to personally capture their son over. After all, at least is also the count. People want some face. It is understandable. I don't know which of Surabaya's son's tendons were wrong, but when he saw the people from the Xingui Sea coming to arrest him, he even made a move to resist. And the mouth was shouting, "Father, are you just going to watch me get caught? Hurry up and save me." Zhang Yihan had an ice-cold look on his face as he looked at Surabaya in front of him. "Surabaya, you can't possibly not understand what the offense of resisting arrest is. Your Highness, don't worry. I'm going to personally take down this rebellious son." After saying that, Surabaya hurriedly got up and looked at his favorite youngest son. Then with a flash, he appeared in front of several people. With a wave of his hands, a wave of dexterity sent a few gold medalist guards to the back, then slapped his son's chest, dispersing the chi and blood in his body. In an instant, Surabaya's son went limp and tried to use his strength, but it didn't have the slightest effect. Uncle Surabaya carried his son in one hand, then came to Zhang Yihan. With a flash, Profound Yulo instantly crossed a distance of more than 10 meters and stood in front of Zhang Yihan, his hands converging and firing in case something untoward happened. In fact, it was to prevent Surabaya, after all, to capture his own son with his own hands, which was even worse than killing him, and to have to smile and give your son to the town trickster. Could there be anything more unpleasant? Zhang Yihan looked at the person being carried with a hint of curiosity on his face as he walked over from behind Yuan Yulo. He wanted to see just how much of a tiger it was that dared to injure the people of the Xingui Sea and let Gue Wei off the hook openly and honestly. In the end, it was the descendant of the imperial family of the Celestial Dynasty. In the past 18 years, although the low profile could not be in the low profile, but the aura that it carried in itself, even Surabaya could not help but feel emotion in his heart. The world said that the 32 sacred sons were ordinary and low profile, without the slightest bit of excellence. However, only those who had actually seen it knew that these descriptions of the 32 holy sons' performance were completely unfounded points. Yes, compared to those top saintly princesses in the palace, the saintly son in front of him was indeed ordinary, but compare it to the others outside the palace? Aren't these 32 holy sons proper heavenly pride? Glancing at the son in his hands, this was in his 20s, and now he was still beating around in the middle stage of marrow refining. Just such a saint's son, who was excellent in his opinion, could only be ranked in the middle of the pack amongst the many sons of the current generation of the imperial family. The depth of the royal family was simply terrifying. Of course, all of this is a long way of saying nothing more than it was all a fleeting thought of Surabaya's. There is a feeling called noble chi. This is the feeling of this person's Surabaya's son. He even lowered his head, but also can feel the sense of oppression in front of the aura. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Raise your head and look at the king." Si Hanwu couldn't help but raise his head, only to see a pair of bright eyes, looking at himself. What a pair of eyes it was! He saw no expression in them, only calmness that was cold to the core. "Tell the king why you attacked the division guards of the Xingui division and let Gue Wei loose? If you can't come up with a reasonable excuse, then these two behaviors are enough for this king to condemn you to death. If it was just a matter of injuring Si Wei, it might be nothing more than compensation plus some punishment, but the bizarre escape was caused by him. That's something to talk about. Hearing the word death penalty, Si Hangwoo almost peed in fear. Originally just a playboy, by Jiang Yihan such an aura of fear, instantly gave up, straightforwardly stated his motives. Your Highness, spare my life, I didn't do it on purpose, I won't dare to do it again. I just thought that Creepy was good looking at the time, plus the maid beside me also begged for mercy, so I didn't think about the consequences before I made such a big mistake. Please give me a chance. Your Highness, I won't dare to do it again from now on. Your Highness, Your Highness. Jiang Yihan didn't listen to the latter words again, but frowned in some confusion. Surabaya, the maid that his son had inadvertently spoken of, had caught his attention. Why did a maid ask for mercy? For what purpose did she ask for mercy? Jiang Yihan himself did not believe that an underling who could work in the Burmese house. It was surprising that he would be so ignorant of the rules, daring to plead with his master to let him rescue a being that was clearly a bizarre being. There's something strange about this kind of thing, any way you look at it. Thus, he no longer paid attention to the father and son duo, but looked at the profound jade building behind him. Yulo, have someone go to the Surabaya mansion and capture the maid beside this man, said the man, pointing at Si Hangwoo in passing. He had a bold conjecture in his heart at this time. It would not be possible that the bazaar that ran away before. There are still accomplices in the Surabaya mansion. Only looking at Surabaya's expression, it was obvious that he didn't know about it, which was a bit interesting. Yes, my humble servant obeys. Your Highness, I'll bring someone in to get them myself. After saying that, with a wave of his hand, 10 gold medal seaway came out from the seaway, and then he led the people into the Surabaya residence. Jiang Yihan would be quietly observing Surabaya's movements this time, and in his heart, he was a bit puzzled. It seemed that Surabaya really didn't have anything wrong with him. Just then, a sound of fighting came from the mansion, and before the crowd could react, the voice of profound Yulo inside came out. Listen to the division guards outside, including the Jingue envoy, and keep His Highness safe. There's something weird going on in the Surabaya mansion. With a swish, the crowd took out all kinds of weapons and surrounded Surabachi and his son. At this time Surabaya eyes with a trace of confusion, and then as the face of the wild change, hurriedly loud road to Jiang Yihan explained. Your Highness, listen to me. I really didn't know that the mansion was even spooky. Your Highness, you must believe me. Anxious, he was anxious. Surabaya this time really wanna cry. How is it that there are shenanigans in one's own mansion in a good way? And you say that the favor is still being discovered by the King of Chang'an. If you find out ahead of time and private yourself, you're guaranteed an early slap on the wrist. Jiang Yihan ignored Surabaya's explanation. It's useless to say anything now. Only wait for Gue Wei to take down. Then bring Surabaya's father and son Will Jin Gue see interrogation. Colluding with shenanigans. Harboring shenanigans. This was enough for the Surabaya lineage to drink a pot of water no matter what kind of situation it was. It was at this time that a huge aura rose to the sky in the backyard of the Surabaya mansion, and then a burly middle-aged man quickly appeared at the scene of the battle. Chapter 14, Complications. It was the moment the middle-aged man appeared that his firm voice followed. Where did the bazaar come from? How dare they come to my earl's house to spread their wildness? Eat me. Before the words could fall, a huge green-colored fist print, lightning-like, blasted onto Creepy's body. Even everyone standing outside heard a massive explosion, including those 2 words before. They all indicated that this person was the master of Surabaya's previous generation, or the previous generation's master. At this point in time here at the scene, profound Yulo withdrew his protective shield and glanced at his subordinates behind him. Fortunately none of them were injured. If this were to be damaged here, he wouldn't even know how to explain to the division master. You're the last generation of Surabaya. Although there was a hint of an inquisitive tone, it was clearly audible that profound Jade House was certain. This middle-aged man, who looked very similar to the Surabaya out there. Exactly. I'm off your kung fu stance, so I should be a member of the Yuan clan. After receiving an affirmative answer, profound Jade House said in a questioning tone. Humph, don't you worry about who I am for a second. We, the Jin Gue division, are catching Gue Wei. Why are you interfering rashly? Most of all, why would you want to silence Creepy? The previous generation of Surabaya's face wore a serious expression. Then a righteous look. I didn't know that there was a government office. The Jin Gue see. I only knew that in my Surabaya mansion, there would be weirdness appearing. For the sake of the safety of the house, I have to do it myself. Is it wrong to defend your own family? Profound Yulo was left speechless, so he could only give a vicious wave of his hand. Humph, our division master, His Highness King Chang'an, is waiting outside. I'll tell His Highness about this. It's up to His Highness to decide. After saying that, he turned around and left. The previous generation Earl looked at the back of Profound Yulo's departure. An inexplicable meaning flashed in his eyes. Then after glancing at the destroyed surroundings, he also followed Yuan Yulo's footsteps and headed out. At this time, since he knew that there was a prince of the court outside, he had to go out to pay his respects. Jiang Yihan had a bad feeling in his heart from the appearance of the explosion just now. He knew that the creepy one inside, he wasn't going to be able to catch it himself. Sure enough, not long after, Yuan Yulo came out with Siwei, and then explained to him originally what happened inside. You described the bizarre portrait just now, and show Surabaya's son if it's his previous maid. After hearing this, Profound Yulo stretched out his own left hand, and then a channel of mana converged on his palm, and in a short while, a clear, shrunken version of the figure appeared. Si Hongwu looked at this familiar figure. How could he not think that the maid who had followed him for several years was a trickster? Without having to ask, Jiang Yihan could guess from his look that this was his previous maid. No wonder he begged Si Hongwu to come to the rescue earlier. It seems that this matter is a bit complicated. This will Jiang Yihan know that there is a problem in Surabaya, but without any evidence. He can't just go in and search the Earl's house. Right at this moment, a bright laughter came, only to see the previous generation of Surabaya borough hurriedly walking over. With a smile on his face, he then opened his mouth after giving a salute to Jiang Yihan. This is His Highness, the King of Chang'an, isn't it? Pardon my eyes. I had been in seclusion before, and it was only just now that I woke up from my seclusion after hearing the sounds of fighting in the mansion. When I saw a creepy rampage, I didn't even think about it. I just shot it down. I didn't know that this was a bizarre arrest ordered by Your Highness. I feel ashamed. I will take the initiative to report to the court and ask for self-punishment. Jiang Yihan looked at the previous Earl in front of him with a somewhat meaningful look in his eyes. So it's the old Earl, and those who don't know are not to blame. The old Earl is justified in striking out. When he finished speaking, he instructed Yuan Yulo, bring Si Hongwu back to the Town Guile Division. At the same time, I also trouble Uncle Surabaya to come with us. There are some questions that still need to be asked. After saying that, he turned around and got into his own carriage, and after the 5 spirit beasts hissed happily, they turned around and pulled the carriage away. After the last generation of Surabaya took a deep look at the carriage, he waved his hand for the others to go back to their homes, and he himself stood here, staring at the Jingue's people until they left. I don't know what he was thinking at that moment, that gaze in which the previous look was completely absent. After returning to the Jingue division, Profound Yulo came to Jiang Yihan, master of the division. What should we interrogate next? Jiang Yihan instructed him after a little thought. Interrogate Surabaya according to the normal process. As for his son, lock him up first. Even if we can't find out anything from the investigation, injuring our people and letting Creepy go before is enough for him to drink a pot of water. My subordinate understands. I'll go and make the arrangements myself. Jiang Yihan waved his hand and let it go. Then sitting alone in his seat, thinking about what happened this time, it was clear that there was definitely something wrong with the previous generation of Surabaya. As for the severity of the problem, that's beyond one's immediate understanding. Perhaps the contemporary Surabaya might not be aware of the problems involved. Otherwise, would he not have realized that there was a creep lurking around his own son? Or it is possible that the contemporary Surabaya knows only that his acting skills are so good that he has managed to deceive himself. The duty of the Department of Guile Suppression was to suppress Guile and eliminate it. But now that an Earl's house was involved with Guile, it made it a bit difficult for him. If he rashly just investigated the entire Earl's house like this and targeted Surabaya, he might not be able to push himself to the opposite side of all the nobles. That would be what many people would like to see. Since you want to make me cross paths with the nobles so badly, how can I let you down? Once he figured it out, he headed for the dungeon, and with a casual wave of his hand, the entrance to the dungeon was opened. During this period of time, the dungeon had held quite a number of bizarre spirits, although they were all of the mortal realm. But it was enough for the current him. After waving his hand to let the sea guards guarding the place leave, Jiang Yihan began to solve these shenanigans one by one. These spooks were of all sorts, ranging from the state of a stern ghost, to the state of a sperm, to angels that seemed to be glowing with a holy light. Of course, there were fewer beings that reeked of demons. Then there's the creepy humanoid suit. Except it's covered in long hair and the whole thing exudes an ominous aura. Luckily, all of these bizarre were controlled by formations. Otherwise, with his current strength of the blood transformation realm, he really wouldn't be able to defeat so many bizarre There was one of these creeps that made Jiang Yihan look twice, mainly at the human creep, or a female. Only one mouth was split to the back of his head. It looked a bit scary, mainly because of this weirdness. His own strength had already reached the transformation dragon realm. At this time this was in the formation, constantly attacking the formation, wanting to try to break the formation to escape. Only, it was obviously a useless endeavor. If this kind of formation was broken by the shenanigans of the district's mortal realm, then everyone in the entire celestial dynasty would simply hit the wall and commit suicide. Chapter 15, Bountiful Rewards. Jiang Yihan was just about to kill these bizarre one by one through the formation when it suddenly occurred to him that he lacked combat experience nowadays. Although one's chances of striking out in the future would ultimately be limited, as a being of the transcendent world, one couldn't just have a realm without combat experience, right? If there is an unexpected situation, when you need to take action, then it is not pulling the crotch. Therefore, he stopped killing these creeps for the time being, and instead came to one of the creeps here and casually punched out a spell. Then he saw the formation then dissipated, the weirdness held inside, some surprised to look up, and then there was a hiss. Immediately rushed towards Jiang Yihan. Bizarre as it is, it also has a mind and its own consciousness. It knew that only by killing the man in front of it could it have any hope of surviving. Jiang Yihan ran his gong methods just after the formation was opened, ready to fight. His body was boiling with qi and blood, forming a protective layer on the surface of his body. The thing called qi and blood, although it was transformed from aura and food during daily cultivation, but it has a function that its own aura doesn't have, and that is that it has a suppressive power over weirdness. This is a human-faced beast-bodied bizarre. The main thing is that it is fast, and usually feeds on the 5 organs of living beings, as long as the strength of those who are not enough, but after being encountered, they will be eaten the 5 organs of the body. Roar! After a hiss, a stench came from a long way away. Jiang Yihan slightly frowned, and then closed his sense of smell. There was no way. It was just too stinky. Before the roar ended, a figure quickly approached Jiang Yihan. Good timing. Jiang Yihan looked at the sharp claws that were flashing with a cold aura. Then his right hand was raised and a fist mark the size of a head appeared on the surface of his fist, only to see him advancing instead of retreating. His fist meeting the weirdly sharp claws. Boom! After the twos collided together, an explosive sound rang out, and the air pressure visible to the naked eye formed a circle of air currents that spread out in all directions. With that, the speed of the two people's hands became faster and faster, and ordinary people could only see a series of static shadows of their moves. Just then, after the weird and cunning false move, the tail of the beast behind him was like a steel whip, ruthlessly lashing out at Jiang Yihan. Seeing that he was about to be drawn, in the nick of time, Jiang Yihan slid his feet and managed to dodge the beast tail that was drawn towards his head. A cold sweat broke out behind his back. He almost planted himself. If this were to spread out, the holy prince of the heavenly kingdom would be injured by a bizarre of the same realm. He would not have been able to face the people. It was really too humiliating. For people like them who had cultivated the top level of the heavenly dynasty's imperial technique, it was still reasonably possible to fight across 1 or 2 realms. But of course, this was at the mortal realm. If one wanted to easily cross the border to fight after breaking through to the transcendent realm, it would be a bit difficult, unless one was a top-tier Heaven's Pride or a demonic level character. At this time, Creepy had just retrieved its tail in the air, and before it could land, Jiang Yihan shouted, then clasped his hands in a circle, and a golden orb condensed by mana appeared in his hands. With that, he pushed his hands forward, and the orb seemed to cross space, appearing in front of Creepy all of a sudden. This would be a trick that had only just hit the ground, all movement too late, and then with deep fear in his eyes, he was just hit. With that, the entire head was instantly blown off like a watermelon. Jiang Yihan hurriedly waved his hand casually, and the aura in his body instantly formed a protective shield to prevent this filth from splashing onto his body. The bared sounds on the protective shield rose and fell with each other, and it was obvious that the filth had a strong corrosive nature. After withdrawing his aura and looking at the bazaar that had fallen to the ground and died, Jiang Yihan fell into deep thought. Through his encounter with this bazaar, he learned that his combat experience, really some pull crotch, originally had the advantage of the merit method. There is also the suppression of qi and blood. Even so, he almost overturned the ship. With that, he gritted his teeth and continued to the next place of the formation. Yes, he would take this opportunity to practice more of his combat experience and skills. Transcendent world. In the end, everything still depends on the strength to speak. Now their own side of the available manpower is less. Only Zhao Gao won. but Zhao Gao couldn't possibly protect himself at all times, right? If there was an accident, it would be too late to cry. Iron sharpens iron. And that's true everywhere. Next, Zhang Yihan began his own battle now, one after another bizarre, killed by his own strength. Among them, the weirdness of that angel's appearance made him really a bit passive, and his own strength was refined viscera perfection, on the verge of the dragon transformation realm. And there was also the help of a pair of wings, which were defensively capable, but it made Zhang Yihan suffer a lot. One's own punch on someone's wing was at best a flurry of feathers, and it just didn't seem to cause much damage. Instead, Creepy was inflicting some damage on him from time to time, and in the end, it was only by relying on the characteristics of his feats that he was able to barely manage to kill this Creepy. Exhaling deeply, Zhang Yihan clenched both of his fists. He could feel that the current version of himself compared to the one before he came in could simply hang on to the previous version of himself. All the moves that had been learned were slowly melting together somewhat after these battles. The chi, blood and aura in the body. The mobilization time was also getting faster and faster, all to the point that when the mind came together, the chi, blood and aura could be mobilized instantly. After resolving the angel-type creep, the demon-type creep next to him was much better, and after a few moves, he was killed on the spot. As time slowly passed, the number of living creeps in the prison also became fewer and fewer, and in the end, there was only one strongest one left, the cleft woman. For this weirdness, Zhang Yihan very calmly chose to kill it across the formation, mainly because he wasn't sure about killing the other party fairly. The son of 1,000 gold can't sit in a chair, and his little life is still important. After sweeping the ground full of corpses, Zhang Yihan then put the altar to work, only to see that those flesh and blood bodies that had been glittering with luster just a moment ago had immediately become very ordinary, not being able to see the slightest trace of transcendence. Ding! Absorption complete. Is the exchange open? Nonsense. It must be redeemed. Otherwise, what do you work hard for this half day for? Congratulations, host, for obtaining 10 small return pills and 10 mirror-breaking pills. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the commander of the brocade guards, Mao Chang, and 50 ordinary brocade guards. Congratulations to the host, for obtaining 50 Iron Eagle swordsmen. Zhang Yihan's smile gradually spread at the corners of his mouth. Just when he was worried about not having his own manpower, the altar sent him a manpower. He then checked the specific strength of these people, whether it was the Iron Eagle swordsmen or the brocade guards. They were all famous existences. Upon seeing that Mao Chang's strength was a transcendent third realming god, he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Chapter 16, The Night Visit to the Earl's Mansion. God Realm, or Transcendent Third Realm. People in this realm, God can roam the outside world at will at night. This was an ability that cultivators in the first two realms could not possess, especially at night. Such an ability was very suitable, not to mention the strength of the Shen realm cultivator himself. Hanging on to the Divine Thought realm was not a problem. Iron Eagle Swordsman, also known as Iron Eagle Sharpshooter. This is a group of real military brigands, rumored to be the soldiers trained by Qin with reference to Wei Wu pawns, placed in Zhang Yihan's previous life. That's the special forces of the military branch, all well equipped and skilled in the use of whatever weapons they have. 50 Iron Eagle swordsmen just happened to be a squad, with one captain with the strength of the Divine Sense Perfection realm, and the other ordinary swordsmen at the cultivation of the pre-Divine Sense stage. As for the 50 brocade guards, among them, there was only 100 households, whose own cultivation could barely reach the middle stage of divine consciousness, and the rest of the ordinary brocade guards' cultivation was in the realm of Hualong perfection. Perhaps it was just an epiphany away, or it was just a thunderbolt test away, and as long as you passed the test, you would be able to step into the transcendent realm without any problems. From then on, lifespan is no longer a limitation and one can have a generous lifespan for cultivation and enjoyment. Tianyan continent cut really some serious. The gap between the mortal realm and the transcendental realm, like heaven and earth in general, the dragon realm and then powerful people. It is also difficult to cross the border in transcendental divine consciousness realm fighting. The lifespan of a mortal realm cultivator could not break through 1,000 years of age regardless of taking any life-extending treasures. And once stepped into the transcendental realm, their own life expectancy immediately increased exponentially. The first into the transcendental divine consciousness realm, their own normal life expectancy of 5,000 years. And cultivators who broke through the divine sense realm and reached the divine mind realm were basically resident in the world for nearly 10,000 years. The world was too unfriendly to the sub-transcendent. And perhaps there was some deeper reason for it, possibly unknown to him at the moment. After returning to the ground and informing the sea guards guarding the dungeon to clean the dungeon, Zhang Yihan got up and drove back to his house. Sitting in the carriage, a jade bottle suddenly appeared in his hand, only the size of a child's hand. After opening the cap of the bottle, an aroma of elixir appeared faintly in the carriage. This was a bottle of small returning elixir. It was the same thing that the altar had exchanged to him earlier, and according to the altar's explanatory elaboration, this kind of small reduction pill had a heavenly temptation for mortal realm cultivators. Not only could it heal injuries, its main function was to allow mortal realm cultivators to raise their realm a notch without side effects. Just like himself, at this time, he was only in the pre-blood transformation stage, and if he took a small returning dan, he would immediately come to the mid-blood transformation stage. If he were to rely solely on himself to cultivate, it was estimated that he would need at least a month before he could reach the middle stage of blood exchange. Right? 10 small reduction pills. If one took all of them, one should be able to break through to the viscera refining realm. The reason why there is some uncertainty is simple. People are resistant to drugs, and the first small return of the dan maybe the effect is normal. But then take it, then the efficacy of the drug will be slowly discounted. There is no perfect thing in the world. If there is no drug resistance, at this point in time, I'm afraid that everyone in the entire heavenly diffusion continent is in the transcendent realm. After collecting the small returning dan, with a slight movement in his heart, another jade bottle appeared in his hand. This bottle was the mirror-breaking dan that was rewarded earlier. This elixir was more precious now. According to the introduction of the altar, as long as any cultivator below the transcendent mortal third realm who was stuck at the perfection stage could take the sub-elixir and smoothly break through to the next realm. It sounded like it was no different from the minor reduction pill, but it was important to realize that the minor reduction pill could only break through the minor realms, not the major realms. But at this moment, if these two elixirs in Zhang Yihan's hand worked well together, he would quickly break through to the dragon transformation realm in a short period of time. Thinking of this, his heart was vaguely excited. When the time came for him to quietly break through to the dragon transformation realm, wait until the heavenly dynasty royal family's once-in-a-decade competition to amaze everyone? Let's forget about it. We still need to develop in the early stages. Otherwise, sooner or later, you'll become the target of the crowd. After collecting the 2 bottles of ammunition, the carriage had already arrived in front of the king's residence by now. Zhao Gao had brought a few subordinates with him early and was waiting. When he saw the carriage stop, he hurried over and prepared to help Zhang Yihan get off. Waving his hand, Zhang Yihan stopped Zhao Gao's movements. It wasn't like he couldn't walk anymore. After returning to the mansion, Zhang Yihan left Zhao Gao alone and told everyone else to go down. Zhao Gao, there will be some people coming over later. Go greet them yourself. Pay attention. Try to keep a low profile. If others find out, say that these are warriors recruited by the king from the people. After Zhao Gao heard this, he knew where the people in his highness's mouth came from. This should all be from the same place as himself. Yes, your highness, I'll go and greet them myself. Alright, I'll wait for you guys in the backyard martial arts practice ground. When they finished speaking, the two separated, one going outside and the other inside. In a short while, Zhao Gao brought the brocade guards and iron eagle swordsmen to the backyard, and when Zhang Yihan turned around, these people clasped their fists together and knelt down on one knee. Greetings, your highness. Holding back the excitement in his heart, Zhang Yihan told the crowd to get up, then sizing up the men carefully. This was the home of his own eyes. At this moment, Zhao Gao was also unusually excited. He felt incomparably familiar when he saw the dress of the Iron Eagle swordsman, with a long sword on his waist, a long bow in his hand, and an arrow pouch on his back, a black armor. The whole person was wrapped up. Only a pair of bright and tough eyes were exposed. Zhao Gao, these 50 Iron Eagle swordsmen will be yours. From today onwards, they will be the inner guards of the royal palace. My subordinate accepts the decree and will not let your highness down. After nodding, he looked aside to Mao Champ. Mao Chong, you lead these brocade guards and join the Jinguac from tomorrow. The humble servant obeys your highness's will. We respectfully obey your highness will. Good. I feel so much safer with you guys. After saying that, he suddenly thought of the things that happened in Surabaya today. So, after recounting it to Mao Champ, he said, Mao Champ, I need you to spy on this Surabaya house tonight. Pick whatever manpower you need, as you see fit. After a little thought, Mao Chong said to Zhang Yihan, Your Highness, I only need the brocade guards. I believe in the ability of the brocade guards. Tonight, my humble servant will definitely poke around and find out what's going on in the Surabaya mansion. Right now there just happened to be the presence of Mao Chong. Otherwise, He really didn't have the means to hastily investigate the Surabaya house. The night soon descended, and as time passed, it was now past the hour of midnight, and Machamp left early with a few of the brocade guards. Zhang Yihan and Zhao Gao, this time also did not rest, still waiting for the results of the investigation of Machamp. After all, this was the first time, and he was inevitably a little worried that if something went wrong, he would have to deal with the results in a timely manner. Machamp was not far from the Surabaya. After finding a hidden corner, then the Yin god came out of the body, and the physical body was protected by a few brocade guards. After only seeing his Yin spirit discern the direction, he led a few people to the Surabaya mansion. Chapter 17 Predatory Shenanigans. Machamp's Yin god came to the bottom of Surabaya's courtyard wall, then raised his hand to stop several of his men behind him, only to see him extend his right hand and gather a trace of mana before gently pointing it at the courtyard wall. Sure enough, a weak curtain of light flashed over the courtyard wall. Humph. It's quite prudent to know to turn on the alert formation at night. After emerging from the altar, these people had some daily information about this world in their minds. This formation in front of me is basically a must-have formation as long as it is a big noble family. There is nothing special about it. It just serves as an alarm warning. Don't look at the simple function of this formation, but the energy that would be consumed after opening the formation was not something that an ordinary person could afford. Even the Surabaya mansion could not be open every day. Any formation was a big resource eater, and only those clans or the royal family of the heavenly dynasty had the ability to open the formation at all times. It's just that it's largely unnecessary within a safe environment like the Celestial Kingdom, and now the Surabaya house has opened the array at night. Obviously, there must be a ghost in the heart. Otherwise, why would it be in the middle of the night, still open the array? However, this formation was not difficult for the brocade guards, as they were an organization that specialized in intelligence and assassination in their previous life. In this life, among the feats bestowed upon them by the altar, there were means that specialized in breaking formations. Only a few of the brocade guards behind Mao Chong stood in a 4-elephant formation, then used their powers to each force out a drop of blood. After the 4 drops of blood were gathered together, after each person made a hand trick each, the drops of blood, which were originally bright red, instantly turned silver white. Then he flew towards the courtyard wall in front of him, only to see the silvery white blood silently merge into the formation, and a 2-man wide loophole instantly appeared in the formation's light curtain. A few people's faces were slightly pale, and Mao Chun told them to wait here for himself. Then with a flash, the Inshin disappeared into the area. Machamp's Yin god came to the Earl's house silently, and after collecting his own gloomy aura, he slowly floated into the air, surveying the entire Earl's mansion from a high vantage point. He searched for special rooms, as time was limited and it was impossible to go from room to room. Suddenly, he spotted a luxurious room in his gaze, and the key was that the room was still lit at this time. So, without the slightest hesitation, Machamp dodged and silently approached the light. When he was still about 10 meters away from the room, Machamp suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Then he hurriedly stopped and his Yin spirit quickly merged into the ground. As expected, a divine thought swept through the area and then paused for a slight moment before disappearing. The previous generation of Surabaya in the room at that moment was talking to the current generation of Surabaya about what had happened during the day. Just then, he couldn't help but inquire after sensing his father's strange behavior. "What is it, father?" The previous generation of Surabaya shook his head slightly. "Nothing, maybe I'm just overly nervous." He felt someone approaching this place just now, and after a quick sweep of his divine thoughts, he didn't find the slightest abnormality. He felt that he was the one who was nervous. After all, what he had done during the day, any person would have found something fishy and wrong with it. If he were the king of Chang'an, he would definitely send someone to investigate. Only after thinking about it, according to his own son, the Xinguasi currently did not have any experts above the Yin god. Coupled with the alarm formation in the mansion, ordinary people wouldn't be able to get in at all. This will be outside Machamp, slowly approaching this room, and then slowly pressed to the wall, with power to the ears, eavesdropping on the conversation inside. "Father, this time the Chang'an king has discovered something fishy. Could there be any accidents happening? It's fine. We raise weird things. Who in general can think about it? Besides, we are the 13 sacred sons people. Even if the king of Chang'an wants to make a move, then he has to take into account the face of the 13 sacred sons, the 13th saint's son. That is, Zhang Yihan's 13th brother. Of course, not a real brother, but a half-brother. This time, he was given the title of one-character king, and similarly did not go to the border battlefield, the Abyss battlefield. and such places to exercise, and now his cultivation was already a perfected hualong. After only waiting for the thunder tribulation to pass through, one would take a step into the transcendent realm, and from then on, would have a long lifespan. It could be said that it was a rather outstanding royal child of Zhang Yihan's generation. Nowadays, he is one of the 4 deputy commanders of the Divine Capital Division, responsible for the security of the East within the Divine Capital, and it looks as if his political status is not as high as that of the Jingui Division. But don't forget, the Divine Capital Division is filled with experts, and any constable that is dragged out is a cultivator of the transcendent First Realm. The 4 major organizations, the Eastern Green Dragon Division, the Western White Tiger Division, the Northern Xuanwu Division, and the Southern Vermilion Bird Division, are collectively known as the Shindu Division. Although the Divine Capital Division was in charge of the security of the entire Divine Capital, it had the same right to supervise the security of the localities. Therefore, today's 13 holy sons could be said to be in a position of power. If it weren't for the sake of the clan's cultivation being able to break through as quickly as possible, we wouldn't have to collude with and breed guile. These are ultimately handles. Nowadays, although the 13 sacred sons haven't asked us to do anything, it's always a source of sleeplessness. Contemporary Surabaya thought for a moment and then spoke. Father, nowadays we are connected to the bazaar, and the technique we are practicing is from an unknown source. Instead of worrying like this, why don't we just give up these shenanigans altogether and be quiet as a nobleman from now on? The previous generation of Surabaya sighed deeply after hearing this. It's too late. Nowadays those in the clan who rely on bazaar cultivation will be in immediate danger of going off the deep end once they stop this technique. Only after non-stop cultivation and relying on this ability to break through with the help of bazaar feats will there be a period of smoothness. But father, weirdness is ultimately something that harms people, and every once in a while we have to feed it with living beings. So if we keep this up, I'm afraid we'll be discovered sooner or later. At that time, the Surabaya lineage of ours will die without a burial place. Contemporary Surabaya said with some concern, there is no impermeable wall in the world. This method of obtaining strength through evil ways is ultimately undesirable. Forget it, let's put this matter aside first. There's no way to go about it for now, unless we're willing to let large numbers of our people die. Would you like to see that happen? When the contemporary Surabaya Bo heard this, he was also silent for a while. All of them were his own people. How could he stand by and watch his own people die like this? Well, pay some attention to yourself these days. Always keep an eye out for detention shenanigans. I suspect the king of Chang'an won't take kindly to that. Maybe we'll have to seek help from the 13th saint son. Doing what favor? The two didn't move on. Upon hearing this, Maochamp outside left silently, not having to listen to the rest of the stuff. What he would hear this time alone would be enough to make a big difference. Chapter 18, Calculations? The Pilgrimage. With the slow passage of time, it was now ugly hour. Just as Zhang Yihan was cultivating at ease, Zhao Gao, who was on the side, suddenly opened his eyes. His expression tightened, and his body's gong methods were rapidly running. There's no need to be alarmed, Chief Zhao. It's me who's back. Mao Chang's figure slowly appeared, and at this time he was in the form of a Yin god. Zhang Yihan also opened his eyes after hearing Mao Chang's voice. Your humble servant sees your highness. Lord Mao doesn't need to be polite. It's not too late for you to either inject back into your body and then report back. Maochamp said not necessary for the time being. His physical body has returned to the king's house. There is not much effect now. Zhao Gao put down his heart at this time. Just now he felt a gloomy and cold aura suddenly appeared. This was still the gongfu he practiced to be able to notice it in the first place. After all, the cultivation of the divine demon Aoi Cannon, which itself was on the gloomy side, was suitable for eunuchs to cultivate. Well, at least it was a mythic altar transformation technique, putting it in this world. It was also a first-class technique. Even in the Great Yin dynasty at this time, the gong methods of those high-status eunuchs in the palace were still a hair's breadth behind the divine demon Aoi Cannon. Mao Chang glanced at Zhao Gao. Worthy of being a famous figure in history, the gongfu he practiced was just more powerful than his own. He could feel that although he was at the third realm of transcendent mortal cultivation, against Zhao Gao, a person from the second realm, he had no chance of winning if he fought. Thinking about it, there was also some admiration for Zhao Gao, with Chief Steward Zhao by his highness' side in the future. I can also rest assured, as a former bearer of the brocade guards, he knew how much invisible power someone like Zhao Gao, who was always by his highness' side, really had anymore. If you get on good terms with Zhao Gao now, you're bound to get nothing but good things from now on. As time goes by, There will be an endless stream of those who were once the best and brightest in history. People like him from the Secret Service are bound to be ostracized by most people. And although the world is different, the memories of the people who came out are still there, regardless of whether it was a civil official or a military official. No one would like the head of a Secret Service agency like himself, so the only way was to strike a good relationship with Zhao Gao, not to be left out in the cold in the future. The genius is too much of a historical talent. Next, Mao Champ told Jiang Yihan all the information he had poked around at night, in its original form. Your Highness, I can guarantee that there is definitely a secret place in the Surabaya mansion right now that is dedicated to keeping the bazaar. Jiang Yihan got up and paced back and forth. Mao Champ poked this news. If the situation is true, to the point of seriousness, absolutely can be put Surabaya lineage to death. Evening also another unexpected news. Surabaya lineage, unexpectedly bet on the 13th brother. This is a heavenly good opportunity. Nowadays, 13 control of the Divine Capital Division under the Qinglong Division, in favor of their own royal residence, is in the Qinglong Division's security range. It always made him feel that he was under 13's watchful eye at all times. Mao Chong, your task is to monitor the moves of the Surabaya house for me. It's best to dig up evidence of their involvement with Old 13, and when I eliminate the Surabaya house, I'll see how he, Old 13, can still stay in the Green Dragon Division. Anyone can hold the position of commander of the Green Dragon Division, but no one from the royal family can hold it. This is Jiang Yihan's opinion. Unless one's own mansion is not within the policing area of the Eastern Green Dragon Division. Now in order to eradicate the Surabaya lineage, there must be enough evidence, knowing full well that there is a den of shenanigans within the house, but without evidence, he really didn't have the power to search the house. After all, the main duty of the Department of Guile Suppression was only to suppress and eliminate guile, and unless there was definite evidence, he could only lead people to raid the house. Right now it's up to Mao Champ to find the evidence or not. Jiang Yihan's side was preparing to count on others, but unbeknownst to him, the 13 Sacred Son's side was also playing with the idea of counting on him. Time came to the next day. As the son of the Heavenly Dynasty's Sacred Empress, the 13th Sacred Son was not the first son, but compared to his older brother, it was much stronger. The 13th Saint's son, Jiang Yuxian, was now just one Thunderbolt's test away from stepping into the transcendent realm. As this generation's highest cultivated royal son, he had the capital and ambition to compete for the position of the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Kingdom. So a portion of the court nowadays was betting on him. It was only that this person was extremely ambitious and wanted to bring in the clan, the ancient nobles, but the clan never got involved in the internal affairs of the royal family. The nobility is, in the grand scheme of things, a whole of interests, which is why he chose the Surabaya lineage, and then slowly utilized Surabaya to pull in the rest of the nobility. At the end of the day, he wasn't afraid that the clan wouldn't choose him. Originally, I hadn't thought of 32nd brother as a rival. But who knew that father would choose to let him establish the Jingue division? I'm probably aware of what father is playing at. Since they're all serving in the divine capital, let's clear out the 32nd brother first. At this moment, Jiang Yuxian didn't put Jiang Yihan in his eyes in the slightest. Looking like he was winning, there would be a woman sitting opposite him, with a white veil on her face and a white dress, as if she were a goddess on earth. This person would have been shocked if Jiang Yihan had seen it. She was Lin Xingya, who had met Jiang Yihan earlier. How could this woman, as a female officer in Jiang Yihan's own sister's residence, appear here in Jiang Yuxian? Of course, all of this was beyond Jiang Yihan's knowledge. Your Highness mustn't be careless. I observe that His Highness, the King of Chang'an, is a person with a deeper city. If we were to compare, I feel that he is deeper than his own brother and sister. Well, Saya, are you feeling right? If that's the case, then he's really kept an unusually low profile all these years. I'll arrange for someone to try and test it out and see how he reacts next. If it was really like what Lin Xingya said, then he would have to pay attention to the other party in the future and not be careless. At this time, Jiang Yuxian had already thought of a way out. The monthly pilgrimage had begun, and Jiang Yihan, who was the king's duke and the head of the Jingue Sea division, needed to attend the pilgrimage as well. If you count according to official positions, the head of the Jingue Sea division is a full fourth-grade official of the Heavenly Kingdom. Just that these special organizations are all powerful. In terms of power, it is not at all inferior to some second and third-ranking officials. Of course, if we go by titles, the two character kings even exceeded the first-ranked officers. But it depended on what power these princes could hold. Just like the Jiang Yihan at this time, although he was the title of the second word king, but as the head of the Jingue division, The general officials of the third grade upwards were not really vain of him. Only those officials who have no real power may not innately be able to match his power. Inside the Hall of Ascension, many officials bowed to greet the arrival of the Holy Emperor with jade wattles in their hands. Chapter 19 Su the King of Chang'an. A huge aura suddenly appeared in the Great Hall. The Great Yen Sacred Emperor Jiang Haoyan had already sat down on the holy seat, and with that, the aura instantly disappeared. See the Holy Emperor! See the Holy Emperor! Thousands of officials, in unison, greeted the Holy Emperor, their voices echoing through the hall. Zhang Yihan stood amongst the civil officials, following along as he bowed to greet his saintly father. All of you love ministers, stand up. After thanking the Holy Empress, rows of chairs appeared on either side, and according to their positions, the various officials began to sit down one after another. The court meeting started. Basically the court meeting of the Heavenly Dynasty. There are no those trivial matters that are trivial, but can be put on the court to discuss. But it's not even a normal thing. Reporting to the Holy Emperor, just the day before yesterday, my supervisory heaven division monitored the movement of the abyssal passage. I have sent people to observe and have confirmed that there is an abnormal fluctuation in space at that place. I think it won't take more than a few days for the abyss to open a passageway again. Zhang Yihan, who was originally feeling bored, immediately perked up after hearing this news. Abyss, this is just what the Tianyan continent including this cosmic sea is called. In fact, no one knew just how big the abyss was. And anyway, the abyss had been around since the ancient era. Every time at the end of the era, the abyss will invade the Tianyan continent on a large scale, and the legend is, every 100,000 years or so, the abyssal plane would then be connected to this cosmic sea, and then there would be a large-scale invasion of this cosmic sea. Of course, the heavenly diffusion continent had never fallen, only that every time the abyss invaded on a large scale at the end of the era, it caused the demise of some countries. This included the demise of some races. But fortunately, when the era was newly opened, the sky dropped spring thunder, the earth surged with Xin Huang, and the races and kingdoms that survived, all of them will gain a lot of benefits, and at the same time, a new race will be born. As long as one safely passes through the novice stage, then it's possible to survive in the Tianyan continent. Although the large-scale invasion of the abyss was at the end of each era, but during normal times, the abyss would also open up some passages connecting the two worlds and then invade the heavenly diffusion continent on a small scale. Legends had it that the abyss could have invaded more than just this side of the cosmic sea. Their battlefields spread throughout the heavens and the worlds. It is the enemy of all living beings in the heavens and the worlds. Next, the officials in the Great Hall had been arguing over who to fight to suppress the passage. Although the abyss was an invader, the abyssal beings were full of treasures. The flesh could be refined into some pills. The bones could be used as materials for refining weapons, and even the blood could be used to cultivate spirit beasts or descendants with low cultivation levels. This was a fat job. Even at this time, Zhang Yihan was very moved. It wasn't that he cared that the abyssal beings were covered in treasures, but it was the abyssal beings that could be sacrificed. And if he were to go and take charge of suppressing this passage, then, in less than a few years' time, he would have summoned all the celestial pride and heroes from his previous history. However, thinking about it, let's forget about it. For the task of suppressing the abyss, the cultivation level should be at least a transcendent mortal 4-realm 5-realm existence. I'm afraid that my own small arms and legs will just be the main one to deliver food to the abyssal beings. In the end, the mission was, unsurprisingly, taken by the military. It was actually understandable. The military was the one that defended the court against foreign invasions, and this task belonged to them by nature. The pilgrimage continued, and just then, an official rose and bowed before addressing the Holy Emperor. Greetings to the Holy Emperor. I want to sue His Highness King Chang'an of the Jingui division. Swish swish swish. A single gaze looked toward Zhang Yihan, and even the sacred Emperor Jiang Haotian, who was at the top, looked here. Zhang Yihan's eyebrows twitched slightly, and the expression on his face didn't change in the slightest. If it wasn't for the people here, all of whom were officials with high levels of cultivation, I'm afraid I can't even notice the slight twitching of his brow a few times. His Highness King Chang'an, as the head of the Jingui division, has been detaining the son of Uncle Surabaya for many days, and has never handed the man over to the Delizi for interrogation. I would like to ask your Highness a question. It seems that the Jingui Sea does not have the right to handle cases. You are only responsible for the suppression and elimination of the weirdness, and for the matter of Surabaya's son, the Jingui Sea, according to the rules, should submit the evidence to the Delizi. If there is sufficient evidence, the Delizi will give the sentence. and the Ministry of Justice of the Heavenly Kingdom will carry out the execution. So just ask your highness what is the purpose of your constant unwillingness to hand over the person. Jiang Yihan shot a glance at the official. He now wondered which sibling was standing behind this one. The average person courtiers would not be able to go straight to the courtroom for something like this. At most, he would send a private message to himself to hand over the person to the criminal department of the Delisi in a hurry. Like this time, directly in front of so many people, not giving himself the slightest bit of face. There must be other princes or princesses behind them to support him. At this moment, all the officials looked at Jiang Yihan to see how he would defuse the situation. The majestic voice of the Holy Emperor at the top also sounded almost simultaneously. King Chang'an, do you have any elaboration on this matter? After Jiang Yihan got up, he gave a salute to the Holy Emperor before speaking. Greetings to the Holy Emperor. It was not the intention of my son to hold the prisoner without handing him over. The point is that as the prisoner in question, I'm afraid that if I hand him over, he'll be silenced. Ignoring the other people's surprised expressions, Jiang Yihan was planning to set off a bomb, although it was a bit risky, but this was the best time to make a name for the Jinguac. At the same time, he also wanted to expand some of the rights of the Town Guile Division. Gentlemen, allow me to begin with a general recital of the cause of this affair. After Jiang Yihan finished his speech in 3 words, he then said with a serious expression, Gentlemen, the Jingui Division's investigation has learned that the Surabaya House's lineage specializes in breeding guile. Their clansmen whose young life is coming to an end specialize in a certain technique that uses weirdness to aid in their cultivation. This gong method works in conjunction with the weirdness and is able to break through the existing realm faster. Except that all of you here know that in order for creepy to survive and cultivate, it must use living beings as sustenance. Just ask how many innocent beings have been indirectly brutalized by the Surabaya lineage. After saying that, he looked to the Holy Emperor at the top and saluted once again. My son implores the Holy Emperor to issue a decree to eliminate the Surabaya lineage. They are no longer worthy of being nobles in our dynasty. At this moment, the great hall was quiet. The official who had just sued Jiang Yihan. At this moment, his face was ugly. He didn't expect that things would take such a turn. Not only did he not think of it, but Jiang Yuxian, who was sitting in his seat at the moment, he also did not think of it. This would make Jiang Yuxian's face ugly. He had the feeling of lifting a rock and stoning his own feet now. The Surabaya house kept in the bazaar. Why the Town Guiwei division gave to find out. Originally, he wanted to eventually find a way to mitigate the crimes of Surabaya's son through his own operations. Now well, this mess not only cannot save people out, but instead Surabaya lineage to follow the funeral. Chapter 20 Authority expanded. Ordered to apprehend the Surabaya lineage. The atmosphere in the Chaotian Hall at the moment slowly became somewhat gloomy. The sacred Emperor Jiang Haotian, who was at the top, was surrounded by a spiritual mist, making it impossible to see what he was thinking at the moment. No one dared to dribble and peek at the Holy Emperor's expression at this moment, and Jiang Yihan's remaining light surveyed the many officials in the hall. Suddenly, his eyes stared slightly as he saw the expression on Jiang Yuxian's face. At this time, he figured out that the person who had just gotten up to sue himself had Jiang Yuxian's support behind him. No wonder. Let's just say who cares about a little earl's heir. So it's you, my good brother. I didn't want to confront you so soon, but it seems you couldn't wait. His heart moved slightly. Then he spoke out to interrupt the tranquility of the courtroom. Reporting to the Holy Emperor, my son has a matter to request a holy decision. The crowd looked at His Highness King Chang'an, wondering what he wanted to do again. This court meeting was a wonderful one. They are all old monsters who have lived for a long time. How long has it been? There is nothing important happening in the court. This time there is really a good show. As for a tiny earl, none of these officials who could stand here in court cared. Besides, it was still an earldom that had been passed down for only 3 generations, and it wasn't like those clans, each with deep influence and power. Any random official that comes out here can hold the earl's house down and rub it under his feet. The majestic voice of the Holy Emperor at the top, who was shrouded in spirit mist, rang out. And you tell me, Holy Emperor, now that I, the Jingui Division, need the right to handle cases, my son requests the Holy Emperor's permission for any future cases that are involved with guile. I, the Jingui, have the right to participate, the right to investigate, the right to try the case, the right to sentence, and the right to execute. 5 have the right to, heavily hammered in the hearts of the crowd, which made the officials present, each and every one of them interested in this previously low-profile His Highness. For the first time, His Highness, the King of Chang'an, this is not hiding his ambition in the slightest. Yes, Jiang Yihan does not intend to cover up. They say that people do things to be low-key. That also depends on the specific situation. In this transcendent great world, everything was determined by strength. And with the people and treasures he summoned, there were more and more of them. He also low-profiled should be seized, should be firmly grasped. There is no Kong Ron let the pair of the reputation of the talk. As Jiang Haotian's body was covered by the spirit mist, the crowd could only vaguely see that the coronet on his head was swaying slightly. At this moment, Jiang Haotian's eyes carried a hint of interest and curiosity. This own 32nd prince, although he had not met many times, but in the past records, it was written that this was a low-profile and ordinary prince. It was for this reason that he himself had appointed him as the head of the Jingguo division. To put it bluntly, one of the reasons for the creation of the town trickster division was to split power. There was also another reason to stir up the stagnant water in the current political arena of the Celestial dynasty. After all, Great Yan had existed for so many eons. Some combinations of interests are somewhat difficult to command to move. Like the clans, these groups, nowadays more and more do not listen to the declaration. The town guile division was only the first step. He had other moves coming up next, which was to clean up a group of rotten nobles and then revitalize the stagnant water. I just didn't expect that this Loki's son would give himself such a big surprise this time. The corners of his mouth smiled slightly before looking at all the officials in the Great Hall. Most of these people should not want the powers of the Jingguo to expand. Jiang Haotian understood that ever since he had first appointed Jiang Yihan as the head of the Jingguo division, he had completely set him on fire. Now if he agreed to Jiang Yihan's request, I'm afraid that Jiang Yihan would not be as simple as being roasted on the fire. I was a little heartbroken for my son, but since he had asked for it himself, it meant he was ready for it. Thus, Jiang Haotian's majestic voice rang out. Granted. From this day forward, the town guile division, which you lead, has all of these rights bestowed upon it by me. I hope you don't fail the institution of the town guile division, and that you don't fail me. Jiang Yihan was thrilled in his heart and hurriedly bowed to thank him. He was happy on his side, but some people there, it was as if they had eaten a rat turd in their hearts, not to mention how diaphragmatic they were. Jiang Haotian looked at the officials at the bottom, and although none of these people could see the Holy Emperor's appearance, all of them could feel it. The Holy Emperor's eyes, at this moment, were scanning them all. Everyone, what do you think about the people of Surabaya's lineage? Breeding guile and colluding with guile to cultivate evil techniques. This seems to be about dealing with the matter of Surabaya keeping shenanigans, but a little bit today after making a resolution to deal with it. In the future, however, anything of this kind will be implemented in this way. That is to say, including the officials present, and even those clans and sects that have existed for a long time. But anyone who colludes with shenanigans will be treated equally now. Therefore, the officials present, there was a moment of silence, and for the time being, no one stepped forward to agree with the previous approach of Jiang Yihan. Although these kinds of living beings, such as weirdness, were harmful to humans and even to the living beings of the entire heavenly diffusion continent, some of these weirdnesses were still beneficial to the cultivation of living beings. It's not like everything in heaven and earth is either black or white, and anything that exists, including weirdness, has its uses. This includes some officials who, or their own families, have had a history of breeding shenanigans. Seeing that no one was speaking, all looking like they were thinking with their heads down, Jiang Yihan came in lightly. Why have you not said a word? My lords, is there something hard to say? The crowd felt their teeth ache, exasperated by the boy's darkly poking words. There's no way out. There's no way to hide. So they can only harden their heads and express their opinions. And they all opened their mouths in support of what His Highness, the King of Chang'an, said. Thus, the Holy Emperor at the top of the table then gave the final pat on the back. The King of Chang'an has heard the decree, ordering you to leave now and lead the subordinates of the Jingguo division, which can mobilize the personnel belonging to the Shindu division. Seize all the people from the Surabaya lineage and escort them into the Jingguo Sea prison. Make sure to scrutinize them clearly. Behead those who should be beheaded and abolish their cultivation. Jiang Yihan was excited inwardly. This holy decree could be said that in the future, but wherever bizarre things were involved, the power of the Jingguo division would be unlimited. From officials and nobles down to ordinary families, they are all within their purview. After receiving the holy decree, Jiang Yihan turned around and left. The rest of the court meeting here, that had nothing to do with himself. At this moment, when he thought of it, his heart was pounding at the thought of the weirdness bred in the Surabaya residence. These are your own sustenance, a good thing to use to increase your strength. The crowd looked at Jiang Yihan's departing back, each with different thoughts in their hearts. It turned out that without realizing it, This low-profile holy prince had gradually gained his own power. Of course, one of them, the mood that was very bad. Chapter 21, The Great Battle of the Count's House is about to begin. When Jiang Yihan returned to the Jingui division, he immediately summoned all the personnel above all the silver medal division guards. Mao Chang, Profound Yulo, and the others, led all of them to quickly gather in the square. At this moment, Yuan Yulo's afterglow surveyed Mao Chom on the side. This person gave him a very dangerous aura. The entire person exuded a dark and gloomy aura. He didn't perceive an aura of the same realm from this person, so it was certain that this was a person whose cultivation realm was higher than his own. Where did His Highness find these masters? This was what Yuan Yulo had been wondering about for the past few days. A few days ago, His Highness commanded that a group of people would be joining the Jingui AC, and at the time, he thought that, at most, a few people would hold out. As it turned out, it didn't occur to me that fully 51 people had joined in. If it was just ordinary gold medal sea guards, he didn't care much, but when he saw these 51 people, his heart was suddenly flooded with huge waves. 49 Dragon Transformation Perfection Division Guards, a Transcendent Mortal One Realm Midstage Division Envoy, and an even more mysterious one, whose cultivation realm he himself couldn't even feel. In the previous Xingu AC, there were only a few dozen gold medal sea guards, and the rest were silver medal, bronze medal, iron medal, and ordinary sea guards, and there were only 7 Jingui envoys, of which the highest cultivation was himself, but he was only at the late Transcendent Mortal 2 realm. This was great. With this group of people joining in, the number of gold medal division guards of the Jingui AC had broken through 100, and their highest cultivation level exceeded the Transcendent Mortal 2nd realm. This made Profound Yulo feel that his position and power in the Jingui AC had been greatly affected. In the great world of super hair, everything is spoken with strength, especially in the special institutions of the court, without looking at your background. As long as your cultivation was high, even if you were an ordinary person then, you could gain the support and awe of the people underneath. These days, he clearly felt that his authority here was diminishing day by day, but he still didn't dare to have the slightest complaint, because this was the person that His Highness had personally found. Just as Yuan Yulo's afterimage was sizing up Mao Chong, a voice appeared beside his ears. Envoy Yuchi, Your Highness is here. Yuan Yulo hurriedly withdrew his own gaze and looked in the direction of the main hall, and sure enough, Jiang Yihan walked over with a few of the division guards. It was at this point that he came back to his senses, and it was Mao Champ who had just reminded him. Jiang Yihan didn't even have time to change his court dress at this time, so he hurriedly came to the Jingui AC like this. Gentlemen, from this day forward, my Town Guile division will embark on a more glorious path. The Holy Emperor has granted us the power to interrogate, judge, and arrest suspects. All the division guards below, including the division envoys, each instantly flushed with excitement. All of them understood. In the future, the power of the Jingui AC would be very great, which made these sea guards who had joined in, each straighten their backs. A few days ago, the Maoshir envoy visited the Surabaya residence at night and found that the Surabaya lineage of people bred bizarre to be used to cultivate evil skills. Today, when this master of the division reported to the Holy Empress, the court was furious, and the Holy Emperor decreed with this official that I would be responsible for apprehending all the clansmen of Surabaya's lineage. Permission is granted to mobilize the assistance of the Divine Capital Division's experts. The crowd at this point could not care less that Mao Champ had actually obtained such evidence, but was surprised by the court's move this time. What kind of rhythm is this? This is the rhythm that intends to destroy the Surabaya lineage. Abyssal Jade House. Subordinate. Profound Yulo hurriedly stepped out, and then Jiang Yihan took out an imperial decree before handing it to him, and commanded, You now take this imperial decree and go forward to the Divine Capital Division to deploy some experts and head to surround the Surabaya mansion. My subordinate obeys. After receiving the imperial decree, Profound Yulo quickly left the place. Jiang Yihan ordered Mao Chang to lead the crowd and immediately head to the Surabaya mansion. In Surabaya's mansion, at this time, Surabaya's face was full of sadness as he looked at his wife. He was very difficult at this time, because his wife wanted him to find a way to get his own son out in a hurry. This would be a matter of repeated assurances and explanations before he could barely placate his wife. Why would he behave like this? Because Surabaya's wife is not an ordinary person, behind the people, but a Marquis 8. Although she was not from the first line, she was still an important collateral descendant, and her grandfather was the blood brother of the contemporary Marquis. Even so, if Surabaya could marry someone, it would be considered a high climb. He, the king of Chang'an, arrested my son for a few district shenanigans. He is not only offending the Surabaya lineage, but also our Huntian lineage. I will definitely not let him have a good time." Surabaya hurriedly comforted. "Can not let this nonsense. They say that women flood the mix, do not care about anything, but don't think about it. He's the Holy Emperor's own son, or a prince of the heavenly kingdom, and now he's holding a violent organization like the Jingu AC. He would not be afraid of some individual noble forces, unless he went against all of them. Otherwise, it would not be easy to crush his own lineage." Just then, a loud roar suddenly appeared in the sky above the burial mansion. "What kind of person dares to invade my Surabaya mansion?" This voice was so loud that not only did the entire Burmese housepeople hear it, but even some of the people from the surrounding noble houses heard it. After the two Surabayas glanced at each other, they both made a flash and quickly appeared in the air. In this blink of an eye, the experts of Surabaya's lineage had basically all appeared. Because of this loud roar, which was the shout of the previous generation of Surabaya, it forced the others to come out and check the situation. Just then, a voice came from outside the Berghaus. "Humph, what a bully. The Surabaya lineage breeds weirdness and cultivates evil techniques with the help of weirdness. This king is ordered by the Holy Emperor to come and arrest the clansmen of the Surabaya lineage today." Just as the voice fell, the gate of the Surabaya mansion was blown apart, and instantly the sea guards poured in. Moreover, many transcendent realm experts instantly appeared in the air as well, and these people were wearing two different kinds of clothes, one being the uniform of the Jingu AC. One type of uniform was that of the Divine Capital Division, and it was obvious that Profound Jade Tower had brought the Divine Capital Division's experts, the experts of the Surabaya lineage. After hearing Jiang Yihan's words, each of their faces changed wildly, and that heart sank straight down. Surabaya still wanted to try to explain, so he said with an anxious tone, "Your Highness, have you misunderstood our Surabaya lineage?" Jiang Yihan didn't bother to talk nonsense with these people and said directly, "You're not going to admit it, either, and I didn't intend for you to admit it on the spot. All of you, listen to the order to apprehend the clansmen of the Surabaya lineage and search the entire earldom. If there is any resistance, kill them on the spot. Yes, as your Highness commands." The transcendent mortal realm experts in the air instantly pounced on the Surabaya lineage's experts like a god of war. The mortal realm cultivators on the ground moved in the same manner, as if they were locusts, and took on the guards of the Surabaya mansion. Chapter 22, Suppressing Surabaya. The people from the Surabaya lineage did not expect the Chang'an king to be so ruthless, not giving them a chance to explain. They were still thinking of stalling for a bit and hurrying the others to get rid of the creepy ones. But people don't even fall for it. They just say they're going to do it. Deception is too much. There is no excuse for wanting to commit a crime. Your Highness King Chang'an, you're forcing us to make a move to resist. Jiang Yihan's face was expressionless. Only the coldness in his eyes was even deeper and colder. Whether it's true or not, wouldn't a search of your Earl's house make it clear? After saying that, he stopped talking, but quietly watched, as his men fought the Earl's house. At this moment, he was escorted by two experts. One was Mao Chong, and the other was a transcendent third realm expert from the Divine Capital Division. An expert of this level would be a unique talent in the Divine Capital Division. The two of them didn't go along with the crowd to fight. They stood unanimously to protect Jiang Yihan. If something happened to Jiang Yihan here, I'm afraid that no one could afford the responsibility. Quietly enjoying the protection of the two people, Jiang Yihan did not have the pretense of not letting anyone protect him. He is not a little cutie. He is not a little cutie. Life was his own. There was only so much of it, and in case he was killed by a Surabaya vein expert who was being a jerk, who would he find to justify it to? At this moment, Surabaya looked at the fight underneath. His eyes reddened as he looked at his own father, with a hint of complaint and anger in them. He had long ago told his father that he could have nothing to do with Creepy, in case he was sanctioned and judged for it. Sure enough, all his fears had come true. It had come so violently, so suddenly. "Father, what shall we do now?" Complaining is complaining, but ultimately it also depends on the father's meaning. The last generation of Surabaya at this moment to say that they do not regret that is false, but there's no way around it now. You can't just fold your arms. I'll lead the men to block this place. So hurry up and inform your grandfather so he can hurry up and eliminate the bread creeps. This is the best way at the moment. As long as the elimination of the breeding of those bizarre, even if they know that their own lineage breeding bizarre, but did not find direct evidence on the spot, then there's still room for redemption. At most, they'll have their knighthoods cut and be relegated to civilian status from now on. Well, at least their lineage's life was saved, and this was the only ray of hope left. Surabaya looked at his father, and eventually turned his head and prepared to leave. But everyone here is being watched by the masters of the Divine Capital Division and the Jingue Division, so it's not like you can just leave. Surabaya, where are you going to go if you don't stay here properly? Profound Yulo's figure suddenly appeared in front of Surabaya, blocking his way. Looking at this son of the Yuan clan, Surabaya said with an anxious tone, Duke Yuan, seeing as we're all nobles, I don't want to fight you. Yuan Yulo's mouth was tinged with a sarcastic smile, and on the basis that we were all nobles? Che, Surabaya, don't put gold on your face. Our clan is not comparable to thugs like you. Today I will learn what you thug nobles can do. After saying that, without waiting for the other party to make a move, Profound Yulo's right hand unfolded and a longsword appeared in its hand. With that, he took a step forward and swung his longsword, a sword chi flying towards Surabaya. Then, without waiting for the other party to defend, his figure carried a trace of residual shadow, rapidly approaching Surabaya, the long sword in his hand stabbing straight into the other party's throat. Surabaya's hands were raised in front of his chest, his palms turned outward, and a greenish-colored light quickly appeared to turn into a sphere, which he pushed forward. After the sword chi and the cyan-colored sphere collided with each other, they quickly annihilated in the air, only to see the air flooded with violent fluctuations. Just then, as Profound Yulo's figure looked to be approaching, a glove appeared on each of Surabaya's hands. At first glance, they were gloves made from the finest materials, and the fists clashed with the longsword. The impact caused each of the two to take a few steps back, and Yuan Yulo's feet, stepping on the air, made a popping explosion. Only then did he manage to stop himself. Obviously, there was still a slight gap in strength between the two. Surabaya's current cultivation level was the perfection of the transcendent mortal second realm, and was about to reach the third realm, while Yuan Yulo's cultivation level had only just reached the late second realm. By the time a cultivator reached the transcendent stage, a small realm of battle power was immediately different. To cross the border to defeat and kill an opponent, unless the equipment is dominant, or they themselves are at the Heaven's Pride level, worthy of being a contemporary Surabaya, it seems that your cultivation wasn't piled up with medicinal herbs either. Very well, that's enough to deserve me, Yuan Yulu, to get real. After saying that, he made a forward dash, so fast that the air around him made a hissing sound. The long sword in his hand drew a semicircle, the sword energy hissing as if he wanted to split the opponent in front of him with a single stroke. Surabaya sensed the power of this move. His face was instantly solemn, operating his own mana with all his might, and rapidly punching out a magic seal in his hand. Only a green-colored river silhouette appeared in front of him, blocking this mighty sword chi of Profound Yulo. Only the river silhouette was rapidly dissipating, but the sword chi was only consumed a little. The mana in Surabaya's body was rapidly depleting, and finally, the subsequent mana was a bit unable to keep up, and the breath did not slow down. Just by the sword chi split the imaginary figure in front of him, and then hastily operated the mana to gather on both arms, flooding a layer of green-colored shield. Boom! The sword chi chopped into Surabaya's crossed arms, and his entire body was instantly cleaved towards the ground. There was another boom, and the green granite paved floor was smashed by Surabaya's body. When the dust and smoke cleared, he could only see blood flowing from his mouth. His arms were bloody and blurred, and his entire person no longer had the slightest bit of fighting strength. In the air, Profound Yulo's face was pale. This move also made him feel a little bad, and his body's mana was basically depleted. With that, he hurriedly pulled out an elixir and then threw it into his mouth. An elixir to quickly restore mana. It was only then that he slowly landed down and pointed the sword in his hand at Surabaya. Surabaya, you're enjoying the glory and riches too much. An earl who was rewarded for his war service, but in your generation, you can't even beat a late-stage divine thought cultivator like me. You thuggish nobles really don't deserve to be nobles. Humph, shame on you. After saying that, he quickly made a few spell seals on his left and right, only to see a thumb-thick ray of light hitting all parts of Surabaya's body. It was sealing the mana in his body, and at the same time, an even more dazzling pillar of light directly entered his forehead, sealing the divine thoughts in his mind. After doing so, Profound Yulo grabbed Surabaya. Then with a flash, his figure quickly disappeared. In a breath of time, Profound Yulo appeared in front of Jiang Yihan by grabbing Surabaya. Chapter 23, Beheading the First Surabaya, Master of the Division. Surabaya has been taken down by me. When he finished, he threw the man to the ground. Jiang Yihan looked at this time Surabaya, his current appearance, and when he first saw him look, simply like two people. You've done a good job. Yulo, Well, let's recover your strength here next. The battlefield at the moment, by the looks of it, you won't be used for a while. Yes, thank you, Master of the Division, for your kindness. After Yuan Yulo and the two people around Zhang Yihan nodded in greeting, they stood aside to recover their own mana. One could only see the aura around his body, under the illumination of the sunlight, surging towards his torso almost as if it was visible to the naked eye. Pills are able to replenish their own consumed aura, but in the end, it is not as fast as running the gongfu to absorb the external aura. The elixir that restored mana only replenished 2 or 3% of mana in a very short period of time, and the follow-up slowed down. Machamp reached out and released the gloves from Surabaya's hands and handed them to the king of Chang'an. Zhang Yihan casually surveyed this magic treasure. Although it was a transcendent-level magic treasure, he really didn't care for it and casually handed it over to Mao Chun. These can't be distributed now. We have to deal with these things. Part of it will be turned over to the court, and the rest will be the spoils of war belonging to the Jingui Sea. The thing of magic treasures, just like their own cultivation level, was also divided into mortal realm magic treasures, transcendent mortal realm magic treasures, and so on. Mortal realm magic treasures were further divided into several grades that corresponded to the cultivator's own grade. Like the transcendent realm's magic treasures, they also corresponded to the cultivator's level. At this moment, on the battlefield, the transcendent realm experts of the Surabaya house had all been suppressed or beheaded one by one, and there was only one previous generation Surabaya left. At this moment, there were 3 experts from the Divine Capital Division surrounding him, and there was already blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth during this session of Generation Surabaya. The self was also with loose hair, and the precious clothes on his body had been torn and tattered a long time ago. Surabaya, you'd better tie your hands and surrender, so as not to make things difficult for the 3 of us brothers. We don't want to behead a former count with our own hands. They were just ordinary experts of the Divine Capital Division without much background. If they beheaded this old earl after such an occasion, it is estimated that they will be ostracized and suppressed by the nobles in the future. Although everyone in this world does not worry about not having food to eat and not worrying about not being able to cultivate, the rank barrier, however, was exceptionally strict, and although they were following orders, they really had to decapitate the earl on the spot. It was bound to make the other nobles hold a grudge against them. This kind of thankless thing should be avoided as much as possible. Humph. I've never known what surrender is in my life. He only wanted to stall for time, expecting his father to sense that something was wrong and hurry to exterminate the bread creeps. At this point, the battle had already ended, leaving the 4 people here in the air. Zhang Yihan frowned slightly. These seconded experts, in the end, were not their own people and were afraid of wolves in front and tigers at the back, without a bit of the character of a cultivator. Once a wild cultivator steps into the officialdom, the once struggles and character will be quickly worn out. No wonder each country is nowadays cultivating its own talents. Looking at the chirping and grinding trio, who never made another move, Zhang Yihan's icy voice rang out. I know exactly what's in your hearts, my king. I ask you now, are you afraid of offending the nobles? Or are you afraid of offending the king? The sound reached the ears of all 3, including everyone in the scene who heard it. This caused the 3 people's faces to change. Then they looked at each other and made their own choices after each nodded their heads. Of course he's afraid of offending the king of Chang'an. Brothers, this old earl has a hard point, so it looks like we're going to have to show our real skills. His Highness is already a little angry. The other 2 didn't say anything, just nodded. Kill! With a fierce shout, the 3 immediately matched the look of the 3 talents formation and surrounded the old earl. One could only see the air around them roaring nonstop with various mana moves, turning the place into a storm center. A transcendent mortal 1 realm expert coming over could be torn apart in an instant. Suddenly, a hiss of suppressed agony rang out, only to see that the old earl's right arm had been chopped off directly by Zaijin. Then they were quickly sealed by the 3 of them to seal their physical body mana, and even the Een god was sealed. After doing this, the 3 Divine Capital Division experts were also pale, and each of them had suffered some minor injuries. Zhang Yihan began to let people massively search Surabaya house, digging the ground to find out the bizarre places. Moreover, at this time, there was still a first-generation Surabaya that had not appeared in the Surabaya house. Report, Your Highness, we found an underground space in the backyard of the Surabaya mansion. Lord Secretary said that a bizarre aura is coming from inside. Good. Order the experts of the Transcendent Realm to go there immediately and suppress all the weirdness inside. If there are still experts from the Surabaya house present, they don't need to be captured and suppressed alive. They can be killed on the spot. As the words fell, The people from the Surabaya lineage here all looked sad and angry as they angrily looked at Zhang Yihan. They knew that the old ancestor and the others in there were simply no match for these Divine Capital Division and Jingui Division people. There was only one way to end up, and that was to be completely decimated. Not long after, the backyard of the Surabaya house resounded with the sounds of a great battle, and the profound jade building had already recovered by now. Then after reporting with Zhang Yihan, he rushed to the place of the battle. At this moment, there was a battle going on here, and the first generation of Surabaya was roaring with rage. Surrounded and attacked by 5 transcendent mortal second realm third realm ears, he was also only at the perfection of the transcendent mortal third realm, and with the addition of profound Yulo's involvement, the more he fought, the more he was overwhelmed. Not long after, his body is blood. At this time, his inner heart is full of regret. In the beginning, should not be compelled to use these bazaar to cultivate. When he came out from the underground, after a sweep of his divine sense, he knew that the Earl's mansion that he had built with his own hands had been completely destroyed, but there is no use regretting, and it is still in the middle of a big battle. He can be distracted. This is a proper rhythm of looking for death. As expected, Profound Yulo found the right moment to point his right hand towards the middle of both eyebrows, and his divine thoughts transformed into a transparent entity, manipulating his magic longsword. With incredible speed, it instantly penetrated the heart of the first generation of Surabaya, bringing up a trail of blood floating in the air. Cultivators who hadn't cultivated to the transcendent sixth realm, as long as their hearts were destroyed, their fleshly bodies would be inactive as well. It means that the physical body is dead, and those in the Ancient realm may be able to take over and be reborn if their Ancient can get away with it. Only the chances of the Ain god succeeding in taking over the body were also quite small. The moment the first generation of Surabaya Boinshin came out of the body, it was surrounded by a few masters, quickly killed. And from then on, there was not even a chance to reincarnate. After killing this person, the crowd came to the underground space. Good guy. Even a clan son like Yuan Yulo couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Transcendent realm shenanigans that rarely appeared. There were actually 3 of them here. Chapter 24. From now on, there is no Surabaya lineage in Dayan. Although Profound Jade Tower's cultivation was not as high as some of the Divine Capital divisions, this mission was led by the Jingui division. So, he spoke up at the right time. Fellow members of the Divine Capital Division, His Highness is now waiting outside. I trouble a few of you to personally make a move to suppress these 3 transcendent realm shenanigans. How about I lead the others and suppress the rest of the shenanigans? Although it was an inquiry, the affirmative tone of voice left the experts of the Divine Capital Division with no room to bargain. The several God Realm Divine Capital Division experts looked at each other and saw a hint of helplessness in each other's eyes. There was no choice but to do as I was told. Who called him an expert of clan origin himself, and still representing His Highness, the King of Chang'an. This king they are now considered to have seen his ruthlessness, before the seizure of the Surabaya lineage of people, who dared to resist, on the spot to let people put to death. If it wasn't for the fact that some of the Earl's court executives were left to answer to the court, I'm afraid they were all planning on killing them all. If you don't see, just a moment ago, they personally ended a generation of old ancestors who established the Surabaya lineage. Because this is the will of His Highness, the King of Chang'an. Look, an earl is no different from an ant in the eyes of others. It was estimated that from today onwards, this prince's fame would catch up with those few one-word kings of this generation, and directly catch up with the princes of the previous generation and even the generation before that. Worthy of being a person from the royal family, he was decisive in killing, without the slightest hint of dragging his feet. A few of the Ain God realm personally began dealing with the suppression of transcendent shenanigans in the afternoon. Only after the signal came from below did Profound Yulo give a big wave of his hand, and then he saw everyone behind him fly down towards the bottom. Profound Yulo also flew down with him, and when he came to the underground, he then surveyed the space, which was an alien space opened up by a person with great magic power. Various pavilions and palaces were constructed inside, and the entire area of the foreign space was a bit larger than the area of the Earl's house on the ground. At this time, the weirdness here had already been suppressed, leaving those who relied on weirdness to cultivate. These people due to cultivating special techniques. After Profound Yulo carefully surveyed them, he always felt that there was something wrong with these people, as if they exuded some tyrannical aura. Just then, a pale Surabaya lineage asked in a ruthless voice, "What have you done with our Surabaya clan?" A transcendent realm expert from the Divine Capital Division said, "Old man, dead to the world and still in the mood to care about others." Anyone here could notice that the people in the Surabaya lineage underneath these people were at risk of going off the deep end at any time. With the kind of tyrannical aura they exuded, once they had gone off the deep end, they would either endure it and then have a way to live. Either that or be directly consumed by the tyranny of thought and become a walking monster. A person from the Divine Capital Divisions in God Realm looked towards Profound Jade Tower. Lord Fuchi, what to do with these people? They're just here to help. The main decision. It's still up to the Town Dial Division to decide. These people who used shenanigans to cultivate basically had no salvation, and their strength was achieved indirectly with ordinary people's lives. Thinking of His Highness's command earlier, Profound Yulo then directly waved his hand. Kill them all. There's no use in keeping them. And they're all a scourge. These people from Surabaya's lineage. After hearing Profound Yulo's ruthless decision, all of them were enraged. And the old man in the lead roared out, "Clansmen, fight these people. The courage is really commendable. But the strength is here. They are like a bunch of moths. But how can I say this? At least they are all from the Earl's house. No one would be willing to wait to die, whether they could fight or not." The end result was obvious, as the men were killed one by one. Profound Jade Tower arranged for the people to start cleaning up the place, then left this underneath space and returned outside to report the situation here to the division master. At this time around Surabaya Mansion here, although there was not a single person outsider's presence, but the divine sense in the air was all over this place. All the other experts of the divine capital secretly observing the situation here. Although Jiang Yihan's cultivation level was still in the mortal realm and he couldn't feel the various divine sense coverings in the air, there were a few transcendent mortal realm experts around him who had warned him. He didn't care. He could see it if he wanted to, just so that all these people would know that in the future, the great Yan's Jingue Si would be a sharp sword hanging over their heads. Anyone who dared to collude with guile and use guile to achieve some unseen purpose, then don't blame yourself for being merciless. Spooky cultivation and survival are fed by living beings, and the lighter ones will cause ordinary people with low cultivation to lose their essence and chi and blood. The heavier ones take lives, but anyone who uses guile to cultivate has human blood on their hands. Originally, this world was a world where the various races fought each other, and the several heavenly dynasties within the human race still didn't deal with each other very well. If the cultivators at the top don't take ordinary people into consideration anymore, then the human race, not to mention wanting to be strong for 10,000 generations, I'm afraid that it won't take more than a few epochs for them to fall. Of course, he, Jiang Yihan, wasn't a saintly mother and didn't have the intention of standing up for ordinary people, mostly for himself, because creepy eyes is exactly what he needs at the moment. Profound Jade House came forward to report that the people in Surabaya's lineage, those who should be killed, those who should be suppressed have been killed and suppressed, requesting the division master's next arrangement. Command down. Start to the Surabaya residence, to plagiarize and clean up. An earldom had been passed down for so many years. There were certainly plenty of good things, and right now the Jingue Si was exactly the time when it lacked resources. Although an earl's palace could not fully satisfy the town guile division at hand, it could at least make up for a lot of it. This arrest and raid finally ended before sunset, and I'm afraid that the entire God's capital will have a hard night's sleep tonight, because as of today, the royal knife is starting to point at the aristocracy, with the help of weirdness to cultivate. In fact, this kind of thing in the upper circle has long been no secret, before for various reasons. The heavenly kingdom did not go too much to pursue, but this time was different. The establishment of the Jingue division, and moreover, a prince himself was the head of the division. The Holy Emperor's mind was only manifested at this moment. The next morning, after Jiang Yihan arrived at the Jingue Si, the first thing he did was to inquire about last night's interrogation. Mao-champ interrogated all night last night. Basically Surabaya House of People cannot carry the Genie-way interrogation. Your Highness, I've ordered my men to organize last night's interrogation. As it stands, the Surabaya House uses bizarre cultivation that was specifically designed by someone. The gong method they cultivate is not like the mainstream gong method of the human race. Coincidentally, this gong method was obtained by the first generation of Surabaya when they explored the ancient monuments. It just so happened that at that time, some of his offspring at his knee were stuck at the mortal realm due to qualification issues as well as other reasons. But this gong method was able to make a breakthrough to the mortal realm. Jiang Yihan's brain was rapidly thinking. He didn't care if it was an accident or not. What he cared about was how many forces had gotten this technique. If it was really as he suspected. I'm afraid that there are too many unknown deaths occurring within the celestial kingdom today. Chapter 25 Problems within Dian. This outwardly calm, powerful and ancient dynasty is not so glamorous on the inside. A small earldom could keep hundreds of bazaar and use them to help their people cultivate. What about if it's a marquis, or a duke, or one of those ancient clans? This kind of thing. At this time, when Jiang Yihan thought about it himself, he felt scared. No one didn't want to live longer. Seeing that the transcendent mortal realm could easily have a lifespan of thousands of years, or even more than 100,000 years. Those who were still in the mortal realm, who would be willing to do so? Especially those powerful noble clans, as well as sects and sects. They wanted people and resources, and it was still possible to support a large number of transcendent realm cultivators. This world's aura was too abundant. Even if there were no more heavenly treasures, just by absorbing the aura alone, that would be able to maintain what was needed for cultivation. Heavenly materials and earth treasures were like a gas pedal, a way to make one's cultivation a little faster. Only limited by natural talent. Most people can only fight in the mortal realm for their entire life. Even if the dragon transformation is complete, the thunder tribulation is another screening. Those who were unlucky, those whose cultivation foundations were not solid, and even those who were somewhat gifted. There was no shortage of characters who were cleaved to the ground. This is but everything has a silver lining, just like the weirdness, although the whole is harmful to human beings, a part of it can be used to help human beings cultivate. Although the chances of the final thunderbolt passing were really too small, that was still much better than dying of old age, right? Over the next few days, the news of the Surabaya lineage being copied had spread to the people. The common folk secretly clapped their hands at such things. This was not because they knew that the Surabaya lineage utilized weird cultivation, but because with one less noble, then the commoners had one more hope of being knighted. A carrot is a carrot. Although the heavenly dynasty is huge and incomparable, but the knighthood is not randomly rewarded. After all, for every knighthood that was rewarded, the celestial dynasty would have to bestow some chi luck. This is actually not a very cost-effective deal for the celestial kingdom, but the nobles can't afford not to be rewarded. People kill the enemy on the front line, fight to the death in the Forbidden Land and the Abyss. What are they doing it for? But not for a step up to the throne, to obtain a knighthood from the imperial court. That morning, Jiang Yihan personally took the results of the interrogation and went to the palace. This matter had come to a point where it was time for him to expound on the final outcome to the Holy Emperor and the court. Still the same Chaotian Hall. Only this time there weren't that many people here. Only hundreds of core officers in the core. Jiang Yihan presented a copy of the interrogation with both hands, and the Holy Emperor, who could not see his exact appearance while sitting high at the top, moved his fingers slightly. The information in Jiang Yihan's hand appeared in an instant, only to see his eyes slightly narrowed. His divine sense quickly swept through the zhengzhua in his hand, and the contents inside were instantly read all the way through. Dear ministers, do you know how many shenanigans have been bred in a small earldom? Let me tell you, they've bred hundreds of bizarre spirits, including 3 of the transcendent realm. This is what you told me, that the people of the Great Yen dynasty live in peace and all is thriving. At this time the officials in the Great Hall, the atmosphere do not dare to come out. All panicked head bowed and bent over. None of them dare to come forward to explain. The Holy Emperor wants to break up the corrupt aristocratic community, and that's something the people here know all too well. However, from the establishment of Great Yen to now, after several epochs, these nobles have long been rooted and flourished. Can't they be broken just by saying so? No one would deny the strength of the royal family and the court, but this kingdom, that too, depended on the nobles to be maintained. If the aristocratic system is missing, the entire court's middle and high-end combat power will instantly be reduced by half. This is not something that the celestial dynasty can withstand. There are hostile forces in countries outside, and the abyss inside that still has to be suppressed, plus the sects and sects supported by the gods and demons. Strong men were needed everywhere to suppress it, and the strength of the royal family and the people alone could not maintain such a huge area of the country. Now this holy emperor even wanted to take on the nobles. Thinking about it, the crowd found it unbelievable. Zhang Haoyan's hazy figure was shrouded in a mist at all times, and at this moment, no one knew what this high and mighty holy emperor was actually thinking at this moment. Jiang Yihan's afterglow surveyed the princes in the hall. Although there was no noble family behind these people, but they were just like another noble class. The celestial dynasty has a rule that those who come out of the nobility cannot join the dynasty as an official, and even in the army, they cannot hold any position. Once an ordinary person was knighted, they had to automatically detach themselves from the officialdom, and all of them had to register and join the court's hall of offerings, the battlefield of the front line, the battlefield of suppressing the abyss. They all went to fight as offerings. In fact, this has resulted in the fact that many people, once knighted, are less inclined to be in the hustle, and they start running their own little homes. But knighthoods can't be unseated, and that's the downside of an ancient kingdom. Nowadays, the noble group is one of the main forces in the country, and the game between the court and the nobles has continued for several epochs. Previously, Jiang Yihan had also wondered if it was possible to support a new group of noble classes to break or replace the old noble clans. However, when he understood the specifics of the Tianyan continent, he no longer had such naive thoughts. In the transcendental world, everyone's sense of nationhood wasn't very strong, and the imperial court was just a platform for them to gain benefits. When the benefits are in hand, the attraction of this platform to them cannot be very strong. Who would tie themselves to the court in a time when personal greatness was added? At this time, these princes in the courtroom, in Jiang Yihan's opinion, there is no difference between them and other noble clans. After returning to the royal residence, Zhao Gao saw that Jiang Yihan's expression was a bit off, so he inquired, "Your Highness came back from the court today. Why is your mood so low?" Jiang Yihan thought about it and told him everything that happened in the courtroom today, and finally said in a firm tone, "Sooner or later, Great Yan will be mine, and I can't allow such a noble from in. They're a bunch of vampires now, always sucking up the court's sustenance to grow their family. But nowadays, the roots of the noble power are flourishing. Can't I be shaken by a small prince?" Zhao Gao, on the other hand, said softly after hearing this, "I'm afraid your highness has forgotten your own strengths. The last thing we need is a man of honor. Sooner or later, these rotten noble clans of Great Yan will be replaced by our people. Right now the most important thing we can do is bottoms on strength." Jiang Yihan's eyes lit up. Yes, these people that he had redeemed were all loyal to him. When they replace the existing noble clans, there will not be a situation like today's Dian. At that time, the overall strength of Great Yan would be screwed together and there would be no more losses from internal consumption. Even the two great ancestral sacred courts of the human race would not be placed in their eyes anymore. Great Yan could try to break through to a higher level, like that legendary heavenly court. Chapter 26, Taking Pills to Enhance Cultivation. As one of the powerful races on the Tianyan continent, the human race had two ancestral courts in the east and west. Then there were the 9 great heavenly dynasties, followed by the 81 imperial dynasties. And as for the imperial dynasties and dynasties, the number was even greater. Regardless of which race, the lifespan of any dynasty is no more than 1,000 years. This was because the dynasty simply didn't have any transcendent realm cultivators in existence and couldn't afford to provide for transcendent realm cultivators. After the development of a dynasty to the extreme point, it will inevitably rise to the imperial dynasty. Heaven and earth for the upgrading of the country's status will be sent down to the calamity. At this time, disasters would be frequent within the dynasty's territory, and the neighboring foreign races, even including the imperial dynasty, would be obstructive. If you cross over, then you will be blessed by heaven and earth and smoothly promoted to a royal dynasty. But if you don't cross over, you can only be divided up by the neighboring powers. Dynasty is the same, except that the life of the dynasty will not exceed 10,000 years. Even if you 10,000 years do not want to take the initiative to promote cannot. The rules of heaven and earth restrict that within 10,000 years you must be promoted, and at that time, all kinds of disasters will appear, and if you survive them, you are promoted to the imperial dynasty. As for the lifespan of an imperial dynasty, it would be much longer, and if it wasn't destroyed halfway through, it would be more than 100,000 years, or an epoch. When the time comes, the calamities to be experienced will be incomparably stringent, and the unlucky imperial dynasties may be even more unlucky. Let's say the end of an emperor's lifespan happened to be the end of the epoch. That would be sour. Not only did they have to face the calamity from heaven and earth, but they also had to face the massive invasion of the abyss. Basically there was no life without death. Look at the human race today. It has only developed to the point where there are only 9 heavenly dynasties in existence. Not that these are the only 9 heavenly dynasties in history. Rather, heavens has been the mainstay of the resistance against the abyss every time. So the number of heavens has just never been able to increase. As for the sacred court or ancestral court, this was not the same as a kingdom. They were like a race's council of elders. It was basically filled with experts, with no mortal realm present. These people were the last of the human race's reserves. In fact, there was no difference in the high-end combat power of the celestial dynasty compared to the ancestral sacred court. It was only that the number of high-end combatants in the heavenly dynasties was small, while the number of ancestral courts was large. And some of the experts in the ancestral courts were still people sent there by the major heavenly dynasties. The ancestral court generally seldom went out because they suppressed the chi of this race, and once they suffered a heavy loss, it would inevitably have a bad effect on this race. In the history of the heavenly diffusion continent, this kind of thing had happened too many times. and the ancestral courts of some powerful races had suffered such heavy losses that the chi of their communities were in turmoil. Then there were fewer and fewer geniuses born to the community, and all kinds of disasters occurred so frequently that it wouldn't take more than one epoch for a powerful community to disappear into the long river of history. Moreover, the main opponents of the ancestral court were actually the gods and demons that had been sleeping since the ancient era. Legend has it that before the ancient era, the original beings on this continent were actually those gods and demons. Only something had happened that caused the gods and devils to die in slumber, and over the past few epochs, some of these gods and devils had awakened. They compelled the beings of many races, granting them gong methods, granting them strength, and allowing them to establish sects, in order to stir up the trend of the world and take back the possession of this continent. Don't look at the fact that they were called gods and demons, but their cultivation level was actually similar to that of a transcendent high-level cultivator. It is also possible to kill. So these sects and sects established by the compulsion of gods and demons are the key targets of the countries. Of course, the sects are not all supported by gods and demons behind the scenes. Some are also established by casual cultivators. In short, the situation in the Tianyan continent is incomparably complicated. Zhang Yihan also didn't have the ability to lay out the entire continent right now. The most important thing for him right now was to try to increase his strength in his dedicated cultivation room in the royal residence. At this moment, Zhang Yihan took a small returning pill and then ran his energy to digest the energy of the pill. Instantly, he felt the true chi in his body skyrocket and a chi and blood barrier covered his body. Thus, it hurriedly transformed this energy into true chi, flushing the flesh over and over again. While increasing the defense of the flesh, he transformed the blood in his body. After breaking through to the blood transformation realm before, due to the fact that he was only in the pre-blood transformation stage, therefore, only about 10% of the blood in his body was newborn. The bone marrow was responsible for creating blood, but it needed true chi and energy as nourishment. And on weekdays, the aura absorbed from cultivation was transformed into mortal realm true chi. Outside of using it to provide daily consumption, there wouldn't be much left, and it could only be used little by little to change blood. Therefore, if you want the blood exchange to be complete, then you can only slowly use time to simmer, or take heavenly materials to speed up the process. Although the Tianyan continent was rich in materials, there were also many cultivators, and heavenly materials and treasures were ultimately in the minority. Just like Zhang Yihan himself, he had actually taken heavenly materials and treasures, or else he would have become a blood transformation realm cultivator at a mere 20 years old. The average person, at this age, was still polishing their fleshly body, and the slightly better ones had just become the bone forging realm. About half an hour later, he opened his eyes and felt his current strength. At this point, he was just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the middle stage of blood exchange, only that he remembered that the first time he took the little returning Dan, the effect was the best, and then when he took it again, the effect slowly diminished. This was also in line with the laws of heaven and earth. Otherwise, I'm afraid that everyone on the Tianyan continent would be in the transcendent realm. In his heart, he roughly estimated that the efficacy of this elixir would at the very least top half a month of his own cultivation. At this time, there were still 9 lesser reduction pills in his hand, so he should be able to break through to blood transformation perfection. Then it was to take the mirror breaking Dan and break through to the viscera refining realm in one fell swoop. Although by then, the foundation might be a bit unstable. However, as long as it took 2 or 3 days, one would be able to completely stabilize the viscera refining realm. Thinking of this, he threw another elixir into his mouth, then closed his eyes and fell into cultivation once again. The sun sets and rises, and 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye. That morning, Machamp came outside the cultivation room, at which time Zhao Gao was guarding the place with a few Iron Eagle swordsmen. Chief Steward Zhao, has His Highness not come out yet? Zhao Gao shook his head. A trace of worry flashed in his eyes. Now that His Highness has been in seclusion for 3 days, why hasn't there been the slightest movement? If he hadn't been able to feel His Highness inside and outside of his breathing, he would have rushed in. Mao Chang was also a bit worried. He did not continue to ask anymore, but together with Zhao Gao, stood outside the door to wait for His Highness. Right at this moment, the eyes of the few people outside all lit up, and the worries in their hearts completely dissipated. They sensed that His Highness had made a breakthrough, the kind of moment when one breaks through a great realm, and one's own aura could not be concealed in any way. As expected, the door to the cultivation room was opened, and Zhang Yihan walked out with his breath exuding out of his body, dressed in white. Chapter 27, The Hundian Marquis House comes. Congratulations to Your Highness on your cultivation breakthrough. The transcendent realm is just around the corner. Mao Chong, Zhao Gao and a few Iron Eagle swordsmen together congratulate their highness. Jiang Yihan was also unable to hide his joy. He had finally stepped into the viscera refining realm. Refining viscera realm, the 5 viscera and 6 bowels in the human body are the most important organs, but they are also the most fragile organs. Cultivators in this realm needed to polish and refine their organs step by step, to make the strength of the organs slowly not different from the physical body. Because when the mortal realm transmigrated, the organs had to undergo a transmigration as well. And if they were still the organs of previous mortals, they wouldn't even think of transmigrating. Moreover, after the organ is strengthened, its own battle power and defense will also be greatly increased. In the past, perhaps with one punch, someone else could break your organs, but after a bit of organ refining was completed, even if the enemy's true chi broke through one's flesh, the organs in the body were also able to resist it. And most importantly, the body of a cultivator of the transcendent mortal realm wasn't the true chi of the mortal realm anymore. Rather, the mana is now of a higher quality, which requires all aspects of the body to become stronger. Otherwise, the fragile internal organs would not be able to withstand the pressure from the mana. Your Highness, your breakthrough is still unstable right now and you need a few days of nurturing. Otherwise, once you get injured, or break through again, it will be detrimental to your foundation in the future. Zhao Gao said softly. Jiang Yihan nodded his head to indicate that he knew, and he would definitely contain his cultivation in these few days. Thinking of this, he took out a jade bottle and casually threw it to Zhao Gao. There are 9 mirror-breaking pills in here. Right now you can just use them. Find a suitable time to take them and break through to the Yin God realm as soon as possible. As for the rest of the remaining ones, you can put them away for now, and if any of the inner guards break through, you can bestow one at your discretion. Zhao Gao was overjoyed and hurriedly put away the jade bottle. Many thanks, Your Highness, and I thank Your Highness for the inner guards for their kindness as well. He was already at the perfection of the transcendent mortal second realm and was about to break through. And with this mirror-breaking pill, the breakthrough would be without the slightest danger. Starting from the mortal realm, every time a cultivator broke through a realm, he had to endure a certain amount of risk, just like when refining the bones to break through to refining the marrow. If one is not careful, one's bone marrow will be completely necrotic, and that would be hilarious. With the bone marrow necrotic, one would basically become an invalid as well. In the case of, say, a blood exchange breakthrough to refine the marrow, if one was not careful, the moment of breakthrough, the true chi in one's body would skyrocket, destroying one's organs in one go. So, the main function of the mirror-breaking pill was actually not to allow you to break through easily, but rather to reduce the risks involved at the moment of breakthrough. Jiang Yihan looked at Mao Chong. Mao Champ, you haven't reached perfection in the Yin God realm yet, so you won't be able to use this kind of elixir for a while. I'll leave you and your own men alone for now this time. Mao Champ said that it was fine. Anyway, if there were no accidents, it would probably take a long time if he wanted his Yin Shin to be perfect. After all, it is a cultivator of the transcendental realm now. Every breakthrough of a small realm, all to dark years to say, this is still the cultivation speed of those geniuses. If it was an ordinary transcendent realm cultivator, it would be literally decades, hundreds of years, for each small realm breakthrough. It was only then that Machamp remembered that he had come over to report on this occasion. Your Highness, someone from the Marquis of Hun Tian's residence has gone to the Jingue Sea. The Marquis of Hun Tian? What are their people doing here in Jingue Sea? Hun Tian Ho, although in the Marquis, is a more famous lineage. According to rumors of this lineage of ancestors, when it was the sky is not afraid of the earth. Once, he only traveled to other realms outside of the domain, refined a small realm, and then placed it in his family as the family's ancestral land. It seemed as if he hadn't crossed paths with anyone from the Hun Tian Ho lineage. Your Highness, the matter is like this. The wife of the current generation of Surabaya is from the Hun Tian Ho lineage, and it's not just any clan, it's one of the more important offspring. After Jiang Yihan heard this, a light flashed in his eyes. So it was like this. This is interesting. What? Is the person from the Hun Tian Marquis residence trying to plead for Surabaya? That's not true, Your Highness. They came to the door this time because they wanted to take away Uncle Surabaya's wife and son. I hope Your Highness will be accommodating. So I dare not take matters into my own hands and hasten to come and inform Your Highness. Let's go. Now go to the Jingue division. I'd like to see just how big the face of this Hun Tian Ho's lineage is. Humph. You simply don't put my Jingue Sea in your eyes. After saying that, he led the way out. Zhao Gao hurriedly went ahead to prepare the carriage, and at the same time, arranged for several inner guards to follow to protect His Highness. Instead of protection, it was more like a pretense. In the divine capital, who would dare to come and assassinate the royal prince? Unless one wants to go to war for good, or drag an entire force into it that doesn't want to live. There was once a royal son of a heavenly dynasty in the human race who was assassinated by a foreigner in the street, but fortunately he was eventually saved. However, even so, the group where that foreign race was located was hardened and completely annihilated by that heavenly dynasty after spending thousands of years. One must know that the clan where that foreign race is located is not an ordinary small clan. The clan is full of experts, and the highest combat power is on par with the heavenly kingdom. Only in the end, there were too few of them, and they were rounded up and killed. This was the hegemony and dominance of the celestial dynasty. And even the assassin organizations that traversed this cosmic sea didn't dare to assassinate the celestial dynasty's imperial prince. Here in the Jingue Sea Square, at this time, Profound Yulo stopped in front of a few people in brocade clothes. Guys, I said you can only wait here. You can't go anywhere else. So don't give me a hard time. Otherwise, according to the rules of the Jingue Sea, this official will make a move. Yuan Yulo looked at the few people in front of him with displeasure. They were people from the Hun Tian Hofu, and like himself, they were also from the clan. Yuan Yulo, I didn't expect you to come to serve in the Jingue division. You've simply disgraced our clan. A younger male said arrogantly, looking down on the Jingue Sea. Just as he was about to continue, the leader waved his hand to stop it before looking at Yuan Yulu. Nephew Yuan, we only want to check first now. If our clan members are injured, there's no other malicious intent. If I insist on breaking in, I'm afraid you, a cultivator of the divine thought realm, won't be able to stop me. The pride of the clan was manifested in this moment, and they didn't put the Jingue Sea in their eyes at all. Although the head of the Jingue division was His Highness, King Chang'an, who was now in the limelight. King Chang'an was King Chang'an, and the Jingue division was the Jingue division. It wasn't like they were looking down on the Chang'an king, but they were just looking down on the Jingue Sea. Yuan Yulo didn't bother wasting any more words, just shook his head. His attitude was already clear. Yuchi Yulo, we're discussing with you. That's because we look up to you. If you don't know any better, watch out for me to demolish the tiny Jingue Sea. As soon as the words left his mouth, a voice came from far away in the doorway. Oh, such a big mouth. This king gives you the guts to try dismantling one. Chapter 28 The Unscrupulous King of Chang'an. 5 spirit beasts pulled a luxurious carriage, surrounded by 8 transcendent realm guards. This was the scene that the crowd of the Jingue Sea saw, and the crowd of the Jingue Sea, who were still confronting the people of the Hun Tian Marquis residence at the moment, immediately crossed over to a few people, quickly appeared at the gate, then bent neatly in salute. Greetings, Lord Master of the Division. Zhang Yihan's subordinates, as long as they were from the Jingue Division, would basically address him as Lord Division Master on formal occasions. As for Zhao Gao and Mao Chong, these people addressed him as Your Highness. Of course, other than the people of the Jingue Sea, everyone else would address him as His Highness. A young man dressed in white with a white cloak with gold trimming got down from the carriage. All of you, level off. No need to be polite. After saying that, he walked inside the Jingue Sea, followed by Yuan Yulo and Mao Chom on both sides behind him. When Zhang Yihan saw the few strangers standing in the courtyard, he understood in his heart that this should be the people from the Hun Tian Marquis. Who was it just now that wanted to demolish my town guile division? Step forward and let me see. This is the first time that this king has seen that someone dares to try to tear down a governmental institution in heaven. After saying that, his eyes stared dead at the several people in front of him. The leader was a middle-aged man. Only this kind of person that could see the real age from the face. Seeing that these people did not speak, Zhang Yihan had disdain in his eyes and a sneer at the corner of his mouth. What? A descendant of Marquis Hun Tian? Dare you say you don't dare to admit it? Who doesn't dare to admit it? It's what I say how, and I'm not allowed to speak. Zhang Yihan's disdainful gaze and smile deeply irritated one of the young men, who had been planning to admit defeat. After all, the other party was a prince, or the master of this place, and he didn't dare to be overly reckless. But the clan had the clan's own pride, and although he wasn't a direct descendant of the main lineage, that was still a concubine of the main lineage. The status and position is placed in the outside world, and it is also resoundingly expensive. What's wrong with princes? It's not like they're saint emperors. They're not really afraid of the Hun Tian lineage. Good. Worthy of being from the Hun Tian Marquis lineage. Bold and courageous. Hey, I didn't do it. It's just something to say. Don't think that just because you're the king you can talk nonsense. The young man hastened to explain that, after all was said and done, I didn't really intend to do anything. Zhang Yihan smiled gently. Oh yeah, After saying that, his right hand's true chi surged, and across a distance of a few meters, he directly sucked in a piece of stone-carved decoration. Then with a violent swing, only to see the stone in his hand quickly hit a side hall. Crashing. The windows of the side hall were instantly smashed to pieces, and all the people present were dumbfounded as to why the master of the division wanted to smash the Jingu AC by himself. Not waiting for these people to react yet, Jiang Yihan's voice rang out. Profound Jade Tower. Take down this person. Daring to destroy the Jingu AC's building? It's simply audacious. This is a proper planting. In front of so many people, Jiang Yihan did not have the slightest scruple. Profound Yulo's heart was jolted. Instantly dodging and appearing in front of several people from the Hun Tian marquee, reaching over the middle-aged man and directly grabbing at that young man. It was at this point that the crowd realized that the division master was being too reckless. But why did they feel so good in their hearts? The middle-aged man violently reached out with a palm, repelling Profound Yulo's movements, then said with an ugly face, Your Highness King Chang'an, aren't you afraid of damaging the face of the royal family like this? Jiang Yihan was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. These clansmen, all of them had their noses in the air, and nowadays, they were becoming more and more disrespectful to the royal family. If they don't take this opportunity to knock them down, they really think that the Jinguaci is something they can come to whenever they want. Mao Champ. Behind him, Mao Chong instantly arrived in front of the middle-aged man. His right hand clenched his fist and struck the man straight in the face. The mana on his fist, coalescing into a white tiger's head. Roar! It was the first time that the crowd present had seen this Jinguaci division envoy make a move, and vaguely, they could all hear the sound of a tiger roar ringing out. The middle-aged man didn't dare to slack off. He could feel that this person was in the same realm of cultivation as himself, so he had to get in the spirit to deal with it. Right after Mao Chong made his move, Yuan Yulo once again made a flash and appeared in front of the young man. This time no one could stop him. Looking at the young man whose face was green and somewhat tense, and who was still trying to use his energy to resist his grasp, Profound Yulo revealed a hint of disdain. I can't stop your elders, but you, a mortal realm cultivator, wanting to defy me with your praying mantis is simply looking for death. Therefore, the right hand, which was in the shape of an open grab, immediately turned into a clenched fist, and then struck the man in the chest before he could even react. Instantly, a mouthful of blood spurted out of the man's mouth, and his body immediately flew backwards uncontrollably. However, Profound Yulo dodged again, pulling out a residual shadow of his body, instantly appearing in front of this person and grabbing him by the neck. Then his feet stepped on the ground slightly, and his body made a turn and flew back to its original place. Division Master, the man has been captured. Jiang Yihan nodded, not even looking at the young man lying on the ground. At this time, the fight between Mao Chun and the middle-aged man was about to end, because the middle-aged man was almost pressed by Mao Champ and had no choice but to use his life-preserving moves, because he could feel it. The person who was fighting with himself could possibly kill himself if Jiang Yihan didn't stop him. Even if he killed himself here, Jiang Yihan and Jinguaci would not lose a single hair. Instead, he sent himself to death for nothing, because they didn't come over this time. It wasn't arranged by Marquis Hun Tian, but by the grandfather of Surabaya's wife, the younger brother of this generation of Marquis Hun Tian, trying to take people away from the Jinguaci in the name of the Marquis of Hun Tian. It just didn't occur to him that this highness was so forceful and unreasonable that he didn't put the Hun Tianho lineage in his eyes at all. In this kind of battle, it was basically useless for the Yin god to come out of the body, but instead, it would also cause unnecessary injuries. So the middle-aged man pinched a spell with both hands. Only the area in the middle of the two eyebrows was faintly glowing with a bright light. This was the divine idea coming out of the body. Mao Champ was slightly disdainful when he saw this. That's it? The clan is too weak. However, thinking about it, his own movements did not stop in the slightest, only to see him draw the embroidered spring sword at his waist. Yes, after the brocade guards were summoned, each of them was equipped with an embroidered spring sword on their waist, and it wasn't just any sword. They all belonged to the magic treasure now, and like Mao Champ and that 100 of them, both of them have their Xiuchuan swords at the level of spiritual treasures now. Strictly speaking, no matter if it was a magic treasure or a spirit treasure, or a higher level weapon, they were all collectively referred to as magic treasures. But in life, people refer to the mortal realm as Dharma, calling the transcendent mortal realm's magic treasures as spiritual treasures now. As for those above the transcendent mortal realm, they would be supreme treasures. Of course, the supreme treasure might not even exist in Great Yen. Only the ancestral court of the human race would have it, right? Far from it. Back to the scene of the fight. only to see Machamp clasping the embroidered spring sword with both hands, all the gongfu quickly running. A white tiger figure appeared in the sky above his head. Chapter 29, Suppressing the Coming of the Marquis of Huntian. The white tiger threw back his head and growled, though there was no sound. This was a manifestation of the kung fu that Mao Chang had practiced, and the sword in his hand swung forward violently, and the white tiger instantly made a lunge forward. It directly slammed into the sharp sword transformed by the middle-aged man's divine thoughts. The sound of the sword, the sound of the tiger's whistle, both sounded almost simultaneously. Stab! Like the sound of a razor blade cutting through glass rang out, causing everyone present to go pale for a moment, and Yuan Yulo hurriedly surged his mana to protect both him and Jiang Yihan. His highness cultivation is low at the moment, so it would be his own fault if he were to be affected. Yuji Yulo didn't want to make such a cheap mistake. Ah! The middle-aged man suddenly let out a cry of pain, his forehead veins showing and his face going pale in an instant. The collision between his divine idea and Mayachamp's white tiger figure caused his own divine idea to be damaged. This is a very painful and intolerable. At this time, only to see his hands holding his head, his hair also into a loose shape, the whole person lying on the ground, shrinking into a ball. The two young men left on the scene shouted out anxiously, "Uncle Sam! Uncle San! What's wrong with you?" The two of them hurriedly rushed forward, trying to pick up Uncle San who was lying on the ground. The two of them were now really at a loss for words. One could only keep calling out to third uncle, and even if they wanted to help, there was nothing they could do because they were all mortal realm cultivators, not knowing how to treat transcendent realm cultivators at all. This would be even the young man who had been captured by the profound Jade Tower earlier, who couldn't care less about his own injuries. I wanted to get up and hurry over to help, but just as I stood up and hadn't even taken a step, a voice sounded quietly, "Try taking a step without my order." Turning back to Jiang Yihan, this person clenched his lips and stared at him with hatred. "Your Highness King Chang'an, if something happens to my third uncle today, my Hun Tianho lineage will be at loggerheads with you." This time they came over as a total loss. They thought it would be an easy thing to do. Chang'an King and how to say, will also give the Marquis a face, but did not think, not give the slightest face thing, and also deliberately planted, injured himself and the third uncle. This revenge, if this time peacefully back to the Hofu, he will definitely tell the Hofu, Tang clan people, today in the Jingui Sea, just like garbage, by others' arbitrary trampling. If you have time to worry about your third uncle, you might as well think about what offense you should bear for casually damaging the Jingui Sea's building. After this person heard this, he was almost so angry that he spewed out a mouthful of old blood once again. It's a fair and square planting of himself. Why? Why doesn't he care about his face and reputation? On the surface, it looks like strangers are like Jade, but in reality, they are so shameless and faceless. The appearance of such a royal son in the current generation of the royal family would be good or bad for the noble clans in the future. Much came to the young man's mind at this moment. He had a premonition in his heart that this faceless prince, I'm afraid, would be the clan's enemy in the future, because he could sense that King Chang'an didn't have the slightest bit of goodwill towards the clan. Seeing that things were settled, Jiang Yihan waved his hand and had these four people locked up for the time being, although he can't be killed for the time being now. But if the Marquis of Hun Tian wants to ransom him, then he will have to pay a certain price. Returning to his main hall, Jiang Yihan sat in his own seat at the top, leaning back in his chair. He rested his right hand on the armrest, his palm supporting his head. Then he fell into deep thought. The reason why he was making a big deal today was to deter the others. Just one Surabaya's lineage alone couldn't do the job of making an example of him. How can I put it? Surabaya, a chicken, can only suppress ordinary nobles and families. Thinking about those clans and Jianghu clans, they didn't care much at all, realizing that all these powerful ones had existed for several epochs. A small, newly established Jingu AC is really not qualified enough to make people scorn it. That's why it happened today. But it was only a slight deterrent. After all, it was not the core figure of the Hun Tian Hofu. Even if he was beheaded by himself today, it was not enough for the purpose of complete deterrence. Unless one or two clan families were exterminated, this could possibly deter those people. But nowadays, his strength was limited. So if he wanted to exterminate the clan, he really didn't have the ability to do so. From the moment he had awakened from the mythic altar, he had secretly resolved that he must take control of this ancient and huge heavenly dynasty. He wanted to sit in that holy emperor's position and look down on the whole world. And the bits of the celestial dynasty were far from enough to satisfy one's appetite. Think of the universes beyond the Tianyan continent. These were all waiting to be conquered. The ultimate goal was to make the great Yan heavenly dynasty. that eternal and immortal heavenly court. Just then, the two of them, Profound Yulo and Machamp, came to the main hall and stood not far from the lower head, bowing neatly before Machamp opened his mouth. Your Highness, a few people from the Huntian Marquis residence. How should we deal with them? Zhang Yihan sat up straight and after a slight thought, he commanded, let's keep it like this for now, and tomorrow have someone notify Marquis Huntian himself so that he can come and claim him. Yuan Yulo sighed in relief from the side. He was afraid that the division master would just prepare to click a few people. Anyway, all this time, he had almost figured out the character of the master of the division, which was, to put it nicely, overbearing. To put it bluntly, it is unscrupulous. At the moment, the strength of the Jinguac is weak. If it is really a full-scale war with the clans, then how can we go out to suppress the weirdness in the future? People can make the Department of Guile Suppression lose a lot of money with a little movement. The court won't come down personally without evidence. Fortunately, although the division master was unscrupulous, he was still able to know the difference between light and heavy. Machamp nodded, then stepped aside, giving the next incoming question to Yuchi Yulo, master of the division. Now that the crimes of the Surabaya lineage have been examined, how should we convict the people we imprisoned? This matter can't be delayed any longer. My subordinate thinks that it has to be done quickly. Otherwise, someone might come along behind and plead for mercy. Today this one pleads to take away 1 or 2. Tomorrow that one pleads to take away 1 or 2. If we don't agree, we'll offend quite a few people. And if we do, we'll undermine the majesty of the Jinguac. Zhang Yihan frowned slightly. He had to admit that Yuan Yulo had a point. Who does not have a confidant and friend, and relatives and so on? Surabaya lineage, at least, has been inherited for thousands of years. There were definitely nobles and families that were friends with them, just like what Yuan Yulo said. When the time comes, these people come to plead for mercy. Do they give face or not? Give it, the important offspring of the Surabaya house. I am afraid that they will all be led away. If you don't give it, you will offend a lot of people at once, in which case, the road behind the Jinguac will be even more difficult. Mainly, right now, he didn't have much access to sacrificable resources. You can't just catch the human race and kill them. You can only head to the border and the battlefields of the suppression of the abyss if you want to have abundant sacrificial resources. But as the head of the Jinguac division, he was not allowed to leave the divine capital without special circumstances. Something has to be done, or else when will we be strong at this rate? Chapter 30 Sacrifice again. Zhang Yihan tapped his fingers on the armrest, and after figuring out the matter regarding the involvement of Surabaya's lineage, he decisively commanded, Yuchi Yulo, pass on my order. The Surabaya lineage has bred weirdness and indirectly plotted against many people in the Heavenly Kingdom. The crime is unforgivable and has already violated the bottom line of the Heavenly Kingdom. By order of this king, all the experts of the transcendent realm of the Surabaya lineage are sentenced to death by decapitation. Mortal realm males, abolish their cultivation and escort them to the mines for eternal labor. The female mortal realm likewise abolishes their cultivation and is sent to the teaching private place, where they will be assigned their place by the people of the teaching private place. Standing on the side of the Machamp slightly surprised, he thought that His Highness would all give all the beheading, but did not think that it would be handled in such a way. It was then realized that this was a good sentence. The transcendent realm must be decapitated, and the court would not be heartbroken by the loss of these transcendents anyway. Moreover, after beheading the transcendent realm, it would be a good deterrent to some people. As for the males in the mortal realm, abolishing their cultivation was necessary, and after being escorted into the mines, there was no fear of the possibility of them escaping. In fact, after abolishing the cultivation, it would never be possible to cultivate in this life, and the quality of the flesh was still there, which was a rare labor force in the mines. Most of the spirit crystals circulating on the continent were made from spirit stones mined from the ground, except for the major heavenly dynasties that could artificially create them using formations. Besides, mining isn't just for these things. Ordinary metal minerals are still useful in the transcendental world. As for the women in the mortal realm, abolishing their cultivation and hitting the teaching private workshop is also a good solution. Under the teaching private workshop, there were institutions such as court rituals and music, as well as venues for the sexually oriented, who either became geisha playing and performing in the court, or sold their bodies in the venues for the sexually oriented. We can't kill these mortal realm females as well. It would be bad for your highness's reputation. A murderous king. No one would like that. Profound Yulo was also a bit surprised. Like Machamp, he also thought that the master of the division would take everyone in the Surabaya lineage and would kill them all. No one would have a problem with it if it was handled this way by the Master of the Division. Understood. Lord Master of the Division, when exactly will the execution take place? Tomorrow then. Notify the people from the teaching private workshop, as well as the people from the Ministry of Justice, and tell them to come over tomorrow to collect their respective men. Teaching private workshops to come and collect females, and the Ministry of Justice to come and collect males who have abolished their cultivation, and they will be uniformly distributed to the various mines in the territory. In fact, the Jinguesi could also do it, but this time, Zhang Yihan gave this task to the Ministry of Justice. He also remembered that an official from the Ministry of Justice, with the support of Zhang Yuxian, had previously sued himself in the courtroom. This time he's going to dig a hole, and if the Ministry of Justice dares to drop the prisoner halfway through, this will be something to talk about. Of course, the Ministry of Justice was not a one-man show, and in this transcendental world, an official's power could be tied to more than just his official position. It's also related to one's own strength. You, a transcendent mortal 1 realm superior officer, definitely can't subdue a transcendent mortal 3 realm subordinate. After the two of them left, Zhang Yihan opened the entrance to the dungeon before heading to the dungeon alone. The prison of the Jinguesi is divided into 2 parts. One part is on the ground and is for people like Surabaya. Part of it is underground, just to hold the spooky. There were 2 entrances to the dungeon, one here in the main hall and the other outside, and normally, only Zhang Yihan could enter from here in the main hall. Everyone else, you can only go in through the other entrance. Upon seeing Zhang Yihan come down, the guards guarding the dungeon immediately bent down and saluted. Greetings, Lord Master of the Division. All be excused. You go out first and stand guard at the door. Yes, the crowd was not surprised. Lord Division Master was planning to use shenanigans again to familiarize himself with battle power. It had happened twice before, and to say the least, they were in awe of the fact that an honorable person like the Master of the Division would personally deal with the shenanigans for the sake of his own real-world experience, even at the risk of a certain amount of risk. In fact, Zhang Yihan didn't need to come down personally. The altar in his mind nowadays could already cover a wider range, if it wasn't for the sake of exercising practical combat experience, which likewise was a shortcut to cultivation. He wouldn't have bothered to come and kill these creeps on his own, by letting a random henchman go forward to kill it. He could have been in the main hall, letting the altar absorb the bizarre life essence. When he came to the place where these shenanigans were being held, he didn't rush to start the fight first, but instead observed the shenanigans of the 3 transcendent realms among them. These 3 bizarre, at this time on the body can be vaguely felt. They are surrounded by wailing cries. These were all mutilated living beings, basically of the human race, and judging just from the evil aura on their bodies, these few spooks had killed quite a few living beings. It is evident that the people of the Surabaya lineage have secretly and indirectly killed how many people for their own self-interest. One of the transcendent realm creeps seemed to sense someone coming from outside the formation, so his eyes were fixed on the formation, wanting to see if someone was coming to let himself out. No matter what, it was quite good to have hope, but to his disappointment, Zhang Yihan has not been arrogant enough to personally kill the transcendent realm shenanigans. It seems that he had to borrow this formation. Just then, Zhang Yihan tried to communicate with the altar to see if he could kill the 3 transcendent realm shenanigans in front of him. Only to his disappointment, the altar only had the function of absorbing and redeeming. It was not capable of actual combat. Zhang Yihan is also a small disappointment. He has long thought of this situation, if it really has the ability to fight in the field, but also his host what to use. Looking at the 3 transcendent creeps in the formation, Zhang Yihan was ready to make his move. Although they were transcendent 1 realm creeps, but if they were placed outside, a finger could hold himself down, and there was this array of locks. This kind of formation, specially used to lock up prisoners of the transcendent realm, as long as they are trapped by this kind of formation, no matter if you are a strong person of the transcendent realm, it's almost not much different from a mortal, and only the flesh still has some abilities. Zhang Yihan couldn't help but lament that this kind of transcendent great world that had developed for countless epochs had a deep heritage in the end. There were all kinds of bird-like formations, and a transcendentally strong person shut in would instantly be suppressed into a mortal. Fortunately, this kind of formation needed to be connected to the earth's veins and couldn't be moved. Otherwise, the mortal realm would have been able to reverse the transcendent realm, revolving the gong method. The true chi in his body together with his fleshly body chi and blood instantly transformed into a long sword, only that it was ultimately the mortal realm, and the weapon that could be transformed looked somewhat illusory. A sword stabbed out directly. The sword pierced through the formation and instantly stabbed at one of the bizarre. This creepy still wanted to dodge, Only it was forgetting that in the formation. It was about as mortal as a mortal could be. And its body simply couldn't keep up with its brain's command. 3 hours later, Jiang Yihan looked at these bizarre, 150 of them, and they were all killed one by himself. The true qi and blood in his body would be almost depleted, and the qi replenishing pills he carried with him were also used up. Never again will you kill so many by yourself. It's better to leave it to your subordinates. It's too damn tiring. Jiang Yihan lamented. Chapter 31 Reward. Laying out the army. After returning to the ground, Jiang Yihan hit the road. Only what he didn't know was the scene that happened in Jinguei Sea today. It is spreading to the outside world at a rapid rate. This is not that someone from the Jinguei division intentionally leaked it, but we should know that these people from the Jinguei division, other than Profound Jade Tower, everyone else is in the military, and the secrecy that's not blown. Then there were these people from Jiang Yihan's brocade guards. Before the Holy Emperor and the court allowed Jiang Yihan to recruit experts from the private sector. But Jiang Yihan didn't have the slightest intention to do so, and he couldn't guarantee how much loyalty these people in the folklore actually had. Therefore, it was preferable for the Jinguei Sea to develop a bit slower in the early stages, and there was no intention to recruit experts and sea guards from the civil society, because he had the altar of myth. As long as there was shenanigans, as long as there were enemies, there was no fear of a lack of manpower, just like Machamp and these dozens of brocade guards. In the eyes of others, these are the masters recruited by His Highness from the people. Unbeknownst to them, these were a human race from the blue planet, not native at all. The inner guards of the royal palace escorted Jiang Yihan back to the palace, and Zhao Gao, as usual, waited at the entrance of the royal palace early in the morning. Welcome back, Your Highness, Zhao Gao, including the people behind Zhao Gao, all slightly bent down and saluted. Zhao Gao, when will you probably be ready to break through? After seeing Zhao Gao, Jiang Yihan casually asked. Thank you for remembering. Your Highness, you can't be without an expert in the house now. I'll wait for Your Highness to summon again, and after I have the right person, I'll be ready to break through the cultivation realm. Yes, a cultivation breakthrough in the transcendent realm was not something that could be done in the blink of an eye. Even if a mortal realm cultivator broke through, it would take a day and a night for a talented person to do so. The breakthrough time for transcendent realm cultivators, on the other hand, would be longer as their cultivation level increased. Just like the current Zhao Gao, it would take at least 5 or 6 days to break through to the realm of the Yin God. And this was still the effect of taking the mirror breaking Dan. If it's a regular person, then prepare for a long battle, because the breakthrough of each realm, but the crisis, not careful, light breakthrough failure need to recuperate for a long time. If you're heavy, you might get a complete hiccup. From now on, either take over the body and be reborn, or become a ghost cultivator. I guess. This world also has an underworld, but there is no such organization as hell. And the underworld is not the same realm as the yang world. Only the underworld relies on the yang world to survive. And nowadays the forces with ancient heritage have their own territories and organizations in the underworld. The cultivators of the underworld, who were all known as ghost cultivators, were still human, but their bodies were already constructed differently. The bodies of ghost cultivators are all in line with absorbing the aura transformed from the underworld, also known as ghost chi in the yang world. Only experts with unfathomable cultivation could travel to and from the passage between the two realms at will. After returning to his room, Jiang Yihan saw that the altar this would shine with a dazzling light. It looks like this altar, too, is kind of full. Ding, please ask the host to agree to the exchange as soon as possible. Ding, please ask the host to agree to the exchange as soon as possible. When his consciousness arrived here, he heard the altar reminding him every half hour. Just as Jiang Yihan was about to agree, he suddenly thought of a question and tried to communicate to see if the altar could answer it. Altar, the characters that are redeemed. Is there any pattern? No, randomly selected by the altar system. Jiang Yihan vaguely felt bad, so he asked again. That means that if I sacrifice a god or demon, it's possible to redeem some ordinary people? Yes, full marks for host understanding. Full points your sister. This is not a pit, although so far, the 2 redemptions are not bad. But who can guarantee that their next time is not a non-commercial? Then if that's the case, why does one have to chant sacrifices to gods and demons or masters? Why not specialize in sacrificing these low-strength shenanigans, when the redemption is random anyway? Just as he had finished his thought, the sacrificial sky broke his beautiful dream. Host, I urge you to be kind. The characters that are redeemed have their own strengths linked to the lives sacrificed, and the higher the grade and better the quality of the life sacrificed, the more benefits will be gained. You don't want the overlord to come out with just a mortal realm cultivation either. Well, Alter, you win. He really dare not bet. In case of good luck exchange out of the bully lubu or other martial arts. As a result, due to the fact that he had sacrificed trash lives, causing these people to be at the strength of the mortal realm now, he couldn't even cry. Alter, redeem it, this time redeem all these 100 plus shenanigans. After saying that, Zhang Yihan quietly waited for the redemption result. I hope I won't be disappointed this time. He hadn't been made to wait long, and almost as soon as he'd finished his instructions, the altar had completed its redemption task. Ding! The exchange is over. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 100 mirror breaking Dan, 100 small returning Dan, and 100 grass returning Dan. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the character Zhang Han, with a direct army of 1,000 men. Congratulations to the host, obtaining more than 200 Jinui. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the character Iron Eagle Swordsman 100. The exchange was over. Zhang Yihan suppressed the excitement in his heart and let out a long breath. The main thing he needed right now was a lack of manpower. And this time, the altar sent manpower over to him. Light flashed in his mind. This time, the cultivation of the Iron Eagle Swordsman were all a small realm higher than last time. The two captains were cultivated at the pre-divine mind realm, and the remaining ordinary swordsmen were at the mid-divine sense realm. Of the 200 or so brocade guards, 2 of the 100 household officers cultivated at divine consciousness perfection, and the rest of the brocade guards were at the same level of dragon transformation perfection as they were last time. What made Zhang Yihan most noteworthy was Zhang Han. This person's cultivation was only in the middle stage of the divine idea realm, but he was the first person to possess military talent of his own. Therefore, he had all but made arrangements for Zhang Han to go at this moment, and that was to serve in the army of the Heavenly Kingdom, going directly north. The northern part of the Great Yin Celestial Dynasty was next to the barbarians, and the two races were born to be mortal enemies, and on the border in the north, there were wars almost every day. Moreover, Zhang Han had 1,000-man force under him, and these people were at the lowest level of bone-forging realm cultivation, which was nothing less than the cultivation of the army of the Heavenly Fans Legion. This time, fortunately, there was only an army of 1,000 in size, so he could still easily maneuver it. If there were more people, he wouldn't be able to maneuver it well. Don't look at the immense size of the Heavenly Kingdom and the tens of billions of subjects within its borders, but the army recruitment and rules are very strict. He, the king, was at best arranging for these 1,000 men to hold out, and it would take a certain amount of effort. After all, he hadn't served in the army. Just like people like the brocade guards and the Iron Eagle swordsmen, he could just arrange them in the Jingu AC, but the army wasn't as convenient. And if those other royal children serving in the army knew about it, they would definitely get the people they had arranged for killed. Chapter 32 Arrangements for Subordinates. Broken Mirror Dan and Small Return Dan. Zhang Yihan had taken them and knew the effects of these two pills. How so? Just enough to reward these subordinates of theirs. As for the new grass returning Dan, this was not the grass returning Dan from the reality of his previous life. This was the grass returning Dan from the metaphysical world. The main function is to heal wounds. Mortal realm cultivators, no matter how many injuries they receive, as long as they still have a breath in them, a single grass returning pill can save him. Of course, save him, but not revive him with a broken limb. After reading these rewards, Zhang Yihan was secretly happy in his heart. This time it was a stroke of luck. More than 100 shenanigans as a lead. I didn't expect to redeem so many characters and elixirs. This time it seems that I am the O Huang. Zhao Gao. Mao Champ. Outside, Zhao Gao and Mao Chong immediately walked in. Your Highness, your subordinates are present. Once Zhang Yihan saw the two, he assigned tasks to each. Mao Chong. Empty the mansion of its underlings. Anyone who isn't one of us, gather them together and arrange them in the backyard for now. There was no way around it. This time there were 100 Iron Eagle swordsmen, as well as more than 200 brocade guards, appearing out of nowhere. If the rest of the mansion knew about it, there would be unnecessary trouble. But he couldn't dismiss them now, so he had to gather them in the backyard first, and just like that, he hadn't let that army of 1,000 out for a while. I am in command. Mao Champ turned away and Zhao Gao was next. Zhao Gao, go to the door and greet the visitor. The main reason why Zhao Gao should be allowed to go personally is that Zhang Han and Zhao Gao know each other. Never mind if they were enemies with each other in their last life. None of this life could interfere with his planning, or he wouldn't be polite if infighting delayed his development. Looking at Zhao Gao's back as he left, Zhang Yihan secretly said in his heart, I hope you can resolve the conflict with Zhang Han. It was already dark, and the king's house was particularly quiet tonight, for all these servants, gathered together by Machamp, were housed in the backyard. Hai Dafu had the intention to inquire about the exact reason, but seeing those cold and unfeeling inner guards around him, he had to dismiss the idea in his mind. These inner guards, Hai Dafu had never been able to figure out where exactly His Highness, the King of Chang'an, had gotten them from. Each one of them was at the predivine sense cultivation level, and when placed in the army, they could be a basic officer. As a person from the sacred concubine's mansion, he had the responsibility to report on the situation of the Chang'an royal mansion, but the sacred concubine had given him a task. That was for him to use whatever means to make King Chang'an put aside his unnecessary thoughts and assist his royal brother. It would be better to kill himself. Now the situation in the mansion. The sacred consort is not aware of it. He and others do not have any power or status at all. Every day is to clean the mansion, deal with some miscellaneous work. The power is that Zhao Gao single-handedly grasp. Have the intention to resist it? He is not a match for others. And it was clearly evident that His Highness didn't trust himself at all, and he didn't dare to tell the holy consort about his situation here with His Highness. Who cares about you when you're a useless person? It was just that Hai Dafu didn't know that this would be the square in the middle courtyard, where more than 300 people neatly stood, and on this side of the entrance to the mansion, Zhao Gao looked at the familiar faces in front of him, and his eyes narrowed slightly before returning to normal. I didn't think that you would be the one to come over this time. General Zhang Han, long time no see. A man who was roughly over 1 meter tall and exuded an aura of a sandy warrior also looked at Zhao Gao in front of him with some complexity. There was a hint of nostalgia in his eyes, a hint of hatred, and then the hatred disappeared. As he came out with the specifics of this world, it can be said that he is Zhang Han is not Zhang Han anymore, and the Zhao Gao in front of him is not Zhao Gao anymore. Then everything from the past life is gone with the wind. Lord Zhao, long time no see. The two of them stared at each other for a moment, and then they smiled at each other. Quite literally. General Zhang, follow me in. His Highness is still waiting. Good. Please lead the way in front of Lord Zhao. Zhang Yihan was standing quietly in the square, his eyes looking at these swordsmen and brocade guards in front of him. He was thinking at this moment, how should these 100 Iron Eagle swordsmen be arranged? Just then, two figures walked over. My subordinate, Zhang Han, sees Your Highness. The brocade guards and Iron Eagle swordsmen standing in the center of the square couldn't help but look at them. It was really the name Zhang Han that was too familiar to them. General Zhang doesn't need to be polite. Now that I have General Zhang's arrival, I am like a tiger with wings. Your Highness, Liao praised. My subordinate does not deserve such praise. Jiang Yihan smiled. Zhang Han, I'm going to arrange for you to enter the army, including the 1,000-man army you brought this time. I want you to get a foothold in the army as soon as possible and expand our power into the army. Zhang Han's face was serious and his eyes flashed with a light called ambition. Don't worry, Your Highness, my subordinate will not fail you. Zhang Han also has ambition in his heart. He knows that there is a gap between himself and the top generals, but now those people are not coming. Doesn't this give himself time? When those of them come out later, he at least has the advantage of first mover. Compared to them, isn't he himself a patriarch? Even if his position is not as high as those people in the future, a patriarch is a patriarch. Besides, there's no telling who's better than who in this life. Zhao Gao, how do you think these 100 Iron Eagle swordsmen should be arranged? Zhao Gao replied after a little thought. Your Highness, it's enough to leave 10 people for the residence, and arrange for the rest to be placed in the Jingue Sea. Right now the Jingue division is the cornerstone of Your Highness. Only when the Jingue division is strong will Your Highness act with confidence. Zhang Yihan thought about it and felt that Zhao Gao had a point. He just couldn't get out of God's capital city right now, but his safety was guaranteed. No one would be bold enough to come to God's capital to assassinate himself. So instead of wasting resources by keeping all these people in the mansion, it would be better to arrange them into the Jingue Sea. Mao Champ, I'll leave this to you. Try not to draw attention to yourself, and arrange to enter the Town Guile division bit by bit. Mao Champ took orders from the side. He was very happy in his heart. These people are much better than his own brocade guards. Now that His Highness is in the Jingue Sea, just one of his own minders, so to speak, and he's in a position of great power. But once he thought that, in the future, there will inevitably be colleagues, he was a little deflated. Compared to his own brocade guards of the juniors, he, the first generation of the commanding officer, means a little insufficient to see. After the arrangement, Zhang Yihan thought that in the future, he would often have to summon people at any time. but the mansion was cluttered with people. And with frequency, it's bound to be noticeable as an anomaly. Gotta think of a way to try and avoid the chances of being found out. It would be best to take the surrounding mansions and disband their servants and underlings. Also, it's time to set up other mansions. 2. To spread out the calls later. Chapter 33 Day of Execution. Early the next morning, the Imperial Court's Ministry of Justice and the people from the teaching private workshop came to the Jinguei early in the morning. These people from the Ministry of Justice originally looked down on the Jinguei because the town guile division had been established for such a short period of time. The manpower in it, who didn't know, had been selected from the reserve army. What kind of strong person could these people be? At best, the Jinguei was only a dozen or so pre-transcendent strong people. But it's nothing compared to the Ministry of Justice. Therefore, when these people came to the Jinguei, they ordered, telling the sea guards to hurry up and bring up the people, with an arrogant attitude, because this time, the criminal department constable who led the way, his cultivation was at the late ancient realm, and he had a cultivation aura that was not disguised at all, only, just as he was about to urge again, an aura not unlike his came from outside. Moreover, he could feel that although the realm was the same, this person posed a deadly threat to him. With that, he quickly turned around, and saw Mao Chang walking in with 10 Iron Eagle swordsmen, and 20 brocade guards. Mao Champ looked at the constable of the Ministry of Justice with an expressionless face and asked in a quiet voice, "From the Ministry of Justice, right? Didn't anyone teach you the rules? When you enter someone else's territory, you have to know someone else's rules. If you're arrogant like that, be careful you won't live long. If you don't want to be like some of the idiots from yesterday, just wait here. If you dare to be reckless again, you will be chopped off without mercy." Humph. The constable from the Ministry of Justice had an ugly face. He suddenly remembered that yesterday, the people from the Marquis of Hun Tian's residence were detained by the King of Chang'an because of their arrogant attitude. Cold sweat broke out behind his back when he thought of this. Damn it, how could he have forgotten about this matter? With a long breath in his heart, he could only stand quietly and wait for the people from the Jinguei to raise the person. Mao Champ introduced himself to the divisional guards and the divisional ambassadors in the division, who were following behind him. These are the men recruited by His Highness, and from now on they will be our Jinguei's men. Hundreds more will arrive in the next 2 days. Profound Jade Tower's heart was quite unsettled. Among these people, 20 cultivators of dragon transformation perfection and 10 cultivators of mid-divine sense. How in the world did the master of the division recruit these people? Listening to Mao Champ, the hundreds of people behind, I am afraid that the cultivation of the lowest must be the consummation of the transformed dragon. Don't think that just because the dragon transformation realm seems like a mortal realm cultivator, you should not think that this is no big deal. Even in the celestial dynasty, it is also 1 in 1,000 in 10,000. This is not a cabbage in the refining realm. This is a cultivator who is only one step away from transcendence. Thinking about their Yuan clan, an ancient clan that had been passed down for several eons, there were still too many people who could not cultivate to the dragon transformation realm in their lifetime. After death, even if you go to the Een house of the Yuchi in the underworld, you can only be a small soldier with no presence. Having once again experienced the mystery of this highness, Yuan Yulo could only hope that it would be best for the clan not to clash with the Jinguei. The division guards of the Jinguei division, after escorting out the Surabaya's mortal realm people from the prison, handed them over to the Ministry of Punishment and the teaching private workshop, who had come to collect them. Upon seeing that each of these people were pale and depressed, the small head of the constable from the Ministry of Justice, who had been there before, immediately went up to check on them. Why did you guys waste their cultivation? Mao Champ gave him a cold look, as if he were looking at a dead man. Do you believe that if you ask one more question, I will kill you? You're reckless. Good Jinguei, let me tell you, among these people, there are relatives of some clans. This time your Jinguei has stabbed a big basket. Mao Champ didn't bother to talk any more nonsense. Directly pulling out the saber at his waist, a horizontal chop went over, and a meter-long saber blade directly chopped at this person. Even Yuan Yulo, who was standing not far away from the side, was all of a sudden given a fright. This speech can really count say chopping. The small head of the Ministry of Justice's constable, seeing a blade on killing himself, was so scared that he hurriedly used his energy to resist, only to see the same pull out his own saber. Then he chopped at the flying blade mane. Only the situation was beyond everyone's expectation. The constable's sword was directly chopped off, and fortunately, the power of the blade was weakened before it struck the constable's chest. The whole person couldn't stop his footsteps and directly stepped backward. The shoes of his feet were almost worn out by the ground. When the constable stopped, a mouthful of blood spurted right out. It was only at this point that a few of those men from the Ministry of Justice reacted and hurriedly drew their swords and pointed them at Mao Chong. However, from their terrified eyes, one could tell that these people didn't want to actually make a move. Mao Chong put away the sword in his hand, then glanced at everyone around him, including the people from the teaching private workshop and the Ministry of Justice. By order of His Highness, these sinners will now proceed to the court to watch the execution of the prisoners. As soon as the words fell, only on the side of the teaching private workshop, there were some women who fainted instantly. Even Yuan Yulo felt that it was a bit cruel of the master of the division to make people go and watch the execution of their own family members. It was just that he didn't understand that the reason why Jiang Yihan was like this was to make some people remember that they should never provoke their bottom line. When you have no bottom line, I have no bottom line. This corrupt and ancient country needs a drastic change. After so many years, not a single nobleman has been stripped of his title and copied out of his family. In Jiang Yihan's opinion, of course the fewer the nobles the better. His soul in his previous life made him innately hate these classes that occupy the latrine. The hot sun at noon shone on the earth, and at this time here at the junction of the inner and outer cities, on a large square, dozens of prisoners in prison clothes knelt down. These were the transcendent masters of Surabaya's lineage. At this time, they had long since lost their former lofty status, and each of them had long since been abolished their cultivation. The square was surrounded by the people of God's capital, all of them with complicated gazes. These people couldn't say what kind of mood they were in. In short, happiness took over more than anything else. The restaurants around the square, as well as various buildings, were filled with people from various honored families, some of them with gloomy faces. Some were unconcerned, some were as calm as water. All of these people knew that today's drama was the Chang'an King's warning to them. This Chang'an King is really something. Look at these people we have. Some of them are scared out of their wits. This warning has worked. A gentleman with a face like white jade, noble, holding a fan in his hand and lazily fanning it, looking like he didn't put this drama in his eyes at all. Only, he had the same look of gravity in his eyes, so it was evident that he wasn't as relaxed as he appeared to be. A middle-aged looking man next to him, dressed as an expensive person as well, with eyes as flat as water, smiled slightly after hearing this. So what? As long as we live our lives quietly and don't offend him, what are we afraid of? Besides, if he wants to compete for the position of the crown prince, then he won't be able to offend all the nobles. Humph, the people of Surabaya's lineage are just stupid. How dare they keep bizarre cultivation in the mansion? Isn't this looking for death? Hey, I'm afraid that this Chang'an King doesn't want to be at peace, holding the Jinguac, an organization licensed by the emperor. Who knows what he'll do in the back? Chapter 34, Changes at the Penal Colony. The people of Great Yen who lived in the divine capital had long surrounded the junction of the inner and outer cities at this time. The nature of watching is the same no matter where you are, as long as there are people. Melon eating is always in the first line. Jiang Yihan, on the other hand, is slightly low-key today, and did not personally go to preside over. The so-called gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. He feels that today's execution may have accidents. So, a tavern was found in the distance, and a whole floor was contracted with some guards. Surabaya's lineage was miserable, and they became the target of King Chang'an to make an example of them. To say that King Chang'an was thinking about the lives of ordinary people, no one would believe it. Even Jiang Yihan he himself asked himself as if his intentions were not pure. Destroying an earl's house would allow himself and the Jinguac to stand firm, and whoever was put in this position would not hesitate, since the Holy Emperor had appointed him to form the Jingui division. If he couldn't stand up to it, then he would be removed from his position in a minute. It just so happens that the Surabaya house has crashed into his hands, and it also just so happens that this fool dares to keep a bazaar in the house. So isn't this a proper object of authority? Sitting in a position leaning against the window, Jiang Yihan raised his head to look out, and by now the sun was already just overhead. So, he commanded one of the Iron Eagle swordsmen at his side, "You go and inform Mauchamp that the execution is ready." The guards gave a salute and then quickly left the place, surrounded by these guards who were all experts of the transcendent mortal one realm. In just a few breaths of effort, he had already crossed the distance of several kilometers to this side of the court, and whispered to Mao Chang's ear to explain His Highness's orders. Mauchamp nodded. His face looked a little grave. His Highness had a premonition that there would be an accident today, so he wanted to advance the execution himself. After waving the guard away, Mauchamp stood up and took a few steps forward. This scene just now was seen by the people who were watching this execution from afar. and those with high cultivation levels could tell that the guard was of the transcendent realm. Those with low cultivation levels, even if they didn't understand the exact strength of the guards, they probably knew that this should be the Chang'an king's men. In the same tavern before, it was still the same male with a fan in his hand. It's not simple. This His Highness, the King of Chang'an, even has transcendent realm guards under his command. How long has it been since he established the Jingui division? And now the number of transcendent realm experts in the Jingui division is more than even some lineages. It's really strange. How could there be so many people willing to join the Jingui? The male son was a bit confused. Although these transcendent realm experts were now at the bottom of the transcendent level, but in terms of numbers, they had already surpassed some of the lineages. It was important to know that. But the first choice of anyone who could cultivate to the transcendent realm was to join the military, or rather, those who were able to cultivate to the transcendent realm in the civilian world. Most of them were now in the military or in ancient organizations like the Punisher's Pavilion. Who would look at a newly established department like the Jingui? Just from what he had observed here today, there were more than 30 transcendent realm experts of the Jingui transcendent mortal realm in the legal arena at this time. It was possible that an ordinary lineage, whose ancestors had inherited it for thousands of years down the line, would not even have this many transcendent realm experts. What does he, the King of Chang'an, rely on? Is it because you're a descendant of the royal family? To be honest, the male was indeed jealous at this moment, thinking about the fact that he was born in a clan and his family had been passed down for several epochs. Nowadays, this house and their branch lineage only had hundreds of experts in the transcendent realm, but they had to know that they were clans. The middle-aged man next to him didn't say anything, but instead stared at the guard until he saw a restaurant in the distance. Then his gaze narrowed slightly as he saw the King of Chang'an, thinking that he wouldn't come today. It was surprising that it would appear so far away, but the middle-aged man didn't mean to ridicule it. Instead, he was still quite optimistic. Originally thought that with the age of the Chang'an king, today such a lively day, should personally come to supervise? After all, young people love to show off, but this one is good. He took his own people and hid away. That's what a competent top man does. Isolate the risk from himself. Thinking about it, he would like to get acquainted with this Chang'an king. Mao Chang's voice echoed around this area, and even those of them who were far away could hear the orders it gave. Time is up. Prepare for the execution. The sound was clear and constantly traveling outward, but at that moment there were a few people, standing on a high building in the distance, with their eyes raised to this side of the court. Big brother, we should do it. Otherwise, it's not good to go back. The leader wore a mask over his face, with only his eyes exposed. After hearing the words of the brother behind him, he nodded his head and commanded after a slight hesitation. Remember, we only need to take away Uncle Surabaya and his wife. The rest of the Surabaya lineage, don't bother with them. Do it. As the voice fell, a total of 15 transcendent realm experts, including himself, disappeared in an instant. At this moment, many people with high cultivation levels looked violently in the direction of the legal field as their divine sense swept over these 15 people. In the restaurant, the middle-aged man looked at the several people around him, the male, and then opened his mouth. Sure enough, I knew some of them would come. After all, you can't resist family love. Only, from now on, you can offend the King of Chang'an. Why bother? If you can't see the situation, you'll be eliminated sooner or later. A middle-aged beautiful woman with a veil on her face was somewhat emotional. That's kind of sentimental, isn't it? Sparing a huge risk to save your offspring. How admirable. The middle-aged man shook his head and didn't say anything else, but it was the gentleman on the side, who looked a little anxious. He would only realize the 15 people this time. It was almost at the lawn before the figure was revealed. You guys know who sent this? Don't you? Tell me, whose house is this sent from? The middle-aged beauty gently smiled, her seductive lips spitting out two words, Muddy Sky. The eunuch was first puzzled. Then it dawned on him that the woman from the Hun Tian Marquis was the wife of the contemporary Surabaya, and the Hun Tian Marquis would have to save the two no matter what. Otherwise, how can we still hang out in Dian in the future? Hey, 15 transcendent realm experts. One of them, judging by his aura, is about the same as me. All of them are in the Een God realm. 4 experts in the middle stage of divine idea, and the rest are all experts in divine consciousness perfection. These people, the transcendent masters at the scene of the Jingui division, won't be able to stop them. Of the experts present in the Jingui division today, Mao Qian was in the Ancient realm. Yuan Yulo was in the divine numinous realm. There was also a captain of the Iron Eagle swordsman who was in the divine numinous realm. and the rest were in the pre-divine sense stage, between the two sides' experts. The divine idea realm, divine sense realm could all be too far apart, and the male was clearly gloating a bit. He just simply disliked the court of Jinguisi, and hated that Chang'an king. What the Jinguisi and the Chang'an king did today, this is trampling on the face of the nobles. It's a wonder that he's any good at all. Chapter 35 Iron Eagle Swordsman. In this moment, time seemed to pass a little slowly. Jiang Yihan, who was the furthest away, had seen what was happening in the distance. This was someone coming to rob the court. He wasn't the least bit worried at the moment, just a little suddenly wanting to laugh. It didn't occur to me that this transcendental world also had the drama of robbing the court, as if it was a bit out of place. The guard next to him asked in a low voice, "Your Highness, do you need us to help too much?" Jiang Yihan shook his head and spoke, "No need. I've arranged it since I can get people to gather around me openly. The swordsmen that were redeemed before, but there were 100 of them, and now they were following 10 of them around themselves, and now there were 10 of them, and the remaining 80 of them, all of them were ambushing around. 2 of the captains were at the pre-transcendent second realm cultivation level, and the rest were at the mid-transcendent first realm. With the ambush of so many experts, are you still afraid that these people will make any waves?" Mao Champ heckled loudly. "What kind of person dares to trespass on the execution court of the Jinguisi?" As he spoke, he directly drew out the saber at his waist, and with all his mana running, a huge white tiger figure appeared above his head. Then the peyote in his fur sliced out horizontally, and the white tiger silhouette fiercely roared with a tilt of its head. Swish rushed out and slammed right into these 15 people. At the same time, Profound Jade Tower and the other experts of the Jingui division also took out their weapons and blocked in front of the prisoners, ready to fight. The leader of the Marquis of Hunting Heaven, after seeing the figure of the white tiger, his hands released mana surging, and instantly a red fireball appeared, and the surrounding temperature rose dramatically. With a crackling sound, the fireball collided with Mayachamp's white tiger shadow, only to see mana splashing everywhere, and the white tiger shadow gradually becoming transparent. The fireball shrunk just as dramatically, and the temperature dropped. Finally, both annihilated into the air almost instantly. The masked-faced leader commanded those behind him, "I'll deal with this guy. You guys hurry up and save the day. Remember, don't get caught up in the battle. Make it quick." He had a bad feeling about this, because just after sparring with his opponent, he vaguely felt that he was no match for the person in front of him. But it could still be delayed for a while, but it could just be delayed, and it would be beyond the power of the mind to be distracted from helping. "Big brother, be careful. We're going to save them." A man behind him with the same masked face replied before he rushed towards the location of the Profound Jade building with the remaining 13 people. Profound Yulo's expression was gloomy at this time, and his heart secretly grumbled. There were only 2 transcendent mortal 2-realm experts on his side, and the other side had 4. This was fine. If you couldn't beat them, you could at least stop them. But the remaining 10 on the other side were all first-realm perfection cultivators. On his side, there were only 200 household officers who were first-realm consummates, and the rest were all pre-first-realm cultivators. But there was a difference of 3 small realms in between. A divine sense perfection cultivator could, without accident, hang 5 or 6, or even 7 or 8 pre-divine sense cultivators. Only the situation didn't allow him to think too much, because 14 masked men had already rushed in front of him. Without much nonsense, Profound Yulo's principle of the latter's suffering directly made the first move. The transcendent realm of the Jingui division behind them took a look, and all of them also made the first move. The long sword in his hand slashed out a sword chi, immediately circling the 2 divine thought realm enemies. As for the remaining 2, they were handed over to the other Iron Eagle swordsman. Boom! Explosions of mana collisions, and the whistling sounds of sword chi blades raging, resounded one after another at this moment. Mao Chong fought while observing his subordinates, without the slightest anxiety in his heart, for he knew that His Highness had long ago ambushed his men. The reason why he hadn't come out to help yet at the moment was that he wanted to see if there were any more enemies behind these 15 people. At noon was originally bright sunny weather. This moment the sun was suddenly covered by the clouds in the air. The distant restaurant on the Jiang Yihan. He raised his head to look at the weather for a moment, and then looked in the direction of the battlefield once again, while his heart was secretly marveling. The overcast sky paired with the superb fight is something that no movie from a previous life could have pulled off. All kinds of mana were colorful, colliding back and forth from time to time, flying in the sky and hissing with sword chi, and his heart surged as he watched, seeing that Profound Jade Tower's side was already at a disadvantage. There might be casualties among his own men if he delayed. By this time, There should be no other enemies. So Zhang Yihan opened his mouth to command the guards. Send a message for the ambush to go over and help. Yes. One of the guards walked to the window, and the mana in his hand quickly coalesced and transformed into a sharp sword before violently throwing it into the air. What had been a normal-sized rapier immediately turned into a sword that was about 10 feet in length, with the inscription of Great Qin engraved on the face of the sword. Only, the people of this world wouldn't recognize it. The situation here was immediately seen by quite a few people. Some experts then saw Zhang Yihan, who was quietly drinking tea, and then their eyes narrowed. He felt that things might be reversed, and sure enough, 80 cultivators instantly flew out from the ordinary crowd around him. The ordinary clothes on their bodies had long since been removed, and at the moment each wore black armor, a rapier at his waist, and a strong bow in his hand. His entire body was wrapped in armor, with only a pair of cold eyes exposed. Those lords and nobles in the restaurant, all of them had their mouths slightly open, and in their hearts, they had a sentence of nesting grass that they wanted to spit out. This Chang'an king is really meticulous, and even had an ambush long ago. However, the crowd was only surprised for a split second, and then they looked serious as they thought of the question of why the Chang'an king had so many experts. On this side of the scene, two captains of the pre-second realm quickly rushed into the battlefield, each taking on an enemy of the divine thought realm, and in an instant, Profound Yulo felt that his pressure was gone. The remaining 78 first realm ordinary swordsmen, with strong bows in their hands, aimed in the direction of the battlefield, their arrows shining with a metallic luster. Make it look like a weapon that can kill people. Release. With a swish, dozens of sharp arrows cut out a sound of breaking air and shot at the 10 enemies of the first realm perfection. The bows and arrows worn by these Iron Eagle swordsmen were all spirit weapons, spirit treasure level weapons, and anyone in the same realm would only need to be shot at. Basically, they can't be blocked, and if they are lightly injured, if they are seriously injured, if they are shot with a few more arrows, they might have the risk of falling. Only after all, the enemy was a first realm perfection, and it was possible to dodge it if it was one-on-one. However, this time, there were 70 to 80 sharp arrows, so if you wanted to dodge them, it would be a bit difficult. After dodging 4 or 5 arrows, can you dodge 7 or 8? Besides, there are still experts from the Zhengguai holding the side. At this moment, any person could see that these people were in danger. It was really the opponents who were unreasonable. Dozens of transcendent mortal one-realm experts with spiritual treasure-level weapons in their hands. Just like this, they stood at a distance and kept on outputting. Chapter 36, Whoever trespasses on the execution ground, kill. The leader of the battle with Machamp would have seen what was going on over there. They were a bit anxious. They came over this time to save people, not to come here to die. There's nothing he can do about being anxious, because he's in a downward spiral now. 2. At this moment, he was so regretful and hated those intelligence clansmen in his family. Why hadn't it been investigated that the Zhengguai would have so many experts? So he gazed around, trying to find a suitable exit route. Mao Chang's mouth concealed a sneer after he slashed out his sword. You're about to lose your own little life, and you're still thinking about others. After destroying the blade awnings with a punch, the leader did not argue with Machamp, but fended off Machamp's attack while observing his men with his afterimage. On the other hand, on the side of the Abyssal Jade Tower, the 4 enemies of the Transcendent Mortal 2 realm were each stopped by their opponents at this time, and even if they wanted to disengage to help, none of them had the slightest way to do so. This would be these 10 remaining first realm perfectionists. They found themselves in a mess at this moment. Each man had to endure 7 or 8 bow and arrow attacks, facing so many of them, and still round after round without stopping. The movements were no longer as silky as before, and seemed haphazard and hand over hand. It wasn't that there were no attempts to break out of this situation, trying to cooperate together to organize an effective counterattack or evacuation, but it was clear that the Iron Eagle swordsman's archery skills had been underestimated. Every time someone tried to withdraw, they were forced back by archers from afar. Just like that, the range of movement for each of them got narrower and narrower, and finally, someone got hit with an arrow. Only a masked first realm perfection expert was seen sliding sideways in order to avoid the 3 arrows that were shot at his chest. But it was followed by 4 more arrows blocking his left and right sides, and it just so happened that he was a sidestep away from not noticing the 4 arrows behind him. Looking back, he blocked the people surrounding him who were attacking him, but ignored the sharp arrows behind him. Puffing, the sound of a sharp blade piercing through flesh rang out as all 4 arrows hit his back. In an instant, blood sprayed from this person's mouth, his mana scattered all over his body, and he was taken down by the experts of the surrounding Zhengguai division. As if their luck had run out, The remaining 9 people, all of them, were gradually hit, and each of them was suppressed. In fact, they wouldn't have been injured so quickly if they hadn't been affected by the person who was hit by the arrow. Once one person was suppressed, the others would have to face more archers. The pressure was increasing, and even with a high cultivation level, there were times of negligence. Most of all, the Iron Eagle swordsmen were so well coordinated that almost every bow and arrow shot at the enemy had its own purpose. Some of them focus on blocking the routes around them, some of them focus on the legs, and some of them focus on the upper body. If they are enemies of the same realm, the Iron Eagle swordsman could easily kill the other party with one. This kind of long-range attack was too rogue and overbearing, and among the people who surrounded each other in short combat, there were 10 Iron Eagle swordsmen in the same dress. And these people were not at all disadvantaged in melee combat compared to long-distance attacks. That's a scary team, able to attack from afar as well as fight in close combat. I don't know where that king of Chang'an found these people. Someone in the restaurant spoke up. It wasn't that Great Yen didn't have experts who focused on long-distance attacks, but most of these people were great at long-distance attacks and pulled their crotches in melee combat. And this team in armor, its individual strength, and group cooperation, could directly crush the equivalent army of Great Yen. And the gap between those of them in the clans, the guards trained in their families, and this mysterious team was a bit wide. Even the eunuchs who were gloating before were somewhat silent at this point. Although this person's face looked like a male, his actual age, however, had long exceeded 1,000 years. Having lived for so long, he had seen more than enough of the world, and this mysterious team was the first one he had been scared of in 1,000 years. The middle-aged beautiful woman on the side said softly, "If this team doesn't count casualties, it's very likely that they'll end up with the Een God Realm cultivators." The Cockney sword couldn't help a twitch at the corners of his mouth when he heard it. "Who is this connoting? Why don't you just directly name it? There are so many people here. I'm the only one who is in the Ancient Realm, okay?" After seeing the 10 Divine Sense Realm enemies suppressed, Profound Jade Tower let go and started to really fight. Although the realm is the same, but when one side has a high momentum, but the opponent has a timid heart, it is bound to end the battle quickly. As expected, eager to take credit, he wiped his right hand between his eyebrows, and his divine thoughts transformed into a sharp sword, instantly passing through his opponent's body. It caused his opponent to immediately spit blood from his mouth, not having the slightest bit of battle power left, and was then suppressed. After handing the man over to his subordinates, Yuan Yulo then joined the other side of the battle, helping one of the Iron Eagle captains defeat his opponent. With the two of them freeing up their hands, the two remaining Divine Idea Realm enemies were instantly a bit desperate. They were the ones who, even if they wanted to withdraw, no longer had a chance. Their back was blocked by archers from afar, and in front of them were two opponents. The result was not hard to guess. The end would be the same as their companions. They would all be suppressed. The leader who fought with Mao Chong, at this moment, his eyes were wide with rage. His heart was like being stabbed by a knife. He didn't expect that the people he brought with him, one by one, were suppressed. He, who had desperately taken a blow from Mao Chong, couldn't care less about spitting blood from his mouth, and only wanted to rush over to save his own people. A voice rasped out, "Big brother, leave us alone, just run away." The leader didn't care, he just wanted to rush that way, and by acting like that, he clearly enraged Maochamp. "What? Who are you looking down on? How dare you do that now?" Couldn't help but yell kill. The light of the embroidered spring blade in his hand flickered, and it was as if the air around him was being drained as a small tornado appeared around him. Raising his saber with both hands, the wind rose up around him and he slashed downwards, a saber blade about 10 meters long killing the man's back. Wherever the blade passed, space seemed to be cut open, and the surrounding scenery was distorted. "Big brother, be careful." Although he was warned by his own people in time, the masked man was still too late and had to use his powers to cover his back with a mana barrier. Boom! The sound of a collision rang out, only to see this person unable to stop his body, quickly thrown forward, with blood drifting all over his body. In the ears, nostrils, eyes, and mouth, there was blood flowing out for no money. It was a sign of serious injury, and Maochamp was also pale, but still dodged and caught up with the man who had lost the battle in the air. With that, his right hand pinched his neck, and the whole person held this person down and ruthlessly slammed him onto the ground. Boom! Another violent crash sounded, and the man could no longer move with his eyes. Retrieving his saber, Mao Chang thought about where Zhang Yihan was sitting in the distance and cupped his fists in salute. "Your Highness, the incoming enemies have all been suppressed. What should be done with these people?" Machamp's voice traveled farther, as if it could be heard by everyone around him. Only at this point did the ordinary people around realize that His Highness the King of Chang'an was also present today. Suddenly, a voice came from far away. His Highness has ordered that those who trespass on the execution ground are to be killed. Chapter 37, Killing and Decisive. His Highness has ordered that anyone who trespasses on the execution ground will be killed. Kill. Kill. The last word, kill, caused the area of dozens of miles to be dyed with a solemn color. The voice of an expert of the transcendent realm, condensed by the use of mana, echoed in this heaven and earth. The junction of the inner and outer cities, which was still bustling with activity, was instantly quiet. Not only were the ordinary people a bit incredulous, even the streams of clan lineages that had come to watch this time were stunned for a moment. Great Yen had rarely executed nobles on its own initiative since it was promoted to a celestial dynasty. Today, King Chang'an he took a huge risk and executed all the experts of the Surabaya lineage. He was already somewhat pushing himself against the nobles. The people from the worldly clans present all knew that the people who came to the execution ground to save the people this time were the people from the Marquis of Huntian. If they could know, as the king of the heavenly dynasty and the head of the Jingguei Sea, could they not know? Now that he knows, after suppressing and taking down people, he wants to kill them. Is he even afraid of completely offending the nobility as an interest group? The nobles of the celestial dynasty could be divided into two types. One was the one who fought together with the great Yen ancestor, and each of these people were now clans nowadays. One type of hereditary nobility is that which is exchanged for military labor in wars with enemy alien abyssals and the like. Most of them, unless the top ones, were lineage clans, and since their heritage was not as good as the clans, but the top experts in the clans, there was actually no difference. Like said earlier, it's just a difference in quantity. Today, if Chang Yan beheaded someone from Han Tianho's lineage at the scene, he would definitely be at war with the nobles, or at the very least, the collective that Han Tianho was associated with. No one would betray their class, and King Chang'an's execution of the Deadwater lineage today would have been a slap in the face of the nobility. Now there was going to be an execution of the Huntian Marquis people. This was more than just provocation. My humble servant honors the order. Mao Champ didn't care what others thought. He only obeyed Jian Yihan's orders. Nobles? It wasn't like nobles hadn't been killed before. In his opinion, these nobles were just about the same as the officials of the imperial court in his previous life. It wasn't like he hadn't killed those court officials in his previous life. So what did he care? After turning around, the expression on his face became very serious. His Highness has ordered, kill. The first thing was the gold medal division guards. Each of them raised their weapons, and after a flash of white aura, the Surabaya house experts kneeling on the ground. Each of them landed on their heads. Blood was spewing out like it didn't cost anything. When all of these human experts were beheaded, only a burst of sad cries could be heard from the outer places of the square, which were the clansmen of the Surabaya Burfan realm. They were ordered to be temporarily escorted to the site today to watch the execution of their own family members. How cruel it was. And those who were not strong-minded had completely fainted. However, the ordinary division guards who were watching from the sidelines would not let them pass out like this. And with a few lashes of the leather whip in their hands, anyone who was fainting again would be awakened by the pain. After the execution of the people from the Surabaya lineage, the next step was the main event. These 15 people from the Huntian Marquis residence would also be executed on the spot. Yuan Yulo looked at the person whose mask had been removed, and a moment of consternation flashed in his eyes before he fell somewhat silent. He recognized this person as a member of the Han Tianho clan, and it seemed that there were females from their lineage who had married members of their own clan. It was then that he had seen this leader when he attended the wedding banquet, which was why he was silent for a while. Knowing is knowing, but he wouldn't ask for mercy, nor would he dare. To this day, the experts in the Jingguei division are not just the ones that were just established. Now the transcendent mortal realm experts are counting these dozens of Iron Eagle swordsmen today. There were hundreds of people, and of these hundreds of people, almost all of them were recruited by the division master. And he, Yuan Yulu, no longer had the same kind of prestige that he had at the beginning. He waved his hand, and then nodded slightly to this person as a greeting, before turning to leave. Pust! The sound of a weapon entering flesh rang out, and these 15 people from the Han Tian Hofu instantly became dead under the sword. In some of the restaurants in the distance, the people from these clans who had come today all sucked in a breath of cool air in their hearts, and really killed. This seems to be a bit of a stab in the dark, right? That's the Huntian Marquis family. Their old ancestor is still alive today. Not only is he alive, but he's also alive and well. If people complained to the royal family about this, it would be Chang'an King's trouble next. but no matter what, today, the Chang'an King and the Jingguo Sea are really considered to be famous. A name of killing and decisive can be much better than those organizations that make peace with the situation. It's like the Ministry of Justice in the Celestial Kingdom. If you ask him to arrest a nobleman's prisoner, they won't even really arrest him, because none of these officials in the officialdom will easily offend the nobles. When Zhang Yihan saw that things were all settled, he got up and ordered, "Go back to the house. There's nothing more to see. This place, though, is a good place to execute nobles." Thinking of this, he decided in his heart that from now on, all executions of nobles would be carried out here in this Junction Square. This is going to be a good show. The Marquis of Hun Tian won't just give up so easily. If they unite multiple ancient clans, even if it's the current Holy Emperor, then they'll have to compromise. If we don't get it right, this His Highness, the King of Chang'an, will probably be abandoned by the Holy Emperors, and will only be able to go to the royal family's ancestral land from now on. Although his words were bad and somewhat gloating, these nobles around him almost agreed with him. Zhanghu is not fighting and killing. Zhanghu, he is the human condition. The royal family is a tough bunch, but the aristocracy is no slouch either. And it's up to the aristocracy to ensure the stability of the dynasty. Otherwise, if a few ancient clans defected to the other race heavenly dynasties, Great Yan's loss of face would be small, and its loss of strength would be great. Hey, Marquis Hun Tian, King Chang'an, this is going to be a good show. Guys, I'm going to go ahead and watch the rest of the show. Zhang Yihan, who had returned to the royal residence, hadn't even waited for him to change his clothes when Zhao Gao came to report. Your Highness, an order has come from the palace. The Holy Emperor has summoned Your Highness. Zhao Gao's face held a hint of worry, and he was aware of what happened today. At this moment, the Holy Emperor summoned His Highness, presumably because he couldn't carry the pressure and wanted to raise an accusation. Zhang Yihan thought carefully and felt that this cheap father of his should not be so weak, so it was that he changed into his formal court dress as his underlings waited on him. Then he took his guards and rode in the carriage to the palace. Zhang Yihan's mind replayed what he did today. Although it was a bit cruel and reckless, but he would not regret it. He didn't have much energy to play tricks with the nobles himself, and besides, he couldn't play tricks. In the framework of the Celestial Dynasty, one either plays politics with the nobles or plays force with them. Little did everyone know that today this was just his appetizer. It's also just a test. It all depends on this conversation with the Holy Emperor in the palace. Chapter 38, Holy Emperor Zhang Haotian. The Hall of Government at the back of the Dynasty Hall. This was where the Holy Emperor's office was on weekdays. This is where the Holy Emperor usually summons his officials. After tidying up his attire, Zhang Yihan stepped over the steps before arriving at the entrance of the Hall of Government. There had long been eunuchs waiting at the door, and after seeing Zhang Yihan hurriedly saluted. Your Highness doesn't need to wait. The Holy Emperor has commanded that Your Highness will go straight in when you come over. Zhang Yihan nodded slightly with a faint smile on his face. I'd like to thank the eunuch for waiting here. The rich magnetic voice rang out, and the eunuch's waist bent even lower, repeatedly claiming that he didn't dare. Unbeknownst to him, the eunuch's inner mind at this time was also filled with shock and incomprehension. How long had it been? And this previously ordinary-looking saint's son in front of him was now so majestic. Although he was smiling, he felt a confident and overbearing aura from the Chang'an King's body. That kind of superior's majesty was just too much like that Holy Emperor inside nowadays. Zhang Yihan stepped into the palace under the eunuch's guidance. As soon as he entered, a deep and majestic aura came straight at him. At this moment, he felt as if he was like a small raft, floating in the sea of waves, and could capsize at any time. This is not a suppression of cultivation, but an invisible oppression of aura. The remaining light looked at the eunuch on the side. This person did not have the slightest discomfort. Zhang Yihan then understood that this was the aura that his cheap father had unleashed on himself alone. Now it was up to him to see if he could withstand it, and he hadn't expected that he would be tested by the Holy Emperor just after coming in here, trying hard to maintain the clarity of his mind, not to let himself fall into uncertainty and loneliness, but the gap was just a little too big. No matter how much he held on, he was about to feel like he couldn't hold on anymore, as if he was going to completely fall to his knees the next moment. Just then, the altar in his mind suddenly flickered, and a bright light emanated from it. At this moment, Zhang Yihan felt relaxed, although he couldn't be completely immune to the Saint Emperor's aura, but it would never be as difficult as it was just now. At the top sat Zhang Haotian, who was dealing with official business. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then the corners of his mouth rose slightly, as if he was satisfied, and as if he was amused. My son sees my father. Zhang Yihan's voice rang out, and Jiang Haotian, who was at the top, put down his official duties and then raised his head, a face that was hard to forget at first glance. It was as if it was like a deluxe version of Jiang Yihan, with a round forehead, a high nose, and a deep and vast light in his eyes. Jiang Yihan merely looked at each other as if he was in the universe. Jiang Haotian waved his hand for the serving subordinates to leave before getting up from his seat and then descending the steps before arriving in front of Jiang Yihan, surveying this son of his. To be honest, Jiang Haotian was also surprised by everything this son had done recently. Chill, how long it's been since we've seen each other alone. Father and son. You won't feel aggrieved and resentful when I've cared so little for you since you were a child. I also know that your mother consort treats you in general, just as I do, and cannot give all my love, equally, to each of my sons and daughters. Jiang Yihan remembered his careful life over the years, and it would be a lie to say that he didn't hate his father and mother consort, never having enjoyed the warmth of home at all in his life. From the age of 3, he had to learn to hold himself back for fear of becoming a thorn in the side of everyone. My son has no complaints. Being born into the royal family of Great Yen, it was destined for me to learn to be alone. My son will not complain to mother consort either, because royal brother and royal sister are, indeed, better than me. Jiang Haotian smiled. This son was not honest and did not tell the truth, but he did not care about that. Reaching out for Jiang Yihan to sit down, he then also sat on a side seat. At this moment, the two were just an ordinary father and son relationship, instead of a monarch-subject relationship anymore. Otherwise, Jiang Haotian would have been sitting on the seat on the steps by now. Looking at the son in front of him, Jiang Haotian could not help but lament that a small Jingu AC was run by him with such big waves. Jingu AC, originally just a casually arranged piece. The main role is still for the separation of powers and the role of the nail. He hadn't thought about how well Jiang Yihan could run the Jingu AC, as long as he could maintain the Jingu AC from falling. As a saint emperor, could he not know that there were some nobles and clans that had bred bizarre things? That would be underestimating the strength of the court, except that these were all scabby diseases in his opinion. It's not that I'm callous, it's just that there's so much more involved. As long as it's not done too far, turning a blind eye is just the way to go. Breeding shenanigans is serious to say the least, but it depends on what it's being compared to. Nowadays, almost half of Great Yan's strength is supported by clans and lineages. Scraping the bones and healing the wounds is easier said than done, but if we really do this, Great Yan will inevitably be plunged into chaos. One could only boil a frog in warm water and take it slowly step by step, which was also one of the purposes of his establishment of the Jingu AC. It was just that in his mind. The best candidate for the Jingu AC was not this son who used to keep a low profile, but those tough generals in the army. It is the most suitable candidate for a tough general who is loyal to the court and loyal to the court. So he's all set to replace this son as soon as he's no longer up to the task, with a candidate he's long considered. Tell us about the Town Guile Division, and how you intend to develop this organization in the future. Do you know that after you executed the clansmen of the Marquis of Hunting Heaven today, the current generation of Marquis of Hunting Heaven immediately entered the palace, just before you came. He was just leaving. Jiang Yihan was not the least bit surprised when he heard this news. In his place, he would have come to cry to the Holy Emperor at the first opportunity. To put it bluntly, it's here to apply pressure. And as for why they don't come to themselves, to put it mildly, perhaps in their eyes, at this point in time, oneself was not qualified enough for a clan's marquis to intercede. Clan, which is both the backbone and the cancer of the dynasty. Not only was this true for Great Yen, but it was also true for several other heavenly dynasties, and it was even basically the same among the various races. A continent that had experienced countless epochs. The rules and systems formed by civilized races were really too unique. Father, as long as you don't remove my son from his position as Jingu AC, what happened today are just some appetizers. The noose around the nobles' necks, the Town Guile Division, will get tighter and tighter. The luster in Jiang Haotian's eyes flickered, and his tone changed slightly. Are you so sure of that? Or aren't you afraid of getting pulverized back there? Push the nobles, and they won't mind assassinating you. Although the Emperor's son of the Celestial Dynasty is in an honorable position and outsiders do not dare to assassinate him or something like that. But do not forget that outsiders do not dare. It didn't mean that the insiders wouldn't dare. Those ancient clans didn't mind making Jiang Yihan disappear when their family's interests were seriously jeopardized. No fear. 2 short words, but they seemed so powerful. The happiness and satisfaction in Jiang Haotian's eyes could no longer be concealed. Chapter 39 Power Expansion. Good. Since you have such vigor and guts, then I'll make it so you can let go and act cheaply. Don't worry, I'm behind everything. After Jiang Haotian finished speaking, He got up and returned to his position, then thought a little bit, and then he started writing the holy decree. In a short while, he put down the pen in his hand and picked up his holy emperor's jade seal, a hint of decisiveness flashing in his eyes. Then he stamped down on the imperial decree that was written in full script, and at that moment, including Jiang Yihan, the entire palace resounded with a dragon's roar. At this moment, all the people in the palace subconsciously looked up into the air, only to see a golden-colored divine dragon of qi looming in the clouds. Jiang Yihan at this time a burst of dumbfounded. He did not know this father in the end wrote what holy decree, even to use the national luck. And with the sound of the dragon's roar, he also felt that he was enveloped by a huge wave of qi. Right at this moment, Jiang Haotian's majestic voice rang out. King Jiang Yihan of Chang'an accepts the decree. I, Jiang Yihan, accept the decree. Jiang Yihan immediately got up and bowed to Holy Emperor Jiang Haotian. At this time, Jiang Haotian seemed to have changed as if he was a different person, without the previous appearance of a father's kindness and filial piety, followed by majesty and solemnity. The king of Chang'an deserves credit for the establishment of the Jingguo. Since the establishment of the Department of Guile Suppression, the effect of suppressing guile has been remarkable. Not only has it blessed the people of the divine capital, but it has also uncovered the aristocrats who keep guile. Today, I observe that the king of Chang'an is decisive in his dealings, with both decisive means of killing and a merciful side. The Jingguo and the king of Chang'an have satisfied the court and satisfied myself. Today, the Jingguo division is authorized to be elevated to the Jingguo Pavilion, and from now on, the Jingguo Pavilion will not only have the responsibility of arresting and suppressing the bazaar, but will also have the responsibility of monitoring the nobles. All individuals and family forces within the territory of my Great Yan are subject to the surveillance of the Jingguo Pavilion, and once they are found to be involved with the Guo, the Jingguo Pavilion can arrest and judge them on its own. If necessary, the Jingguo Pavilion can mobilize all military forces to assist. I hope that King Chang'an will not fail Great Yan and me from now on. Jiang Haotian personally proclaimed the contents of the holy decree, and its sound spread to the imperial palace, spreading to the entire divine capital. At this moment, no matter whether they were dignitaries or ordinary people, they were all shocked by the content of this holy decree. Yes, it's just giving a scare. The previous Jingguo division already had a lot of power, and now after being elevated to the Jingguo Pavilion, it had even more power, not only encompassing the previous power. Today there is also the power to inspect everyone, especially the nobility, as if it were upgraded specifically to target the nobility. The main thing is that all the military forces can be mobilized to assist if necessary. This time of necessity is flexible. What exactly is considered a time of necessity? Is not it still up to the king of Chang'an to say, boom, boom? At this moment, too many people broke the cups in their hands, or vases, or all sorts of things. Jiang Yuxian, Marquis Hun Tian, and so on, all of them had red faces and rage in their eyes, without mentioning the situation in the outside world. At this time in the Hall of Government, Jiang Yihan respectfully received the holy decree. There was also an abnormal surprise in his eyes, while Jiang Haotian, who was at the top, was thinking inwardly, chill, I hope you can hold on, otherwise, I'm afraid that you won't even have a chance to be reincarnated. He as the holy emperor could think that if the situation before this holy decree, Jiang Yihan and the nobles were still at the stage of confronting each other, but after the holy decree was proclaimed, the two parties basically became mortal enemies, the kind of realm where they would not die without rest. No nobleman would allow a violent institution to ride on his head. They, the noble class, to put it bluntly, share day yans with the royal family. But the way things are looking right now, the royal family wants to take away power. Jiang Yihan returned to the mansion with excitement within his heart. At this moment, this Chang'an king's mansion had become the center of attention in the divine capital. When he stepped into the mansion, all the experts of the transcendent realm, including Profound Jade Tower, were gathered in the mansion. Greetings, Your Highness, and congratulations, Your Highness, congratulations to Your Highness, and congratulations to the Jingguo Pavilion. Hundreds of people stood in the plaza, their auras surging to the sky, each with excitement in their eyes and excitement in their voices, not hiding it in the slightest. The congratulatory voices of the crowd could be heard throughout the area where the nobles resided, including half of the inner city. Back in the living room, Yuchi Yulo, Mao Chong, and several others, including Zhao Gao and Zhang Han, followed in. Everyone, since the Jingguo division has become the Jingguo Pavilion, I'm going to reorganize the Jingguo Pavilion's establishment. In the future, our task will be even more difficult, and it's time to formalize the previous chaotic management. Here, I'll start with my own thoughts. The crowd pricked up their ears, ready to listen to His Highness's ideas for reorganization. With his hands behind his back, Jiang Yihan walked back and forth while looking down in thought, and after organizing his thoughts in his mind, he began to say, under the Jingui Pavilion, establish the Anti-Ghost Division, the Intelligence Division, the Judgment Division, the Equipment Division, and the Supervision Division. The duties of the Supervision Department are divided into two parts, internal and external. Internally supervising the internal Jingui Gu, and externally mainly supervising the streams of the world's nobles. Also, establish a separate agency directly under me, the Crusade Division. Not only does the Crusading Division crusade against weirdness, as long as all things that jeopardize Great Yen, the Crusading Division will intervene. There are 18 subdivisions under each division, one for each domain, and 3 to 5 guards are established under the divisions, each guard having jurisdiction over one state each. Then ranked further down the list, each prefecture under the state's jurisdiction is to set up a subguard, and all the cities under each prefecture are to set up a town guile cabinet agency as well. The minimum deployment is going to be to the county level, and although we're understaffed right now, you guys go down there and build the framework out first. That's it for now. We'll talk about it later when there's an improvement to be made. Okay, do you guys have anything to add? Mao Chang Zhao Gao Zhenghan didn't have the slightest comment, while Yuan Yulo had some words to say. But after seeing the appearance of the 3 people next to him, he suppressed his doubts. Jiang Yihan took the initiative to ask a question and let Profound Yulo speak, because he saw that Profound Yulo looked like he wanted to speak just now. Your Highness, isn't it a bit inappropriate for the Crusading Division to be in charge? Profound Yulo also went out on a limb and directly raised his area of concern. When Jiang Yihan heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. Yulo, you don't have to worry about this. With the establishment of the Guile Suppression Pavilion, I didn't intend to really just specialize in guile. As long as there is a threat to Great Yen, I will intervene in all of them. And not only will I intervene, I will suppress and crush them. As long as the Holy Emperor doesn't pursue the matter, what can the others do to me? The creepy pavilion? He didn't want this institution to actually turn into one that specialized in dealing with the bizarre. Using the Jingui Pavilion as a foundation, he would later slowly extend his tentacles to the military, the imperial court, and even organizations such as the God Execution Pavilion. Chapter 40, Sacrificing Again to Redeem Rewards. It was late at night when Jiang Yihan had a rare moment to rest. Today was really an exciting day. The execution of the Surabaya lineage at the penal colony in the morning, and then a buy one get one free. The Holy Emperor summoned him in the afternoon and finally gave himself more power. And in the evening he roughly combed through the Jingui Pavilion once more. Starting tomorrow, the Jingui Pavilion acting in the future will no longer be subject to the constraints of the Heavenly Court. This father of his own had upgraded the Jingui Pavilion this time, not as an ordinary appointment of the kind that had been made before, but rather, he had gone out of his way to use his country's fortune to be enthroned as the Jingui Pavilion. That is to say, if it was the previous Town Guile Division, it might have been outlawed at some point in the political struggle. But this time the Jingui Pavilion, this was different. It was an organization that had been blessed by the national fortune, and from now on, as long as Great Yen did not die out, the Jingui Pavilion would exist forever, unless it is at the cost of damaging the nation's fortunes. The institution of Jingiki can be outlawed again. At this point, Jiang Yihan is considered to have established a firm foothold in Dayan, and even if he is rejected by the dynastic princes in the future, no one dares to underestimate him, supervising princes and nobles at the top and checking ordinary citizens at the bottom. Anyone in the Great Yen dynasty was within the scope of the Jingui Pavilion's supervision, not to mention the clans that used to make him feel tricky, but now he could order an investigation into even ordinary royal children. Although the name carries the word town creepy in it, the power in it, again, exceeds the power of a violent institution. Thinking of this, Jiang Yihan came to some realization, thinking that the Holy Emperor didn't want him to limit himself to only the bizarre aspect. However, today, for him, the biggest gain was not only the Town Guile Pavilion, but also the life values of dozens of transcendent masters. Back after the last sacrifice, the mythic altar in the mind's eye enveloped the area and expanded it further. Therefore, even though he wasn't on the front line of the battle, those experts who were executed today had their life values collected by the altar. This was dozens of transcendent realm experts, including those from the Surabaya lineage who had executed. Altar, I want to redeem the reward now. Ding! The reward has been redeemed and completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 small returning Dan. 500 mirror breaking Dan, 500 grass returning Dan, and 50 great returning Dan. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 sets of Mortal Realm top grade battlesuits and Mortal Realm top grade weapon building techniques. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 artisans. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 men of the Brocade Guards. Commander Zhao Shi of the Brocade Guards. Ji Gang. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Yu Huatian and 500 subordinates. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 Iron Eagle swordsmen. The altar was introduced, and Jiang Yihan's first reaction was that the character had broken out once again. This time, in the end, it was a transcendent realm sacrifice, and the rewards gained were just generous. Now that the Jingui Pavilion had been reformed, he happened to need a large number of manpower, and this was why the altar had thoughtfully sent so many people. Together with the manpower gained this time, there were more than 700 people in the Jinui alone, and with these manpower, it was already possible to set up the headquarters first. Although the ordinary Brocade Guards among them were all in the Transformation Dragon Perfection realm now, but as long as the time came, they would all be promoted to the Transcendent realm in a short time. Don't think that the Dragon Transformation realm seems to be a mortal realm, so it's a bit hard to look at it, but you should know that Jiang Yihan is only at the realm of blood transformation today, and some of the most outstanding sons and daughters of the current generation of the royal family were only at the Dragon Transformation realm today. As for the young generation of the ancestral land, what exactly their cultivation level was like, Jiang Yihan was not clear about it nowadays, as it was a secret of the imperial family. These people were the underpinnings of the royal family, and it was impossible for a mere prince like himself to understand them. Heavenly dynasty is heavenly dynasty. Royal family is royal family. Sometimes, it is still necessary to distinguish. Therefore, the Dragon Transformation realm was already very powerful, and if an expert of the Dragon Transformation realm went to a dynasty, he could instantly become the backbone of the dynasty. This is why the kingdoms of all races are desperately trying to promote their countries. The bit of the imperial dynasty, the beings born, the enlightenment as well as the cultivation talent, were much stronger than the dynasty, and most of all, the environment and resources for cultivation were not comparable to the dynasty. The country's chi is slowly improving the whole country, and as the days and months accumulate, the gap between the two sides is really like the gap between heaven and earth. Jiang Yihan was glad that he had been reincarnated in a heavenly dynasty in his life. Otherwise, not to mention being reincarnated into a dynasty, even if he was reincarnated into a royal dynasty, he might face being slapped to death at any time if he wanted to show off his ambitions. You're a small imperial dynasty. Can you still turn over the sky? Next, he set his eyes on 1,000 sets of battlesuits. Unlike the Iron Eagle swordsman armor, these 1,000 sets of Mortal Realm top-tier battlesuits were all made of soft materials. From head to toe, all parts are matched. Only the color is white and silver, except for the chest each has a white tiger pattern. Looks more a touch of majesty, but less a killing. With a show of his right hand, a set of battlesuit appeared in his hand. The silver battlesuit was really handsome. Even people like Jiang Yihan who had experienced the technological era couldn't help but like it. Squeezing the material of the silver battlesuit with his hand, it was soft to the touch, and that, in turn, was much better than armor. After asking the altar, it turned out that the material used to make this kind of battlesuit was made by a kind of silk called the three-colored silkworm that spits out silk as the main material. Of course, there must have been other materials added to it, but it was still mainly dominated by the three-colored silk. The altar had said that normal mortal fire and mortal water, the battlesuit would be able to block its damage to the human body. Most notably, as a top-tier Mortal Realm battlesuit, it was almost impossible to destroy this battlesuit as long as it was a Mortal Realm magic treasure. Thinking of this, Jiang Yihan, in order to experiment, Zhao Gao fetched a Mortal Realm battle knife. Running the usage, and the true chi converged on the blade. Then it was a fierce slash at the battlesuit. The table that held the battlesuit was shattered by his power, but the battlesuit remained intact. Zhao Gao, who was standing on the side, couldn't help but have his eyes light up. What a powerful battlesuit! Your Highness, if this kind of battlesuit were to be worn by someone in the third realm of the mortal realm, they would be able to fight someone in the fourth realm to a draw. If a cultivator of the Dragon Transformation realm puts it on, he's basically below transcendent, absolutely invincible. When Jiang Yihan heard this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Think about it, when all of the genie guards of the Jingui Sea wore them, they were almost all walking sideways in the mortal realm, and one of them would be able to hold down a county. However, he wouldn't underestimate the county-level cities. Every county in the Celestial Dynasty, there were a few small families that existed, with at least one transcendent realm existence in their homes. Of course, he wouldn't let a brocade guard go to the town. It was too dangerous. The lives of people in this world were not worth much, but the people he redeemed were worth a lot of money. And in all seriousness, someone might, perhaps, be his own old ancestor from a previous life. Chapter 41 Arrangement. Questioning the Hun Tian Hofu. Zhao Gao was admiring the battlesuit, and when Jiang Yihan saw it, he casually handed it to him so that he could look at it slowly. Your Highness, if we have the technology to make this kind of battlesuit, then, the mortal realm battle power of the Jingue Pavilion will not be inferior to several other organizations. The Great Yan Exorcism Pavilion, the Demon Extermination Hall, and other special organizations, although the number of people in the mortal realm was much greater than the current Jingue Pavilion, but the quality is not a great anymore. As long as the ordinary brocade guards can sweep a dozen or so enemies of the same realm after wearing the battlesuit. Of course, the main powerful thing about these old special organizations of others was the battle power of the Transcendent Realm. No one knew how many Transcendent Realm people there were in these organizations, and which realm the most powerful Transcendent Realm was in. The technology to make this kind of battlesuit is not available at the moment, but right now there are 1,000 sets available. But there's no technique for making battlesuits. But there's a technique for building mortal realm weapons, so as long as we have the right materials, we'll be able to make these mortal realm weapons in bulk. 50 weapon craftsmen could basically form a production line, and these craftsmen rewarded this time could all be at the Viscera refining realm. The physical quality was not comparable to that of an ordinary person. How could one build a few hundred pieces of top-tier mortal realm weapons in a day, right? It just so happened that these 50 men were placed in the equipment division belonging to His Excellency, the Town Guile. As the first batch of people specializing in building equipment, he believed that as he developed, there would be more and more of these artisans in the future, and even transcendent realm artisans would arrive. Thinking of this, he immediately summoned these 50 artisans, and then he commanded Zhao Gao, notify Mao Chang to come here, and tell him to first take these 50 men to the Jingue Pavilion, and place them in the equipment division. After Zhao Gao heard this, he slightly nodded his head before his divine thoughts swiftly notified Mao Qian. The dissemination of information in the transcendent realm could be really convenient to the extreme. Far more convenient than the telephone and internet in his previous life. No need to speak. No need to type. As long as the divine mind can cover the place. Just a thought can instantly spread the words that want to say. In the blink of an eye, Mao Champ came over and subsequently took 50 artisans with him. Zhao Gao, how are the preparations for the real estate I asked you to purchase? Your Highness, right now we don't have any suitable ones around us, and the others are a bit far. That's why my subordinates commandeered the Surabaya mansion, which is now guarded by our men. Jiang Yihan didn't even know what to say after hearing this. This is really killing people to kill their hearts, copied their homes and expropriated their ancestral homes. It should be said not to say, not worthy of the famous Zhao Gao, but this kind of behavior in dealing with things, one really likes it. Although the court has regulations that in cases like this, such leftover properties will be repossessed by the court. But now that it is requisitioned in the name of Jingue Gu, which person in the courtroom should be bleeped at the moment? Good. This is a good thing to do. Just now I was fretting about how to summon out so many people after this reward. It's really too good for the Surabaya now. This mansion, as far as the others were concerned now, was a murderous mansion, and no one would be interested in it. Besides, having been commandeered by the Jingue Pavilion, who would dare to come over here rashly? With a thought in his head, he saw a distortion of space in the room, followed by 3 differently dressed ones walking out at the same time. My humble servant, Yu Huatian. See your highness, my humble servant, Kazuna. See your highness, my humble servant Zhao Shi. See your highness. The 3 of them neatly saluted Jiang Yihan respectfully. The 3 of you are excused. Let me introduce you. This is Chief Zhao Gao Zhao. There's another person you're familiar with. Mao Champ. Only he's gone to the Jingue Pavilion right now, but you'll be able to meet tomorrow. Yu Huatian's cultivation at this point was in the middle Yin God stage. Zhao Shi was in the early Yin God stage, and Ji Gang was in the late Yin God stage. The altar then introduced that each of the 3 would soon be breaking through to the next minor realm. Greetings, Master Zhao. This was Zhao Gao, a famous eunuch celebrity in history. How could the 3 not know about it? Greetings to the 3 lords. You are welcome. Only after a few people had familiarized themselves with it did Jiang Yihan arrange for what would happen afterward. The remaining Jin Yiwei and Yu Huatian's men, including the Iron Eagle swordsman, would all be present in the Surabaya mansion. The next time, It will be slowly sent to serve in the Jingui Pavilion. Yu Huatian, after you and your Western factory manpower, go and serve in the Jingiki Pavilion's inspection division. Zhao Shi and Ji Gang, you two are in the same narcotics division as Mao Chong. As for who would be in charge, it would be up to the three of them. Or it would be fine if there was no one in charge, as each of them was once the bearer of the Jinyui anyway. It's fine for each to be in charge of their own mess. Chaos is not an option. And let's not forget that their first duty is the loyalty that the altar enforces to instill in them. As for the candidates to head the various divisions of the Jingiki Pavilion, right now he was in no hurry. In fact, Zhang Yihan didn't even intend to set up a candidate for the head of each division. And each division would have more elite people in the future. Whoever was in charge wouldn't be able to convince the others. This wasn't the world it once was, and they were all transcendent masters now. Even if there is internal strife, as long as it doesn't affect his development, feel free to let them compete and fight. Thinking of this, he took out all the pills rewarded by the system and handed them over to the few people in front of him, allowing them to look at the situation later and reward them down the line. The only thing that was left behind was the elixir, the Great Returning Dan, which, like the Small Returning Dan, also increased the cultivation level of the cultivator. However, the Great Return pill could only be used by the transcendent mortal realm, and if a mortal realm cultivator took it, the medicinal power it contained would instantly cause one's body to explode and die. Therefore, this kind of elixir will be given to others at his discretion. On this night, Zhang Yihan had a rare chance to not cultivate anymore. Instead, he went straight to sleep. He hadn't slept for a long time. Cultivators could replace sleeping by practicing. Only Zhang Yihan didn't want to push himself too hard. A day passed, and on the morning of this day, Zhang Yihan came to the Jingui Pavilion and approached Profound Jade Tower to inquire. Now those four people from before, did the Marquis of Hunting Heaven come over to ransom them? Reporting back to the Pavilion Master, the Marquis of Hun Tian has never come over to ransom the man. Profound Jade House is also puzzled. Hun Tian Hofu's people this is a few days, still not come over to ransom. Zhang Yihan, dressed in white with the royal family embroidered on his clothes, muttered to himself after listening to Yuan Yulo's report. Do they really think that if they don't come to ransom me, I'll forget about the plundering of the penal colony the day before yesterday? Thinking of this, Zhang Yihan commanded, Yuan Yulo, gather 50 Jingui envoys and 200 gold medal division guards and prepare to follow me to Marquis Hun Tian's residence. Profound Yulo didn't dare to have doubts, and then after bowing and saluting, he hurried out to gather his men. Zhang Yihan, on the other hand, was calculating in his heart how he should extort the Marquis of Hun Tian after he went over this time. Chapter 42. Soon enough, Profound Jade Tower had gathered the manpower that the Pavilion Master needed. Mao Chen walked over with Zhao Shi and the others and then asked, Lord Fuqi, what are these people being summoned for? A few of them were just discussing what to do next when they suddenly heard a commotion outside, and then they came out to check. At first glance it turned out to be Yuchi Yulo gathering his men, and due to his highness, those of them summoned here were also somewhat disapproving of the nobles of this world, but this Yuchi Yulo is okay, and Mao Champ has tentatively recognized him. Earlier, he had thought in his heart that the Profound clan might have to rely on this clan member in the future to survive the calamity. After all, it is also the patriarch of the Jingiki Pavilion, and as his highness' power grows stronger and stronger, the space for the nobles to survive in the future will also become smaller and smaller. Perhaps, the Profound clan was going to rely on the Profound Jade building to gain a glimmer of life. After seeing Mao Chong and the others, Profound Yulo hurriedly clasped his fists and said, My lords, His Highness has requested that I gather my men and prepare to head to the Marquis of Hun Tian's residence. When the execution took place in the execution ground the day before yesterday, the people from the Hun Tian Marquis residence, but they came to rob the execution ground privately in full view of everyone. Since the Hun Tian Marquis people are pretending not to know, His Highness intends to go over and ask for the crime himself. 3. It just so happens that you've stumbled upon such a good thing today. Then let's follow His Highness over together and see how arrogant this Marquis Hun Tian is. After Mao Chang finished speaking, a hint of murderous anger flashed in his eyes. In his opinion, if the people of the Marquis of Hun Tian offended His Highness, then they were offending the entire Jingui Pavilion. Offending them, these otherworldly comers, sooner or later, they would have to eradicate the existence of such a tumor. 200 gold medalist guards in silver war clothes, each riding a Lin horse, escorted the luxurious carriage in the center. The 1,000 sets of battle clothes from before, in the Jingui division, could only be worn if one's cultivation had reached the perfection of dragon transformation, and the Lin horse was a horse with a hint of Kirin bloodline. although it was a beast of the mortal realm, and its battle power was no match for most beings of the same realm. But they have the advantage of being so fast that they can easily travel tens of thousands of miles in a day without taking a breath. Late-stage cultivators of the mortal realm, although they could fly and run fast, after all, their physical strength and cultivation were limited, and they couldn't be in a hurry all the time. Therefore, beasts such as these, which are known for their footwork and speed, are favored by the people. After all, it can carry you for tens of thousands of miles on a single breath, and it's also more powerful and dominant looking. At the front of the group, there were 50 transcendent realm Jingui envoys, and among them were the presence of Mao Chong, Ji Gang, and the others. This kind of formation, although not as big as the rows of some aristocrats traveling, but those who knew what they were doing knew that this was the team of the Jingiki Pavilion. The Jingiki Pavilion, which held the power of life and death in its hands, was not something that could be compared to ordinary nobles, especially after the sacred emperor had enthroned the Jingui Pavilion with his national fortune. The power of the Jingui Pavilion had become even more monstrous, coupled with the fact that there was that resolute and decisive Your Highness. Who would dare to underestimate the current Jingui Pavilion? On the wide street, a road was left out in the center, only to see the people from the Jingui Pavilion, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, quickly hurrying towards a certain place. Hiss, looking at this direction, it can't be going to the Hun Tian Marquis residence, going to Marquis Hun Tian's residence. No way. What is His Highness King Chang'an doing? This was the Marquis of Hun Tian Mansion, not the previous Surabaya Mansion. The two were simply not in the same class, not even in the same dimension. In fact, on the Jiang Yihen with these people, really want to move. Are not enough people Hun Tian Hofu stuffed teeth? A few epochs down the line, who knew just how much depth each clan had accumulated? Even the royal family is not sure, only the individual clans themselves. However, it was conceivable that an earl like Surabaya who had only continued for a few thousand years would have large dozens of transcendent realm clansmen in his mansion. What about those tens of thousands of years old lineages, or even clans of several epochs? I'm afraid that any tens of thousands of years old noble out there could easily exterminate the current Jingui Pavilion. But the crowds of this operation were not the least bit worried, because the big clash simply couldn't get off the ground. After all, they represented the court and the sacred emperor, while the Hun Tian lineage, nowadays, was just a noble, to real power without real power, only a hereditary title of nobility. Such a title, for the Town Guile Pavilion, what is the use? As the crowd stopped, Yuan Yulo turned around and returned to the carriage. Your Highness, Hun Tianfu has arrived. Then pronounced the order. Jiang Yihen's voice came out from the carriage, and it seemed that he had no intention of going out for the time being. After receiving the order, Yuan Yulo arrived in front of the gate of the Hun Tian Marquis residence and worked his magic power, trying his best to make his voice carry into every corner of the Marquis residence. His Highness the King of Chang'an has ordered that the people of the Marquis of Hunting Heaven's residence violated the laws of the Heavenly Kingdom by robbing the execution ground privately the day before yesterday. Now order Marquis Hun Tian to come out and prepare for your Highness's interrogation. Some of the Marquis guards standing at the door all look at each other. They are now worried. Wait in case people if they are hard to break in, they are to stop or not to stop. Letting a hallowed Marquis come out to be interrogated. This is not giving the slightest bit of face anymore. The voice of a transcendent mortal realm expert was instantly spread over dozens of miles in a radius with the addition of mana. Not to mention the entire Marquis mansion, even the entire noble district. Half of the people heard it. Instantly, the divine thoughts in the air converged here, not only poking around the situation, but also communicating with each other. Yu Huatian looked up into the sky and frowned slightly, but was stopped by Mao Chun next to him, only to see him shake his head, signaling Yu Huatian not to worry about these people for the time being. Right now, the Jingui Pavilion does not have a top expert sitting in the town, and there is not the slightest way to do anything about these people, so you can't just not allow people to chat with their divine thoughts. At this time, in the Marquis residence, a group of young people were gathering together to talk and laugh, when suddenly, they were startled by this voice of profound Yulo, only to see their faces rapidly turn red, each looking righteously indignant, feeling as if they had died as parents. Deceitful. We haven't even looked for trouble from the Jingui Pavilion yet, but they came to our door first, just in time. I'd like to see what kind of backbone this Jingui Pavilion has that it dares to come to the door personally to sow discord. Everyone, dare you follow me to meet this so-called Jingui Pavilion? A male who looked like he had a face like white jade snapped closed the jade fan in his hand and got up to ask the people around him. These people were all the leaders of the younger generation of the Marquis, all of them outstanding and headstrong. The aura and temperament nurtured by the family background was quite extraordinary. What's so daring about this? Go out and meet them now, lest outsiders say that our marquis doesn't dare to answer the battle. Yes, why don't you dare? Go! The people have risen. All of them were furious. And then, the people's feet on the true chi surging, instantly will be a step as dozens of meters away. In one of the inner courtyards, the contemporary Ho Hun Tian and a few clansmen were discussing things here. At this moment, a middle-aged man said to Marquis Hun Tian, "Family master, aren't we going to go out and take a look, and let the juniors go out? If it causes strife and a fight, it won't be easy to handle." Chapter 43, Bone High. Marquis Hun Tian took a sip of tea and expressed his understanding for his clan's worries, but he had his own ideas. Besides, the divine thoughts of those of them were always covering the outside. Even if they made a move, they would immediately arrive. It's fine. Let the juniors work it out first. After all, they're all adults now and it's time for them to exercise. As far as getting your hands dirty, as long as no one dies. The clansman didn't understand the meaning of Hun Tian Ho. How to look at the meaning of the family head. The two sides have made a move between the two sides, but instead, it was still what he wished to see. Ignoring the questions of several people, the reason why Marquis Hun Tian didn't go out now was not that he was afraid, but that he was a bit unreasonable. So, let the juniors go out for a meeting first. As for making a move, the big deal is that these juniors will suffer some losses, and at that time, it is expected that he, Xingue Pavilion, won't seize the previous things and not let go. Not only could he exercise his juniors, but he could also defuse the embarrassment of this time. And he could also take this opportunity to redeem those few disgraceful things from the hands of the Jingeki Pavilion, with a slightly lower attitude. It's even possible, without even having to shell out the ransom. This is really killing three birds with one stone. Hun Tianho's calculations are really good. Only, he obviously didn't understand Jiang Yihan's character. Or rather, he just didn't understand Jiang Yihan's character at all. But where he really understood, he knew that his current reckoning was not even the slightest play. Profound Yulo returned to the front of the group, and then he and the crowd quietly waited for the people from the Marquis of Hun Tian to come out. At this moment, it was a peaceful place, and the people from the Jinggue Pavilion stood very straight, without a single sound. Slowly, the place was enveloped by a faint murderous aura, which was emanated by these people invisibly, and then due to the similarity of their feats, they were enveloped in the sky above. This made the divine thoughts in the air that were casually watching and talking to each other a little bit rather uncomfortable. When the divine idea was strong, it could instantly kill enemies thousands of miles away. But the divine idea was afraid of the killing aura on the battlefield, because the killing gas, the fury and so on, it is too easy to pollute a person's divine idea. If the divine idea for a long time out of the body to in the killing gas, once it returned to the body, it would make the body instantly become somewhat murderous. And unless it was purified in time by closing the door, sooner or later, it would go off the deep end. However, these divine thoughts floating around here were all transcendent high-level experts behind them, and this point of killing only made it a little difficult for them. It doesn't cause substantial harm, so those who should be communicating are still communicating, and those who should be watching the show are still watching the show. Right at this moment, a few young men suddenly appeared at the gate of the Hun Tian Marquis residence, and then in the twinkling of an eye, more and more people gathered. The young man who had led the way out earlier to meet the Jinggue Pavilion, at this moment, looked at these comers in front of the door, and the gravity in his eyes flickered. Han Yunshin, one of the geniuses of the younger generation of the Marquis House's bright side, his cultivation was already at the dragon transformation realm. Therefore, when he saw these 200 dragon transformation perfectionists, his heart was slightly grave because a court organization that hadn't been established for a long time would have so many multi-dragon perfectionists. In fact, this was not what Jiang Yihan was worried about. These ordinary brocade guards summoned by the altar were not very old, and their cultivation level was at least dragon transformation perfection. Sooner or later, it would make others feel that something was wrong, and later on, it would inevitably cause more people to pry into the Jinggue Pavilion. This is but compared to the benefits. He temporarily put down those unfavorable aspects. As long as my strength grows fast, then I can cope with all the crises. It was also a gamble he was taking that his strength would override the risk posed. I don't know what the Jinggue Pavilion is doing here in my marquee, and when did my marquis send someone to rob the penal colony? My Hun Tian lineage, since the beginning of the great ancestor, has always been law-abiding and loyal to the successive sacred emperors and to the great Yan Heavenly dynasty. Categorically there will be no such disgraceful behavior. A brocade suit with this Han Yunshin's temperament made people unconsciously believe in what he said. Only, it didn't have the slightest effect on the Jingue Gu. Yuan Yulo came to the front. Looking at the young people of this generation of the marquis, his heart was also slightly affirmed. In the end, it was the people who came out of the marquis. Compared to the previous sons and daughters of Surabaya, they were still much more educated. Who are you, and can you represent the Huntian Ho now? Han Yunshin knew Yuan Yulo, although Yuan Yulo didn't know him. After all, Yuan Yulo was one of the nobles who had quite a reputation nowadays. It was only because he, as a noble, was now working as an errand boy in the Jingue Pavilion, more or less letting the nobles look down on him. So it's Lord Yuan. I'm Han Yunshin, an ordinary junior of the Hun Tian Marquis residence. I and these brothers and sisters of mine can't represent the entire marquis, but we represent the honor of the Hun surname, the Hun heavenly marquis lineage, and we can't let people slander us for nothing. Slander. Then explain why the people who went ahead to rob our Jingue Pavilion's torture chamber that day were people from your marquis house. Their faces can't be faked in full view of the public. The faces of those young men behind them changed slightly, and some of them looked a little unnatural, but a few of the young men in front of them, their ears suddenly twitched slightly before they looked at each other with such a hint of sadness in their eyes. Han Yun deeply suppressed the emotions in his heart and his voice became slightly louder. This matter is also what we were about to inform. The person who went to rob the penal colony that day has long since ceased to be a member of our marquis. They laid down their faults a long time ago, and were expelled from the walls of the marquis, and also deprived of their muddy surnames. So, what they did has not a single thing to do with the muddy sky mansion. Profound Yulo took a deep look at the young man in front of him. Every move was so natural and calm. Arrogance might be found in the clans, but most of the clan's sons and daughters would not be arrogant in the outside world. This kind of ancient family that had accumulated several epochs. They had a mature system for nurturing their offspring. At this time the carriage Jiang Yihan finally spoke. The voice did not deafeningly loud, nor did it pretend to be mature majesty. This king remembers that he only beheaded them that day, and did not cause their souls to scatter. Then, their nether souls have either been reincarnated or remain in the underworld hunting heavenly marquis mansion, since you don't recognize them as people from the marquis of Hun Tian anymore. Then, this king will report to the court and probe into their current situation, but where they've become ghost cultivators now. The Marquis of Hunting Heaven should understand the consequences of deceiving the imperial court. As the words fell, a young man with a handsome face, yet filled with a majestic aura, descended from the carriage. All the people of the surrounding Jingeki pavilion neatly bent down and saluted. It was this silent salute that further emphasized the majesty and solemnity of this moment. The noble aura emanating from Jiang Yihan's body at this moment caused Han Yunshin and the others in front of the marquis gate to feel a hint of discomfort. It was a kind of condescension from the heart, high and honorable in the bones. Other people think that this is what the royal family of the celestial dynasty should look like, but it's not. Because of Jiang Yihan's condescension, that was behind him. There were countless historical sages from previous generations, as well as myths and legends of gods and demons as the backbone. Chapter 44, Persecution. Why would a king with a ruthless heart have such an honorable and lofty aura? This was something that these people, Han Yunshin, couldn't figure out. According to the rumors, with this Chang'an king's style, shouldn't he be covered in gloom and have a grim face? However, they were just thinking about it, and at this moment, they had to bend down and salute along with the people from the Jingue pavilion. Han Yunshin, scion of Marquis Hun Tian, see your highness King Chang'an. Very interesting name calling. It turned out that in the eyes of the people of the Hun Tian marquis, the identity of Jiang Yihan that could make them salute nowadays was his identity as a prince, instead of the identity of the Jingue pavilion's pavilion master. It seemed that these people, all along, still despised the Jingue pavilion. When Jiang Yihan thought of this, he kindly laughed in his heart and was not the slightest bit angry. The pride in these people's hearts was not something that could be subdued by the Jingue pavilion today. There's no rush. There's still a long time. Let's take our time. One day, the Jingeki pavilion will be a nightmare in the hearts of these nobles. Level off. Waving his hand, signaling that all the people were flat. Jiang Yihan did not make things difficult for Han Yunshin and these people. It was because from the moment he showed up, Marquis Hun Tian would come out himself. Communicating with their fathers is one's main purpose, and these descendants' sons and daughters are, to put it mildly, looking down on people. These people don't deserve to have themselves embarrassed by them. Sure enough, a burst of bright laughter came from far away, and while the laughter was still in the distance, the figures of several middle-aged men suddenly appeared in front of Hun Yunshin and the others. The leader was the contemporary Hun Tianho, only to see that even though he had a middle-aged face, he could also tell that he was also a handsome man in his youth. Contemporary family head of the Huntian clan, Marquis Huntian. See Your Highness King Chang'an. The few people behind him also bent slightly and saluted Jiang Yihan. However, if they dared not to salute today, the officials of the court's Ministry of Rights, as well as other officials who wanted to find trouble with the Hun Tian Marquis residence, definitely will participate in a book. Buckle a hat of disrespect for the royal family. Definitely will let the Hun Tian Hofu drink a pot. No one is going to leave anyone in the lurch when it comes to details like that. Marquis, please rise. No need to be polite. Marquis Hun Tian smoothly got up, then said with a smile, Your Highness, it's a rare visit to my Hun Tianfu today. How about entering the mansion? Ho Hun Tian had long since observed the various divine thoughts in the air at this point, and he didn't want to deal with King Chang'an here. Whatever the outcome, it's going to be a joke. Mainly, he had already realized in his heart that today, his marquis house would have to bow down to this prince. The reason was simple. The 15 clansmen who had been decapitated before, they had already cultivated in the Hofu of the underworld. That is to say, they had already transformed into ghost cultivators. However, anyone who had cultivated to the transcendent realm would basically turn into a ghost cultivator once they had fallen. As long as their souls had not gone up in smoke, who would give up a long lifespan? Who would risk reincarnating and retraining? What if the qualifications in the afterlife are poor? Cultivating until death is only a mortal realm cultivator. So, but in all family clans and sex forces, as long as the transcendent realm fell, they would all be transformed into ghost cultivators in the forces they opened up in the underworld. Therefore, at this time, Marquis Hun Tian wants to make a deal with the King of Chang'an. I will pay a certain amount of benefits, and you will not pursue this matter from now on. I won't go in the Marquis mansion. This king is now in charge of the Jingui Pavilion, and his official duties are really busy. Then may I ask if what the scions of your house said earlier is true? Marquis Hun Tian's face changed slightly. He felt that this prince was a bit unaware of the situation. One has made such an obvious step. Why would one not want to negotiate? At this moment, the divine thoughts in the air in front of the marquee gate, that is more and more gathered. Many people who did not get the news before, now have rushed over. This was a collision between the Jingui Pavilion and the Marquis of Hun Tian. No, to be precise, it should be a collision between the King of Chang'an and the Marquis. Without the Chang'an king at the helm of the Jingui Pavilion, no one would look at it more than once, but anyone who looked at it more than once was considered to have given face to the Jingui Pavilion. But a prince in charge of the Jingui Pavilion represents a different nature, and besides, even if the noble families don't like this institution, now it was also too late, and there was no way to outlaw the Jingui Pavilion, which had been enshrined with the national fortune. Must the king drive out all the people? Hun Tianho's aura emanated slightly as he tried to make the Chang'an king know what to do. This aura, even if it wasn't his full strength, that wasn't something a mortal realm person could block. At this moment, Hun Tianho wanted this Chang'an king to know that in this world, background was not everything, and only his own strength was real. A person whose cultivation was already at the Yangshan perfection realm used his aura to suppress a mortal realm cultivator, although it was a bit humiliating to say so. But compared to the face, the concrete benefits are real. However, Ho Hun Tian miscalculated. Just as he was about to overwhelm Jiang Yihan with his aura, foreign god realm auras went all out and resisted his aura. Marquis Hun Tian couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Wasn't there only one Yinshen realm expert in the Jingui Pavilion? How come 3 more suddenly appeared at this moment? A god realm expert, even in the heavenly kingdom, that was not something that could be cultivated casually. Mao Qian, Zhao Shi, Ji Gang, and Yu Huatian, all 4 of them, stepped forward and blocked in front of Jiang Yihan, and the 4 of them teamed up to resist Ho Hun Tian's aura. Jiang Yihan looked breezy on the surface, but in his heart, he had already been furious. Today, if it were not for the 4 Maochamps, he would have been humiliated in front of the Marquis house. These clans are really arrogant. Seeing such a situation arise, Marquis Hun Tian knew that there was no way to make King Chang'an bow his head at this moment, because he could feel it. Even if he was able to kill these 4 people, he would still be in the midst of serious injuries, and he couldn't help but feel a bit gloomy in his heart. And at that moment, Jiang Yihan's voice leisurely sounded. Profound Jade Tower, pass on this king's order. There is a request for the Heavenly Palace courtyard to send someone to investigate the situation of the Huntian Marquis residents in the underworld. Once the people who robbed the penal colony that day are found, Order them to completely behead these people by order of the court. As the voice fell, not only did the faces of the Han Tian Marquis people change, even those divine thoughts in the air were slightly shaken. The Heavenly Palace Academy. This was a mysterious institution of great yen, and one that many nobles and organizations were reluctant to mention. Subordinate Division of Heavenly Supervision. The Underworld Supervision Division and other mysterious organizations. The upper can monitor and explore the situation outside the domain. The lower can monitor and explore the situation in the underworld. The situation in the Hunti and Hofu underworld. The underworld supervisor wasted some energy and was able to easily map out the situation inside. With a divine weapon created by the national fortune in their hands, no family or organization of Great Yan's power in the underworld could escape their investigation. Wait, Your Highness. Ho Hun Tian's voice rang out hurriedly, and Yuan Yulo stopped his figure that was about to leave and looked towards Jiang Yihan. This would be the Han Heavenly Marquis looking at Jiang Yihan with a complex expression. There was both a hint of killing intent in his heart, but more than anything else, he was helpless and discouraged. Chapter 45 Great Yen Upper 6 Regions. All the forces in the Great Yen underworld were like an undefended courtyard to the underworld supervisor. Everything was clear. Those 15 people from the Marquis of Huntian were in the Marquis of the underworld. If this was found out by the people from the underworld supervisory department, wouldn't they not be able to fall in any favor? He could go against the Jingeki Pavilion, but not against the Imperial Court, unless he was tired of living, and there was no need to do so. Your Highness, I will have them reincarnated. Since Marquis Huntian has personally opened his mouth, this king is still trustworthy. Yulo, there's no need to trouble the people from the Heavenly Palace Academy. Jiang Yihan looked at the Huntian Marquis crowd, then smiled slightly, both triumphantly and mockingly. No matter how angry these people were in their hearts, they couldn't change the fact that as long as they were in Dian for one day, they were Dian's subjects. Turning around and returning to the carriage, the 5 spirit beasts pulling the carriage hissed happily before turning around and preparing to leave. Maochamp raised his hand and ordered the others to withdraw. Just then, Jiang Yihan's voice came out from the carriage. By the way, Marquis, if you have time, have someone come to the Jingue Pavilion and redeem your people. I also welcome all of you to be my guests at the Towndial Pavilion. When he finished, the crowd heard laughter coming from the carriage. There was no concealment in this laughter. As if this highness were in a pleasant mood, the Huntian Marquis clenched his fists, then unclenched them as he looked up into the air. Humph, gentlemen, the play is over. Why don't you leave? Why? Do you want this Marquis to personally escort you all? After saying that, there was a flash and his figure disappeared. Han Yunshen and other offspring, each with humiliated faces, looked at each other and also turned around to go back. Today was simply a humiliating day for their Marquis house. Being approached and forced to make the family head personally promise that he would reincarnate the clan. You know, this world doesn't have institutions such as the 6 paths of hell and reincarnation, so no one knows which race one will become after reincarnation. And after reincarnation, no matter how high your cultivation was in your previous life, all your memories will no longer exist. This was an innate law that had existed in the Tianyin continent since ancient times. Therefore, as a last resort, no matter which race's transcendent realm experts were unwilling to reincarnate even after falling. Heaven and earth were fair. Although ghost cultivators could also cultivate, but starting from the mortal realm, every time their cultivation level rose by a large realm, they would experience a thunder tribulation. Next, rumors circulated in the divine capital about the strength of the Jingue Pavilion, especially what the Chang'an king had done when he came in. The reputation can be polarized. Among the people, the Chang'an king that is respected by ordinary people, but among the upper class, the reputation is not so good. Since his debut, almost every time he's picked a fight, it's been exclusively against the upper echelon, and it's a wonder that these people are impressed with him at all. The next day, the people from the Marquis of Huntian's residence prepared a generous gift and came to the Jingue Pavilion to ransom the 4 fools from before. Jiang Yihan looked at the gifts, which were basically spirit crystals and other treasures for cultivation, so he had the spirit crystals distributed, and the rest of the things were placed in the treasure trove of the Jingue Pavilion, where they could be slowly rewarded to the crowd in the future. With the slow passage of time, Yu Huatian and these people who had exchanged out last time had familiarized themselves with the current situation. Jiang Yihan then began to prepare for his next move. Now that the departments of the Jingeki Pavilion headquarters had been basically perfected, in that case, it's time to expand outward. On this day, he came to the Jingue Pavilion and summoned Mao Chom, Yuan Yulu and others to come and deliberate. In the main hall, at the top sat Jiang Yihan, and below him sat the others. Everyone, It's been 2 months since the establishment of the Jingui Pavilion, and even though there's a shortage of manpower nowadays, it's time to expand outwards. Since there's a shortage of manpower, let's first form the construction of sub-pavilions in the upper 6 domains, and set up a first-level sub-pavilion in each domain. Each sub-honorable belongs to the first-level divisions such as the Apprehension Division, the Intelligence Division, and so on. Each state establishes a second-tier sub-cabinet with a second-tier subdivision under it. The prefecture establishes a 3-tiered structure, the city a 4-tiered structure, and at the bottom, the county, a 5-tiered structure. Jiang Yihan also didn't know if all of these upper 6 domains could be covered, because the Heavenly Kingdom was just too big, and there were teleportation arrays everywhere in the big territory. Great Yan's territory was divided into 18 domains, with each domain having a minimum of 3 states and a maximum of 5 states, and underneath each state, there were about 10 prefectures. Each prefecture contains about 10 cities below it, and a dozen counties below each city, and a county in Dian Dynasty. The number of villages and towns that are included is even more numerous, and even such a powerful strength of the dynasty can only deploy the regime to the county level. Jiang Yihan had checked the data of the Celestial Dynasty before, and the official population statistics of the Celestial Dynasty 500 years ago had been 6 or 700 billion people. The area under the jurisdiction of a prefecture was almost 8 or 9 million square kilometers. Yes, it was almost as big as even his motherland in his previous life. There were a total of more than 700 and 800 prefectures in the Dian Heavenly Dynasty, which meant that the overall area of Dian was 700 to 800 times the size of his motherland in his previous life. To be more specific, the area of a Dian Heavenly Kingdom was almost the size of 15 Earths, not to mention the entire Tianyan continent. As for such a large area, why hasn't it collapsed into a black hole? Why is it that humans, including other races, survive intact? Let's just say that in the metaphysical world, anything is possible. When he first visualized the area of Great Yen, he was a little saddened by the fact that for such a large area, the population was only a mere 700 billion or so, which was really too little. The world itself is a resource-rich world, with all kinds of basic survival substances that are just too abundant. He has never been able to figure out why the Celestial Kingdom is reluctant to encourage the birth of a population. Now that he wanted to perfect the Jingui Pavilion's organization in the upper 6 regions, the manpower in his hands today was still too little. There were nearly 24 states and nearly 300 prefectures in the upper 6 regions alone. So I'm afraid that with this amount of manpower, he could only build an overall framework. But no matter what, the framework had to be built so that all places outside of God's capital would be bathed in the universal light of the Jingui Gu. Your Highness, with just the upper 6 domains, we're also covering at most the house level. There's no way to cover the cities and counties down the road. After a quick and rough calculation, Profound Yulo opened his mouth. Nowadays, although the manpower of the Jingui division exceeds 1,000, the number of those who have attained the perfection of dragon transformation, counting the manpower recruited by His Highness, is just over the scale of 1,000. As for the transcendent realm, it was even less. There were only a measly less than 200 people, and even if each house temporarily dispatched one person, there were still dozens of gaps in existence. Jiang Yihan quickly thought and calculated. This couldn't send out all of the transcendent realm. After all of them were dispatched, there were no transcendent realm manpower left in the headquarters, and it seemed that it would be somewhat impossible to build up to a government-level sub-cabinet. This is a bit awkward. Chapter 46 Official Foreign Expansion. Jiang Yihan had thought that at the very least, he would be able to set up a sub-cabinet at the prefecture level. He thought for a moment, then opened his mouth to ask Mao Champ, Mao Chang, those gold medals see guards in the pavilion at the Transformation Dragon Perfection Realm. Is there any possibility of a breakthrough in the near future? After taking a look at Yuchi Yulo, Mao Champ thought about how this person shouldn't have much of a problem now. So he said, Your Highness, they can break through any time after taking the mirror breaking pill. Mirror breaking pill? Profound Jade Tower's heart stirred. This kind of elixir sounded like it was used to break through realms. Since when would there be this kind of elixir in the Jingui Pavilion? And he had never heard that there was an elixir with this kind of name in the outside world. Thoughts swirled in his mind, and after glancing at the rest of the group with his afterglow, realization then dawned on him. This would be the elixir provided by the pavilion master. Anyway, ever since he became this one's subordinate, all sorts of miraculous things had been happening. The district pills should be nothing to this one. Jiang Yihan didn't care about the presence of an outsider. Yuan Yulu. At the scene, he wasn't afraid of some secrets being exposed because in this transcendent great world, who does not have some secrets? From ancient times to the present countless epochs, This continent buried unknown how many chances good heritage. But no one would be surprised to hear that an ordinary person had inadvertently obtained a monument and a treasure. How many ordinary people had unintentionally acquired the legacy of a certain epical power before they soared into the heavens to become great powers with long lifespans? So these people, what are the approximate chances of crossing the thunder tribulation? Mao Chong was a bit embarrassed. Not only him, including Zhao Shiyu, Huatian and others, all looked embarrassed. It was because they hadn't crossed the lightning tribulation and didn't know how strong it was. The moment he came out, he was an expert of the transcendent realm, so who knows what the thunderbolt was like. Zhang Yihan saw the appearance of a few people and reacted violently. Yes, oh, these few are cheating to get the strength, and have not crossed the thunder tribulation. It's kinda hard for them to say. Yuan Yulo did not know why these few were difficult, and there was some confusion in his heart, but since His Highness was waiting for an answer, if you guys don't say it then I can say it. To be able to perform in front of His Highness and strive to become a true beloved, because he could still feel that this Highness did not yet consider himself as a beloved being. Pavilion Master, from my subordinate's observation, each of these people has a solid foundation, and the talent isn't bad either. As long as there are no accidents, you can basically pass through the lightning tribulation steadily. That being said, this was what shocked Yuchi Yulo. It wasn't hard to recruit hundreds or thousands of dragon transformation perfection cultivators. What was rare was that all of these people were still heck of a lot of talented and had a solid foundation. This is a bit abnormal. What's the matter? Is it that those who have good talent and foundation only identify with you? King of Chang'an. But shocked as he was, he wouldn't be a fool to talk nonsense. Even his own family relatives, he didn't even mention it. Mao Champ and the few others gratefully glanced at profound Yulo, and all of them couldn't help but think back in their hearts that this person was still good. You can try to reach out to him slowly later. Zhang Yihan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there wasn't much of a problem, all he could accept was that he couldn't lose more than 50 people after these 700 people crossed the threshold. To say that there wasn't a single loss, that was impossible. The average person's chances of crossing the threshold were only about 30%. Although the world was materially rich and the environment for cultivation was friendly, due to various reasons, 3 out of 10 people crossing the thunder tribulation would be considered a high probability. Alright. Then within the next period of time, the few of you will be in charge of building the establishment of the sub-pavilion while you're at it. Pay attention to the gold medal seaways transitions while you're at it. But whenever someone isn't sure, let him refrain from transitions for the time being. It doesn't matter if he cultivates for a few more years. Yes, subordinate honors the order. Everyone in the divine capital realized that the Jingui pavilion had begun to expand outwards. Within the next period of time, other places in the upper 6 regions had sub-cabinets of the Jingui pavilion begin to be established. Officials from all over the world took it upon themselves to help the Jingiki pavilion set up its own residence and office. As for the local officials, these people from the god's capital were not to be offended if they could. Moreover, they had heard of the style of the Jingiki pavilion, which was to give face to no one, but all those who were associated with the Giki were all cleaned up and obeyed. Every day, a group of people from the Jingui pavilion left from the teleportation array, and they ran to various places in the upper 6 regions to go. On this day, Zhao Gao came to Zhang Yihan and saw that he was in the middle of cultivation, so he planned to wait quietly first. Who knew that Zhang Yihan opened his eyes and then asked what was the matter? My subordinate should be damned for disturbing your highness's cultivation. Waving his hand, Zhang Yihan told Zhao Gao not to care. No matter, I just happened to be ready to end today's cultivation as well. Say, what's there to report? Only after getting up and stretching did Zhang Yihan ask. A secret letter appeared in Zhao Master's hand and respectfully handed it to Zhang Yihan. Your Highness, this is a secret letter sent by General Zhang Han. Please read it. After picking up the secret letter and looking at the unique seal intact, Zhang Yihan then opened it. In fact, he also knew that he did not even need to check so carefully. The secret letter was sent all the way back by Zhang Han's men, and these people were all redeemed. They simply won't appear to be defecting unless someone is specifically targeted to do the job and take over the person. Who would care about this ordinary bone forging and marrow refining realm cultivator when you think about the impossible? This was merely his habit. In a short while, he finished reading Zhang Han's letter. Not bad. Now that General Zhang has also managed to enter the army, or the elite army that is the Jin Barbarian Legion, not an ordinary border guard regiment. It's not in vain that this king has worked hard to operate. Before I was afraid that he would end up going to an ordinary legion. Zhao Gao also had a hint of joy on his face when he heard it from the side. Now that he has reconciled with Zhang Han long ago, there were not many people around His Highness now. but obviously he could feel that Mao Chong and the others had been vaguely rejecting his own. How can I put this feeling? It's like one collective rejecting another. It's not about hatred or anything. It's frankly just about competing for favor. Congratulations, Your Highness. From what I understand, General Zhang's military talents will blossom completely in the army. At that time, no matter how many colleagues go to the military in the future to develop, with the help of General Zhang, the pre-period is going to be a lot better. Yes, at least Zhang Han's existence makes it much easier for me to lay out my army in the future. Zhang Yihan nodded in agreement with Zhao Gao. 2 consecutive months passed, and on this day Mao Chong and the others came to report. Your Highness, over 700 transformation dragon perfection realm transits are complete. This time, 20 people have unfortunately failed to cross the threshold, and the rest have all become pre-divine sense cultivators. When Zhang Yihan heard that someone had failed, his heart was also gloomy. Even if they wanted to make it up to them, there's no way to make it up to them, because in this world, these people are alone, without the presence of a single loved one. Chapter 47 Folk Sectarianism. Those who failed to cross the tribulation would not even be able to turn into a ghost cultivator if they wanted to. The lightning tribulation of the mortal realm crossing over to the transcendent mortal realm. Once the tribulation fails, both the physical body and the soul will go up in smoke. This was limited by the rules of heaven and earth. And if the tribulation failed, everyone could turn into a ghost cultivator. Then, I'm afraid that the people who had failed to cross the tribulation accumulated over countless epochs would have long since piled up in the entire underworld. The underworld wouldn't be as sparsely populated as it is now. Although no one has surveyed the size of the underworld so far, to put it bluntly, it is just a realm. There was no infinitely large realm in the world, except that the underworld was the only underworld in this cosmic sea, and it was said that even the ancient gods and demons were unable to say how large the area was. Zhang Yihan had the Jingeki Pavilion create tablets for these people so that the living would have a place to pay their respects in the future. From now on, whenever the Jingeki Pavilion had sacrificed anyone, a tablet would be erected in their honor so that they could enjoy the incense of the living. Zhang Yihan also came here in person to pay tribute to those who had failed to cross the threshold this time. How can I put it? If it was someone this world had sacrificed, he still might not feel this sadness, but these were people that he had brought over from his original world. Even though they would have been ancient long ago, I don't know how many times I've been reincarnated, but the original sliver of a soul always lives forever in the river of time. Bringing them here on their own was the equivalent of giving a chance to be reborn. However, after this rebirth, once they fell again, it meant that their original personality and soul would completely disappear. Reincarnation is not the same as rebirth, but after any reincarnation, you will technically have no relationship with your previous life. The soul, personality, etc., will be a newborn life. Zhang Yihan's previous 18 years. In fact, the heart is lonely, because this world he always felt himself, as if out of place. There is no familiar setting, no familiar people, and no familiar history. It wasn't until the mythic altar awakened and he was able to offer sacrifices to redeem the summoning of the original world's beings that it gave him a sense of belonging. Yes, it's all about belonging. It doesn't really make a difference whether the person summoned over is from historical legend or mythological legend, because they all have a background that traces back to the source. They may all be ancestors now. Upon returning to the royal residence, Zhao Gao saw that His Highness was clearly not in a high mood, and after a little thought, he realized what the reason was. Your Highness, people can't be brought back from the dead. Those of us who can have a chance to start over are all very grateful to Your Highness. Any of us who come into this world are always ready to die for the temple. You probably don't know how much Your Highness is thanked anymore only by those who have experienced that. The lonely despair of having their souls forever in the river of time. Zhang Yihan shook his head. He could understand what Zhao Gao said, but the two men meant different things. Forget it, don't think about these things. When did I become so sad and miserable? Zhao Gao was silent for a moment, then said softly, Your Highness, perhaps it's only you who keeps leading us, the people, forward until after the entire world, even this cosmic sea as well as the heavens and the worlds, have been conquered. Let our Yanhuang flag be planted in all the worlds. This is what we people want to see the most. Each and every one of us. We want to see His Highness conquer all the worlds one day. Zhang Yihan's eyes first lit up slightly before they instantly blossomed with an incomparably bright luster. Ha ha ha. Good. Then let me, the king, lead you to conquer all that you can see. Yes, these old folks from the original world. They probably didn't care about life and death long after they were reborn in this world. It is to see the descendants of Yan Huang conquering that heavenly realm. The upper 6 domains of the great Yan dynasty are respectively, the Yen domain, the Divine domain, the Spirit domain, the Tsang domain, the Red domain, and the Heavenly domain. The upper 6 domains as a whole were a bit stronger than the remaining 12 domains, no matter if it was the cultivation environment or the aura of heaven and earth. Even the chances of heavenly treasures being born were a bit more than in the middle and lower 6 domains. The Tianyan continent as a whole had the same aura and cultivation environment, except that the environment could be transformed. Ever since there has been a cultivation system, living beings have transformed their side of the environment through formations and other means. For example, each dynasty could use its national fortune to slowly comb the mountains and rivers and earth veins to make the aura within its territory more and more abundant. It's just that the dynastic position is different and the transformation is not the same. There was also the fact that there were some strong imperial dynasties, as well as all the heavenly dynasties, who could go forward to other realms outside of the heavenly diffusion continent, after seizing their realms, exerting great magic power, cutting or refining the realms, and coming back to sacrifice heaven and earth or fusing their own kingdoms. Both can increase one's country's heritage, and in the case of the former, heaven and earth will send down rays and blessings, causing the entire country's aura to rise by one level. The latter can also increase the country's heritage and aura. Aura is the root of everything. Whether the birth of heavenly treasures or cultivators' cultivation cannot be separated from the aura. Otherwise, why would the heavenly diffusion continent be getting stronger and stronger? Even at the end of every era, the abyss was unable to take the entire continent. The location of the divine capital belonged to the Yin domain, and the other 5 great domains surrounded the Yin domain, followed by the middle 6 domains outward, and the outermost 6 domains, the lower 6 domains. Even a setting of the lower 6 domains, when placed in an imperial dynasty, was the most central place. So, that kind of gap between the kingdoms of different realms is just unimaginable. The red domain was to the north of the Yin domain, and when this place was viewed from a high altitude looking down, its earth was somewhat reddish in color, which was why it was named the Red Domain, and the entire Red Domain was one of the most mineral-rich domains in Great Yen. The Iron Mountain sect was the one prefecture that was located on the border of the Red Domain, and he would enter the middle 6 domains as soon as he crossed the prefecture he was in to the north. So, this place has always been a very lively mansion. In fact, the border mansions of each domain were basically very prosperous. Even the northern border and the barbarian neighboring mansions were lively and prosperous. The Iron Mountain sect is holding a big banquet today to celebrate the 5000th anniversary of its founding. On the continent, no matter if it was a clan supported by ancient sleeping gods and demons, or any other clan, as long as the name had the word clan in it, it was bound to be a force of 1,000 years. And while folk forces within 1,000 years can only be called sects, anyone who dares to be called a clan will inevitably be struck down with destruction. No one knows exactly when this rule was passed down. In contrast, clans and sects that are more than 10,000 years old or something like that have the word temple in their name. Those who have survived one epical calamity intact become palaces, while those who have survived multiple epics are sects, generally honored as holy sects. There was not a single sect that dared to stick gold in its face as it pleased. The Iron Mountain sect, which started off by mining, was considered a first-class sect within a 10,000 mile radius in terms of strength. The strength of a clan that was just 1,000 years old was definitely not comparable to the strength of a clan that was a few thousand years old. Chapter 48 Secrets of the Iron Mountain Sect. The strength of the Iron Mountain sect might not be considered the topmost power in their house, but that's still second only to the existence of the topmost forces. And besides, the Iron Mountain sect holds a large number of iron mines in its hands. This was not ordinary iron ore, but an iron ore that was more advanced than ordinary iron ore. One of the best materials used to refine magic treasures. This kind of material might not be a strategic material of much importance to the Celestial Kingdom, but for the Imperial Dynasty, that is the top strategic materials. After paying taxes every year, the remaining profits of the Iron Mountain sect were exchanged for the materials needed for cultivation. So this created a positive development, mining profits, and then used the profits gained to develop their own general gate. The general gate is getting stronger and stronger. The general people will not hit its idea. The top powers couldn't see the little profit they had, and the same powers couldn't afford to take the risk of competing for it. As for the lower level forces, they were jealous, but they were not capable of getting a share of the pie. The Iron Mountain sect's patriarch, at this moment, was leading some of the sect's elders to personally greet the arriving guests in front of the main gate. Like clan-level powers, they held grand celebrations every 1,000 years for as long as the clan continued to exist. The people who came to congratulate him this time were all at the lowest level of existence, with multiple transcendent realms sitting within the forces. A power without a transcendent realm wasn't a sect at all. It could only be a gate. A power with a transcendent realm sitting in its midst wasn't necessarily a sect. It could be a gate. Ha ha. Congratulations to the Iron Mountain sect for being born 5,000 years ago. Patriarch Tai. Mr. Lu isn't late, is he? As the words fell, a burly man with a full beard approached the place quickly from far to near. In the blink of an eye, this person was standing in front of several people from the Iron Mountain sect. Upon seeing the visitor, a few people from the Iron Mountain sect showed a slightly pleasing look, then hurriedly said their words, "For Mr. Lu to personally come over today, my Iron Mountain sect would be a sight to behold. Besides, sir isn't late. The festivities haven't even started yet." The bearded man bashfully laughed a few times again, looking very satisfied with the look on the faces of the several people from the Iron Mountain sect. "Well, this is the gift the king asked me to bring you. Congratulations on your Iron Mountain sect's 5,000 years of birth. It hasn't been easy to develop to this point. Don't worry. In the future, the portion handed over can be reduced by 10% on top of the original. How about it? The king is generous enough." The bearded man finished those words in a low voice with a look of you guys taking advantage of the situation. Several people from the Iron Mountain sect had smiles on their faces, especially the patriarch, who was so enthusiastic and excited. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your love. We of the Iron Mountain sect are doubly honored. Thanks to Mr. Lu as well. Hard work, sir." After a few people exchanged pleasantries for a while, one of the elders of the Iron Mountain sect walked in with the bearded man. Only after the silhouettes were out of sight did the smiles on the faces of several people hide, and one of the elders directly spat towards the ground. "Bah! What a thing! Humph! That's a generous thing to say. Reducing the share by 10% from the original. As if we're taking advantage of how much has been sucked out of us over the years." Patriarch Tai waved his hand, interrupting the elder's complaints. "Stop it! Watch out for the walls." When he finished, he couldn't help but let out a sigh himself. It can't be helped. If it weren't for the support we've had from others over the years, the Iron Mountain sect would have been divided up long ago. There are plenty of people who envy our industry, and people deserve credit for keeping it intact until now. At the very least, with a royal prince at our backs, no one will dare to hit us. With the mineral resources that the Iron Mountain sect held in their hands, it would be impossible to say that there were no forces thinking about it. The top powers might not be able to look at their industry, but some of the higher-ups in the top powers just might covet their industry. If it weren't for this king as a backer, their best-case scenario would probably be to lose most of their minerals. Compared to these losses, the portions that were handed over to the king each year were nothing. But sovereign, we listened to him before and used guile to help with the mining. What if they are found out? The world knows that to breed the spooky, you have to feed them with living creatures. Nowadays, I've heard that the 32 sacred emperors' sons of the current sacred emperor have now formed the Jingue Pavilion, which specializes in dealing with colluding with the bizarre. I'm just afraid of the what-ifs. As soon as the words fell, another elder spoke, again with a heavy tone. "Yes, Patriarch, wasn't it the news from the divine capital that came out before? That holy prince pavilion master, but he personally dealt with a lineage of earls' mansions. That's an earl. It's a class of nobles, and they were all copied by him. In the end, the entire clan of masters fell to beheading. The rest of them either went off to spend their lives digging or were sent to teach private workshops. It is evident that this holy prince is not a person with a soft heart." The Iron Patriarch's face was similarly heavy with gravity and worry. To think that people don't know unless they do. This was the same in that world, especially in a transcendental world like this. Once a hint of it is discovered, it's only a matter of time before you want to find out the truth. That can't be helped. Who made us get on this boat a long time ago? In saying that, hired laborers have to be paid for mining, and shenanigans don't have to be paid for. Just the labor money saved each year is enough for several transcendent realms to cultivate. But Patriarch, it used to be fine, but lately I've been getting more and more worried. If this is discovered, can a mere ordinary king hold it back for us? A few people instantly blushed, which was a euphemism. This prince really did have some power and face in the outside world, but when placed in the royal family, it was a dispensable existence. Relying on his bloodline, he was bestowed with an honorary royal title after becoming a transcendent realm cultivator. Can it be compared to those princes who are really in power? In the royal family of this world, seniority really doesn't count for much. Power and influence are the only things that speak for themselves. An honorary knighthood prince, and an actual prince like Zhang Yihan, were simply two grades of existence. The patriarch of the Iron Mountain sect looked into the distance for a while before finally saying, just to be on the safe side, let's lay low for the rest of the day. Hey, to be honest, I regret organizing this celebration. The crowd understood that originally, people might not have paid attention to you in the Jingue Pavilion, but you're good, and now you're organizing a prestigious celebration. Wouldn't this be digging its own grave if it attracted the attention of the Jingue Pavilion afterward? As the saying goes, if you don't do anything wrong, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. Chapter 49, Then Step on the Iron Mountain Sect. Ever since Jiang Yihan had summoned more than 700 people, all of whom had been promoted to Transcendent, he had dispatched 2 to 3 Transcendent realms to sit in each of the upper 6 domains mansions. At the very least, the framework of the subcourt from the upper 6 domains to the house level was set up. A sect like the Iron Mountain sect would inevitably be included in the supervision of the Intelligence Division. As it happened, the Iron Mountain sect was holding a big banquet to celebrate the birth anniversary of the 5000th year of the founding of the sect, and as long as those who came to congratulate them, that was all that came. Of course, you have to bring a gift to congratulate them, or else, with their miserly ways, it's cool to stay there. Although the framework of the house-level Jingue Pavilion was set up, the people who basically did the work were all mortal realm cultivators. What has the most people in the folklore? And that's the most cultivators in the mortal realm. Some of those who didn't want the kind of harsh rules of the military either joined the nobles as their guards or the civilian clans as their outriders, but most of them wanted to join the organizations directly under the imperial court. After all, they would be eating imperial food in the future, and if they were lucky, they could be knighted. So, in fact, the civil unrest in the Heavenly Kingdom is quite serious. After all, the population is too large, and all want to be civil servants. What do you say about not rolling? Therefore, when the organization Jingeki was established, the folk were looking forward to it, and they were concerned all day long. When Jingeki was going to recruit people, other organizations can't get in, but the newly established town Guile Court should be able to get in. However, since its establishment, the Jingeki Pavilion had ostensibly recruited people from the private sector, but these people, in fact, were all summoned by Jiang Yihan, so there was actually no recruitment from the civilian population at all. Even if they were recruited, it was a direct recruitment of manpower from the reserves in the army. Now that the various sub-cabinets have been established, Jiang Yihan had no choice but to start letting the sub-cabinets recruit people in the private sector, though he knew that there would be a large number of spies mixed in with this situation. But that's not going to happen for a while. Development doesn't happen in one step. If the altar didn't need to be consecrated and could summon manpower at any time, he wouldn't have been able to summon tens of thousands of people out at once. Is the dynasty really a vegetarian? Hundreds or thousands more at a time, as long as they descend separately, with little risk of exposure. If tens of thousands of people try it, unless he can take complete control of the dynasty. At this moment, 2 ordinary division guards of the Intelligence Division blended into the Iron Mountain sect for a few days. The 2 of them didn't notice anything strange about the Iron Mountain sect, but they felt that they should take this opportunity to investigate more about this sect. After all, the primary task of the Intelligence Division of the Jingeki Pavilion's duties was to try to control all the local intelligence. But after the past few days of investigation, they found a strange problem. It was reasonable to say that a clan as big as the Iron Mountain sect, which still started off by digging mines, should have representatives of these people at this celebration. But after going around the entire clan, not a single miner's representative was found. So the 2 of them agreed to simply sneak into their mine quietly and see what was going on. After some day and night lurking, the 2 finally touched the location of a mineral vein. And so it went on, lurking here for days at a time, without seeing a single miner in sight. There were only the figures of disciples wearing Iron Mountain sect clothing, so it couldn't be that these people came to dig for minerals, but it was none of their business anymore. And just when the 2 felt there was no problem, they planned to leave. The image that appeared next left them completely stunned. Only a few disciples of the Iron Mountain sect were seen in the distance, escorting dozens of different shenanigans towards the mine. It's spooky, right? Although it was in a questioning tone, the companion next to him returned with certainty. There's no need to be skeptical. These are just spooky. I can't imagine the Iron Mountain sect is so bold. I told you how I couldn't see any miners. The companion who had spoken before whispered again. We're rich this time. This is a great credit. Be careful. Don't get caught. The 2 of them lurked in place, directly closing off their breathing and heartbeat, just like a rock, without the slightest fluctuation, fearful of the slightest fluctuating sound that the enemy might notice. At the third realm of the mortal realm, cultivators could briefly close their 5 senses and 6 senses, and as long as they didn't close them for a long period of time, they basically wouldn't cause any damage to themselves. Once everyone in sight was gone, the two lifted their self-imposed closure and then quietly left the area. Right now they just wanted to hurry back to the sub-pavilion and report this unexpected discovery. In the divine capital Chang'an King's mansion, Zhang Yihan opened his eyes, then carefully felt his current strength for a while. Finally, his pre-refining viscera stage was complete, and he was only waiting to stabilize for 10 days and half a month before he could proceed to break through to the middle stage. Only now there is no mirror breaking Dan in his hand, and all of it was rewarded to his subordinates in the first place. But he didn't care. Without the mirror breaking pill, there were other pills that existed. He really thought that the pills in this world were inferior to the altar rewards, right? At least the cultivation system had developed for countless years, and the various auxiliary cultivation systems. That was quite perfect. However, he did not want to frequently rely on pills to cultivate. This countless years, according to authoritative findings, has been relying on pills to cultivate to the cultivator. It was basically at the bottom of the heap in terms of battle power in the same realm. Congratulations to Your Highness on your cultivation improvement. According to my subordinate's observation, Your Highness only needs to stabilize your current cultivation. It won't take more than a few days to make a breakthrough in the next few days. One step closer to the dragon transformation realm. Zhao Gao hurriedly congratulated Zhang Yihan after seeing him and sizing him up slightly. Zhang Yihan was also happy in his heart. After all, who didn't like the feeling of a cultivation breakthrough? It had only been 2 or 3 months since he had broken through the refined viscera. Just then, Yu Huatian walked over. Your humble servant greets Your Highness, and congratulates Your Highness on your cultivation breakthrough. Zhang Yihan raised his hand in vain, signaling that he didn't need to be polite, and then asked him the reason for his visit. Yu Huatian said softly, Your Highness, the people below have discovered a clan breeding spooks and using them to mine minerals. Breeding shenanigans? Or is it bred by the clan? With the understanding of this world, Zhang Yihan knew not to look at today's bizarrely unclimatic. However, once it becomes a climate, it is able to give the whole heavenly dynasty a headache, and, in case of trouble, it will also cause a country to fall into tatters. It has been recorded in history that there have been many imperial dynasties that have fallen due to the proliferation of shenanigans. Even there was once a heavenly dynasty that was on the verge of extinction due to the bizarre toss, and if it wasn't for the help of that clan's ancestral court and other heavenly dynasties, they might have all perished. Creepy has a nasty trait, that is, but any living being killed by Creepy will turn into Creepy. Pass down the order to draw one transcendent realm from each house of the upper 6 regions. Go forward to handle this matter together with the narcotics division, and after the investigation is clear, directly step on the sect. Chapter 50 Recruitment of Garrison. Nowadays, the personnel at the Divine Capital Town's Guile Pavilion headquarters were much less than before. Over 700 of those summoned were dispatched to each of the upper 6 regions' mansions to form local sub-cabinet organizations. Had no choice but to sacrifice the accumulated shenanigans first. Not long ago, Zhang Yihan would have liked to accumulate some more and come to the wave of the big one. As a result, this time, I can't say that the rewards are rich, but compared to the second time, it's indeed a lot worse. 100 genie guards of dragon transformation perfection, 50 iron eagle swordsmen of the pre-transcendent one realm, and 100 ordinary Western factory eunuchs. Nowadays, the summoned Western factory personnel, there were already 600 people. Only for these people, their cultivation levels were all in the middle and late stages of dragon transformation. To advance to the transcendent realm, God knows how long it would take. Therefore, the Jingeki Pavilion headquarters here today basically relied on these people to maintain it. The next morning, Zhao Shi and Ji Gang and the 3 of them, Yuan Yulo, left from the headquarters with dozens of subordinates. Mao Chang and Yu Huatian were sitting at the headquarters, and as the 3 of them entered the teleportation array with their subordinates, they had been monitoring those secret agents of the Jingui Pavilion, quickly passing the message back to their respective masters. They then left after the people from the Jingui Pavilion. As for the spies that had been monitoring the Jingui Pavilion, Zhang Yihan did not choose to countenance them, because the current Jingeki Pavilion needed someone else to make a name for itself, no matter if it was a bad name or a good name. In short, the Jingeki Pavilion needed to make itself, as soon as possible, the most powerful organization in Dian. Red Domain Cloud Prefecture Beimingfu, the headquarters of the Prefecture Town Guile Pavilion here. Today there were quite a few Guile Pavilion experts one after another. These people were all personnel who had come over from other mansions, and since there was a teleportation array, It didn't take much time for all of them to basically arrive. After the expert in charge of Bei Mingfu arranged the crowd, he continued to wait for the people from the headquarters to arrive. A short while later, several of Ji Gang's men arrived with their subordinates, and the crowd here bowed to greet them. After dispensing with some verbose pleasantries, Ji Gang, as the person with the highest cultivation level, presided over this eradication mission. He had someone bring the two Siwei who had noticed the weirdness before first, and not long after, the two ordinary Siwei walked in. After respectfully saluting, the two of them were a little excited in their hearts as they looked at the big names here at this moment. Because these people are not from their own sub-cabinet, that's a higher level of seniority. Kazuna ignored the excitement of the two and spoke instead. A few of my officers have come from headquarters, and I need you to give us a detailed account of what you two found that day now. Headquarters over? Originally, I thought that, at most, it would be an adult who came from a first-level sub-cabinet, but I didn't think that this time. It had directly alarmed the headquarters. In fact, today's Jingue Pavilion, regardless of whether it was a level 1 sub-pavilion or a level 2 sub-pavilion, was not much different from the current house level 1 sub-pavilion. At best, there was a difference in numbers, and as for the masters, everyone in charge was in the Transcendent One realm, only that some people had higher battle power. After all, the current Jingue Pavilion was still established for too short a period of time, and it could be said that it did not have the slightest bit of heritage. Only after the two had finished speaking about their findings did Ji Gang instruct the master of the Biming House side. The two of them have made a great achievement this time. Don't be stingy with the rewards you deserve. Although the Jingue Pavilion was shallow, there was still not much of a shortage of mortal realm techniques, pills, and magic treasures, even treasures for cultivation. After all, to put it bluntly, the Jingue Pavilion wasn't his Jiang Yihan's own, but rather the Great Yan Dynasty's, so there wasn't a hint of withholding from the court for what should be there. The Heavenly Dynasty that had stood for many epochs without collapsing had a richness that was unimaginable, and the cultivation materials needed for the mortal realm were stored in a huge space that the Imperial clan had opened up specifically for the purpose. These things were as much as one could want for today's Heavenly Kingdom, so there was no shortage of all the resources of the mortal realm in the Jingue Pavilion. Only after the two had left did Ji Zhan formally talk about this mission. Everyone, the specific information of the Iron Mountain sect is clear to everyone. On the surface they have 150 Transcendent Realm experts, and the strongest cultivator is the current Patriarch, with the cultivation of the Middle God stage. We can't rule out the possibility that they have more hidden experts, but the Iron Mountain sect shouldn't have any Yangshan Realm experts. If the Iron Mountain sect had a Yangshan Realm expert, it would instantly be among the top forces in the northern Ming province. Therefore, in order to complete this mission successfully and live up to your highness's trust, I believe that it is still necessary to mobilize the northern Mingfu army to come and assist. Ji Gang was ruthless and arrogant, but not a cutie. What about a lion fighting a rabbit with all its might? Not to mention that this was about destroying a 5,000-year-old clan. Agree with Lord Kazuna's suggestion. I also agree with Kazuna-sama's suggestion. The two of them, Zhao Shi and Yuan Yulo, didn't even think about it and opened their mouths to agree, and the rest of these hundreds of experts didn't have any opinions either. No one would think that this would strike down the majesty of the Jingeki Pavilion. Don't be ridiculous, the Jingeki Pavilion didn't need this kind of majesty. These people of theirs, now that they are all reliving their lives, who cares about these face-saving things, as long as they can accomplish their mission? So what if they mobilize the army? Speaking of the prefectural army, that is, the local garrisons around the country. This is the cornerstone of Dian's army. Don't look at the various frontier corps, and the major numbered corps. They are fighting on the front lines, but these armies are selected from the local armies. It was the local garrison that had the largest number of troops in Dian. Take the prefecture level. Just one prefecture alone has 500,000 prefectural troops, and all of them are well trained and ready to enter the frontline army to kill the enemy. The number of local garrisons in the Great Yan Dynasty added up to a minimum number of around 7 to 800 million. So it is the local garrison that gets the most credit for the stabilization of local areas in the Celestial Kingdom. Good. Since everyone agrees, I'll mobilize the local garrison now. Yuan Yulo, take a few people with you and come with me. Everyone else, wait here for my message first. After saying that, he left with a few people from Profound Yulo. Beiningfu's garrison barracks. The location is on the outskirts of the city, said barracks. In fact, and a small city is almost the same. Of course, the small towns mentioned here are on the scale of this world. Looking at the barracks in his eyes, even if Ji Gang, who is already suited to this world, can't help but sigh in his heart. It's really damn worthy of being a heavenly dynasty. The barracks were all so atmospheric and luxurious, and although he sighed in his heart at its extravagance, he wasn't dissatisfied with it because this was the army of the transcendental world, not the army of his own previous life. Come on people, stop. This is the Beimingfu garrison camp. Idle people are not allowed to approach. On the city wall, one of the generals guarding the city spoke out to stop Ji Gang's few men. Ji Gang silently felt it, and once again, he somewhat sighed. A small guarding general. His cultivation was at the late God stage. Chapter 51, surrounded by an army. Profound Jade House took a step forward, and with a show of his right hand, a token appeared in his hand before he raised it high in the air. We are officers of the Jingue Pavilion, and we have come at this time to meet your general on important matters. After the general on the city wall saw the token in Profound Yulo's hand, he leaped and flew down from the city wall. Greetings to the several lords of the Jingue Pavilion. Could you allow me to check the token? Profound Yulo didn't say anything and handed him the token in his own hand. The guarding general's mana surged, only to see the three words Jingeki Pavilion emerge above the token, and after seeing these three words, he withdrew his mana and returned the token. Please forgive me, gentlemen, this is the first time I've seen this token, so I can only inspect it myself. The general is in the barracks. Several of you please follow me. Thanks to this general, please lead the way. Several people followed the guarding general all the way to the center of the city, and an imposing mansion appeared in front of them. This mansion didn't have the luxury of a noble family's mansion. All it had was a majestic and austere atmosphere. After greeting the people at the entrance, the few people entered the mansion. When the crowd arrived at an open practice field, it was filled with soldiers sparring. Although in the eyes of Ji Gang and the others, these mortal realm cultivators were just that, for sparring, but it couldn't be denied that even though these people were just government soldiers, they still had that soldierly aura about them that one couldn't help but marvel at. Ji Gang had been silently surveying the barracks since he entered the city. It was said that nuance was the way to go, and he hadn't seen what the house soldiers were like elsewhere, but just by looking at everything here, the general of the northern Ningfu soldiers was definitely a master of practicing. As for whether or not he was a good fighter, Ji Gang couldn't guarantee it, because being able to train well didn't necessarily mean he could fight. But what to say? A general who can train well is never a straw man on paper. Right at this moment, Ji Gang suddenly felt his body's sweaty hairs explode as a dangerous and deadly aura enveloped him. He couldn't help but run his gong method, and a transparent white tiger loomed above his head, roaring silently in a certain direction. Looking in the direction, a man of extremely ordinary stature and looks gazed at him here. The general next to him said almost simultaneously, "Gentlemen, that's our general. Let's go over there." Ji Gang would then sense that the danger from earlier had disappeared, and so the kung fu was hidden, and then he nodded his head and followed this person closely as he walked forward. Ji Gang himself knew that the fatal crisis just now wasn't someone trying to murder him, but rather, it was a means for people with high cultivation to gauge and spy on people with low cultivation, especially like this kind of military generals. Their aura had long been fused with the aura of killing in the sands. The moment the divine thoughts came out, it was a killing aura that covered the sky. When he came to the gazebo, he didn't wait for the guarding general to introduce it. The ordinary general in front of him smiled brightly. "You are from the Jingue Pavilion, aren't you? Welcome to our barracks as guests. I am a general of the Northern Ningfu Army, called Li Lilong." Li Lilong got up and arched his hand, and Ji Gang and the others returned the salute in a hurry. Then after everyone sat down, Ji Gang suppressed the shock in his heart. A general in control of the prefecture army. His cultivation was Yangshan perfection. That's a bit of an exaggeration, isn't it? Strictly speaking, the prefectural army, these local garrisons, are second-tier armies. Then how high should the top brass of each legion be if they were in those frontline armies? In his heart, he couldn't help but lament. His Highness still had a long way to go. "General Li, I came over this time to seek help." Ji Gang went straight to the point, and Li Lilong on the opposite side was surprised for a moment. "Seeking help? Speak up, Lord Qi." Kazuna quickly waved his hand, then said, "Mr. Ji can't take the word Lord. He's just a small soldier for His Highness. Our sub-cabinet on this side of the Beiming province has investigated that the Iron Mountain sect breeds bazaar to use for mining, and as the general knows, Creepy needs to feed, and the Iron Mountain sect is in the interior of Great Yen, so they can only feed Creepy with the human race." The smile on Li Lilong's face disappeared, and a murderous aura instantly surfaced. "Humph, these damned clans. I knew that none of these folk clans are good. How dare you breed guile? Deserve to be killed." Ji Gang didn't know why this general was so prejudiced against the clan yet, but it was none of his business. Yes, it does deserve to be killed. His Highness was exceptionally furious when he learned of this matter, and ordered me, as the person in charge of this matter, to investigate the matter and then eliminate the Iron Mountain sect in one fell swoop. The evidence is overwhelming now, but General also knows that my Jingue Pavilion hasn't been established for long, and the number of experts is a bit low. Plus, I don't know how many experts the Iron Mountain sect has hidden. So, to be on the safe side, I could only come over to seek help from the general. Li Lilong hurriedly waved his hand. He didn't dare to let it be said that he was begging for it. Lord Ji is joking. This should have been our duty. Now that the Holy Emperor has ordered that all armies within the territory, the Jingue Pavilion has the power to mobilize. Although His Highness, the King of Chang'an, has not been seen by me, but His Highness's grace in the divine capital during this period of time is quite admirable to Mr. Li. Then how many men and horses does Lord Ji need? I'll have my men prepare them. After Ji Gang thanked him, he then lowered his head and pondered slightly. He didn't know what the exact battle strength of the government soldiers was, and he couldn't decide how much he should mobilize. As if he could see Ji Gang's confusion, so Li Lilong opened his mouth to solve the problem. Tell you what, Lord Ji, if you trust me, how about I decide? The general is joking. How could I not trust it? I'm more than grateful. Good. I've also roughly understood the Iron Mountain sect, and I only need 100,000 men to completely crush their sect. Don't worry, Lord Ji, the army isn't known for fighting alone. We have the cooperation of formations, and with 100,000 people, it's still no problem to deal with the tiny Iron Mountain sect. With Li Lilong's assurance, Ji Gang hurriedly got up and arched his hand in thanks. After all, although the Jingue Go could mobilize the army, there was nothing they could do if people deliberately delayed. When the number of people is over 10,000, it is already spread out, let alone 100,000 people. At this moment, most of the experts from the transcendent realm of the Jingue Pavilion had gone to the Iron Mountain sect's mines just to take this place one step ahead of time. At this time the Iron Mountain sect is still continuing to feast it. How to say it? After all, is 1,000 years once the clan's birthday. There is no month of lively. This thing is not over. It's no good, sovereign. Our clan is surrounded by the army. A panicked voice appeared in the square, which caused the atmosphere, which was still lively, to instantly become quiet. The army has surrounded the clan. I'm hallucinating from too much fake wine. Someone shook their head, trying to see if they, in fact, had had too much to drink. As for the Iron Mountain sect's executives, their hearts were flooded with a hint of dark clouds. Chapter 52: The Battle to Destroy the Clan. To be honest, at this moment, the Iron Mountain sect executives were panicking in their hearts. Just then, someone in the crowd got up and said, Patriarch Tai, why don't we all go out and see what's going on? Why is the army surrounding your clan? Yeah, better get out there and check it out, in case there are any of us who are fugitives from justice, or enemy spies. Instead of thinking towards the Iron Mountain sect, these people's first thought was that there were fugitives in the crowd. The Iron Mountain sect's executives, having no choice but to follow the crowd out with trepidation. Ji Gang stood with the army's paragon, a man whose cultivation was one major realm higher than his. A pre-Yangshan cultivation. How many Yangshan realm experts there were in the Beimingfu army? Ji Gang didn't know, but with an army of 500,000 men, he knew there were 10 partial generals. Lord Ji, people are coming out. The general at his side looked into the distance and spoke softly. Sure enough, a black mass of people walked out, about 500 in number, most of which had come to attend the banquet. After Kazuna confessed to the partial general, he took a few steps forward and said loudly, Gentlemen, I hope you'll do as I tell you next. Those who have come to the Iron Mountain sect's banquet, come out and stand aside for only 5 breaths of time. When he finished, he was quiet and waited here. This time, he came over to eliminate the Iron Mountain sect, not to come over to kill innocents indiscriminately. There was no need for these people who were not from the Iron Mountain sect to get involved. 5 breaths of time passed, and after Ji Gang's divine thoughts scanned through, there were more than 300 people standing on the sidelines. In accordance with the previous intelligence news, there must be others who haven't stepped forward, and those people are either scheming in their minds or overly clever. But Ji Gang didn't care. There was only one chance anyway. Since he wanted to be a member of the Iron Mountain sect, he had to accompany them to their deaths. To introduce myself, this official is from the Jingue Pavilion, and I came here today to exterminate the Iron Mountain sect. Regardless of how surprised and incredulous these people were, Ji Gang still continued. My Shingue Pavilion has received information that the Iron Mountain sect is using living beings to raise guile and mine minerals for the sect. His Highness has ordered that the Iron Mountain sect be sentenced to death, its sect destroyed, and its Dao lineage extinguished. Right at this moment, someone in the crowd of the Iron Mountain sect shouted out, "My lord, I'm not from the Iron Mountain sect. I just drank too much and didn't react for a moment," followed by dozens of others who shouted the same. Among these people, there were people from other power clans who were merely clever, wanted to leave the crowd of the Iron Mountain sect, but obviously overthinking it. Ji Gang was a ruthless person in his previous life, and this time the opportunity has been given once. They are the ones who don't grasp that there is no second time around. So, Kazuna ordered loudly, "All generals listen to the order. Anyone who dares to move a step will be killed on the spot." Yes, 10,000 people shouted in unison, making this heaven and earth seem to change color. A soldier's aura gathered together, and the clouds in the air above their heads were tinted with a hint of red. This was the sight of a soldier's chi and blood rushing to the sky, and the surrounding aura was suppressed, becoming like a pool of stagnant water. Those people were completely dumbfounded, while the people next to them who obediently obeyed were so excited in their hearts that they were lucky they hadn't made a fool of themselves. Otherwise, wouldn't he be treated as someone from the Iron Mountain sect? However, this Iron Mountain sect is really bold to breed shenanigans. Let's just say that they are mainly a mining sect. How could they develop so fast? It turned out to be a large amount of labor savings, dripping water. So many years down the line, how many more masters this must be trained? People of the Iron Mountain sect, what else do you have to say? My lord, you have wronged us. The man from the Iron Mountain sect, who was still trying to argue, was interrupted by Ji Gang, wrongfully accusing you. Humph, this official tells you that nowadays your mine has been about to be taken down by my men, and the evidence will be delivered later. Ji Gang wasn't in a hurry. Anyway, this place was already surrounded by the army. No one would ever try to run out. He was waiting for news from the mine. After all, here today, there were hundreds of outsiders. Although the Jingue Pavilion was powerful and overbearing, when it was time to talk about evidence, it had to talk about evidence. He couldn't afford to bring bad publicity to His Highness because of his recklessness. Not long afterward, a great number of figures appeared in the distance, in which the people of the Jingeki Pavilion were only hundreds of people, and the other thousands of people were all kinds of geeky. However, there were hardly many experts among the Guile, and as many as there were of the mortal realm Guile, they were no match for the experts of the Jin Guile Pavilion. Of course, besides the weirdness there were also the disciples of the Iron Mountain sect. When these people landed on the ground, the Iron Mountain sect's people no longer had any words to retort, so Ji Gang raised his hand in a gesture. All generals, listen to the order. Destroy the Iron Mountain sect for me. As soon as the words fell, those who were unwilling to die in this way hurriedly each flew away in all directions. The idea that these people had hit upon was that everyone would escape in different directions, and it would depend on their own fortunes as to whether or not they could escape with their lives. Only they apparently thought too simply that the army existed not only to protect the country, but also had the duty to suppress the evils of rebellion. The commanders of the various military branches were seen waving their flags, and the men in front of them holding their weapons quickly dodged. Rows and rows of one-man-high crossbow wagons appeared, each built of metal with crossbows and arrows to be fired neatly lined up on them. Each crossbow bolt was nearly 2 meters long and thick as a baby's arm, and on top of that, its crossbow bolt itself was also made of metal, with traces of formations glittering on it. Yes, each crossbow was engraved with an acceleration array, a solidity array, and an armor-breaking array. This kind of equipment was specifically used to target enemies in the Transcendent Realm, and although it couldn't threaten Transcendent high-level experts, it was still possible to target those below Yangshan. Release. Brush up. The sound of breaking air rang out one after another, and the naked eye could not catch the shadow of the crossbow arrows at all. A person who wasn't from the Iron Mountain sect, only that he hadn't stepped forward before, and now he could only bite his teeth and run away. Having only just flown into the air, his divine sense had just detected a crossbow arrow shooting over, and before his body could react, the crossbow arrow that shone with a bloodthirsty light pierced through his chest. Instantly, he was screaming out in pain, and even the mana in his body couldn't work anymore, so he could only fall towards the ground in a free-fall fashion. There were many of this situation, and at this moment, the Iron Patriarch bellowed, "Disciples of the Iron Mountain sect, don't harbor any illusions, prepare for a bloody battle with the enemy." After saying that, with a flash, the whole person appeared in the air, and then after a long whistle, "The clan is in trouble today, come out quickly to meet the enemy." The voice traveled towards the back, and then a voice appeared from the back. Bold, who dares to violate my Iron Mountain sect? Those who dare to offend my Iron Mountain sect, I will make sure that you have no return today. Obviously, these people were the hidden experts of the Iron Mountain sect now. Only when these people appeared, each of their faces looked as if they had eaten. Chapter 53, The Demise of the Iron Mountain Sect. What the hell? Is this what you call someone invading the clan? This mother asterisk is going to prepare to exterminate the clan. These people who were summoned out by the Iron Patriarch, although their faces were ugly, they could only join in the great battle because they knew that if they wanted to live today, they could only fight for their own lives. When Ji Gang saw these people appear, he waved his hand, and then he saw the experts of the Jingue Pavilion and the experts of the military. Each one of them held a weapon in his hand and dashed up, basically fighting 2 or 3 against 1. At this moment, the first batch of people who escaped were basically shot down by crossbow arrows. Some were hit by 3 or 4 crossbow arrows. Even if they didn't die on the spot, he was also seriously injured. This kind of crossbow would seriously injure even an ancient realm expert after being shot a few times. Of course, this was to be able to hit. After all, experts in the ancient realm were much faster than the divine idea realm and divine sense realm in terms of speed. Seeing the patriarch of the Iron Mountain sect, Ji Gang knew that he was still alive and well, so he drew the saber in his hand and made a flying flash, immediately appearing in front of the Iron Patriarch. Without saying a word, he raised the saber in his hand for a downward chop. The blade's aura wrapped around the blade and clashed hard with the Iron Patriarch's weapon. The two of them stepped backward almost simultaneously, and Ji Zhan's foot fiercely made a strong stomp in the void. There was a loud pop. The air under his feet was stomped out, which made him stop his backward figure. In God Perfection Realm? The look in Ji Gang's eyes was somewhat solemn. He himself was only in the middle stage while the person in front of him was in the consummate stage. Patriarch Tai stopped his regressing figure almost simultaneously, and it was only then that he saw clearly that the person he had fought against turned out to be an expert from the Jingue Pavilion. Then an idea came to mind. If he held this person hostage, could he not use this as a hostage and escape? After all, the other party was only in the middle stage of Yin Shun, and he himself was perfected. Patriarch Tai prepared to unleash a big move, wanting to decide the winner in one move, and right after Ji Gang made his move, the partial general behind him waved his hand, allowing the 5 Yin God Realm experts beside him to tackle the Iron Mountain Sect's Yin God Realm experts. He himself was sitting on the spot, and if anyone was facing a crisis, he could still be ready to back them up. Patriarch Tai had better tie his hands and surrender. Do you really think you can escape from this 100,000 strong army? With a flick of his saber in his hand, Kazuna pointed at the Iron Patriarch from afar. Humph, to be captured with folded hands? Could it be that by tying your hands and capturing your Jingue Pavilion, you will let my sect live? Even if I die today, I'll drag you along for the ride. As soon as the words fell, the aura in the air around him rioted, and the long stick in his hand was like a giant python, opening its bloody mouth, wanting to completely devour Ji Gang. It turned out that it was the baguette that had transformed into a giant python, but it was actually just mana condensing to give the weapon in his hand a psychedelic effect. Only cultivators whose cultivation had reached the Yin God realm could make their weapons produce such changes, except that people in the Yin God realm were generally unwilling to operate in such a manner. Although this could briefly increase one's battle power, the speed of mana consumption was far from the usual comparison. It's like a big move. Once it's cast, if you can't take your opponent within a few moves, you'll have to wait for death. It was as if Ji Gang could smell a fishy odor. If it was an ordinary ancient realm, it was estimated that under this move, he would have to be seriously injured without dying. However, he didn't retreat a bit. Instead he even darted forward, his one-handed sword becoming a two-handed sword, with his blade body as the main focus. He only saw the blade body transform into a tiger head in the twinkling of an eye. Roar! The tiger is the king of all beasts, and in mythology, the white tiger is the master of killing. A tiger's roar that resounded through the heavens and earth caused the operation of this heaven and earth to seemingly pause for a moment. Tigers roar to the world. The people at the bottom who were still fighting couldn't help but see the sky above with their afterglow, and even the government army's paragons were running their mana, always ready to rescue this Lord G. A 3-foot-long white tiger collided with a 5-foot-long python. Instantly, first a blinding light erupted out, causing those mortal realm soldiers below who were watching, couldn't help but have their eyes sore and hurriedly closed their eyes. Then, there was an earth-shattering explosion that rang out. Boom! Here in the Iron Mountain sect, the crowd felt the ground and air shake. A circle of wavy airwaves impacted outwards, and some of the people closest to the two of them could not help but be flipped backward. No sooner had the explosion fallen than a mournful cry reached the ears of the people, only to see the white tiger biting the 7 inches of the python. The corners of his mouth were overflowing with a spiritual light, and the python looked like it was about to dissipate. Eventually, the giant python dissipated into a rain of light, and the Iron Patriarch's figure appeared, only to see blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, where the heart of his chest, before and after a bloody big hole. A glance can see the scene behind. His entire heart place was completely destroyed. Destroyed cleanly. The household army paragon on the ground couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly when he saw the scene. A God perfection expert was seriously injured to this extent by a mid-God expert. It could be said that at this moment, the Iron Patriarch's physical body was hopeless. The reason why he could still stand in the air right now was all because of the mouthful of mana in his body that supported him. Patriarch Iron didn't care about his serious injuries at this time. He only wanted to take a look at the state of Ji Gang at this moment. The white tiger's figure dissipated, revealing Ji Gang himself, who wasn't in the best of shape at the moment. The crown of hair on his head had long since disappeared, and his chest was covered in wounds, with blood constantly flowing. The face was also pale, probably due to the injuries and bleeding. However, it could be seen that Kazuna was in bad shape though, but it didn't suffer any fatal injuries, and was much more fortunate than the Iron Patriarch. Roar! My lord is mighty! My lord is mighty! These people from the Jingue pavilion at the bottom couldn't help but shout loudly, their hearts surging with excitement at the moment. Can you not be excited and surging? A mid-Een god has defeated a perfect Een god, and it's still on the verge of death. Worthy of being an expert of the Jingue pavilion, Iron Mao has no complaints about losing. With your excellency's qualifications, you should also have genius-level qualifications. But right at that moment, there was another loud sound. No less than the sound of the two colliding just now, including Ji Gang and Patriarch Tai. All of them couldn't help but look over, only to see Zhao Shi's figure appearing in the air, although blood was also flowing from the corner of his mouth. However, his opponent, a late-stage Shen elder of the Iron Mountain sect, had his entire body embedded in the ground. His whole body was bleeding everywhere, and it looked as if there were no fatal traumas, but he couldn't get up at the moment in any way. A trace of remorse flashed in the eyes of the Iron Patriarch, but it disappeared in an instant as he looked at the entire battlefield, except for the outsiders who stood far away watching the action. Anyone from their own clan was almost finished being killed, and now there were only a few ancient realm elders left. After the sadness flashed in his eyes, he looked back to Kazuna. Chapter 54, The Shaking of the Biming Mansion. The Jingue Pavilion is really a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. It seems that Jingue Pavilion will definitely have a place in the Great Yin territory in the future. After saying that, the whole person directly fell downwards, while the Een god instantly came out of his body, wanting to make a last-ditch effort to see if he could escape. However, Ji Gang had long been on guard against this move. The one who could cultivate to the Ancient realm. That one would be willing to die just like that. As long as the Ancient escaped successfully, there would be the hope of rebirth. Although the risk of taking over the body was uncontrollable and 8 out of 10 would fail, it was better than dying on the spot, right? Humph. Dying struggle. Useless. After the Een god lost its physical body, its own battle power pulled crotch. In addition to this moment is also daytime. Yang Qi sufficient. This if let the Iron Patriarch Een god escaped, Ji Gang simply hit the death. His right hand darted forward, and instantly a white tiger sharp claw went straight for the Ancient. And the Iron Patriarch's Ancient simply couldn't run away from this mana's tiger claw. Being pinched by it instantly returned to Ji Gang's face, and the moment the Iron Patriarch's spirit was grabbed, it also gave up its so-called struggle. It was only at this point that Ji Zhan completely let out a sigh of relief, and then he was seen puffing out a mouthful of blood. Then the whole person returned to the ground and threw an elixir into his mouth, which was the grass-returning elixir from before Jian Yihan. After feeling the effects of the elixir rapidly healing his wounds in his body, he then surveyed the Ancient in his hand. Previously, the reason why the two of them had split the victory in the second move was because both of them had used a desperate fighting style. It was also known as a one-move decision, and Ji Gang knew that he was actually taking advantage of such a fight, because their own kung fus were definitely better than the other party's kung fu, and the kung fus they practiced at the Jinui were all based on killing. The opponent's technique was clearly visible and was not one that excelled in killing, so all the reasons were superimposed together to allow him to win. If he and his opponent didn't fight for their lives, it was estimated that within 20 moves, he would only be able to passively defend, and if he wanted to defeat his opponent, it would be after 50 moves. However, when masters dueled, Victory or defeat was between 1 or 2 moves, and no one would be foolish enough to accompany their opponents 1 move at a time. Just then, the Een god he was pinching in his hand suddenly spoke. "This lord, I'll tell you a secret about our breeding of creeps. I hope that after informing you, your honor will give me a hard time." The Iron Patriarch was afraid that the Jingue Pavilion would take his own Shin and make some disposable powerful weapons, and now that it had come to this, he was only asking for a quick and painful death. "Go ahead," Ji Gang said without moving. He wanted to see what secrets this person had. "Do you know, my lord, why we have kept creepy for so many years without being discovered? That's because someone covered it up for us. Otherwise, the court officials would have found out long ago. But we also have to pay a huge price every year for this. And 20% of the entire clan's earnings used to go to the other side. That's this year. And it's only just been reduced to 10%. Ji Gang's face was serious. This kind of thing even involved someone else. I'm afraid that the character behind it should be a person of noble status. The person behind our Iron Mountain sect is the present-day King Fulin of the Imperial Court. Ji Gang didn't know who King Fulin was because there were too many princes in the Dian royal family. But by the sound of this name, it was probably a false king. Princes like Blessed, Noble, and the like are basically honorary princes with no real power. However, in any case, it was also a prince of the heavenly kingdom, and it was quite dignified in the outside world. Only that in the divine capital, one could only do so with one's tail between one's legs. Ji Gang felt that the matter was a bit serious. This matter could not be known to others. After all, it would affect the reputation of the royal family. Therefore, he had no intention of listening further, intending to report back to His Highness later and then make his plans. Thus, the matter coalesced in his hands, and he crushed this person's in spirit. In an instant, it was as if people could hear a wailing voice ringing out throughout the entire Iron Mountain sect area. This was the wailing sound of the Iron Mountain sect's clan's chi dissipating, and it also signaled that the entire Iron Mountain sect was completely destroyed. At this time, the battle of the entire Iron Mountain sect had also ended, and the entire Iron Mountain sect, thousands of people, had all been killed. The place was filled with corpses, and as far as the eye could see, almost all of them were corpses of the Iron Mountain sect, but there were other corpses as well. After all, the ordinary soldiers of the prefecture army, all of whom were in the mortal realm, were under the desperate fighting style of these people from the sects. Even with the advantages of formations and equipment, it was also inevitable that there would be some casualties, but the casualty figures were not much. Ji Gang roughly estimated that there were less than 100 people, so he came to the Paragon, and after first thanking the other, and then after a little reflection, he said, "General, in appreciation for your party's help this time, you are free to take 20% of all the belongings within the Iron Mountain sect." The partial general's eyes instantly lit up as he was nearly knocked out by the pie. "Then I'll be polite and thank Lord Ji for this favor. In the future, as long as there is a need to help within the Beiming Mansion, just open your mouth. Our Beiming Mansion army will never have the slightest excuse. They had come over to help. It was supposed to be the right thing to do. After all, the Jingue Pavilion had the power to mobilize any army within Great Yen. Even if they weren't given any favors this time, the household army would have nothing to say. One must know that the wealth accumulated by a 5,000-year-old clan, even 20% of it would allow the house army to exchange for more cultivation resources. In his estimation, after this 20% of wealth was converted into cultivation resources, it would be enough for 500,000 government troops to cultivate for half a year. The main reason why Ji Gang was so generous, apart from what His Highness had explained, was that he wanted to have a good relationship with the garrison. After all, now that the Jingue Pavilion was not strong enough, it was inevitable that it would have to frequently trouble the garrison in the future. Besides, although a portion of the Iron Mountain sect's plagiarized wealth has to be handed over to the court, the amount of wealth is also their Jingue Pavilion's word. On this day, the entire Beiming Mansion was thrown into a state of shock. The Iron Mountain sect, which had existed for 5,000 years, had been annihilated by the Jingue Pavilion, destroying its sect and extinguishing its Dao lineage. At this moment, all the power organizations, chilled in their hearts, felt that their bodies were in fear. 5,000 years of sects, more than 300 transcendent realm experts, several thousand elite ordinary disciples, none of them could survive. The Jingue Ji's ironic methods completely subdued everyone in the Beiming Mansion. Ordinary people were fine, but those sect organizations and civil forces were all on edge. Even a few of the top forces were on edge because until this moment, people still didn't know why the Iron Mountain sect had been destroyed by the Jingue Pavilion. It wasn't until the next day, after those experts who had gone to the banquet were released back, that the original reason for the Iron Mountain sect's extermination became known, and specifics were further revealed that the Iron Mountain sect had bred bizarre substitutes for workers to mine for their sect over the years. Chapter 55, The Overnight Wealthy Jingeki Pavilion. Every so often, the Iron Mountain sect would uniformly arrange for Creepy to go out and feed, although to this day, it was unknown how many innocent people had been mutilated by its Creepy. It was finally discovered by the Jingue Pavilion, so it joined forces with the House Army to exterminate its entire clan and Dao lineage. The other forces were relieved. They had previously thought that this was the court's intention to suppress the sect. After all, these folk from the clans, they usually don't choose to go to the front line to fight, and since they don't go to the front line, they don't choose to sell their lives for the imperial court. To put it bluntly, the people who could join the clan were those who were more self-interested. These people did not have the court in their eyes, only themselves, but as long as people lived normal lives and didn't break the law, there was nothing the court could say. You can't force the people of the clan to serve on the front lines, so, other than increasing taxes on the clan, it's pretty much just letting it go free. These clan organizations are almost always a thorn in the side of the imperial court. There was once a country that wanted to force anyone from clans within its borders to serve in the military, and it increased its efforts to suppress such organizations. Only, it caused all the clans in the territory to revolt, and although the riot was eventually quelled, the whole riot lasted for thousands of years. The result was that the people in the territory were not happy, and some of those who were able to do so had risked the outside world and traveled to other ethnical countries. So, in the end, even if the turmoil was quelled, it was still scarred, and did not survive the epical tribulation when it came at the end of the epical catastrophe. The whole vast kingdom was completely destroyed at one time. Transcendent world. But where a country is in turmoil, it can be much more harmful than a mortal kingdom. The destructive power of a cultivator is not comparable to that of an ordinary person. How many cavernous places have been destroyed in the turmoil? But even though there were once examples, clan-type forces were still the target of the imperial court's suppression. But after the lesson was learned, almost no court dared to come openly anymore. In the divine capital Chang'an King's mansion, on this day, Ji Gang and Zhao Shi and the others had finally returned. Zhang Yihan looked at the three people sitting at the bottom. It also had to be to go through the trials and tribulations of battle, or else the three would have changed so much. Before, their aura only made people feel somewhat majestic, but now it was like a lofty mountain. It just seemed unusually thick, as if nothing could be difficult for them. Your Highness, after destroying the Iron Mountain sect this time, the wealth gained converted into spirit crystals is roughly 10 million high-level spirit crystals. My humble servant took out 20% of it and gave it to the Northern Mingfu army. The rest are all placed in the treasury of the headquarters at this time. How much should be surrendered to the court next? Please ask your highness to make a decision. 10 million high-level spirit crystals, when converted into ordinary spirit crystals, would be 1 billion. Although in the eyes of the imperial court, this was just a drop in the bucket. However, for today's Jingue Pavilion, it was considered a huge amount of money. Even if you give the prefectural army 20%, that's still a lot left over. As far as turning it over to the court still has to be turned over, then let's hand over 30% to the court, and keep the rest in the Jingue Pavilion. There is no lack of money and resources in the Celestial Kingdom, but the processes and rules that should be in place should still be followed. Originally, he and the Jingue Pavilion were now a thorn in the side of others, and if he were to be seized and attacked for this matter, it would be a bit too much. Afterwards, Yuan Yulo took out a token and handed it to Zhang Yihan, which was the token he had once flashed when he went into the government army barracks. The two of them, Zhao Shi and Ji Gang, had a glint in their eyes, and Yuan Yulo thought that this token was just a proof of identity, a proof of power on behalf of the entire Jingue Pavilion. In fact, he was the only one who didn't know about the other of these functions, and all of these summoned people were aware of the token's hidden functions. That was the equivalent of the altar's detachment, only the place where the token was located. Within a certain range, the life essence of all the living beings who died on the spot would have been absorbed by it. The token was equivalent to a medium, a continuation of the altar in Zhang Yihan's mind. However, although Profound Jade Tower didn't know about this, the subtle fluctuations of absorbing life essence were still somewhat detected by him. Smartly, though, he pretended not to know anything about it, and nowadays he was almost the antithesis of the clan anyway. Now single-mindedly only want to follow the pavilion master to mix. In his eyes, this highness is unusually mysterious, but it is none of his business. As long as he hugged his highness's thigh, He had a premonition that this His Highness would completely change the situation of the Tianyan continent. Jiang Yihan retrieved the token, and the altar in his mind glowed brighter than ever. But at this time, he had no intention of sacrificing for the time being. After all, this would still have some things to explain. Everyone who participates in the mission this time, the mortal realm will each be rewarded with 100 high-level spirit crystals. The Transcendent 1 realm awards 1,000 pieces, and the Transcendent 2 realm awards 2,000 pieces. As for the two of you, Ji Gang and Zhao Shi, each of you will be rewarded with 3,000 high-level spirit crystals. The three of them hurriedly got up to thank Jiang Yihan, just like Yanyalu, who was now at the cultivation level of the Divine Idea realm, and was able to take 10 extreme spirit crystals per month from the Jingeki Pavilion, which was 1,000 high-grade spirit crystals. This time, just going out on a mission, he was rewarded with 2 months of salary. Honestly, he even felt that His Highness was too generous. A Transcendent Mortal 1 Realm cultivator would need 300 high-level spirit crystals if he only used spirit crystals to cultivate each month, in order to keep the cultivation speed at a rapid stage. A Transcendent Mortal 2 Realm cultivator, on the other hand, would need nearly 1,000 high-level spirit crystals per month to maintain his cultivation, or else he would have to absorb the aura from the heavens and earth. In that case, the speed of cultivation was bound to slow down. From now on, all rewards will be based on this mission. So don't be afraid to bankrupt us financially. Bankruptcy is a big deal to find the court to ask for. Spirit crystals, this thing, the great Yin dynasty wants as much as there is. All the spirit crystal mines in the territory are controlled by the imperial court, and no one is allowed to exploit the spirit crystal mines privately. But if they are found, they will be sentenced and fined. And if they are found, they will be copied and exterminated. And there was also a way to make spirit crystals, which was to use formations to refine the aura and compress it, so that it would change from a gaseous state to a liquid, and then transform from a liquid to a solid, and finally become a spirit crystal. It only sounds simple, but its complexity is such that only the major heavenly powers can master this approach. Therefore, for the Celestial Dynasty, the most worthless thing was spirit crystals, and all the kingdoms below the Celestial Dynasty would be the ones they would harvest with spirit crystals, using worthless spirit crystals to exchange for various heavenly materials and cultivation resources. Your Highness, when the Iron Mountain sect was annihilated this time, its patriarch told me a piece of news. The reason why they kept the creepy undetected for so long is that one of the royal family's princes was behind it. I lest the news be exposed, I beheaded this man on the spot. However, before he died, he told the identity of the person behind it. It's the royal family's King Fulin. My humble servant suspects that he may also be breeding shenanigans. Chapter 56, Secret Investigation. Sacrifice again. At this time, here in Jiang Yihan, Zhao Gao and Zhao Shi, the two of them, were slightly shaken in their hearts after hearing the news that Ji Gang said. On the other hand, Yuan Yulo's heart was as if it was still water, without a single surprise. As a son of the clan, he was all too familiar with the hidden dirt of the upper echelons. Creatures like Creepy are not very friendly to the bottom of the barrel though, and when an ordinary person meets Creepy, either Creepy dies or he dies himself. Although this was an era where everyone could cultivate, most ordinary people in the Celestial Dynasty were at the strength of the mortal realm. The reason why the Spooky was called Spooky was that its combat characteristics were different from those of ordinary beings. Perhaps a bone refinement realm shenanigans could potentially kill a cultivator of the marrow refinement, or even blood transformation realm. For example, the bone refining trickster, who specialized in confusing tactics, could easily confuse a cultivator at the marrow refining realm. If they weren't careful, those in the blood transformation realm could have been confused by it, but if they weren't mesmerized, cultivators of the same realm could beat the crap out of Guile. But there are some characteristics of weirdness that are really a good thing for the upper echelon. Still speaking in terms of the weirdness that specializes in bewitching means, after they bewitch living beings, they can make people fall into floating as if the whole person is placed in a fairyland. So, just like these kinds of shenanigans, it's very popular with the upper class. They bred these kinds of shenanigans, and whenever they were tired of practicing, they could let the shenanigans make a bewitching tactic to completely relax their entire being. And this type of shenanigans also has a special benefit of slowly allowing one's spiritual power to grow each time one is put into an illusion. It's both relaxing and mentally growing in a weird way. So just ask any of these upper class people who wouldn't like it. And that's just one of the shenanigans. Think about it. There are so many different kinds of shenanigans, and there are so many of them that can help living beings. But Spooky had to survive after all, and the only way for them to do so was to devour living beings. That world, after all, is all about the law of conservation of energy. Therefore, Yuanyula was not at all surprised by the news that Ji Gang had said. After all, an idle prince, compared to the actual prince, the welfare benefits can be much less. In order to improve their cultivation, they can only take the evil way. When Jiang Yihan initially heard it, his heart was also slightly shaken. It was then figured out that with so many people in the royal family today, it made sense that there would always be some trash present. After all, the grandfathers laid down the kingdom, and the grandfathers might run it well, but not the descendants, who just want to lie down and enjoy the rest of their ancestors' shade. Doesn't really care what the average person thinks or cares if the average person dies. The king of forest? Do any of you know this man? Although he was questioning the crowd, Jiang Yihan looked towards Yuan Yulo, because compared to the other two, this was the pure native under his command. Your Highness, I've heard of this person, but I haven't seen him. He was in the divine capital before, and had a conflict with a royal prince, which is why my subordinate has heard of this person. Jiang Yihan nodded. It seemed like it was still necessary to investigate. In that case, let's conduct a secret investigation on this person first. I hope to get definitive evidence as soon as possible. This time, if it was true, he was prepared to come up with a big one. Getting rid of an idle prince would be much more interesting than knocking out a 1,000-year-old clan. Time came to the next day, and the news that the Jingue Pavilion had annihilated a sect in the Red Domain's Beiming province didn't cause much of a stir in the divine capital. Compared to the Earl's house that was copied earlier, a 5,000-year-old clan was just like that. There will always be a chain of contempt. The clans despise the common noble lineage, and the common nobles in turn will despise these clan sects. The sects and denominations would again despise the common people, and the royal family, standing at the very top, despised everyone. There are some sects and denominations whose strength is not even inferior to that of the clans, but they do not have the slightest political status. This is the reason for being despised by the nobility, because this dynasty is always up to them and the royal family. However, some people were not looking so good. At this time, a middle-aged man was walking around anxiously in a luxurious mansion. Every now and then he looked outside the doorway as if waiting for something. Just then, a bearded thatch hurried in. Your Majesty, my subordinate is back. Mr. Lu, how was it? That's right. This bearded man was the one who had gone to the Iron Mountain sect before and met with that sect leader. And the person who was walking around just now was King Fulin. And at this time, listening to the Fulian king's address. This Mr. Lu is also not low status in the royal residence or rather in the Fulian king's heart. The status is quite extraordinary. Your Highness, the Iron Mountain sect was indeed exterminated, and the reason was the breeding of the bazaar. It was completely wiped out by that Jingiki pavilion in conjunction with the local garrison. Mr. Lu also had a slightly displeased face, only he didn't notice King Fulin's expression, but continued. This luck is too bad. How come the Iron Mountain sect was destroyed just a few days after I left before? This loss of an Iron Mountain sect. How much profit must we lose every year? Benefit my ass. If that Iron Mountain sect gives me up, I, the king, might as well go down to accompany them. King Flynn would just explode this time. In fact, he was scared. Lu, on the other hand, stared for a moment before shaking his head, overruling King Fulin's worries. Your Highness, you're worrying too much. Not to mention whether or not the Iron Mountain sect has given you up. Even if you confess, the Jingue Pavilion can still take on the royal family. If the great Yin imperial family had committed a crime, of course there was a specialized agency to investigate. It wasn't the turn of a Jingiki Pavilion to tell them what to do. King Flynn snapped to a halt. Yeah, what am I afraid of? And Your Highness, even if the Jingue Pavilion knew about it, it would only know that the Iron Mountain sect is sheltered by you. Sheltering a clan is just a big deal. At most, it's a big deal. Besides, there are still numerous old ancestors alive in your lineage. King Fulin laughed out loud. He was so comforted by the bearded man that he felt as if things were not as complicated as he thought. It was purely a case of worrying and scaring myself before. In the Chang'an King's mansion, Jiang Yihan would be commanding the altar to redeem the rewards. The amount of life value collected this time was the most he had seen so far. Even the altar glowed brightly. If it wasn't for the fact that the various borders were far away and couldn't be covered even with a token altar, he would have wanted to have someone send a token to each general. Congratulations to the host, obtaining 2,000 mirror-breaking pills, 2,000 small returning pills, 2,000 grass returning pills, and 1,000 great returning pills, 50,000 bone-forging pills, 50,000 marrow-refining pills, 50,000 blood-changing pills, 50,000 viscera-refining pills, and 50,000 dragon transforming pills. Jiang Yihan at first heard the name of the elixir in front of him and didn't think there was anything. After all, they were all rewarded before. Only this time, there were a lot more of them. But immediately afterward, he was subdued by the long list of names of the pills that followed, whether it's the name of the elixir or the number of elixirs. Chapter 57, Mythical Sky Soldier Reward. Jiang Yihan probably knew the effects of these pills just by hearing their names, but he still wanted to know more specifically. Interrupting the altar's downward presentation first, let him first introduce the several new types of elixirs that had come out. By now, if Jiang Yihan still didn't know that the altar had its own consciousness, he could simply just run over it. He didn't have anything to worry about though. What else could the altar be looking for if it could get to him anyway? As the saying goes, if you're here, you're here. So you can pretend to fly with the altar, boys. There was a flash of light in his eyes, and several more potions functioned in his mind. It was similar to what he thought. The bone forging pill was only suitable for cultivators at the bone forging realm, and it was an elixir used to enhance their cultivation. There was not the slightest side effect of raising cultivation, and there was no resistance to the drug, which was quite a bit better than the small return pill. However, the small returning dan was something that could be taken at any realm, and the first time it was taken, the effects produced were quite a bit better than the bone forging dan. Refining a bone forging pill would save a cultivator of this realm half a year's cultivation time, and this was what made the bone forging pill so side-splittingly useful. The next pellet refining pill, blood changing pill, as well as viscera refining and dragon transformation pills had the same effect as the bone forging pill. In that refining one would save half a year's worth of cultivation time for cultivators of this realm. However, these pills could only be taken one a year, and they could not be used to break through realms. Although there were various functional limitations, it was a rare cultivation resource when placed in the Tianyan continent. After learning what these elixirs do, let the altar boy move on to the rewards. In fact, as for pills, Jiang Yihan didn't care about it. Although the Great Yan dynasty didn't have the realm-breaking pill, there were pills that could help cultivators break through the realm in the same way. Although there were no pills with names like bone forging pill, marrow refining pill, and so on, there were quite a few pills with the same function, so all he cares about is manpower. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 3,000 sets of Mortal Realms top-tier battlesuits. Congratulations to the host, obtaining 500 of the brocade guards, 300 of the 1,000 households, and 2,000 of the dragon transformation perfection. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the character Wang Ji as well as 1,000 direct subordinates. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the character Manhwa and 1,000 direct soldiers. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the character Wang Li and 1,000 direct soldiers. Congratulations to the host, for obtaining 500 Iron Eagle swordsmen. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 100 mythical heavenly soldiers. Congratulations to the host, obtaining 50 artisans. After waiting for the altar to report all the rewards, Jiang Yihan also finally finished understanding the rewards this time after about a while. The Mortal Realm battle clothes were not to be mentioned. They had been rewarded before, and the more of these battle clothes for today's Jingeki Pavilion, the better. After all, nowadays, the Jingui Pavilion had established many sub-pavilion organizations, which were basically all Mortal Realm cultivator martial artists. With the protection of this kind of battle suit, at the very least during the mission, life will be more secure. 500 brocade guards, 100 households, each cultivated at the late stage of divine sense, plus 300,000 households at the early stage of divine numinous. This was one of the big heads of this reward. In today's Jingui Pavilion, there were only a handful of people in the In-God realm, while the experts in the divine mind realm, Jiang Yihan counted as if there were only 3 or 5 of them. If it wasn't for the fact that the manpower of the divine sense realm had already broken through 1,000, he really didn't have anything to be proud of with this Jingui Pavilion. Now all of a sudden, there were 500 late divine sense and 300 early divine concept experts, which made the strength of the Jingui Pavilion more than double. And there were also 2,000 dragon transformation perfection brocade guards. After these people came out, with just a little bit of adaptation to this world, they would be able to quickly break through to the transcendent realm with the help of the elixir. In other words, the Jingui Pavilion would soon add another 2,000 transcendent Mortal One realm experts behind it. The cultivation level of the factory guards under Wang Ji was also at the perfection realm, which was beyond Jiang Yihan's expectations. This was because the previous factory guards led by Yu Huatian, including the 100 factory guards that came out for the third time, all had cultivation levels in the middle and late stages of dragon transformation. As for Wang Ji, this person, the altar directly bestowed the cultivation of late Yin God, which was considered one of the highest cultivation of his current subordinates, Wang Li and Manhwa. Both of them are famous generals in history, and like Zhang Han before them, both of them were suitable to go to the army. Both of their cultivation levels were at the late divine concept stage, and in a border army, they could at the very least lead an army the size of 5,000 men. Most of the 1,000 soldiers led by each of the two were at the marrow refining realm, with the bone refining realm instead having the smallest number of people. Neat strength is a bit stronger than Zhang Han's direct pawns before, while Zhang Han's is a bit more bone refining and a bit less marrow refining. 500 Iron Eagle swordsmen. 10 of the captains were at mid-divine concept cultivation, and the rest were at late divine sense cultivation. It was a small realm higher in cultivation than the previous Iron Eagle swordsman. What excited Jiang Yihan the most was that this time, there was finally a mythological figure. Although it was only a heavenly soldier of the lowest level in mythology. But what he didn't care about, what he did care about, on the other hand, was that this altar hadn't lied to him, and that it could really summon mythical beings. At this time, Jiang Yihan himself was caught up in fantasy. If he could summon out the existence of the three pristine ones or something like that in the future, wouldn't that be a direct way to rule the entire continent? However, he was just thinking about it. This world was not that simple. Although nowadays the explicit cultivation realms were only the mortal realm and the transcendent realm. However, as far as he knew from his recent review of the information, the heavenly diffusion continent had already come out of the 9 heavenly courts from ancient times. According to the legend, they have long since transcended and gone, and to this day, no one has ever seen them again, and everything written about their history seemed to have been erased by a mysterious force. In today's information, it is only speculated that there is the existence of these 9 heavenly tribunals, but not a single trace of them can be found anymore. From this point, Jiang Yihan learned that at the very least, there was at least one large realm above the transcendent realm. However, this kind of news, I'm afraid that within the Great Yin territory, only the Holy Emperor and some old undeads know about it. Shaking his head, he no longer thought about all that there was to think about. Right now he was still too far away from accessing such secrets. Among the 100 heavenly soldiers, there was a captain who was at Yin God perfection, and the rest of them were all at pre-Yin God cultivation. At this time, Jiang Yihan had a thought that he would use these 100 heavenly soldiers to form a crusading division. That is, an organization directly under his leadership. Although the crusade division had been erected before, he had not been able to assign people to the crusade division, just because there were not enough people and there were no suitable candidates. After all, the crusade division was his direct agency, and it was his standard to prefer the lesser to the greater. It couldn't be that the people of the crusading division, in terms of cultivation and strength, were no different from ordinary division guards. This was used for more than crusading about weird agencies. Anything that jeopardized the celestial kingdom, he was ready to stick his nose in. Jiang Yihan had never wanted to limit himself to only fighting shenanigans, because he had the mythic altar. The Jingui Pavilion would inevitably extend its tentacles into every aspect of the celestial dynasty afterward. Chapter 58 Jingui sees Strength Sword. The Crusade Division, so to speak, was Jiang Yihan's secret power. The execution is crusade, suppression, and assassination. 100 Yin God Realm experts. An organization or family that didn't have a history of tens of thousands of years simply wouldn't be able to cultivate that many. Before, in Surabaya's lineage, there were only a mere 2 people in the Yin God realm, and in the Iron Mountain sect, a 5,000-year-old sect, there were less than 10 experts in the Yin God realm. It was evident that cultivators of the Yin God realm were really hard to cultivate. It was only in the Celestial Dynasty that they were rich and powerful, and in the army and some other magistracies, it was as if Yin Shin masters were worthless. The world was very cutthroat, and the kingdoms of the celestial plane, it was as if they were 2-dimensional forces just like the kingdoms of the plane below the celestial plane. Mortal realm cultivators and transcendent realm cultivators also seemed to be beings of 2 dimensions. Coming to the square in the courtyard, Jiang Yihan looked around. There was only the presence of the inner guards here. Nowadays, in the Chang'an King's residence, Hai Dafu, including the waiting staff equipped by the court, as well as the guards, were all gotten rid of by Zhao Gao. That means they all go back to where they came from before. There were only a few maids left in the mansion, all of which were from ordinary families in the folklore, and their range of activities, the middle and front courtyards, here in the backyard of Jiang Yihan, it will not come in without permission. After all, there are internal guards guarding. It is impossible for them to come in if they want to. After giving the command to summon the heavenly soldiers, a door of light appeared in front of Jiang Yihan, surrounded by golden light, but it was pitch black inside. However, it was in an instant that the light door expanded to the size of a 5 feet range, and Jiang Yihan wanted to make an effort to see what was inside, but it failed, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see the slightest glimpse of what was inside. Right at this moment, a murderous aura surged out, causing Jiang Yihan to take several steps backward. With that, 100 tall and powerful figures appeared in the square, while the light door then disappeared. See your highness. In unison, 100 individual celestial soldiers with lances in their hands knelt down on one knee and bowed their heads slightly. After trying to calm himself down, Jiang Yihan took 2 steps forward, hands raised in vain. Please rise, gentlemen, there is no need to be so courteous. It seems that in this myth, the status of living beings is quite a bit harsher than in history. As soon as the heavenly soldiers came out, they were kneeling on one knee and saluting. Gentlemen, there is no need to kneel and salute in the future. There's no need to preach that with me. Thank you, your highness, for your gift. Only then did Jiang Yihan take a closer look at these heavenly soldiers, wearing golden helmets on their heads and silver masks shrouding their entire faces, leaving only a pair of eyes outside. The armor he wore was also gold in appearance, and the top guarded his neck all the way up, as if it seemed to be attached to his helmet if he didn't look closely. The armor went down to where his calves were, while on his feet were silver combat boots and on his hands were a pair of silver gloves. The moment he knelt down just now, Jiang Yihan saw that they also had armored leg guards on their legs. Just this armor alone gave people a sense of majesty that they didn't dare to look directly at. In his hand, he clutched a silver-colored lance with mysterious patterns carved on it, which should be a formation if he wasn't wrong. He wore a crossbow on his waist, only this kind of crossbow he had never seen before, but looking at its appearance, it made him think of such a treasure as the skyrocket. It's supposed to be the weapon that launches the skyrocket, and it's probably not just used to launch the skyrocket, it's supposed to be used for something else. Thinking that these people were heavenly soldiers, Jiang Yihan opened his mouth and asked, "Have you guys been right in the fabled heavens before?" The leading captain clasped his fists and saluted before replying, "Your highness, we were indeed heavenly soldiers of the heavenly court before, but with the disappearance of the heavenly court, we also fell into eternal slumber." Celestial court has disappeared? Do you know why? Jiang Yihan was a little worried in his heart. If the heavenly court disappeared, wouldn't he have no chance to exchange those gods and demons? Your highness, the many gods and goddesses of the heavenly court suddenly disappeared en masse on a certain day, leaving behind only an empty heavenly court now. We don't know what happened, because when it was noticed that all of the immortals had disappeared, all of us fell into a deep sleep. Jiang Yihan had a bad premonition in his heart, and his brain thought, this one be summoned away by other people who made the first move. If you can get the mythic altar yourself, then why can't someone else have other extras? There was only one heavenly court, but there were too many travelers, and I'm afraid that more than enough gods and goddesses would not be enough. Forget it, there's no use thinking about this. Who knows when you'll be able to redeem a mythical immortal god? Within the next few days, he summoned the rest in batches. Each prefecture in the upper 6 domains was equipped with 1,000 household, 200 households, 2 iron eagle swordsmen, and 8 ordinary brocade guards who had perfected their dragon transformation. These dragon transformation perfectionists would be settling down in the various mansions and then proceed to prepare for their breakthrough. The rest of the 1,000 and 100 households, as well as the factory guards, enriched the various agencies of the headquarters. It could be said that this exchange had instantly skyrocketed the strength of the Jingue Pavilion many times over. At the very least, nowadays, each of the house's sub-court organizations, together with the 2 transcendent realms that had been assigned before, now had 7 or 8 transcendent realms. Moreover, all of them had divine thought realm experts sitting in the town. And before long, when the 2,000 dragon transformation perfection brocade guards broke through, there would be 8 more transcendent realm experts added in. This finally gives the appearance of a violent institution, which was indeed too shabby before. This didn't even count these people at the headquarters. After the ones they should have broken through broke through, the transcendent realm would increase by a few hundred more. And this army of celestial soldiers is now his secret weapon. A team of 100 heavenly soldiers of the Yin God realm could round up and suppress a late-stage Yang God expert, and still have no casualties of their own. If they didn't count the casualties, they could all round up Yang God perfection. Yangshan was a special realm where the Yin God could turn into a physical being after transforming into Yangshan. When the Yangshan came out of the body, it could fight in place of the main body, equivalent to the existence of a real incarnation, and when combined with the physical body, the battle power instantly skyrocketed. Once the physical body was destroyed, the Yangshin was another physical body, and the Yangshin could cultivate on its own, taking the place of the main body to realize the laws of heaven and earth. None of these were something that a Yin god could possess, so cultivators of the Yang god realm were considered to be experts who walked the world in the clear light of day. Cultivators above the Yangshin generally rarely walked the world, as they were all in the process of comprehending the laws and the great Tao. That day, he summoned 2 generals of great Qin, Wang Li and Manhwa. Prepare to send the 2 to develop in the military branch. This kind of general of the sands is not suitable to follow him now, because it was so wasteful. Zhang Han, nowadays, had become a lieutenant of the Great Yin Border Army in just a few months. Chapter 59, Evidence of Guilt. Another interview with the Holy Emperor, Captain Dian, in charge of an army of 5,000 men. 100 are captains, 500 are 500 lords, 1,000 are captains of thousands, 5,000 are lieutenants, 10,000 are captains, 50,000 are partial generals, and 100,000 are generals of teeth. 500,000 are aides-de-camp, 1,000,000 are generals, and further up there are generals, great generals, and marshals. This is the title of the first-line army, while the local garrison positions are a bit more concise. After all, the garrison was only the reserve of the first-line army, so there were fewer generals and grand marshals as positions, and there were no benefit generals or tooth generals as positions. Whereas Zhang Han was just a head soldier at the level of a commander of 1,000 men when he was sent into the army by Zhang Yihan, he was now a lieutenant of 5,000 men. The first-line border army stipulated that the minimum cultivation level for school lieutenants was the divine numinous realm, while captains were in the Yinshin realm, and partial generals would be in the Yangshin realm. Further up, the tooth general corresponds to the avatar realm, and the benefactor general corresponds to the immortal realm, also called the blood drop rebirth. Looking at the 2 historical celebrities in front of him, Zhang Yihan couldn't help but associate them with the man known as Ancestral Dragon. Generals, I intend to send you to serve in the frontier army. You are all born generals. Now that I can't leave the divine capital for the time being, you following me around will only bury your talents. So, like General Zhang Han, go to the army and build your careers. I need you to take control of the army for me. Let this side of the world also see the greatness of my Yan Huang children's military family. Wang Li and Manhwa both clasped their fists and bowed. Your humble servant will fulfill your highness' wishes. Of course, he didn't expect a few generals to take control of Dian's army. He just let them develop their connections in the army. Just like this time, these 2 people with their respective thousands of people, under the operation of Zhang Han, reasonably joined the army now. Zhang Yihan wanted to sit in the position of the Great Yan Holy Emperor, but he hadn't thought of staging a coup or military mutiny to get it, because this is purely looking for death. The essence of the strength of Dian is in the military. Want to rely on the coup to the throne, or wash your hands? After sending Wang Li and Mango away, Zhang Yihan saw Zhao Gao's returning figure. His heart couldn't help but move, so he opened his mouth and asked, Zhao Gao, how did you talk to the 2 of them? Zhao Gao knew what his highness wanted to ask, so he also said with slight pleasure, Your highness, the world is different nowadays, and all of us are reborn a second time. All the previous misunderstandings and conflicts naturally dissipated. General Wang Li and General Manhwa, including General Zhang Han before him, have all made friends with my subordinates. After all, we were all once in the same dynasty. That's undeniable in any way. Zhang Yihan nodded. That was good. If his own great steward was not treated well by the people who came out of Great Qin, he would also have some headaches. In fact, there was a more important reason why Zhao Gao and Manhwa and the others had befriended each other. And that was because they all knew that in the future, His Highness would be surrounded by more and more people, those of them who were familiar from a dynasty not united together. What awaited them would be ostracized and suppressed. Eventually it will slowly move away from the center of power, something that several people don't want to see. Moreover, Zhao Gao is still the big steward of the palace today, and is His Highness's close confidant, and they would be a fool to be messing with Zhao Gao. Not bad. You should also know that in the future, there will be more and more people around this king, and I don't want those of you who were the earliest to follow me to not be able to keep up with this king's development behind you. Zhao Gao was now in the Yin God realm, having broken through to the Yin God realm after taking the mirror-breaking pill earlier. As for Zhang Yihan himself, he was still at the viscera practicing stage, and now he couldn't be taking pills in the short term. From the beginning of taking pills until now, it's all about getting high on pills and breaking through all the way. Now he could feel that the true qi in his body was weak and floating, and when it was running, there was always an obscure feeling. This is the side effect of taking too many pills. You can only slowly hammer your true chi. Otherwise, even if you forcefully break through, I'm afraid you'll damage your foundation. The next morning, Jiang Yihan came to the Jingue Pavilion to deal with the official business that had accumulated recently. When it was almost noon, Yu Huatian asked for an audience outside, and after putting down the official business in his hands, Jiang Yihan asked the guards to bring someone in. Instead, he got up and left his seat. Your humble servant sees your highness. Flatten yourself. No need to be polite. Is there any news from King Fulin? Investigating the evidence of King Fulin was carried out by the Department of Supervision, which, after all, was designed to specialize in supervising the noble families. Your highness, after these days of secret investigation, we have evidence of King Fulin's crimes. Not only does King Fulin act as an umbrella for the clan's forces, but he also keeps his own private bazaar. The guards of King Fulin's residence use guile to assist in their cultivation. My subordinate suspects that King Fulin's lineage may also be breeding shenanigans. It's just that my humble servant didn't get permission from your highness, so I didn't investigate the rest of King Fulin's clan. Although Jiang Yihan was arrogant and domineering, he wasn't stupid, and now that he was investigating King Fulin he had already taken a big risk. If you investigate everyone in this lineage of people, wouldn't this be a case of not dying fast enough first? Although he vowed to fight the trend of breeding shenanigans, it was a matter of his own strength. Not bad, your inspection division did a good job this time. Remember, in the future, you can't privately expand the scope of your investigation without my permission. It's fortunate that you didn't go to investigate someone's ancestral home, or else the old undead of the Fulin king's lineage would have found you out for sure. At that time, even this king's face won't work well, and you'll only be beaten to death. This king has no intention of expanding the battle right now. Right now we just need to clean up King Fulin. Yu Huatian bowed slightly as he listened to Jiang Yihan's words, and in his heart, he couldn't help but cry out for a fluke. If his highness knew that he and the others had arbitrarily expanded the scope of their investigation, then they, of all people, will surely be put out in the cold. Superiors are most wary of their subordinates taking matters into their own hands, and no superior wants to see such a subordinate. Alright, you guys have worked hard these past few days. Give me the evidence. I'm going to make a trip to the palace to find out what the Holy Emperor has to say. Although the Jingiki Pavilion had a huge amount of power nowadays, he didn't dare to make a move rashly right now when it came to the issue of the royal family. Don't look at it as just an idle prince, but in their lineage, there are still many old ancestors surviving. Since being crowned king, Jiang Yihan had a different experience every time he came to the palace. In front of the door of the Hall of Government, the guards guarding the door bent down slightly to salute when they saw Jiang Yihan's figure. Your highness, wait a moment. Allow humble servant to go in and report to the Holy Emperor. Jiang Yihan nodded with a smile on his face. Trouble. Then he stood quietly, waiting to be summoned from within. Chapter 60, Jiang Haotian's expectations. The first time he came here, he was alone to face the Holy Emperor. There was a mix of excitement, mixed feelings, and so much trepidation. I guess, when he thought about it carefully, he was a little worried at the time that the Holy Emperor would take down his position as the head of the Jingue Pavilion. After all, the old ancestor of the Han Tianho lineage of others had personally come to find the Saint Emperor, and it wasn't like he was the best Saint Emperor's son in the current generation of the royal family. Jiang Yihan had actually long understood that the reason why he had allowed himself to form the Jingue Pavilion in the first place was just a test chip thrown out by the Holy Emperor. It is the clans and nobles of the court that are tried and tested, and it is the princes of the court that are tried and tested. It was just that what everyone hadn't expected was that they would be able to manage the Jingue Pavilion so well. Thus, this Holy Emperor, who used all living beings as pawns, increased his power in a smooth manner, and this time, when he came to the Hall of Government again, his mood was already worlds apart from before. Now he has the backbone to fight back in being a pawn. Just then, the guards came out, followed by a eunuch he hadn't seen before. Your Highness, the Holy Emperor invites you in. Thank you, eunuch. Jiang Yihan smiled faintly and cupped his fists and thanked, while this eunuch hurriedly dodged to avoid it. He wouldn't dare to accept such a thank you from the Holy Imperial Prince. Jiang Yihan didn't care about the eunuch's behavior. He just tried not to leave a bad impression. To be honest, compared to these eunuchs that the Holy Emperor had kept close to him, all of them, the Holy Emperor's sons, were instead not as close to the Holy Emperor as others. Actually, there's no difference between a transcendental kingdom and a mortal dynasty. In some ways, the Holy Emperor could trust the eunuchs and eunuchs around him, but would never trust his own son 100%. Walking into the Hall of Government, This would see this father of his not dealing with official business, but rather admiring a sword on a table. My son sees the Holy Emperor. Jiang Yihan respectfully saluted and greeted him, without a single superfluous movement in the entire person. Jiang Haoyan surveyed his son with considerable interest. It was said that a person's aura was related to the environment he was in as well as his status. At first, Jiang Yihan, although the strangers are like jade, at first glance, has an extraordinary identity, but it didn't cultivate that aura of a man in power, just the look of a posh nobleman. But now it is different. Between every move, there is a kind of superior temperament. The whole person standing there, let the surrounding aura cannot help but converge. People feed the momentum, and the momentum feeds the people. Putting down the sword he was admiring in his hand, Zhang Haoyan walked down the steps and opened his mouth. There's no need to be polite between you and me, father and son. Here, sit down first. With that, he pulled Jiang Yihan to sit aside, and the eunuch who was on the side before, couldn't help but be surprised in his heart, as if in his impression, the Holy Emperor had never been so easygoing to any Holy Emperor's son. Even those particularly outstanding Holy Emperors had never been treated like this. Tell me, what is the business of coming to see me today? Picking up the spirit tea brewed in the spirit spring, Zhang Haoyan sipped the tea while waiting for Jiang Yihan's answer. Father, previously, Meishan Gue Pavilion annihilated a clan because the clan bred guile. Afterward, the investigation learned that one of the royal family's princes had once been harboring this clan, and during the investigation it was accidentally discovered that this prince may have kept a creepy in his house as well. My son has come today to ask my father if I, Shin Gue Pavilion, have the power to apprehend and suppress someone who involves the royal family. Jiang Haoyan put down the delicate teacup in his hand and looked at his son sitting across from him. The heart was still satisfied, and instead of rashly going to apprehend the people of the imperial clan, he first came to himself to inquire. To put it bluntly, he wanted an oracle of his own so that he could deal with the royal family. Royalty and royalty, nowadays, don't mean the same thing. The royal family is the royal family, a part of the royal family, while the royal family is not the royal family. The great Yin dynasty had experienced so many epochs, and the royal family's lineage, although it circulated an ancestral lineage with the royal family, but it was all that was left of the same bloodline, and aside from that, the royal family viewed the other royals as basically indistinguishable from strangers. It was only the strength of Great Yan's entire royal family, of which 20% was that of the other royal clans. If he rashly went to apprehend the people of the imperial clan, a serious conflict was bound to break out, and he didn't want the entire imperial clan to be in chaos. What do you want to do? Zhang Haoyan stared at his son as if he wanted to see through his true thoughts. Jiang Yihan was silent for a while before speaking. If the royal family breaks the law, they are as guilty as the common people. The eunuchs serving the two on the side couldn't help but feel alarmed in their hearts. This holy prince is also bold. Doesn't he know the consequences of this statement? Of course, Jiang Yihan knew the consequences of these words. If these words were to spread out, he would be a thorn in the side of the entire royal family. Ordinary mortal dynasties can't come exactly like this, let alone the heavenly dynasties of the transcendental world. He's not a saintly mother panhandler anymore, and he has his own considerations when he says that. To be honest, what does the life and death of ordinary people have to do with him as a prince? More deaths. As long as Dian does not destroy the country, he is still alive and well. The reason why he said that was to see the Holy Emperor's attitude and the Holy Emperor's attitude towards the royal family. As I said before, royalty is royalty, and royalty is royalty. Ha ha ha. Good. I didn't expect my son to have such thoughts and perceptions. Very good. If the royal family breaks the law, they are as guilty as the common people. Not bad, not bad. In that case, go ahead and do it with confidence and boldness. As for the person behind him, I'll send someone to keep an eye on him. If they dare to make a move, humph, I'll let them know the power of the royal family. Speaking here, Zhang Haoyan's eyes flashed sternly. Nowadays, not only he, the Holy Emperor, including almost all the royal family members, didn't have much goodwill towards the royal family anymore. It was only because of the face of the old ancestor that several generations of sane emperors had not stepped in to resolve this tumor. To put it bluntly, the royals are vampires lying on the royals' backs, and sometimes they're not even as good as the nobles. The aristocratic eaters still knew to cover up and be aware of the repercussions, while some of the royal family didn't care about the outside world. But all the royal stains circulating in the folklore are actually made by the people of the royal family. Except that everyone is surnamed Jiang, so the black pots are made to be carried by the royal family. Jiang Yihan left, looking at his gradually disappearing figure. Jiang Haotian said softly this time. What do you think of this holy prince of mine? Is it possible that he'll be the one to finally win? A figure suddenly appeared beside Jiang Haotian. A scene that Jiang Haotian and the eunuchs serving him did not have a trace of surprise. Holy Emperor, it's too early to talk about this. No one can say until the end. But isn't it too early for you to start choosing? Jiang Haotian shook his head and said with some emotion. It's not early, and I have my own things to do. The visitor was silent, but after a moment, he suddenly said, but you really chose to go after the royal family? Chapter 61, Saint Consort Lin Wanron. You really chose to go after the royal family? The person who said this was also fortunate to be here in the Hall of Government. If he had said this outside, that still doesn't cause the 18th level of Great Yin to shake. To lay hands on the royal family. What is this going to do? Is it planning to revolt? Jiang Haotian, on the other hand, sighed when he heard it. Before saying, it's time to take on the royal family. Not now though, this time it's just an excuse. Now some of the old ancestors of the royal family are still hesitant. I can understand their hesitation. After all, these old ancestors who have lived for several epochs, their relationship with some of the old ancestors of the imperial clan is still relatively close. It's just that the general trend is that almost most of the royal family wants to clean up the tumor. It's not something that can be stopped by just a few old ancestors. Let's give them face now. A TSK sound came out of the mouth of the person next to him, and he couldn't help but say with slight sarcasm, it's still you Jiang clan who are so ruthless that you can kill your own clan members in pain to settle them. If those, forget it, let's not talk about those things that upset people. I see you mean that you want to focus on cultivating that son of yours just now? Jiang Haotian snorted after hearing this. I'm not going to focus on anyone and give them all the same opportunities. Only this son of mine, he's got a smart mind and he's ruthless enough. Unlike the other sons who serve in God's capital and act like good boys. They will never come to me unless I summon them. To be honest, I don't have any more hope for the few offspring who serve in God's capital. They can't compete with this one. Their hearts aren't hard enough, and their people aren't smart enough. It's also true that these sons of yours are a bit deeply involved with the clan nobility. Their cleverness is only small. Now it's up to the ones in the army. But to compete with those in the military, this one is at a disadvantage. Mystic couldn't help but continue to flirt. You claim that the odds are fair, but the odds don't seem fair. Without the support of the military, relying on just one Jingeki pavilion is obviously somewhat insufficient. Do you really think this son of mine relies on him alone as the town dial pavilion? A mysterious smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Haotian's mouth. After Jiang Yihan left the Hall of Government, he was just about to get into the carriage to go back when a figure came over in a hurry. Your Highness, the sacred concubine is here to invite you. When Jiang Yihan saw the visitor, his brows frowned slightly. Then a peaceful smile appeared on his face. Mother consort summoned? Then lead the way ahead. He then got into the carriage and was led by the visitor to his mother's consort's palace. Sitting in the car, Jiang Yihan pondered why his mother consort had summoned him. He was this mother consort's own son in his life, but it seemed like he hadn't felt much motherly love since he could remember. The mother consort took her love and shared it with her own brother and sister, even to the point of trying to get herself to assist her own brother after being knighted. Had it not been for the sudden awakening of the altar, he would have had no choice but to assist his own brother in this life. This time, he suddenly summoned himself. Presumably he wanted to continue persuading himself again. Nowadays, the Jingeki pavilion that he holds in his hand is an important bargaining chip. Anyone who wanted to compete for the crown prince position could not ignore their existence. But who has the rule that only you are allowed to participate in this game and not me? The throne of the prince, the throne of the holy emperor, must belong to me. Otherwise, it's all sorry for the mythical altar in my head. The carriage arrived in front of a luxurious and noble palace garden as the 5 spirit beasts traveled quickly. Jiang Yihan walked out from it and saw a beautiful figure standing at the door to greet him at that moment. This person he was very familiar with. It could be said that he grew up with the 3 siblings since they were young, and now he was honored to be the chief steward of his own brother's mansion. And she was also a familiar customer here before. She was the woman who had come to find Jiang Yihan before he was crowned king, Lin Qingya. However, what Jiang Yihan didn't know was that this one had a close relationship with the 13 holy emperors. Qingya, see your highness. Your highness hasn't come back for a long time. The sacred concubine is missing his highness. A clear and crisp voice rang out, followed by a fragrant wind that met her face. The woman had already arrived in front of Jiang Yihan. Sister Qingya, it's been a long time. I'm not busy with my official duties. I just can't find the time to meet with mother consort. Jiang Yihan faint smile, like a spring breeze, instantly let out to meet the many palace maids. cannot help but face with shyness, each heart fluttering straight jump. A flash of surprise flashed through Lin Xingya's eyes, which was then well concealed by her. How could this His Highness, whom she knew too well to be familiar with, have changed so much? However, right now was not the time to understand. The holy consort was still waiting inside, and with that, he led the way ahead. Heading inside, in the harem of the great Yan imperial family, as long as one was a consort of the holy emperor, they would all have a mansion of their own, with the degree of luxury and honor according to the rank of the consort. Zhang Yihan was led by Lin Xingya to a gazebo next to a spiritual spring. One could only see a woman with an elegant temperament and dressed in gorgeous brocade clothes, enjoying the frolicking of the fishes in the spirit spring. It was not at all obvious that she was a mother of three, just from the face alone. He was at most in his 20s, except that he carried a majestic aura all over his body. My son sees mother consort. Lin Wanrong turned around and smiled slightly, as if the entire heaven and earth had a relaxing atmosphere. He waved his hand and let the people around him bow down before sizing up Zhang Yihan. There is no need to be polite. Shanai, you haven't been here with mother consort for a long time. Let's see. It hasn't come to me since the king was crowned. What's the matter? Do you hate the sight of mother consort? Although it seemed to be complaining, there was not the slightest hint of complaining in his tone, as if he was like a mother who had not seen her child for a long time, complaining that her son did not come to see him. Between the knitted brows and smile, speaking voice one area but also crisp like a young girl, but Zhang Yihan said that he was already used to it. If the holy emperor's consort wasn't beautiful, was there anyone else in the world who was beautiful? This mother consort of his own is named Lin Xingya, but the clan originated people, but also Lin's direct line and the direct line, the identity of the noble. Mother consort is mistaken. Since I was ordered to form the Jingui Pavilion, my son has been busy with his official duties, and I really can't find the time to come and greet mother consort. I beg your pardon, mother consort. Although to address a person who looked like a neighboring sister, to call her mother consort, Zhang Yihan now also expressed that he was used to it. After all, they have been shouting for almost 19 years, so they are used to shouting. Why? You have time to go to your father's place, but not to come to mine. But what a heartless one. You three siblings, all of you, have left the palace since you were knighted. Nowadays, each one of them feels that their wings are hardened and they no longer need to be educated by me as a mom. It really gives me chills, said the man, surprisingly, all but shedding a tear. Chapter 62 Indifference. Soldiers surrounding the Fulin King's mansion. Zhang Yihan just looked at Lin Wanrong pretending to be sad and didn't do anything, because he was too familiar with the fact that in the past, whenever the mother consort made a show of being sad like this, the two pro-brothers and pro-sisters would rush to apologize and appease. But he wasn't his royal brother and sister, and he wasn't the same person he was before he was knighted. But wherever he apologized plus comforted at the moment, the mother in front of him would make some demands. It was a trick that had been tried and true on the trio since they were young, and the only reason I fell for it myself as a child was because I tried to do as much as possible in order to appear understated, the soul of the adult in his body, though that childish tryst made him feel a little awkward and uncomfortable, but one can only try to blend in as much as possible. Choosing to be a maverick here is no different than looking for death. Seeing this son of hers indifferent, Lin Wanrong had no choice but to put away her previous poignancy. Then a dignified and majestic aura emanated, and the whole person instantly changed from a neighboring sister before to a graceful and elegant queen. Lin Wanrong sized up her youngest son, the one she could not see through the most. This son had been raised to be thoughtful, never revealing his heart to his face, though everywhere he tried to look no different than any other little child. But as a mother, could she not see the blandness and indifference in this son's eyes? It was as if he didn't consider these people, his brothers and sisters, and looked at them as if he were looking at a stranger. Even he himself, the mother who was the one who gave birth to him and raised him, seemed as if he were an outsider in the eyes of this son. At that time, Lin Wanrong was really frightened, even though she had divided most of her motherly love between the oldest and the second. But after all, Laosan was also a piece of flesh that fell from her belly, so more than once, she had surreptitiously examined Laosan's body and soul. I was afraid that it had been taken over. Luckily, the tests were all fine. Thus, from that time onwards, Lin Wanrong thought that this third son of hers was a person with a thin nature. The little motherly love that was left was even less likely to be shared with him, because she believes that this son is beyond her control, and rather than that, he should just go off on his own. But then again, as long as you don't join in the fight for the position of the crown prince, there's no risk involved. Perhaps even Jiang Yihan himself didn't know that it was because of some of his unintentional actions as a child that caused him to be disfavored here. Lin Wanrong suddenly narrowed her eyes slightly before asking, "Emperor's son, you've perfected your blood change?" Jiang Yihan nodded. "Yes, after taking some pills, the blood exchange was completed not long ago. It's better to use pills as little as possible. It's easy to cause root instability. By the way, the Jingui Pavilion that you are in charge of nowadays is highly appreciated by your father. Liaise more with your elder brother and second sister. After all, you are siblings, and there are some things on which they might be able to give you ideas. Your elder brother is now serving in the military and needs to develop his connections, and your Jingui Pavilion is richer in resources than he is. If possible, give him more convenience. He'll have to look up to you in the future." Jiang Yihan snorted in his heart, but he didn't move on the surface and just casually agreed. Promises were promises, but don't dream of him actually going to help the boss. Jiang Yihan admitted that the boss was excellent, but in his opinion, it was just that. Wanting to compete for the crown prince's position, it was better not to dream. The royals and princesses of their generation needed the help of their siblings, and they didn't need it themselves. Lin Wanrong's heart was gloomy. This son obviously did not listen to his own words. Honestly, she was also a bit regretful nowadays. Had she known that her youngest son had the achievements he had today, she wouldn't have chosen to overly pamper the oldest and the second. Perhaps some motherly love should have been given to Laosan a long time ago, and even the thinnest of natures would have been touched. Jiang Yihan got into the carriage and left. His mood was unfluctuating, even though his mother consort seemed to have changed her attitude a bit this time. But in his mind, it was because of a request. Except that no matter how much she changed, she couldn't change her cold heart. The parents he had in mind were still whichever ordinary parents he had in his previous life, the ones who had raised him to adulthood in his previous life. Instead of today's parents, who are only responsible for giving birth and not raising themselves, because he was raised alone. Yes, just alone, with all the resources provided by the royal family, not by his parents. Now began to play the emotional card, but unfortunately it was a bit late. Jiang Haotian he could understand. After all, he was first and foremost a holy emperor of a heavenly dynasty, and then again, people had many children on their knees. It was impossible to personally raise them to adulthood. But as the real mother of the holy princess, there was no reason why she should have ignored herself since she was a child. Was there? Returning to the Jingui Pavilion, Jiang Yihan summoned Mao Chong and the others to come. "Gentlemen, this king went to meet with the holy emperor this afternoon. We, the Jingui Pavilion, will have the right to apprehend the imperial clan's prisoners in the future. Today time is not early. Tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock soldiers surrounded the Fu Lin Wang house. Seize the copycat Fu Lin Wang. Yes. We honor your highness orders." Mao Chang and the others were unusually excited, while Yuan Yulo's pupils were wide open, shocked in his heart. "Goodness, the Jingui Pavilion that I joined. This is too powerful. Now it dares to make a move against the royal princes." The next morning, a large number of Jingiki Pavilion's division guards and emissaries came out of Jingiki Pavilion and traveled all the way to the east. 500 gold medalist division guards of Dragon Transformation Perfection, along with more than 100 black iron emissaries of the Transcendent First Realm, 30 bronze emissaries of the Transcendent Second Realm, and a few silver emissaries of the Transcendent Third Realm. Behind them were hundreds of black iron, silver, and such division guards. They were low-level division guards, not there to fight, but to carry things when they finally copied the house. The division guards, clad in cloaks and silver war clothes with gold trim, led by the Transcendent Realm, made their way to the Fulin King's residence under the watchful eyes of the passers-by. Mao Chang came to Jiang Yihan and took the token before flying into the air and raising it high. "Generals, listen to the order. King Fulin is raising bazaar without authorization and harboring a clan to raise bazaar. Today, under the orders of the pavilion master, we have come to apprehend King Fulin, and if there is any resistance, we will kill them on sight. Yes, anyone who dares to resist will be killed on sight." Mao Chang's voice, as well as the many voices of the Seaway, traveled into the mansion and in all directions, and at this time, the guards in front of the gate of the king's mansion had long since run into the mansion in fear. Jingui Pavilion. Now who does not know the means of Jingui Pavilion? Only they are also wondering, Jingui Pavilion's pavilion master and their own king? Are not all family? If we're family, then why are we so hard-hearted? Can't we let the king off the hook for once? At this moment, the experts of the transcendent realm of the Jingui Pavilion all stood in the air, and in the Fulin King's mansion, the guards were urgently assembled, nervously looking at these people in the air. Chapter 63 Old Ancestor. Save me. The Jingue Pavilion was now in the divine capital and was quite prestigious. After the sound of the crowd shouting in unison spread to the periphery, those princes and nobles who were in the mansion one by one looked violently in the direction of the Fulin king's mansion. King Fulin? This idle prince. How did he provoke this group of killers? Imperial family infighting? There's such a good thing. Unsurprisingly, a stream of divine thoughts converged here at the Fulin king's mansion. And not only were there experts from the clans, but there were also expert divine thoughts from the imperial clan as well. These divine thoughts converged once again, inquiring if anyone knew anything specific. One of the divine thoughts fluctuated slightly, and then a message was quickly sent out. Coincidentally, this marquis happens to know something. Not waiting for the many experts to urge him on, this marquis divine thoughts continued. The clan that the Jingue Pavilion annihilated in the Red Realm's Beimingfu some time ago was backed by this king. Think about it, since that sect breeds weirdness, this prince can get away with it. Hiss, this Jingue Pavilion is also too overbearing. Just because of this reason, you're going to come over and apprehend King Fulin? At least it's a royal family line. Chang'an King is not giving any face at all. No, didn't you guys hear from the people of the Guile Suppression Pavilion that King Fulin is breeding guile? After this person's divine thoughts fluctuated, everyone in the upper air fell silent for a while. All of them present, who dared to say that they didn't keep some shenanigans in their house, rather than being used for cultivation. Some of the creeps were actually kept as pets, and when these people had nothing to do on weekdays, teasing the creeps was also a recreational activity. King Fulin was dazed for a moment at this moment, and he hurriedly led a group of experts from his mansion, separating these nervous guards and looking up into the air. As for Mao Chong and the hundreds of other experts, who were expressionless as they looked down at what was happening below, they also saw King Fulin's silhouette. Your Highness, we still ask you to come with us, lest the mansion suffer from the robbery of a fight. His Highness doesn't want the king to lose face, so it's best for the king to tie his hands. After all, it is the people of the royal family. Zhang Yihan does not care, but those of them who are subordinates, they have to consider for their masters to consider the reputation. Right, the bearded man beside King Fulin had a stony look in his eyes, and a hint of fear that he hadn't even noticed himself. He transmitted his voice and said to the Fulin king beside him, Your Majesty, you must not go with them. In the meantime, beat a dead horse and don't admit to having bred shenanigans. King Fulin would have calmed down by now, having just been caught off guard earlier. No matter what, at least is also a royal family of a princes, living for thousands of years, should have the city still have. So it was a loud scolding to Mao Champ. Who are you to talk to me like that? My royal mansion doesn't even keep bazaar. You Jingue Pavilion are planting evidence to slander and frame. I want to see the king of Chang'an. I don't believe it anymore. He will slander me so much. King Foley had nothing better to do now but to mess around and attempt to stall for time. Suddenly, Mao Chang and the others who were in the upper air came down from the air, and then they saw the many gold medalist division guards, including Mao Chang and the rest of their masters. One by one, they bowed respectfully, and just as the people of the Fulin royal house were wondering, a figure suddenly appeared in their eyes. Merely standing there, it was as if they were all the protagonists of heaven and earth. Greetings, Your Highness, C.U. Pavilion Master. At this moment, even the divine thoughts in the air that were previously discussing with each other were each quiet. People's gazes couldn't help but look at Zhang Yihan, although he was dressed in a simple outfit, but anyone who saw him at this moment would not be able to help but give a sigh of admiration. Zhang Yihan's gaze looked towards the crowd of the Fulin royal mansion, and it was this casual glance that made the guards of the royal mansion salute one after another. Greetings, Your Highness King Chang'an. Even the transcendent masters around King Fulin were all saluting to see them. There was just one King Fulin left behind, standing there straight. In fact, he was so confused in his head at the moment that he didn't even know what to do. You're the king of forest? The voice couldn't hear any emotion, as if it was just confirming whether he was the king of Flynn or not. With a sudden jolt, King Fulin hurriedly stepped forward, and said loudly, I am the king of Fulin, and if you want to go by seniority, you still have to address me as Imperial Uncle. Your Highness, did you guys at the Jingue Pavilion wrongly accuse me? I didn't raise any guile at all. Zhang Yihan ignored King Fulin and said to the guards in his mansion, Today, this king ordered to come and capture King Fulin. This matter has nothing to do with you. I'll give you all a chance to leave here now, and the Jingue Pavilion won't make things difficult for you. These guards of the royal family, they simply do not know that their king bred bizarre. Otherwise, Zhang Yihan would not be able to let them go so easily. You guys should have joined the army. Instead of moping around here, Why don't you go to the battlefield and fight for once? I've finished my words, so it's up to you to choose whether to stay or go. Those who remain are treated as accomplices to the crime, and death awaits you. Hundreds of guards. It was a bit of a shame to kill them. Besides, these people were ordinary guards, and they weren't involved in the core of the Fulin royal house. As expected, when Jiang Yihan finished his words, a group of ordinary guards, without even bringing consideration, yelled and left the place. What's the point of playing with your life? It's only how much a month? In the blink of an eye, there were only 30 to 40 transcendent realm experts left among the guards of the Fulin king's mansion. In fact, most of these people wanted to leave, but King Chang'an didn't give them permission to leave. The transcendent realm people of the Fulin royal family, one counted, were the ones involved in the core, and these were the ones that the Jingui pavilion needed to suppress. Mao Champ, I am here. Seize the rest, and kill anyone who dares to resist. Yes, Your Highness. Thus, under the gaze of Jiang Yihan's bland gaze, more than 100 transcendent masters were in groups of 3 or 5, each finding an opponent. King Fulin would be in a hurry now, fending off the few men who came to attack him, shouting out as he fought, Jiang Yihan, you presume to be a member of the imperial clan and dare to bully your elders as a junior. I must report to the clan and punish you for treason. When Jiang Yihan heard this, he felt a bit ridiculous that this straw prince was so naive. Humph, who in the royal family dares to punish me? What qualifications does the royal family have to punish me? This king is the contemporary holy prince of the royal family. This sentence, even the air watching the divine thoughts, are each vibration, belonging to the meaning of which is too shocking. King Flynn froze for a moment, and then he shouted, Ancestor, help me. Chapter 64, Preemptive Decision. Imperial License. This old ancestor, save me from King Fulin. It can be said that the sound spreads to the 8 directions, which is the drumming up of their own magic power, so as to shout out. Almost the entire inner city of the divine capital could hear it. So more experts' divine thoughts came here in droves, and what they saw was that the entire Fulin king's mansion was surrounded by the Jingui pavilion. The sound of a fight is happening inside. Just then, a loud bellowing sound came over. Who dares to act recklessly here? Why don't you stop now? Only this rebuke was not heeded by the people of the Jingui pavilion, and instead, they even increased the intensity of their attacks. The entire front yard of the royal residence had long since been destroyed in disrepair, if it wasn't for the array protections around it. Not only the Fulin royal mansion, I'm afraid that all the other surrounding mansions that are close by will also suffer. And just as the voice of the person who had just chided had fallen, Jiang Yihan opened his mouth. King Fulin keeps bazaar. According to the law, when wanted will be Jingui pavilion detained for interrogation. If you dare to block my Jingui Gu case, it is considered a crime of treason. Are you sure you want to get down and participate? Although the person from earlier had not yet appeared, Jiang Yihan knew that this person would be able to hear what he was saying now. Moreover, he also knew that this was an old ancestor in the lineage of the Fulin king. He just didn't know how many generations of old ancestors it was. Humph. What kind of bull **** law? How come I haven't heard of Great Yen having this law? Great Yen doesn't have it, but my Jingui pavilion does. But whenever Great Yen is involved in bizarre issues, it's up to the Jingui pavilion to say what's up. It's up to this king to make it clearer. It's preemptive and royal license. Jiang Yihan was very domineering at this moment, so domineering that the people watching were shocked. What arrogance, what hubris, and what dominance this was. Was this the elegance of the contemporary royal family's holy emperors? At this moment, it was as if many people saw a rising royal star. First cut, imperial license. Even Zhang Haotian, who was in the palace, couldn't help but stare for a moment after hearing these words before he happily laughed out loud. Some of the princes in the hall of government also trembled slightly. Yes, when the Jingui pavilion soldiers besieged the Fulin king's mansion, the holy emperor and these princes had their divine thoughts enveloping the place to watch this event. The princes in the Great Yen court, they and the nobles were not a body of interest. The noble clans only wanted to continue their families in peace. As for the princes in the court, they wanted to make Dian go further, so that their ambitions and hopes could be realized. At this moment, these princes saw the hope for the future of the royal family. Congratulations, Holy Emperor. We congratulate the Holy Emperor. Jiang Yihan's performance this time had really impressed the crowd. And not only here, those concubines in the palace, including the masters of the great inner circle, couldn't help but look sideways. It was because of these words from Jiang Yihan that the authority and majesty of the Holy Emperor was brought to an even higher level. At this moment, here in the Fulin royal mansion, Those masters who were watching the developments, to put it bluntly, were watching the show. Some of them couldn't help but feel a slight movement in their hearts. They sized up the Chang'an king underneath. There was no need to say anything about his looks. There was no one ugly in the royal family, and his own temperament, with the growing power he held, became more and more honorable. There just happens to be an unmarried scion in the old man's residence with excellent qualifications, and the Chang'an king belongs to the perfect match. Humph. Who doesn't have a few exceptional offspring left in their family? How could the king of Chang'an look at your family's offspring? That's right. Your calculations sound good. No. I have to go back and pick carefully to see if there's anyone in the family who's suitable for the union. After saying that, the divine idea disappeared into thin air, and at the same time, several divine ideas disappeared together. The rest of us know what these people are up to. Hey, everyone is just daydreaming. This Chang'an king, I bet he'd rather marry an ordinary person than pick a family of the world. It dawned on the crowd that yes, judging by this one's style, it was clear that he didn't have much goodwill towards them. The noble class. In the Fulin king's mansion, the battle was almost over at this point, and there were only 5 or 6 transcendent realm people left in the field, still struggling to resist. The reason why they were still resisting, including the Blessed Forest King, was because they were hoping that the old ancestor of the Blessed Forest King's lineage would come out. Just then, an unfamiliar voice came from far away. King Chang'an, can you give old me face for the sake of the same clan? You probably don't know me. The words hadn't even finished before Jiang Yihan opened his mouth to interrupt. Humph. Something that hides its head and gives you a face? Why should I give you a face? Or how about this? For the sake of fellow clansmen, you give me a face and just stay where you are honestly and don't get involved in this matter. He had to interrupt this person's self-introduction, and without knowing who you are. I don't care about you at all. At this moment, he also understood that the old ancestors of King Fulin's lineage were probably being blocked by the royal family's experts right now. They could only plead for mercy through divine thoughts, old and far away. The real body should be suppressed by the royal family's experts at this time, if there were no surprises. Otherwise, with the arrogant appearance of these two epical emperors, they would have jumped out impatiently. Another voice came through, this one sounding as if it wasn't as old as the last one. Bold Chang'an king, how dare you speak to old ancestor like this? It's a disgrace to the royal family. There is no upbringing. Jiang Yihan's face changed slightly, while his heart was filled with anger. Directly speaking to the royal expert in the dark, he said, please, which old ancestor? Apprehend the person from just now for me. Ha ha ha. I like you as a descendant old ancestor. Wait, old ancestor, I will capture you here. Jiang maniac. What are you doing? What are you doing? Didn't you hear that my juniors are going to arrest you over there? Be honest. Including the many people watching the battle in the air, each and every one of them looked at each other in dismay. Jiang maniac. This name was all too familiar to them. This one was a maniac in the history of the royal family, who had once killed several of the older generation of the royal family for one reason or another. Moreover, he had also broken through the alien ancestral court alone, and although he almost couldn't come back, he had also stirred up that alien ancestral court. Jiang Yihan was also reminiscing about this old ancestor of considerable fame. And just then, a figure seemed to have been thrown over from afar. At the same time, a voice came through. Ha ha, little chancellor, people are thrown over for you, little Chanzi? A few black lines emerged from Jiang Yihan's forehead. How does this look like a nickname for a eunuch? Boom! The ground of the Fulin king's mansion was smashed out of a deep pit by a figure. Only after the dust cleared did the crowd get a good look at the figure in the pit, and describing it as wretched to the core was a bit mild. Go down a few men and bring this man up to me. Chapter 65, Conflicts between the royal family and the royal family. A few gold medalist division guards leaped into the pit, then flew out with the pit on their shoulders. The man's entire body's mana had long since been sealed. If it wasn't for the high level of cultivation, just based on that previous impact with the ground, the flesh would have been thinned out. Looking at the person brought before him, with long loose hair covering part of his face, even so, it was hard to hide the dignity in this person. This was definitely a great power, with a cultivation level of at least the Avatar realm. Jiang Yihan didn't recognize this person, but he knew King Fulin, only to see King Fulin shout old ancestor. This time he had already given up resisting. What's the point of resisting? The old ancestors of the family had been suppressed by others. The only old ancestor who had spoken out of turn was also thrown over in such a humiliating manner. His biggest backbone was those old ancestors in his family. But now it was good that the old ancestors dared to act differently, and what was waiting for them was to be struck down and suppressed. even though he's a straw man. This is something that can be seen clearly. The people from the Jingue Pavilion escorted King Fulin, including his subordinates, to Jiang Yihan. Your Highness, I am fortunate to be able to do so. All those in the transcendent realm of the Fulin royal mansion are suppressed with all of them. Maochamp reported back to Kong Yihan and then waited for the next order. Now there were only the bizarre ones kept by the Fulin king's house left, and Jiang Yihan had a hunch that the number of bizarre ones in the Fulin king's house was definitely more than that of the previous Surabaya house. Leave a portion of your men to guard these people, and the rest of you gather the Fulin king's mansion and apprehend the bread creeps. Upon hearing this, Mao Chang left behind half of the Transcendent Realm experts, and the rest of them, along with the Gold Medal Division guards, began to search the entire Fulin king's mansion. At this time, the family members of the house were also driven out by the people of the Jingue Pavilion. These people are now all trembling, standing aside and not daring to say a word. Only at this point did they realize the truth that the royal family was just that, the royal family, and it did not represent the royal family. The royal family was the master of Dian, and the entire territory of Dian was owned by the royal family, and they, the Imperials, had only dabbled in the convenience of their bloodline. Otherwise, what difference was there between them and ordinary people? Old ancestor, are you guys okay? King Fulin struggled to look at his old ancestor. Amongst the royal family and the imperial family, those who could be called old ancestors were at the very least at the Yangshan perfection cultivation level. Only after hearing King Fulin's voice did Jiang Yihan have the time to survey this person. The king is in front of you now, and I'm curious to know how I'm uneducated. Humph, you and I are of the same clan, yet we blurt out insults to our old ancestor. This is a lack of upbringing. King Fulin wanted to tell his old ancestor to stop talking. He was afraid that Jiang Yihan would be angry and behead this old ancestor on the spot. Don't think that his worries were redundant. Now that King Fulin understood, this holy imperial prince was extremely bold. As if Jiang Yihan had heard something funny, he laughed for a while. Only then did he address the man in front of him. The same clan? And you know it's only the same race. If it weren't for the sake of your fellow clansmen, you dogs would have been killed to death long ago. As he said that, a shocking killing aura emanated from his body. Even some of the divine thoughts in the air were a bit unsteady from the impact. This person's face was a sight to behold. Being called a dog, this was the biggest insult he had ever felt so far. Junior, what do you mean? What do you mean? Are you pretending to be confused or are you really confused? Jiang Yihan's murderous aura was withdrawn from his body, and then he became the holy prince who was a stranger like Jade again. Great Ancestor led a group of tough generals to establish the Dian dynasty, and step by step, it developed into the current Dian heavenly dynasty. They were born to die, and for every footstep forward, they had to pay countless lives and prices. And the so-called imperial clan in the mouth of the world is nothing more than the clansmen of the Great Ancestor in the first place. Your trashy ancestors who hid in the back when they fought the world didn't dare come out. Great Yen was established, and your ancestors to have the cheek to run out and transform themselves into the so-called imperial clan. This is ridiculous. Posterity, you have to be conscientious in your words. Without our help, Great Yen would have been overthrown at the stage of the dynasty. No matter what, we've got the credit. Ha ha ha. What a nice phrase to have credit for. It seems that the history of your royal family and ours is still two different versions. Then may I ask, is it my royal family's history book that is false, or is it your royal family's history book that is false? Taizu, he has a big pattern and doesn't care about you assholes. But down through these epics, what contribution have you people made to Great Yen? No, right? Instead, it's still lying on the body of the royal family in Great Yen, desperately sucking up nutrients, just because of the existence of you trash, under the banner of the royal family, committing crimes in the territory. Speaking here, Jiang Yihan surveyed everything around him before saying slightly louder, in this king's eyes, there is no such thing as a bull **** royal family. This Great Yen, only my royal lineage is the royal family. The rest of the so-called royals should have disappeared a long time ago. The only mistake Taizu, his old man, ever made in his life was tolerating you people to become some bull **** royal family. Quiet, quiet, very quiet. The atmosphere here at the moment was so quiet that it was hard to breathe. Everyone did not expect that this Chang'an king would be so bold as to directly veto the existence of the royal family here. This was to dismantle the foundation of the imperial clan from the roots. Just like he said, the ancestors of the imperial clan were just the clansmen of Great Yan's great ancestor. It's not like he's a relative of Taizu's lineage, so there's a very big gap in between. If we were to speak strictly speaking, The so-called royal people nowadays really didn't have the qualifications to be called a royal family. What scared the crowd the most was that Chang and Wang's last sentence dared to comment on Taizu, his old man, and also held down a mistake. One must know that the Taizu is still alive today, and in the hearts of the great Yen people, the Taizu is the perfect and flawless existence. At this moment, even the imperial ancestors in the shadows couldn't help but have their teeth ache, and pinched a sweat for Jiang Yihan, although they liked these words from Jiang Yihan just now. But when it involved the great ancestor, his old man, it made people's balls hurt. You say you deny the royal family, just deny the royal family? Anyway, the people of the royal family are no good. They have long wanted to eradicate them. But why do you have to bring Taizu, his old man, into this? Isn't this just asking for trouble? At this point in a dimensional space, there were no borders to be seen here at a glance. Only in the center, there was a huge and incomparable giant city situated here. And behind the city was a huge and incomparable mountain range. In one of the palace gardens in the mountains, an old man said smilingly to the people around him, "See, you guys don't have the guts of a little leather monkey. Very well. Seeing him, I know that our royal family has a successor." Chapter 66, The Rabbit's Death. Here at the Fulin Royal Mansion. At this time, even those divine thoughts in the air had each chosen to stop communicating, because they were now stunned. Stunned by what this king of Chang'an had said. Although they were from the clan, they also worshipped great Yen Taizu in their hearts. A man who came out of an ordinary local gentry family built a dynasty with his bare hands and then conquered the east and the west. The foreign races around the fight exterminated their clans and retreated. From dynasties to imperial dynasties, and from imperial dynasties to imperial dynasties. From the imperial dynasty to the present-day heavenly dynasty. Which year did Dian not go to war? And such a large area of Dian's land is not a gift from others for nothing. Great Yen now stood on the continent, becoming one of the top forces and a pillar of heaven for the human race, and it was the foundation laid by Tai ancestor Im. Although the great ancestor had abdicated after becoming the celestial dynasty, but his old man was a god in the hearts of everyone in Dian. Not only is God in reality now, but has long since ascended to God in the heart. Now this highness has gone so far as to complain against the great ancestor, suspecting his old man of indulging the existence of the royal family. Now you want to veto the royal family from the root. This is to overturn the original decision of the great ancestor? Jiang Yihan knew that some of his words were crude, but that's what he thought in his heart, because he also worshipped his own old ancestor in this life. By all rights, a traveler shouldn't be able to worship the natives, but only those who knew the history of Dian would understand just how powerful the imperial great ancestor had become. Whether it is to fight the world, or governing the world, are impeccable, only in his eyes. Taizu let the so-called royal family is a stain now. At this moment, not to mention the clans watching, even everyone in the lineage of the Fulin king, including their old ancestors, didn't dare to raise their voices. Humph, ignorant child, is Taizu not something you can evaluate? Punish you with half a year's salary and cultivation resources, and hurry up and end things here. A voice suddenly appeared in the sky, and everyone, including Jiang Yihan, saluted with their faces in one direction. See the Holy Emperor. Those divine thoughts in the air were also facing the palace together, saluting. When Jiang Yihan heard this, he didn't have the slightest bit of resentment. He knew that this was something that his cheap old dad had deliberately done to show others. Those words of his own earlier were indeed a bit inappropriate, whether they were directed at the royal family or the final Taizu. If this is caught by the handle, in the courtroom to participate in his own a few books, that is also enough now. He headache. My son admits to the punishment. I beg the Holy Emperor's forgiveness. What was half a year's worth of cultivation resources and salary? The last thing he needed was these things. Only after the crowd sensed the disappearance of the Holy Emperor's divine thoughts did they let out a slight breath. Just a single divine thought made everyone here feel a huge pressure. When those clan expert divine thoughts in the air, some of them almost had dissipated. Yes, just dissipated, because they couldn't withstand the pressure of the Holy Emperor's divine thoughts. Fortunately, at the last moment, the divine thoughts of the Holy Emperor departed. Right at this moment, Mao Chang's figure suddenly appeared, then reported to Jiang Yihan, Your Highness, we have found bread bazaar in the Fulin King's residence. The number is close to 1,000. All of them are not surprised by the fact that the Fulin royal family is keeping a bazaar. Bring all this weirdness here. Jiang Yihan commanded Mao Chun, an order that made the clans watching the action slightly puzzled as to what this highness was up to. Not long after, all the bazaar by the people of the Jingue Pavilion, escorted to the front of the king's house here. Fortunately, the place in front of the king's house is large enough Jiang Yihan swept a glance at all the shenanigans, then glanced at the experts of the royal family, then flatly ordered, behead these experts of the creepy and fooling royal families on the spot. Let everyone know that this is what happens when you breed creepy. King Fulin himself and his relatives. He was not good enough to get killed in public now, but it was still possible to get those of his men killed. Kill the chicken and make an example of the monkey. That's the one word that comes to mind for those watching the developments here. Yards. It's treating us like monkeys again. It was said that when Dian was still a royal dynasty, there were a dozen or so foreign races around that were slightly less powerful than Dian, and half of them were foreign races, led by one of the strongest macaque clans. It has been fighting against Great Yen. The remaining half of the foreign races also started to disobey one after another, so at that time, Great Yen suddenly sent out troops to exterminate one of the Wu Ji races. All of a sudden, all of the surrounding alien races had learned their lesson, especially the macaque race, which had abandoned their alliance and were the first to submit to Great Yen. Therefore, the illusion to killing chickens to warn monkeys was passed down in Dian. Of course, nowadays, those foreigners who were conquered by Great Yen can only be seen in history books, and occasionally you can still meet a few of them, or the pets kept by the nobles. At this moment, these clans, angry with some chest tightness, how is it that they always feel that they and others in the eyes of the Chang'an king, is once that macaque clan? The smell of blood at the scene was so thick that those who were well fed in the Fulin royal house almost spat it out. Don't look at the cultivation of each of these people, but they had almost never seen such a bloody scene since they were young. The faces of those who died unwillingly with their eyes wide open in front of them were so familiar, but in just a moment, they were separated from the yin and yang from then on. No, these people are not qualified to become ghost cultivators and can only obediently reincarnate into the next life. Escort the people from the Fulin royal house back to the Jingui pavilion, and leave some of them behind to plagiarize the family. After giving his orders, Jiang Yihan left with his guards. Jiang Yihan went away, leaving the people of the Jingiki pavilion is copying the family. Many people see this scene. There is a kind of rabid death fox sadness heart. A prince who had previously enjoyed the court's support had become a prisoner in a day. The entire mansion has been raided, and it's hard to say whether or not you'll be able to keep your life behind you, because it would be better if it fell into someone else's hands. But this is in the hands of the Jingui Gu, in the hands of the king of Chang'an. To the ruthless and decisive character of this ruthless and decisive character, the odds are that King Flynn and his family will be put to death. Hey, break it up. There's nothing to see. The sky of Great Yen is slowly starting to change. What should we do in the future? Clans, nobles? These people like us, in the eyes of others, are after all just fat sheep that can be killed and slaughtered whenever they want. What's going on with Great Yen? Why is it that ever since the establishment of the Jingui pavilion, I've felt an invisible pressure enveloping my heart at all times? These people of the clans who were watching the hilarity were watching with great interest before, but now they had a heart of gold. They just didn't understand. Before the establishment of the Town Guile pavilion, wasn't the subterfuge of penalizing nobles fine? Why did this unspoken rule suddenly seem to be useless after the establishment of a small Town Guile pavilion? In the past, there was the Surabaya lineage, and now there is the Fulin king's family, and these are all recent events. It gave these clan nobles, suddenly, a sense of not knowing what to do. Chapter 67 Great Yen Imperial Clan. What happened today quickly spread throughout the entire divine capital, and with the passage of time, it would only be a matter of time before it spread throughout the entire Great Yen. This time was different from the previous two times. Although Surabaya's lineage were also nobles, they were after all only newly minted nobles, and it was still an earl. Not much influence. Their influence wouldn't even cover the upper 6 domains, the Iron Mountain sect in the back, not to mention the fact that it was only influential in the Beiming province. Most people in the divine capital had never heard of this sect, but King Fulin was different, although many people didn't know this king either. However, as long as one had heard the 3 words King of Fulin, even those in their stupidity would know that it was a title of a prince. The next day began with talk everywhere in God's capital about what happened yesterday. Unlike the nobles, the commoners clapped their hands when they heard about yesterday's events. They loudly cheered for the Chang'an king, and some even ran here to the inner city and stood in front of the Fulin king's mansion to visit. It was rather like coming to Clocken, after all. The whole of God's capital was so huge that people living in the outer city wanted to come to the inner city. The only way to do that was to shell out money for a ride, or take a teleportation array. But a single teleportation would cost an ordinary spirit crystal. An ordinary family member in the lower 3 realms of the mortal realm would only earn a dozen or 20 spirit crystals per month at most. A single ride on the teleportation array would cost an ordinary spirit crystal, which made many people living in the divine capital never come to the inner city. But this time, someone finally gritted their teeth and decided to have a go. After all, the king of the hallowed royal family had been copied, which was the first time in the history of Dian that the heavens had opened up. And to put it in trendy terms, all these people who come here to clock in are now brainwashed fans of the king of Chang'an. All the major places of entertainment and recreation. The most talked about topics today were about the Chang'an king and the Fulin king. As long as they talked about it, each and every one of them had a brainless admiration and appreciation for the king of Chang'an. Maybe Jiang Yihan himself didn't even know that in this life from now on, he even had fans. A foreign space in which the area was roughly the size of 5 gods' capitals if someone looked down from above. This was already not small. And one should know that the size of the entire divine capital city was almost as big as half a prefecture. The population living in God's capital alone is in the hundreds of millions. And this alien space, as long as someone from the transcendent realm came in and took a look, they would know that it was artificially opened up. There are 2 ways to carve out a place for human existence. One type was a great power in the Avatar realm, also known as the Transcendent 5 realm, who had hardened a space that allowed people to survive by virtue of their own strength. It's just that when the opener once falls, the space opened up will also collapse. One was that as long as one wanted a treasure with spatial attributes, even a transcendent mortal one-realm person could open up a space. The disadvantages are equally there. The size of the space is related to the treasure, and there is no air in this space. Only air and aura can be diverted from the outside world. And this space 5 times the size of the divine capital was the base camp of the Great Yin Imperial Clan. Yes, the people of the Great Yin Imperial Clan were not qualified to go and live in the Imperial Ancestral Land, but there were still quite a few human experts in the Imperial Clan, so an ancestral land was opened up for the people of the royal family, and they learned from the royal family in every way, with the ancestral land being the base and the outside world being inhabited by ordinary people. At this moment, a luxurious palace was about to be filled with experts from the Imperial Clan. Ancestors, this matter can't be let go like this. This time he, the Chang'an king, dared to exterminate the Fulin king. Next time he'll exterminate the others. If we let it go, are we going to exterminate our ancestral land in the future? As soon as a middle-aged man's words fell, everyone's face changed. Don't say it. It makes sense. They themselves know the caddy of the royal family. If not for their thick skin in the beginning, dead begging in Dian, how can there be today's glory of their royal family? That is, the old man Taizu, on the basis that they were all from the same clan, did not say anything more. At this moment, on the upper position in the middle of the great hall, there were more than 20 old men sitting, and several of them exuded a rotten smell. These old men, however, were clansmen from the same era as Taizu, and they were still Taizu's clan brothers when they seriously counted. It was thanks to the blessing of the great ancestor that they had stumbled all the way to cultivate to their current realm, but as long as they were still in the transcendent mortal realm cultivation, then there was a limit to their lifespan. Now, by the looks of it, it is also about to run out of gas. One of the old men looked at the juniors underneath and sighed darkly in his heart. He thought of yesterday's happenings, and a wise man could perceive from yesterday's state of affairs the attitude of the present royal family towards the royal family now. The old man himself knew in his heart that once a few of them fell, the Imperial clan would definitely not have a good ending. It's a shame that these stupid offspring don't notice the approaching crisis at all. So tell me, guys, how should this matter be resolved? What? Is it going to be a tooth for a tooth? Or an eye for an eye? Sometimes I wonder what has caused you guys to get so puffed up. Outsiders don't understand. Don't we understand ourselves? The royal family is a royal family, to put it nicely. But compared to other people's royal families, what are we? The old man opened his mouth and reprimanded. Over the years, the royal family had become more and more declined. Not in terms of strength, but in terms of vision and inwardness. Old ancestor has misunderstood. We're not trying to go against King Chang'an. Nonsense. He is the current holy prince. They are that onion. How can they be qualified to seek revenge on others? Unless the entire royal family does not intend to live. Old ancestor. What I mean is to talk to the royal family. We can't just let Chang'an king be like this again. We all have the same ancestor's bloodline. This is an internal conflict. Some people are soft and can see the gravity of the situation, but others are too stupid to see the gravity of the situation. Humph. You're simply a member of the Imperial clan in vain. Old ancestor, why can't we take revenge? Isn't it just breeding a few creeps? Is there a need to plunge the family? He, the Chang'an king, is also a prince, but the Fulin king is not a prince. Great Yen has developed to this point, and that is also due to us. I suggest that this time, we must forcefully ask the royal family to release King Fulin and punish King Chang'an. A mere mortal realm prince who dares to provoke our royal lineage is simply looking for death. Really? I can't imagine that the assholes like Imperial clan people would be bold to such an extent. Who gave you the guts? What? And want to get King Chang'an killed? A voice suddenly appeared in the Great Hall, and with it came a monstrous pressure. The entire hall except for the 20 or so people at the top, the rest of them flopped to the ground. It happened very suddenly. Suddenly all these people were on the ground and hadn't reacted to what was going on. Only the 24 men at the top struggled to support the growing pressure. Each one of them had veins on their foreheads, and their faces slowly turned white little by little. Chapter 68, Old Ancestor Bullying. No one from the royal lineage had thought about how an expert would suddenly appear out of nowhere in a good time. The people in the Great Hall, on the other hand, didn't know right now that the entire foreign space was enveloped by an overbearing pressure. Everyone was on both knees, shivering. They prayed for the experts in the space to hurry up and come out to meet the enemy. The old ancestors they prayed to, on the other hand, even their divine sense, divine thoughts were suppressed by this aura, with no way to move. Among the people at the top of the Great Hall, an old man with a depleted lifespan and a rotten body. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes then, followed by his hands struggling to form a spell seal. Then he saw his aura rise high, and his entire body turned into his prime in the blink of an eye. The entire person stood up, and at this moment, it was as if he was like that god devil who opened up the heavens and the earth, and it was as if the space around him had turned into a substantial liquid. A wave of fluctuations dispersed outwards, and finally, everyone in the Great Hall felt lighter, and the oppressive aura from earlier disappeared. Second brother, you're confused. Ergo, the people at the bottom raised their heads, and after seeing what was in front of them, several of them went black and almost all fainted. Second ancestor, old ancestor. These people knew all too well what was in front of them. People who were on the verge of falling, but all of a sudden they turned into their prime. This was the use of a secret method that consumed the remaining lifespan to return himself to his peak moment in the short term. Only in this way, the life expectancy that would have lasted for decades is now only 3 or 5 days. The man waved his hand to interrupt everyone's cries, then looked to a spot in the air. You're Jiang Shan, aren't you? I can't imagine that my cultivation is on the verge of transcendence nowadays. Can you come out and catch up as a farewell to the old man? He knew too well what had happened before. If no one had blocked the way, at least half of the people at the scene would have died. That pressure could not just be a cultivation pressure, but a life-level pressure. Just the pressure of the aura could make people below the law realm fall. It seems that there are still people with blood in the royal family. I thought you guys just knew how to hide behind the royal family and suck blood. As soon as the words fell, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in the Great Hall. Jiang Shan. Everyone present at this time had their hearts and livers fluttering. This was a ruthless person. Once a foreign empire was destroyed by him alone, in a substantial way. It was all the living beings of the entire imperial dynasty that were killed. Today the site of that empire is still not an inch of grass, and can only be slowly restored with aura. And the alien race in which that empire is located doesn't even dare to fart. Jiang Shan looked deeply at the second ancestor. Extremely sublimated courage. Not everyone can make up their mind. Better to die than to live. The second ancestor looked at Jiang Shan in the same way. That once tender little kid had now become a taboo-like existence. Jiang Shan, thank you for being merciful just now. The second ancestor knew that even if he was extremely sublimated, he wouldn't be enough for someone to beat him with one hand. Obviously, this was people showing mercy for their own sake. The ordinary people of the royal family didn't know, but they, the old undead, knew it well. In the opinion of some people in the royal family should have been eradicated at an early date, especially people like Jiang Shan and Jiang Maniac. By the way, it also has to be considered the current Jiang Yihan. All these people have no good feelings towards the royal family, and on the contrary, these people either have high cultivation or control real power. Jiang Shan, there's no hurry. Allow me to bring someone here. After saying that, he casually grabbed his right hand into the air, and a black hole instantly appeared in front of him, followed by Jiang Shan's entire right hand reaching in, only to see a fluctuation in the black hole, and then Jiang Shan came out of the black hole with a person grasped in his right hand, and with that, the spatial black hole disappeared, and the crowd lamented in their hearts that this one's cultivation nowadays was no longer something they could guess at. Jiang Yihan was in a daze at this moment. Who could tell him that he was in the middle of cultivation when he was suddenly pinched at the back of his neck by a large hand that came from nowhere? Then there was a dizzy spell, and he appeared in a large, luxurious hall. Just as he was still confused, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Boy, come back to your senses. Jiang Yihan twisted his head to look. His first reaction was that this guy had brought himself here, and his second reaction was to respectfully salute. Yes, he recognized the man's face. Grandson meets the old ancestor. This is the grandson of the great ancestor, Jiang Shan Laozu. As for how many generations of people's grandsons he is, it is uncountable, and he is too lazy to understand this knowledge. So just call yourself a grandson. Alright, put away your good behavior. Old ancestor, I'm not an outsider. Who am I doing it for? To introduce you. This is the ancestral land of that bull ***** royal family you're talking about. Jiang Shan patted Jiang Yihan's head and reached around to introduce him. Jiang Yihan, on the other hand, was very surprised. How powerful and confident was the old ancestor, just bringing himself to someone's ancestral land like this. He glanced around, then surveyed everyone present with interest, unconcerned about the gazes with resentment in their eyes. This would cause Jiang Shan to look at the second ancestor. I respect that you're still a man, so I'll let go of your loud comments before. However, the one who clamored to make chill pay just now must be executed as a warning to others. After saying that, he casually grabbed his hand, and a trembling middle-aged man instantly flew into the air with a red face. Don't get me wrong, he didn't fly into the air on his own. He was yanked into the air by an invisible force. Jiang Shan's right hand gently clenched, and there was a bang sound. The man in the air completely turned into powder and drifted away with the wind. Holy, old ancestor is overbearing. Just like that, he casually crushed a transcendent realm powerhouse to death. Jiang Yihan's eyes lit up. Is this the strength of a big brother? It's too enviable. As if he had crushed an ant, Jiang Shan then said flatly to everyone in the imperial clan, remember your identities. The people of the royal family are not people you can call out at will. A bunch of trash hiding behind the royal family. Who gave you the guts to call for the punishment of the royal prince? All these years of not hitting on you guys, and you think you're awesome. Remember, everything you have now is given by our royal family, and since it can be given, it can be taken back at any time. After saying that, he turned his head to look at Jiang Yihan and said casually, you remember, there's no difference between this group of people and ordinary people in our eyes. You kids don't know it yet, do you? But the great ancestor is paying attention to you now. Scary. Taejo is paying attention to me? It can't be his own last mouthful of words yesterday. What? Are you scared now? Old ancestor. So what? Do you believe me when I say I'm not afraid? Jiang Yihan is indeed a little afraid. Which if the great ancestor is not satisfied with himself, randomly say a bad word, they still compete for a hairline prince position. We can only hide far away from the border, develop slowly and wait for an opportunity to rebel. It's just that if you rebel in this world, even if you have a mythic altar, then you don't know if you can succeed. Chapter 69 forces you to be extremely sublimated. Jiang Yihan would really be a little worried in this case, in case the great ancestor was dissatisfied with himself. Fortunately, Jiang Shan's next words made him drop a worried heart. Don't worry, old man Taizu is still very satisfied with you. Cannot be satisfied, since recent times the royal family can let his old man remember. There are really not a few of them, and this kid, the old ancestor even affectionately called the little leather monkey, and even praised the royal family's successor. What kind of honor is this? Do you really think that the royal family that has been passed down for many epochs does not have geniuses and demons? Jiang Yihan instantly dejected, standing next to the old ancestor of Jiang Shan, although he tried to put on a breezy appearance, but the dejected look in his eyes was not visible to that person present. He squinted at these experts of the imperial clan with a look of disdain for communicating with them, and not only did the imperial clan's teeth ache, even Jiang Shan who was beside him looked away, and then he ignored this junior. He could sort of see that behind this bastard's cry of arrogance, he was also a comedian. Also, this junior of his own is now less than 20 years old, sometimes some childish appearance, but also let them these old undead, quite like. Jiang Shan looked at those people at the top of the great hall, especially the four old men among them. The rotting aura emanating from them already indicated that they were about to fall. The lifespan of a transcendent realm cultivator was long enough, but no matter how long it was, it couldn't escape the limitations of the rules of heaven and earth. It wasn't like they were ancient gods and devils who could still fall into slumber with secret techniques and experience the ups and downs of epoch after epoch. But it would be quite alright to live for a few epochs. Since you guys don't have a few years to live, instead of staying here to languish, it would be better to be like him and just go to the border and fight the enemy after extreme sublimation, so that I would still think highly of you. hiding behind the royal family all your life and never going to war. I feel ashamed for you." A few old undead looked at each other, and there was a pang of displeasure in their hearts. "Old ancestor, I still have a few decades to live. Why do I have to go and die with the enemy? It's not like the enemy is our enemy. It's not like there's a royal family. Wouldn't it be quicker for us to enjoy the rest of our days in peace?" A few people didn't say anything. Obviously they didn't want to be extremely sublimated and then die on the battlefield. Zhang Yihan burst of disdain. "Although it is better to die than to live. But these people have lived for several epochs. Is it still worse than these last few decades? The reason why the imperial clan made the people of the imperial family want to eradicate them was because the people of the imperial clan had never gone to war and fought for the celestial dynasty. When he thought of this, he had a burst of anger. It would be better to raise these royals than to raise a dog." Speaking directly and sarcastically, "I've said before that you people are trash, and it seems that I wasn't wrong. I will advise the Holy Emperor to issue a holy decree, so you people won't be able to hide here and enjoy yourselves in the future." These last words of Zhang Yihan could really make the people here stunned. "Are you kidding me? If this is an imperial decree that they must go to war in the future, it will simply kill people, right? Humph. You junior." An old man was still trying to accuse Zhang Yihan, but before he could finish his words, he instantly exploded. Only Jiang Shan casually snapped his fingers, his gaze flatly surveying everyone. Even Zhang Yihan was startled. "Good guy. This killing nature of the old ancestor is much more powerful than me. What I said before wasn't a discussion with you old farts. It was an order. Do you understand the order? Either you will be killed by me today, or you will go to the border and die in battle. You guys choose one for yourselves." Quiet. Quiet. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Great Hall was very quiet, and everyone looked at the four old men at the top. No one would think that Jiang Shan's words were a joke, and that he would kill them when he said he would. The second ancestor, who was extremely sublimated earlier, had the intention to plead for a few people, but after seeing Jiang Shan's icy gaze, he swallowed the words in his mouth. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that Jiang Shan had really gotten down to killing before, he wouldn't have chosen extreme sublimation. Like I said before, after all, there are still decades to live, and no one would mind living longer. It seems that all four of you are unwilling, so I'll choose for you. As soon as Jiang Shan's words fell, a murderous aura rushed straight up into the sky, and in the entire space of the imperial ancestral ground, except for Zhang Yihan. Everyone was caught in an illusion now, as if they were in a battlefield, although a voice in their mind reminded them that it was an illusion. Only this was just an appetizer. They were all just people who had been affected, while what Jiang Shan was really targeting were those four old undead, only to see his murderous aura transform into a blood-red giant sword, directly chopping down at the four people without hesitation. "Aren't you guys sparing your lives? I'd like to see just how much you're sparing your lives." The giant sword stirred the surrounding space, and in this artificially open space, spatial cracks began to appear in some places in the Great Hall at this time. This would be the end of this space if the giant sword directly chopped down. "Wait, Jiang Shan, stop. We're willing." Finally, the four old undead were forced by Jiang Shan to directly sublimate extremely. Like the second ancestor, neither could stand by and watch as this piece of their ancestral land was directly destroyed. So, one chose to be extremely sublimated. Instantly, from his previous oil-light drained appearance, he became a burly man now. At this moment, the four of them plus the second ancestor from before, the five of them joined hands and flew out several spell seals, which barely suppressed the space that was about to explode. "Jiang Shan, now you should be satisfied. Don't worry, we'll go straight to the border battlefield after explaining our aftermath." Jiang Shan had withdrawn his own killing aura long ago when several people were extremely sublimated. Today it would be bitter for the other people in this space. Before they were almost crushed to death by a lofty aura, and now they were being killed by a murderous aura that went straight to the clouds. Great, is that more like it? But what's there to account for? Grumbling, or I'll give you a ride. Jiang Shan's words instantly made the five people's faces ugly, but it was already too late. He was seen shouting open. Then he saw Jiang Shan's hands, which had torn open a spatial crack, which was not this one in terms of space. Instead, it was a spatial rift in the continent, and in an instant, the rift became a passageway that could accommodate one person to pass through. Zhang Yihan, who was standing behind Jiang Shan, stretched his head to look at the crack, only to see that there was a battle going on over there. One side looked human at first glance, while the other looked somewhat like a human, though the dress, as well as the skin and body structure, were all a bit different. This was the barbarian race. Zhang Yihan recognized this race at once. The barbarians, in the view of the human race, are uneducated. Their civilization is barbaric and backward, and they are mainly a loose alliance of tribal city-states. Although they looked similar to the humans, the barbarians each had 2 1-inch bull horns on their heads. Chapter 70 Royal Ancestral Land. Deeply stricken. The barbarian race? This race was one of the powerful races on the Tianyan continent. They were spread across the entire continent. Not only were they at war with the human race, the Great Yan Heavenly Dynasty, but they were also at war with other races. This world is like that, and so is the human race, which is likewise at war with multiple races all the time. The barbarians facing the north were a loose alliance, but their heavenly realm was on the same level of realms as the Heavenly Dynasty. Otherwise, it wouldn't have fought with several legions in the Great Yan North. Back and forth. The race is easily recognizable by the 2 horns on their heads and the fact that their skin is mainly white and black. Civilization developed down a different path, dominated by city-states and tribes. Unlike the human race as a whole, which had long since lost its tribes and slaves, Jiang Shan glanced at the scene of the battle being fought across the street, then looked at the 5 old ancestors of the imperial clan, and with a large hand grabbing out of thin air, the 5 were instantly grabbed in front of him. Go over there, what are you waiting for? After saying that, he casually pinched the back of the neck of an old imperial race undead and directly threw it in. The 4 people in the back, after seeing this scene, hurriedly went in on their own initiative. They don't want to be humiliated like this before they die. After casually dispersing the spatial passageway, Jiang Shan glanced at the rest of the imperial clan and spoke at last. You're on your own. A kind reminder to you. In the future, the people of the imperial clan won't have as comfortable a time as they used to. After saying that, he pinched Zhang Yihan by his side, and then with a flash, disappeared. Zhang Yihan was once again speechless in his heart. He was at least a Saint Emperor's son. How is it that nowadays in the old ancestor's place, it was as if he was like a pet, having the back of his neck pinched for the second time already by someone else? The scene in front of him changed, and he had a moment of dizziness in his head. It was clear in his heart that this was the old ancestor traveling through space again. With that he came to an unfamiliar place, which would be the 2 of them just right in the air, reflected in Zhang Yihan's eyes, a huge mountain range, and underneath it, another huge city. How big the city was. Anyway, he couldn't see the edge of the giant city at this time when he was 1,000 meters in the air. Know where this is? Jiang Shan's voice rang in his ears. Of course I know. I can guess. This is the ancestral land of our royal family. Yes, this is our ancestral land. And this city below is the ancestral city of the Great Yan imperial family. This mountain range is where our royal family's dragon vein is located. Isn't it confusing how the dragon vein could be in this space of the ancestral land? Not waiting for Zhang Yihan to ask why, Jiang Shan began to continue. In fact, the ancestral land of our royal family was an extra-dimensional realm in the first place. If it was just an ordinary realm, it wouldn't be worthy of being the ancestral land of our Great Yan. When this realm was discovered at the time, there were uncivilized communities living on it, and it was intended that this realm would be packed back and sacrificed to heaven and earth. But up there, we found a relic that was left behind by some heavenly court once upon a time. Did you know about the heavenly court? This is a legendary existence. As long as we can be promoted to the heavenly court, all of us in Great Yan will truly be transcended. So, the old ancestors decided to refine this realm and make it our ancestral land, and relocated the Great Yan's dragon vein in from the outside as well. Here, this is where the essence of Great Yan lies. After listening to these words without moving, Zhang Yihan's mind had long since been flooded with monstrous waves. Heavenly court. This was the first time he had ever heard these 2 words from someone else's mouth. It was as if there was a feeling in the underworld, and he always felt that this realm was, in fact, personified by a certain place in the heavenly court. Old ancestor, when I look through the royal family's collection, all the information about the heavenly court, there is no record of it. It's like it was erased by something. Jiang Shan nodded. This junior was not bad. He would actually look through historical monuments. That's right. Any recorded content about the heavenly court has disappeared into thin air. All I know is that the heavenly court is already a power that has transcended and gone away. And legend has it that ordinary people in the heavenly court are born with the cultivation of the dragon transformation realm. We, and the heavenly court, are no longer a dimensional force. After saying that, without waiting to see if Zhang Yihan had understood, he directly took him in a flash and appeared in a palace garden. This is where some of the young people from the ancestral land cultivate and compete. They are all descendants of the royal family. Zhang Yihan looked at the people here at this time, looks, height and whatnot. These people he carefully surveyed the past. There is no one's cultivation that he can see clearly. Swallowing his dry throat, he wasn't going to assume that all the people here were all pretending to be young. That vibrant energy in your body is not something you can have by pretending to be young. Old ancestor. What is their cultivation level at the bottom? It's not much of a cultivation level. The lowest is in the divine sense realm. Jiang Shan replied without a care in the world, as if these people were really trash in cultivation. Undeterred, Jiang Yihan opened his mouth again and asked, and how old are they all? Old ancestor? Jiang Shan carried his hands behind his back with an unfathomable smile at the corner of his mouth, and then replied, they're basically in their mid-20s, I think, about your age. Oh yeah, you're still at the blood transformation realm's cultivation level. That won't do, since if you want to compete for the position of the crown prince, it won't do to have power alone. There must also be strength. Remember, Great Yen has no shortage of people willing to sell their lives. A random young generation that walks out here can pull up a team and followers within the territory in a short period of time. I'll tell you what. While Jiang Shan was still blathering, Jiang Yihan was already devastated. And at this point, his eyes had long been empty and he had fallen into thought. This he meow how can be like this? Even if it is an elite monster, it is not possible that every 20 years old is the cultivation of the transcendental realm. If it wasn't for the fact that this was the ancestral land of the great Yen imperial family, he would have thought that these people were also summoned. This is too much of a blow, right? If 20 years old in the outside world can cultivate to the mortal realm blood transformation, then it must be a genius. If he cultivated to the dragon transformation realm, he would be a super genius. And if he cultivated to the transcendent realm, he would be a demon. So there are so many demons? How many secrets are hidden in the royal ancestral land? Just as Jiang Yihan was still in self-doubt, Jiang Shan suddenly said, well, it's time to send you back, and I brought you here today to show you just how good people in your age class really are. Don't think that just because you've mastered a Jingui pavilion, you've become complacent and relaxed your own cultivation. Jiang Yihan nodded his head. He understood his old ancestor's good intentions. If it wasn't for valuing himself, the old ancestor of Jiang Shan would not bother to take care of himself. He hadn't seen him taking other people on day trips to their ancestral lands, but the old ancestor was right. He had indeed been a bit relaxed lately. It seems to rely too much on the altar, which is only an external object, and one's own strength is fundamental. Chapter 71 A corner of the war in the north. Jiang Shan came to a palace garden, only to see an old man sitting on the edge of a pond with a fishing rod in his hand, leisurely fishing for fish. If Jiang Yihan had seen the old man, he would have recognized that this was the Great Yan's great ancestor elder. The liquid in the pond wasn't water, but rather what it looked like after the aura was liquefied. A mortal realm cultivator, after casually taking a sip, would be enough to cultivate for a long time. Such precious cultivation resources are only worthy of being used to raise fish here. Elder ancestor, Jiang Shan respectfully saluted, not looking at all like the arrogant person he was before in the imperial ancestral land. The old man didn't raise his head, still staring at the fishing rod in his hand. Well, people are sent back. Yes, old grandfather. Just then, the fishing rod in Taizu's hand moved, and he immediately lifted it upwards, and a fish with a silvery white body was caught straight up. Only a hint of defiance flashed in the eyes of this fish. With that, a voice rang out. Humph, old man, put me down. I was careless this time. You'll never get caught next time. Taizo laughed and shook his head, casually tossing the fish into the pond. These fish, all descended from beings that were once in this realm, were now being kept as pets. Don't look at just a pond in front of you, but the real area is actually very large. The means of the mustard seed sumaru could only be performed at will after one's cultivation had reached the law realm. Take a huge space, compress it into a tiny space, and it doesn't affect everything inside. Only after re-lowering his fishing rod did Teizo say, this kid's character is very much like mine when I was young, killing and decisive, with pride and arrogance in his heart. This is not something that the young people in the ancestral land possess. For the time being, let's leave them alone in the matter of the imperial clan and leave it to that kid to settle, including some of the clans and forces within the Great Yin territory. These are the ones I'll use to test this generation's descendants. Jiang Shan nodded. The power of the clans and the royal family. For the Great Yin imperial family to really deal with them, the ancestral land casually send out a few old undead. I can destroy them all. But things can't be like this. The big Yen has been ashore. Do things that have to be a little bit of rules. By the way, old ancestor, this kid is not even willing to be left alone with his hand on the Jingui pavilion, and has put his hand into the military. but as luck would have it, the 3 generals recruited still have good military talents. Jiang Yihan didn't know that the 2 people, the great ancestor and old ancestor Jiang Shan, were talking about him. He would have returned to his mansion by now, and still be dropped precisely where he was before. After calling for the guards outside and explaining that he would be in seclusion for a few days, he returned to the cultivation room. Jiang Yihan didn't rush to cultivate first, but first ran his true qi, and after walking his entire body, he felt that the foundation was already solid. Previously, it was due to the breakthrough with the elixir that forced him to slow down his cultivation and only hammer the true qi in his body. The blood in his body today had long since finished replacing the old blood from before, and now the roots of the blood replacement completion were very strong. No longer feeling that sense of levity from before, Jiang Yihan opened his eyes, knowing that it was time to embark on a breakthrough. He wasn't going to take pills this time, although pills like the mirror-breaking pill could reduce the risk of a breakthrough, but ultimately not as effective as relying on their own breakthrough. Taking pills to break through, you have to spend a long time to consolidate the cultivation. As for relying on oneself to break through realms, especially great realms, as long as one breaks through, one's cultivation only needs 2 or 3 days of consolidation before it is completely stabilized. Yes, he had been struck by those in the ancestral lands before, and his own resources weren't bad, but he couldn't even compare to the weakest one of the others. On the battlefield of the northern realm, a loud sound that resounded through the sky caused the 2 sides in the middle of a great battle to stop fighting, and almost all of them raised their heads to look into the air. Just a huge gaseous mushroom cloud, rising up. Ha ha ha, barbarian cubs, die together. A person was nowhere to be seen, but the voice resounded through the heavens and the earth. The last voice emitted by the divine idea. Great Yan Side knew that one of the great powers on his side had pulled 2 barbarian powers to die with him. Second brother, wait for me. Ha ha, second brother is overbearing. I'm coming, little brother. Several voices rang out one after another, and even though they were hundreds or thousands of kilometers apart, people could hear the sadness and bravado in these voices. Then, there were 4 violent booms, and 4 mushroom clouds of different colors appeared from different parts of the battlefield. Only the last remnants of his thoughts were left to echo in the heavens and earth. Ha ha, no loss, no loss. Personally slaughtering a few barbarian great powers before dying. My royal lineage is not weak. Ha ha. The 4 residual thoughts finally dissipated between heaven and earth, and at this moment, on the thousands of kilometers of battlefield, all the generals and soldiers of Great Yen raised their hands and performed a military salute. They didn't care who these great powers were, but they all saw clearly that the 5 people had each killed 2 barbarians of the same realm earlier, and now in the same way, each pulled away 2 more backs. In this battle, the barbarian race had suffered heavy losses. After all the great powers were not cabbages that could be cultivated at random. In the large rear of the Jin barbarian legion, a tall and powerful main general was followed by several equally imposing generals. General, it seems that the people of the royal family aren't all trash. Still have some people you can bring into the eye? TSK, 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 TSK. This tall and powerful general was the main general of the Barbarian Suppression Legion, leading 1,000,000 barbarian suppression legions, and several legions along the border mainly, responsible for engaging the barbarians. The general snorted, leaving a few people behind him a bit confused. Shouldn't these 5 be worthy of praise? Not everyone, after all, has the guts to die with the enemy. Your cultivation levels are a bit low, so it's excusable that you don't know the exact reason. These 5 old nobodies of the Imperial clan are notoriously timid and life-thirsty. They've never been to battle before this. If they hadn't been driven to extreme sublimity, would they have died with the enemy? A few subordinates behind him had a moment of realization after hearing the general's words. So that's how it is. I really thought that the people of the Imperial clan were starting to change their nature. See, it's still people who know how to publicize, and they even put on a show before they die. The crowd all laughed out loud. True, Tama is right. Before dying, he also pretended a wave of force, so that those ordinary generals are moved. God's capital Chang'an King's mansion, outside Jiang Yihan's cultivation room. Several people were waiting here at this moment. Today is already the 5th day of his seclusion. Mao Chang, Wang Ji, Zhao Gao, all these people are waiting outside here. Suddenly, a wave of aura appeared, followed by a crazy influx into the cultivation room, and in a short while, there were some tiny drops of water around the cultivation room. This was the manifestation of aura transforming into liquid, and the crowd all looked towards the cultivation room. It was because they sensed that His Highness' cultivation had officially broken through. Chapter 72, Chi Luck. Changes in the altar. The liquefied aura had disappeared, and the small aura storm caused on the occasion of the breakthrough had dispersed with the wind. The door to the cultivation room suddenly opened automatically. Mao Chong and the others then looked towards the door. Jiang Yihan walked out in white. 5 days in seclusion. The entire appearance of the person looked without the slightest change. It was the non-stop fluctuation of his own true chi that allowed everyone present to clearly perceive that this was just after the breakthrough and had not yet consolidated his cultivation. Congratulations to Your Highness on your cultivation breakthrough. Congratulations to Your Highness for being one step closer to transcendence. If it was before, Jiang Yihan would still have some pride, but since he had seen the cultivation of those of his peers in the ancestral ground, he no longer had any pride, putting it in the outside world. His current age paired with today's cultivation, even if it wasn't comparable to the top echelon, it would still be the echelon that was only second to the top, but it depended on who he was comparing it to, and he truly sort of understood the saying that the gap between man and man was sometimes greater than the gap between man and pig. Your Highness, you should have consolidated your cultivation first. Zhao Gao stepped forward with a hint of worry on his face, because a cultivator who had just broken through, his cultivation had not been consolidated in case there was the slightest accident. That would lead to a loss of previous efforts, and the cultivation level could regress back to before the breakthrough. Hearing this, Jiang Yihan casually waved his hand inside. Hey, it's out of the way for now. You guys come with me first. The people looked at each other. How today's Your Highness? How some depressed? In the main hall of the royal residence, Jiang Yihan looked into the distance with his hands behind his back, and the few people behind him waited quietly. Just then, he turned to look at the men. Did you guys know that just 5 days ago, an old ancestor took me to the imperial ancestral land? The crowd's faces then changed. 5 days ago? Then how come they didn't notice it? My subordinate deserves to die, but I didn't even know that Your Highness had been taken captive. Zhao Gao hurriedly got scared and looked like he was about to kneel down, but he was stopped by Jiang Yihan. I don't blame you. This old ancestor's cultivation is terrifyingly high. He can open a spatial passage with his hand. It would be incredible if you could detect it. In the ancestral land of the royal family, there are people as old as us, and none of them have a cultivation level of the mortal realm. If these people come out in the future and compete with me for the position of Great Yan's sacred emperor, just thinking about it makes me feel the pressure of it. In fact, Mao Chong and Zhao Gao, like Jiang Yihan, had always had so much arrogance. Even though this world is so grandiose in its compulsion, those of them who are out of the world just have that hint of arrogance. Now with Jiang Yihan's explanation, they were struck by the fact that the real geniuses and demons of this world, people are still lurking. The crowd looked at Jiang Yihan's expression that something was wrong, so Yu Huatian stepped forward and said, Your Highness, why do you think so highly of these people? Forgive my humble servant's licentiousness and rudeness. You are comparing your own shortcomings to others' strengths. Yes, those of them with high cultivation levels are all either geniuses or demons, but do they have thousands of transcendent subordinates? And do they have a large number of divisional guards who can be promoted to transcendent at any time? And as time goes on, there are more and more experts around His Highness. When the day comes when all the gods and Buddhas in the heavens are subordinates of Your Highness, and all the gods on the earth follow Your Highness as their master, what's wrong with a mere genius demon? Jiang Yihan froze. Yes, he was in the category of asking for trouble. Ha ha ha. Good. The king was almost mesmerized and fell into self-denial. Okay. You guys go ahead and go about your business. Just then, Mao Champ hurriedly stepped forward and asked, Your Highness, what should be done with King Fulin himself and his family, who are now in custody? Mao Chun did not say. Jiang Yihan had forgotten that these people were still imprisoned, and if it was 5 days ago, he really could not dispose of them at will. But now, he wouldn't have the slightest worry. The royal family counts as a fool. Those who should be killed, the males of the mortal realm, all of them will be sent to the border battlefield. As for the women, abolish their cultivation and let the teaching private workshop take over. After the crowd left, Jiang Yihan didn't come to consolidate his cultivation first, but instead looked at the altar in his mind. He was ready to sacrifice a wave, but he had saved up a lot of lifesteal after disposing of King Fulin's shenanigans and mastery earlier. Just then, he was suddenly blessed with a thought that came to him, remembering whatever myths and legends from his previous life. Or is it the hierarchy of countries in this world that seem to place an immense importance on qi? The previous life belongs to the myths and legends now. Exactly what it is like, one does not know much about it. However, the countries of the various races in this world, and even the sects, but wherever they want to develop and survive, and want to go further, chi is the most important thing. Very incredible rule. A peak kingdom, once the chi collapses, even in a powerful kingdom, that will quickly fall into decline, until the end of the country and the end of the race. It can be said that the chi is related to the prosperity and demise of an ethnic group. Since chi luck was so important, could one sacrifice a trace of chi luck to the altar? It was fine if it didn't work. It was just a trace of chi luck anyway, just in case there's a surprise. It's not like you have anything to lose anyway. His own chi nowadays was actually considered to be among the first few in this generation of imperial princes. Once the chi luck of the Seal King Heavenly Dynasty descended, as well as the chi luck reward when he was appointed as the division master of the Jingue division, and most recently, when he became the pavilion master of the Jingue pavilion. To be honest, he hadn't noticed the effects of chi luck on himself so far, but personally, I can detect the presence of chi, just like in the underworld. I feel a pillar of rushing heaven above my head, connecting myself with the chi of great yen. For a kingdom to upgrade its bit patterns, chi is essential. But it seems that personal cultivation doesn't use chi, right? Perhaps there were things that were not yet for him to know. Never mind. Let's not think about that for now. Jiang Yihan tried to visualize the pillars of chi above his head, wanting to separate a trace of chi from it. But the pillars of chi are seen. But how can they not split even a trace of chi? This made him a bit discouraged. Chi is good. But what's the point of having it if it can't be used for me? Thought, and tried to communicate with the altar in his head. Altar, do you have a way to split my chi? The altar flickered with a burst of light and a message appeared in his mind. Yes. Jiang Yihan was slightly stunned. He knew that this altar was not simple. The function was not to be mentioned, but it definitely had its own spiritual awareness. Then what changes will happen if I sacrifice a sliver of my chi to you? The altar in his head was silent for a moment before sending out a message. I don't know. Never experienced it. No? Well, that means there's good and bad. Jiang Yihan raised some money. He didn't know if he should use his chi luck sacrifice or not. Chapter 73, Sacrificing Chi. Unlocking the fantasy world. Living beings basically harbor a certain amount of fear and dread of the unknown. Just like the current Jiang Yihan. He didn't know what kind of changes would happen to the altar if he sacrificed a sliver of his chi. What will happen to the real world? After all, this is a transcendental world, and such legendary ones as the heavenly Tao exist. But he believed that his luck couldn't be bad. And instead of believing in his luck, he might as well believe in the altar in his head. Altar, split a sliver of chi out. As soon as the words left his mouth, the altar emitted a bright light, and then the light changed into a sharp blade that slashed down towards his head. Even though I believe in the altar, I was almost taken aback. The pillar of chi that couldn't be seen, couldn't be touched, but could be felt, shook slightly, and then the sliver of chi that had been split off became visible to the naked eye, floating just like that in front of his eyes. Jiang Yihan stretched out one finger and tried to touch it, and this trace of chi, as he touched it, unexpectedly wrapped around his own index finger. Carefully surveying this chi luck, the color was golden yellow, and just then, he noticed that this chi luck would this change into the appearance of a small snake. A snake? Not even a dragon? Does this also mean that one is not currently qualified to compete for that tantalizing position? Altar, I will sacrifice this sliver of chi. As Jiang Yihan's voice fell, the chi luck in his hand instantly disappeared, and the instant the chi fortune disappeared this time, the divine dragon of chi fortune in the sky above the great Yen divine capital instantly let out a dragon's roar towards the bottom. All those who were outside saw the figure of the divine dragon of chi emerge from the sky. Ordinary people didn't notice anything wrong with the sound of the dragon's roar, and only those with high cultivation levels noticed something wrong with the divine dragon of chi this time. In the heavenly palace courtyard, at this moment, the subordinate supervisory heavenly division and other organizations have been busy. Deduction of deduction. Communication of chi in Shenlong. Communication of chi in Shenlong. All of them wanted to hurry up and understand why the chi in Shenlong was doing fine. Why would it let out an angry dragon roar? And some of the old undead of the clans also woke up from their slumber, each silently deducing the exact cause. For a country, chi luck not only represents the prosperity of that country, but it also, at some point, sends out a warning of some kind, like the sound of the dragon's roar just now, which in some people's hearing, was taken as some sort of warning, without mentioning the conjectures and projections of the upper echelons of the celestial dynasty about the sound of the dragon's roar. The gaze returned to Jiang Yihan. when he sacrificed a sliver of chi from his finger. He couldn't care less about that even though he also heard the sound of a dragon's roar. This was because after the altar absorbed this trace of chi, all sorts of colorful lights flickered, and then a message was sent out. Congratulations to the host, unblocking the Fantasy World Summoning Qualification. Fantasy World Summoning Qualifications? What do you mean? Make it clear. The altar did not answer Zhang Yihan's question, but instead sent out another message. Does the host open the exchange? Zhang Yihan came back to his senses. Not to mention that he had forgotten that he had accumulated quite a lot of life value by killing the transcendent realm of the Fulin royal house in the bazaar a few days ago. So, without hesitation, he chose to redeem the reward again. After the altar flickered with light, it began to report on the rewards. Congratulations to the host, rewarding the character Earth Dog Star Duan Jingju. Reward the character Earth Thief Star Tokiwa. Bonus character Earth Consumption Star Pak Shang. Reward character Earth Healthy Star Yubo C. The Earth's Bad Star, Wang Dinglu. Zhang Yihan, who originally still had his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. He understood the meaning of the fantasy world at this time. To put it bluntly, it's all those fictional characters from a previous life. It turned out that there would be such a benefit after the chi sacrifice. Wouldn't that mean that some of the characters from anime, martial arts and other novels that one was familiar with would be summoned one by one in the future? After summoning out the heavenly soldiers earlier, he learned that the mythical heavenly court had disappeared, and he was very disappointed at that time, not knowing if he could summon out those familiar gods in the future. Now, well, even if there were no more immortals, some fictional characters, I'm sure, with the power of the altar, could bestow not-so-weak cultivation. Of course, he still hoped that he would be able to summon those gods and goddesses and such characters later on. Congratulations to the host, rewarding the character Long-Laughing Heavenly Monarch Fengmantian. Congratulations to the host, rewarding the character Heavenly Jedi High Heavenly Jedi. Congratulations to the host, rewarding the character Blood Blade Monk, the Blood Blade Elder. 3 more fictional characters from the fantasy world. Zhang Yihan's heart moved slightly, then he leant down to look. Congratulations to the host, obtaining 5,000 men from the 4 Guards Battalion of the Great Ming. Congratulations to the host, for obtaining 5,000 members of the Great Ming Warrior Battalion. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the character Chao Huachun and 3,000 East Chamber Factory Guards. The rewards had already been issued. Zhang Yihan had a slight pity in his heart. He had thought that there would be a bigger wave of rewards this time. As a result, none of those rewards he was expecting appeared. Not even elixirs, battle clothes, or anything like that. How can I put it? The quality of this one is a bit more than the last reward. But there's good and bad, I guess. And the only thing of interest this time around is the appearance of characters from the fantasy world. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but try to communicate with the altar. Altar, can any character from the fantasy world be summoned later? Not necessarily, including historical figures as well as mythological figures. They are all randomly summoned, and some may never be summoned. I see, it just depends on your mood. Big brother, never mind. Something is much better than nothing. Then he looked at the specific information of the characters this time. The 5 of them, the Earth Fiends, were given the strength of an early god by the altar this time. Currently, if placed in the Jingui Pavilion, it would be considered a number of experts. Fengman Tian, his cultivation was at the Divine Thought Perfection Realm. Gao Tianjie was at the Divine Thought Perfection Realm. And the Blood Sword Elder Ancestor was at the early stage of the God Realm. For these 3 people, he was only more familiar with the Bloodsword Old Man. But it was useless to familiarize himself with these people now. After all, they were fictional characters from the fantasy world. When it comes out, everything is a little different from the character in the book. Unlike historical figures who retain a hint of their souls over time. As the saying goes, rivers and mountains are easy to change. And even when historical figures are resurrected, it's somewhat difficult to change their character. The 5004 Guard Battalion, with a commander who was a lieutenant and cultivated at the early Divine Sense Realm. And 5,000 captains who cultivated at the middle Divine Sense Realm, 10,500 lords with the cultivation of the Dragon Transformation Perfection Realm. The rest of the ordinary soldiers had cultivations at the Bone Forging Perfection Realm, while the captains were at the mid-period of the Marrow Refining Realm. The configuration of the 5,000 Warrior Battalion was the same as the 4 Guard Battalion, except that the Warrior Battalion soldiers and Commander-in-Chief's cultivation, ordinary higher than the 4 Guard Battalion by a small realm. The last Chao Huachun's cultivation was in the Inshin Perfection Realm, and the 3,000 East Factory Guards he led, 3,000 of them were in the middle stage of divine concept. The 3,000 households were in the divine consciousness perfection realm. And the ordinary factory guards were in the dragon transformation perfection realm. Chapter 74 Changes in Status at the Assemblies. Zhang Yihan had always wanted to speed up his pace and at the very least complete the formation of all the branch pavilions in the upper 6 domains. Originally, the best place for the warrior battalion and the 4 guards battalion to go for this reward was the military. But due to the number of people is too much, even the border Zhanghan Mengkue and others, now it is not good to arrange so many people to come in the army. After all, they had only just gotten their feet wet in the military, and their positions were currently just barely reaching the middle leadership of the military. And he himself, but also do not dare again to the military random arrangement of people. With the strength of the Jingeki Pavilion more and more expansion, now staring at their own people can be quite a lot. Currently, most of the imperial sons were serving in the military. If these people knew about their military men, casually arranging a difficult mission would result in the deaths and injuries of the men he had placed in there. This was not what he wished to see at the moment. So after much thought, Zhang Yihan still decided to include these 10,000 people, all of them, in the Jingue Pavilion. In the next few days, Zhang Yihan arranged manpower to Jingeki Pavilion bit by bit. Although a few times before and after, they had rewarded a lot of manpower, but when they were scattered among the upper 6 domains, it was not even a little splash. The number of people needed for the upper 6 domains, 25 states, 270 prefectures, nearly 3,000 cities, and tens of thousands of counties was simply too many. It took a full 7 days to get the manpower for this reward laid low. On the very next day of the arrangement, Zhang Yihan was escorted by his guards to the Chaotian Hall to attend the court meeting. Unlike the previous times, nowadays, his power and influence is getting hotter and hotter. Upon stepping onto the steps and walking into the Great Hall, the many officials who were still discussing in low voices instantly stopped their discussions briefly. However, with the sound of a greeting, a cacophony of voices resounded in the Great Hall again. Greetings, Your Highness King Chang'an. It's been a long time. How has Your Highness been doing? Your humble servant sees Your Highness. Basically, all the way along, the officials standing on both sides nodded their heads in greeting, and even those who didn't make a sound would smile. Zhang Yihan returned the greeting with the same smile and nod. And in his heart, he couldn't help but feel that this was the embodiment of power and status. If it was just a Chang'an king, you can see that the officials in the Chaotian Hall would not be so enthusiastic. There were as many princes in the Great Yan dynasty as there were people. Princes of the royal family, princes of the royal family, real princes, idol princes, and so on. The real princes were also divided into 3, 6 and 9 classes. Some of them were hanging around in the local area. Some of them entered the various institutions of the imperial court, and some of them went to the military for development. However, since Dian became a heavenly dynasty, no one had been able to make a special organization as powerful as it was today in such a short period of time. Although these officials will not take the initiative to stand up to the various holy princes, it does not mean that they are a little cute. When Zhang Yihan came to his position, he suddenly smiled slightly and turned his head to his left. How has Imperial Brother been doing lately? Recently my Jingue Pavilion has brought a lot of trouble to Imperial Brother within the jurisdiction of his Green Dragon Division. I'm here to thank you, Royal Brother. The Eastern Green Dragon Division, one of the 4 major divisions under the Divine Capital Division. And the Imperial Brother in Zhang Yihan's mouth was Zhang Yuxian. A stern look flashed in Zhang Yuxian's eyes, but her face wore a smile like a spring breeze. I haven't congratulated you, Imperial Brother, for solving quite a few cases since taking charge of the Jingue Pavilion. My brother is ashamed compared to you. Besides, you and I are brothers, so why should we be thanking each other? It's an honor for the Green Dragon Division to help the Jingue Pavilion. Zhang Yihan looked at Zhang Yuxian with a smile. In terms of hypocrisy, he and he were really not on par. And at this time, Zhang Yuxian, his heart was secretly a little surprised. How long has it been since he has seen? How many pills is this Imperial Brother of his high? Otherwise, with his average qualifications, would he be able to cultivate so quickly? Then what if the qualification is genius? What if the qualification is demonic? Is it already in the transcendental realm at this point? Without moving to suppress the doubts in her heart, Zhang Yuxian then turned her head and the two of them stopped communicating. Nowadays, he had already regarded this Imperial Brother as one of the major problems in his heart, and his status was only second to those Imperial sons in the army. He suddenly realized with some sadness that his position in the Divine Capital Division nowadays seemed to have become somewhat awkward. Although in the Divine Capital Division, there were as many experts as there were clouds. And the 4 major divisions were also full of experts. As the division head of the Eastern Green Dragon Division nowadays, the number and quality of experts he could mobilize far exceeded the present-day Shingue Pavilion. But after all, there was still a general division above him. And besides, the Divine Capital Division, as an old-fashioned organization, had some masters within it that had their own temperaments. The Shingue Pavilion, on the other hand, belonged to an organization that was formed by Jiang Yihan, and there wasn't much interest involved in it at all. This was what made him, Jiang Yuxian, the most envious. Right at this moment, a dignified and majestic aura instantly appeared in the Great Hall. With that, the figure of the Holy Emperor, Jiang Haotian, appeared in the eyes of the crowd, only to see that he was already sitting on the holy chair at this moment. The space around the entire person seemed to be pinched and kneaded by a hand, with the possibility of shattering at any time. Jiang Haotian was on the verge of causing space to shatter with just an unintentional aura. What kind of cultivation was this? Anyway, Jiang Yihan couldn't imagine it himself, just like the old ancestor at the time, that also used mana to open a space channel. See the Holy Emperor! See the Holy Emperor! Jiang Haotian was still the same as before, as if his entire body was shrouded in a mysterious mist. All of you love ministers, calm down. Everyone sit back to your seats first. Jiang Yihan had originally walked together with the crowd towards his position, but when he saw his position, he moved forward quite a distance, unable to help but kindly smile. Status and power to enhance the benefits brought about. Even if one wants to keep a low profile, that is also a bit inadmissible. When the Xinguasi was first established, his seat was still only in the middle of several thousand officials, but now it was close to the first 100 seats. So, without further ado, he took his new seat. As for Jiang Yuxian in the distance, she couldn't help but slightly clench her fists, her heart a little heavy. All of you, dear ministers, should be aware of the warning sound of the Divine Dragon of Qi Luck a few days ago. Things have gone a bit beyond expectations. I thought it was just a Qi warning. The Heavenly Diffusion Continent has many more spatial passages between it and the abyss for some unknown reason. Nowadays, these newly appeared passages are spread all over the continent. Jiang Yihan's heart shook a little. The warning from the Divine Dragon of Qi a few days ago? This couldn't have been caused by himself. It couldn't be. It wasn't just a sacrifice of a trace of Qi, which caused countless spatial passages, composed on the surface, but panicked in his heart. Jiang Yihan felt that things were a bit big at this time. I really don't blame me, Mr. Kong. Who would have thought this would happen? Chapter 75 Authority expanded again. Between the abyssal plane and the Heavenly Diffusion Continent, it would only be truly connected every 100,000 or so years. For the rest of the time, the two couldn't touch each other at all, and the center was blocked by the heavy Chaos Sea. There were only a few small spatial passages connected, except that they were, how shall we say, sort of stationary. After all, when the abyss opens a passageway, it surely takes effort to give it a fix. Otherwise, just as this side had opened up, that side would have already been destroyed. And even if the abyss was as powerful as it was, that wouldn't be able to withstand this kind of tossing and turning. At this time in the main hall, an old man rose and introduced himself to the crowd. This person Jiang Yihan knew that he was the head of the Heavenly Palace Courtyard. In this great Yan Dynasty hall, the position was outstanding and incomparable. Gentlemen, this time around, the spatial passage fluctuations we've already detected are in the hundreds within the Great Yin territory alone. A portion of these spatial passages will be annihilated by the laws of space. But there is also a part of the passage where the spatial laws take a certain amount of time to destroy, and the abyss side definitely won't let go of such an opportunity. With our projections, there will be half of the passages that will eventually form new fixed passages. At this time, Jiang Yihan listened to the discussion of the public officials in the court. His heart was slightly relieved. It looked like these people thought that the warning of the Divine Dragon of Qi that day was caused by the spatial passageway. However, only he knew in his heart that the warning from the Divine Dragon of Qi was by no means due to the spatial passage. It was that he had allowed the altar to devour a trace of his Qi. In fact, up to this moment, the court's princes and sane emperors hadn't placed any importance on this newly added spatial passage, because the abyss didn't want to invade the continent all the time. Every now and then, new passages would appear. Only most of them were destroyed or sealed. This time it was nothing more than special, with a large number of them appearing at once. Just as the pilgrimage was about to end, Jiang Yihan got up and saluted. Greetings, Holy Emperor. My son has something to report. The gazes of the crowd in Jiang Haotian then looked over, and for the gazes of these people, he was now able to live with them openly. Say, what's the matter? Zhang Haotian's voice echoed in the great hall. Zhang Yihan straightened up and swept his afterglow at the princes and the holy emperor. Now that the abyssal passage is about to open, as the pavilion master of the Jingui Pavilion, my son hopes that the Jingui Pavilion has the right to participate in suppressing the abyss. After all, this is about the safety of the entire heavenly kingdom. As the words fell, the eunuchs in the courtroom looked at Zhang Yihan with somewhat deeper gazes. I'm afraid you're not thinking for the world, but you want to expand the power in your own hands. But the crowd wouldn't say anything. At the very least, there wasn't anything wrong with where people were coming from. Sitting high on the throne Zhang Yihan, the crowd could not see his face. At this time no one knows what kind of thoughts the holy emperor. The problems of the abyss are suppressed and dealt with by special agencies and armies dedicated to it. The town Creepy Pavilion, as can be seen from its name, has the main duty of dealing with issues related to creepiness. Nowadays, Zhang Yihan wanted to extend the tentacles of authority of the Jingui Pavilion to the suppression abyss here. This violates the interests of others. If you really do this, Zhang Yihan can offend a large number of people. Granted. A majestic permission resounded through the great hall, and most of the princes and officials were not the least bit surprised. This was still due to the recent manifestation of Zhang Yihan's abilities. Otherwise, without waiting for the holy emperor to speak, these people would have jumped out to stop it. It doesn't matter if you can't afford to get yourself killed, but it's easy to implicate other people. Thank you, holy emperor, for your permission. Just as Zhang Yihan was about to retreat, a voice rang out from behind him. Your Majesty, my son doesn't think it's right. He didn't need to turn around to know who it was. It seemed that this imperial brother was planning to fight bareback this time, no longer commanding others to charge into battle like last time. So, he wasn't going to return to his position and wait for Zhang Yuxian's performance. Oh, what makes you think it's wrong? Zhang Haotian's voice rang out, and the crowd couldn't hear whether there was joy or anger in it. Zhang Yuxian stood out against it, and the crowd was clear about the idea behind it. Who would want the rival authority to expand again? Reporting to the Holy Emperor, the creepy suppression pavilion was established a short time ago, and it has always also been tasked with suppressing and exterminating the creepy. Without the experience of fighting the abyss, and rashly intervening in abyss matters, my son is afraid that it will suffer heavy losses of its own. The main thing is that the Jingui Pavilion simply doesn't have any experts who can intimidate the abyss. When he said this, Zhang Yuxian's voice not only got louder, he scanned through all the officials in the Great Hall before wearing a solemn expression on his face. In the event that the Jingui Pavilion fails to block the suppression abyss channel in time during the process of suppressing the abyss, this will cause unpredictable losses to the 10 million miles in a circle. That's why my son thinks that the present-day Jingui Pavilion is not enough to take on such a task. Zhang Yuxian was a little anxious in her heart. If this allowed the Chang'an king to be involved in suppressing the abyss as well, his authority would be too great. Nowadays, it was the army that suppressed the abyss, as well as the court's abyss suppression hall. Occasionally, there were also experts from the royal family, as well as experts from the clans to help. The first two are part of the formal power structure. The latter two are not power structures, but merely part of the helping field. Originally, the Jingui Pavilion had been growing in power, and now if they were to get involved in the matter of the abyss, it would be better if they simply withdrew from the competition. After Zhang Yihan heard it, his heart slightly snorted. This imperial brother seems to be just like this. Small wisdom is there, but big wisdom is lacking. What the holy emperor decides is not for you, a mere prince, to veto. It's too much to underestimate the holy emperor. Don't you know what it means to have a golden mouth, a heavenly constitution in your mouth, and your words follow the law? At this time, the princes in the great hall were also silently shaking their heads in their hearts, somewhat disappointed in this holy imperial prince. It's fine for you to object, but you have to watch the timing, right? No one will say anything if you object like this before the holy emperor decides, but the holy emperor has granted it, and you will jump out to oppose it. Isn't that a foolish act? It seemed that this holy prince, his previous fame had too much water. From this moment onwards, Zhang Yihan no longer considered Zhang Yuxian as his opponent. This kind of person really didn't deserve to have himself specifically target him. Some of the historical figures that were summoned, any one of them would be able to play this royal brother of his. Sure enough, Zhang Haotian opened his mouth to overrule Zhang Yuxian's objections and said again, from today onwards, grant the Jingui Pavilion the power to participate in the extermination of the suppression abyss. Still, it's all about suppressing the weirdness. Zhang Yihan hurriedly bowed and saluted. My son thanks the holy emperor. My son knows the importance of the matter, and when my Jingeki Pavilion has extra energy in dealing with the weirdness, I will participate in suppressing and annihilating the abyssal races. It's still mainly about suppressing weirdness. Compared to Jiang Yuxian, this highness is not simple, the courtiers thought in their hearts. Chapter 76. The news reached the northern battlefield. The foolish Jiang Yuxian had to face, at this point, the established facts. After Jiang Yihan retreated to his seat, just when he thought that the pilgrimage was going to end, an old man with a majestic body stood out. Jiang Yihan's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw this person, who was none other than the Zongjing of this generation's Zongjing mansion. The power of its authority, but also in the present above his authority, not only in charge of the royal relatives, honored clans-related matters. Most notably, the Zongzhengfu was filled with experts within, making it the most powerful organization of the imperial family in plain sight. In contrast, organizations like his own Jingue Pavilion and God Punisher Pavilion belonged to the imperial court, and the direct power of the imperial court and the direct power of the imperial family were not the same concept. Reporting to the Holy Emperor, now that the wars on the borders of the four directions are ongoing, a new abyssal passage has appeared today. The old minister suggests that we should decree the clan nobles, as well as the royal family and others, so that they will go to suppress the abyss and support the border war. As the words fell, Jiang Yihan and the princes instantly understood in their hearts that this was the Holy Emperor's meaning. It seemed that the Holy Emperor intended to use this opening of the abyssal passage to plan on consuming some of the power of inaction. The clan has largely done little for the court in recent epochs. Occupying huge resources just to develop one's own family did make the royal family somewhat displeased. Yes, the clans have an indelible credit for the development of Dian to its current size, but even great credit cannot withstand the offset of time. No one will say anything about enjoyment, but enjoyment without giving any more is a nuisance. The royal family, not to mention the fact that since the establishment of Dayan, the royal family hadn't contributed much at all. Since he understood the driving force behind it, Jiang Yihan could not let go of this hard-won opportunity. Clans and royalty, both two groups he hated very much, so he followed suit and stepped forward. Your Majesty, my son agrees with Lord Sazheng's suggestion. As the saying goes, when the world rises and falls, it is the responsibility of all. As a member of the Celestial Dynasty, one should step forward to serve the country when the court needs it. The princes in Zongjing and the Great Hall could not help but nod their heads. It is still the Chang'an king who said it well. Look how beautifully it was said. Zongjing couldn't even help but twist his head to look at this junior. How could he not have realized before that this little guy was so outstanding? Speaking here, Jiang Yihan paused for a moment, then concluded with a slightly deeper meaning. Unless these people are no longer subjects of my great yen. Hiss. The gentlemen sucked in a breath of cold air in their hearts. This last sentence can be called the words of the heart. The clans in the royal family would not be able to hate the king of Chang'an in the future, but if they dared to hide in their lair and sit back and watch the storm after today, they would probably face the wrath of thunder. Zhang Haoyan didn't wait for the dukes to calm down and said directly, Imperial Uncle and Chill have a point. It's time for the clan and the royal family to rest enough. Now that our dynasty is facing numerous wars and challenges, it is time for them to contribute. Pass the order to decree that all clan lords must fight for the court from now on, and if any disobey, they shall be stripped of their titles and expelled from Great Yin territory. The same goes for the imperial clan. If there is any disobedience, they shall be stripped of their cultivation and expelled from the Great Yin territory. Zhang Haoyan was quite good and didn't explicitly say that he wanted to get killed. The contents of the court meeting in the courtroom, unsurprisingly, instantly spread throughout the divine capital, and also spread to all parts of Great Yan at a rapid speed. The genus was too much information, and the Town Dial Pavilion would be able to meddle in abyssal matters from now on. The honored clans and the royal family, from today onwards, must be involved in all foreign wars, and no longer come and go as they wish as before. Here in the northern battlefield of the Foursquare border, here in the Jinban army, Zhang Han, at this time he is in his own mansion with Manhwa Wangli. The North Realm is the northern part of Dian, belonging to the territory of the Mang domain that borders with the barbarians, and Dian people used to refer to the two areas of the Mang domain, the Desolate State and the Liang State, as the North Realm. These two states had always been the front line of the war with the barbarians, and compared to the backlands, it was indeed less prosperous than the rest of the country. Now Zhang Han has become a lieutenant in charge of a force of 5,000 men, while Mang Quat and Wang Li, due to their late arrival, are now each still a master of 1,000 men in charge of a force of 1,000 men. Both of you, the ethnicity of the several people who died on the battlefield a few days ago with the barbarian great powers will be coming to serve in the army soon. These people have a grudge against His Highness, so if we run into them in the future, let's all pay some attention for the time being. It's not that Zhang Han grows others' ambition and destroys his own. Right now, the cultivation of each of the three of them was still at the transcendent mortal second realm, and it hadn't been long since Zhang Han had broken through to the late second realm. Even if Zhang Yihan provided more pills, cultivation always has a process. Not always eat pills can quickly break through, and Wang Li Meng bracket 2 people, out of the world, is already the late stage of the divine idea. Now we are just waiting for the merit. As long as the two of them make a merit, immediately will be the same as Zhang Han, the school lieutenant official position. Zhang Han is right. We are your highness's men. And now the higher-ups in the Jin Barbarian Legion should have been clear about it. It's just that these people didn't specify, but there's no guarantee that there aren't any of these people who are friends with clan royalty, Montague said with a stoic face, not looking too worried. Brother Meng, now the two of us have to hurry up and make our mark. We need to become lieutenants as soon as possible so that we can utilize our abilities. Cultivation will have to break through soon as well. Now that His Highness is in the army, it's just the three of us. We have to build a good military foundation for His Highness. Originally in the military, His Highness is weaker than the other imperial sons. The other two nodded, understanding what Wang Li meant. Just then, one of the guards came in to report that there was military business being communicated from above, and that the three men should hurry back to camp. Zhang Han and the three of them were not surprised. Having been here for so long, there were wars being fought every day anyway. Each army, however, is replaced in turn, and after a battle, they get a few days of rest. Dang, 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 the war drums sounded, and an endless army spread across the battlefield, in squares of 10,000, spanning hundreds of kilometers from east to west. Being at the level of spiritual artifacts, these war drums emitted sounds that could be transmitted within 1,000 miles in a radius and had the effect of boosting willpower. Zhang Han looked at this kind of formation today, and felt that this time the opening of the war, not the previous kind of small fight-level war. On the command platform at the back of the battlefield, beside the main general of the Jin Barbarian Legion, there were 3 generals of the same main general level. General Zhou, why is there such a big formation this time? One of the 3 opened his mouth and asked. Looking at him, it was obvious that he had wanted to inquire for a long time. The 3 of them were all border troops of the Northern Realm, and each of them held a legion, although it was not a sealed legion, but in terms of rank, there was no difference between it and the Jin Barbarian Legion. Only the sealed legion's battle power was strong, while the ordinary border army's battle power was slightly inferior to that of the sealed legion. General Zhou Zhujiang, is the main general of the Barbarian Suppression Army, the power to moderate the side armies in the event of a major battle at the core level. Chapter 77, The Great Qin Trio. Zhou Zhujiang's majestic body brought an incomparable sense of oppression, especially the 3 main generals of the border army around them. They were the closest and felt it most clearly. Every time I was most afraid to stand with this person, I never unleashed my aura without disguising it. The 3 of them couldn't help but spit in their hearts. If my cultivation level was higher than yours, let's see if you dare to bully people like this every time. 3 generals, this legion-level battle is not Zhou's intention. After saying that, after thinking about it for a moment, I still feel the need to explain it again. Thus, Zhou Zhujiang turned back and invited the 3 to sit down. This time it's the court's will. We've been fighting on this side of the battlefield for too long now. The earth veins and aura of this place have been destroyed in dire need of conditioning, and although it is the territory of the barbarians, sooner or later it will become our great Yan's territory. That's why the court princes and the holy emperor mean to have a big battle, weaken the main force of the battlefield barbarians, and try to push the battle line forward for some distance. You can't just have a big battle in one place. After all, the damage is too great and it takes too much time to recover. Put in the past, Zhou Zhujiang really did not intend to explain the idea. Only now the courtroom became let him some see not understand. The royals and lords were coming to the front, and he had to try to pull in these main generals of the border army as well. There is no other idea. Just hope that these 3 people do not get mixed up with the royal lords. Otherwise, the army will not be in chaos. Don't look at this time as if the honored royals are no longer treated by the court, but as the main general of the military, he knows that these forces are very strong. It can't be suppressed overnight, and he's afraid that some people won't understand and get mixed up with these people. General, the barbarians are starting to attack. A partial general under Zhou Zhujiang's banner stepped forward to report, and Zhou Zhujiang's few people then got up and looked at the battlefield in front of them. Several people were transcendent realm powerhouses. and they could see clearly wherever their eyes went. The barbarian army had indeed begun to attack, and if anything, Dayan's army was holding formation. With 10,000 people in a square, the barbarians didn't have a clear formation at all, but instead charged in a swarm over the mountains. This was due to a number of reasons. The barbarians were majestic. Each of them was over 2 meters tall, and each of them was like a small giant, 2 horns on top of his head, and as far as the eye could see, there were horns waving everywhere. In terms of physical qualities, the barbarians did have an advantage over the human race, but in terms of cultivation civilization, the barbarians were monolithic. When the human race was in the mortal realm, they had already utilized their aura to transform into their own true chi and blood chi, whereas the barbarian race had only been cultivating their physical bodies when they were in the mortal realm. Only after breaking through the transcendent realm would it be almost the same as human cultivation. There were good and bad things about this situation. The good thing was that the individual barbarians at the mortal realm stage were strong, and the bad thing was that the barbarians at the mortal realm stage were slow to cultivate. Zheng Han gripped the long sword in his hand. As a lieutenant, he had the right to fight only in his own side of the small battlefield. When he saw that the distance was about right, he then waved his hand. Archers ready. Behind them, 2,000 archers half crouched down and drew the longbows in their hands. Release. Brush up. The sound of a bow breaking the sound barrier rang out. Yes, the sound of breaking the sound barrier. After all, these archers, all of them were at the second or third realm of the mortal realm, and if the bows and arrows in their hands couldn't break through the sound barrier, they didn't deserve to be soldiers at all. 2,000 bows and arrows instantly passed through a distance of more than a kilometer before hitting many of the Oling charging barbarian soldiers. However, although many barbarian soldiers were hit, there were not many real deaths, unless they were shot at the barbarians who fell down on 2 legs. Otherwise, 1 or 2 arrows shot at the body could not really kill them. As for the barbarians who fell down injured, most of them were trampled to death by the barbarians behind them. Regarding the effect of the first wave of bows and arrows, Zheng Han had obviously known that this would be the case, so he ordered again. Archers ready. Change to special bows and arrows. Only the archers changed into special arrows, which were engraved with formations, and this would be just a few breaths of time. The barbarians had already rushed forward about 100 meters. After all, the flesh is strong. A step is a distance of 7 or 8 meters. Release. The bows and arrows that were enriched with formations were faster and more powerful. When the 2,000 bows and arrows reached the barbarian soldiers, some of them only had time to raise their arms to cover their eyes. However, this was no ordinary bow and arrow, and its power against these mortal realm barbarians was quite enough. A bow and arrow pierced through the flesh of a barbarian, only to see a cloud of broken flesh and blood emerge from his back. If you stood in front of it, you could see a fist-sized hole that was clear from front to back, and the bow and arrow that passed through the flesh, still undamaged, hit the second barbarian soldier. It was at this point that the first barbarian soldier to be hit collapsed completely. This kind of bow and arrow engraved with formations, as long as it hit a mortal realm barbarian soldier, basically if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. And in this case, serious injury is basically no different than death. Just this round of arrows alone made the barbarian soldiers die on the spot by as many as 1,000, and there were many more who were seriously injured. Although they were still insisting on charging, they were just a few breaths away from death. Release. Release. After 8 consecutive rounds of arrows rained down, the army Zheng Han was in probably shot down nearly 10,000 barbarian soldiers. To say why the barbarians didn't have shields, it wasn't that they didn't have shields, but shields that could block special bows and arrows were basically at the level of magic treasures. Even if the barbarians were more wealthy, it would be difficult to equip everyone. Moreover, the barbarians are mainly backward in refining weapons, and there is a great shortage of weapons and equipment. There is no lack of basic resources, but there is a lack of people who will At this time, on the battle line spanning east and west, in some directions, the two armies have been short of each other, and on Zheng Han's side, the barbarians are still more than 400 meters away. Wang Li and Manhwa, each leading their own 1,000 subordinates, started charging from both sides, each with a black Lin beast on their hips. This was a war beast specially bred by Great Yen to act as a tool for the mortal realm cavalry, with a hint of Qilin bloodline, and was over 2 meters tall. Whether it was the soldiers or the black liner beasts, all of them were equipped with armor, the color of which was reddish in appearance. Only Wang Li and Manhwa's immediate 1,000-man army had their own armor. Its quality basically belonged to the top level of magic treasures, and it was much stronger than the military's standard armor. A distance of 400 meters was just a few breaths of time for the black Lin beast. Zhang Han was facing this barbarian army, which initially numbered around 20,000, and after a few rounds of bow and arrow consumption, only 10,000 or so were left. The two of them, Wang Li and Manhwa, penetrated into the center waist position of the barbarian army from the left and right sides, and then split the entire army. The 4,000 people in front were left for Zhang Han's remaining army to deal with, and these remaining people were the target of the two. Chapter 78, The Terrifyingly Powerful Crossbow. Looking at the entire battlefield. At this point, the barbarian race's front army was already in full contact with Great Yan's army. When it came to equipment, it was definitely the equipment of the Great Yan soldiers that was superior. Of all the races on the entire Heavenly Diffusion continent, it was the human race that had the most advanced and fancy equipment. Of the other foreign races, some were born with divine strength, some were born with speed, some were born with strong defense, and some were perhaps not born very well, but there was always a racial talent. None of the races that could survive among the thousands of races were weak. In the transcendent world, the law of the forest of the weak and the strong was the most obvious. If the race was ordinary without the slightest characteristic, it would have been exterminated an unknown number of times. The northern realm and the barbarians bordered here. Each side had hundreds of millions of troops, and within a range spreading hundreds of miles from east to west, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and smoke rose from the wolves. Great Yan occupies the advantage of equipment. The barbarians rely on their strong bodies. For the time being, between the two sides, no one has the upper hand. On the command platform, Zhou Zuzhang frowned as he watched the battlefield in front of him, and as he looked around, the barbarian army could barely be seen. Although the human soldiers had killed one batch after another, they still didn't see the barbarians retreating in the slightest. General Zhou, this can't go on. Since we are weakening the main force of the barbarians' army this time, we can't afford to be weakened ourselves. One of the main generals of the border army beside him couldn't help but open his mouth, because compared to the Jinban army, his border army was still a bit weak, both individually and as a group. Zhou Zuzhang's heart is clear. If this time the border troops lost a lot, the next few months can only be in the passive defense side. So the side said to the partial general at his side, General, pass on my order to concentrate the offensive equipment and cut the barbarian soldiers apart for the time being. Let our men, first, eat their forward troops. The partial general clasped his fist and led the way. He understood what the general meant. The cavalry led by the two of them, Wang Li and Manhwa, completely wiped out the 6,000 men they had split up without losing a single person. The main thing is that the armor worn on the body, the performance is already the peak level of the mortal realm magic treasure, is to stand and let the barbarian soldiers to cut, within 50 strokes, basically cannot break the defense. Transcendent World Army. There is no so-called light and heavy cavalry distinction. The mortal world of light and heavy cavalry, that is due to different equipment, and the cavalry of the transcendental world, the uniform standard equipment, wearing armor are magic treasure level. It's not like the thicker the armor, the stronger the defense. At about the same time, the two's rear location, the barbarians' 4,000 or so soldiers, were also wiped out. This number of kills, put on this side of the battlefield, not even a little splash. After retreating back to the group, Wang Li and Manhwa both came to Zhang Han's side and looked towards the distance. There are really many people in this barbarian race. We can't even finish killing them. When is the end? Wang Li couldn't help but feel emotional as a large number of barbarian soldiers appeared again ahead. Originally here before, if he looked from the air, a clear opening appeared in the barbarian hordes, but in an instant, the opening was patched up again. This barbarian tribe that our Great Yan is facing originally had a larger population than us, plus the fact that once a barbarian comes of age, every one of them is a qualified soldier without training. An unfamiliar voice appeared in the ears of the three, and the three Zhang Han turned to look, then hurriedly clasped their fists and saluted. My lord, see the general, the visitor said casually with a careless wave of his hand. There's no need to be polite on the battlefield. Captain Zhang Han, these 2,000-man commanders under you are good. It turned out that this man was a partial general, commanding an army of 50,000 men, and Zhang Han was a lieutenant under him. The reason why he praised the two was because he saw that Wang Li and Manhwa were more flexible in fighting. Although on the Tianyan continent, between large-scale battles, basically very few people showed flexible tactics because they were all cultivators. Tactics are, at a certain level, infinitely weakened, but just because it's rarely shown doesn't mean others can't see it as good or bad, right? There is no general who does not like such flexible subordinates. Although the tactics of cavalry penetration, division, and interception are known to all, but being used to the frontal and hard fighting style of both sides, almost no one could still maneuver the various tactics of the cavalry in such a situation. Just then, when Zhang Han was about to replicate the tactics he had just used again, an unusual sound of drums rang out. Knock knock knock. At the back of each 10,000-man army, a row of crossbow chariots each appeared, with crossbows as thick as an arm and about a foot or so long. It was a cleverly and perfectly forged cold weapon that could fire 20 crossbows at a time, and when a round was fired, the crossbows were long loaded below and instantly above. With less than a breath in between, a second round could be fired, and then the cycle would go on down the line until all of the crossbows from the crossbows had been fired. Each crossbow flickered with a burst of light, and one could tell at a glance that this was the one that could have a formation on its body. The two of them, Wang Li and Manhwa, looked at the crossbows at the back and their mouths couldn't help but be a little dry. The crossbows and arrows fired by these crossbows were almost devastating to the enemy. Release! A voice appeared in the ears of all the great Yin soldiers on the battlefield, and then they saw the soldier who was maneuvering the crossbow, pressing the firing mechanism. Brush brush brush. Sound barriers appeared on the battlefield, and a transparent shroud of airflow appeared in front of each crossbow bolt, visible to the naked eye. As for the barbarians here, many soldiers with shields in their hands quickly appeared, and it was obvious that both sides knew each other's moves and equipment. But any way you look at it, the soldiers, they have a look of death. As expected, the shields held by the barbarian soldiers couldn't stop the power of the crossbow arrows, and even the people with the shields instantly turned into tatters, and the crossbows still charged forward without stopping, wherever they passed, almost clearing out all the barbarian soldiers in a line. Within the entire length of 30 meters, all the barbarians were exterminated by a single crossbow bolt. This was the power of Dian's continuous crossbow, and for that matter, it was still a lot of kinetic power cancelled out by the shield. But the next moment was the nightmare moment for the barbarians. Before the first wave of crossbows had lost momentum, the second wave came right after, and then the third, and the fourth. Looking down from the air, Dian had split the barbarian army into two parts, front and back. Just by relying on these crossbows and arrows, the barbarian soldiers in the rear, one after another, fell down, never able to break through the crossbow blockade. Each crossbow bolt would basically take away about 100 barbarian soldiers, and there were 50 of these crossbows at the back of a 10,000-man square. This was the same way that Great Yen had fought against 4 Heavenly Dynasty level foreign races at the same time on the borders of the 4 directions with a single force. If it wasn't for the high cost of this crossbow and the complexity of the forging process, even the rich and powerful Dian dynasty would have difficulty in forging and producing large quantities. Otherwise, Dian would hate to have one for each person. Chapter 79, quite a trio. The arrow slots underneath each crossbow carriage, which appeared to be small, actually utilized a mustard seed sukiyaki formation internally. It was loaded with thousands of crossbows and arrows, and the entire crossbow carriage flashed with the light of the array everywhere. Under the effect of the formation, when the crossbow at the launching port is fired, it is instantly replenished. This was completely equipment that was piled up with resources. Otherwise, Great Yen, being so rich and powerful, would only be able to popularize this kind of equipment to a 10,000 person level army. Using the mustard seed sumaru technique on artifacts required materials with spatial attributes, and after inscribing an array, it was also necessary to have extremely high-quality spirit crystals to use as a source of power. Spatial attribute materials, no matter in any world, were extremely rare materials unless one traveled outside the domain and destroyed a realm or universe. At the moment a dimension or universe breaks up, a large amount of space material is formed. In fact, as in the case of the Heavenly Dynasty level powers on the diffractive continent, all of the spatial materials were obtained in this manner. They prohibited mining to uncover the native zone spatial attribute materials and traveled outside the domain specifically to seize such materials. Therefore, the Heavenly Diffusion Continent was the enemy of the countless cosmic realms in this chaotic cosmic sea, and the abyss, in the eyes of certain realms, was no more evil than the forces of the Heavenly Diffusion Continent, and the formations, which were automatically replenished by the abilities of the heavens and earth alone, simply couldn't satisfy a great battle of this level. Zhang Han had come to the Jin barbarian army relatively early, and he was fortunate enough to have seen this level of weaponry once. However, the two of them, Wang Li and Manhwa, were only seeing this kind of equipment for the first time, so the two of them were still immersed in the power of the crossbow until now. Zhang Han slapped the two men, making them hurry back to their senses. Well, There will be more scenes like this in the future. I've heard that there's more than just this one type of lethal equipment in the first-line army. More than one kind? You mean there's other gear? This is too brutal. But I like it. Ha ha ha. Now that's fighting a war. Montague laughed out loud with some excitement when he learned of this. In the end, it was a weapon of the transcendental world, and it could no longer be viewed with pre-birth concepts. However, it occurred to him that if he had fought against the Xiongnu in the first place and was equipped with this kind of crossbow, not too many, just 50 of them, he would be able to put the Xiongnu out of their misery. Zhang Han smiled and patted Manhwa's shoulder. He could think of Manhwa's thoughts at this moment. All right, get ready for battle. The use of crossbows, in fact, to kill the enemy is not the main purpose, but in order to the barbarians' army, from the middle of the zone to cut away. Otherwise, the barbarian army was already more numerous than the army on Dian's side, and charging up in a swarm would inevitably cause a large number of casualties to Dian's soldiers, for it is an indisputable fact that between ordinary soldiers, the individual soldier of the human race really cannot beat the soldier of the barbarian race, and there is no sophistry in it. Wang Li and Manhwa each mounted the Black Lin beast, behind them 1,000 direct subordinates, at this time quietly waiting for the order to charge. As usual, when this wave of barbarian soldiers rushed over, Zhang Han first eliminated a wave of them with his bow and arrows before Manhwa and Wang Li took the field next. Infantry versus cavalry can only be on the passive side when their equipment is not yet superior. However, the cavalrymen of the other squads were not as well equipped as Wang Li and Manhwa. At the very least, the armor on his body was not top-level magic treasure armor, which was why Jiang Yihan had the altar as a plug-in. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to equip 2,000 people, all with top-grade magic treasure-level armor and weapons. A set of such equipment down the line might be more precious than some ordinary spirit weapons. The two of them, Manhwa and Wang Li, did not choose to divide the enemy this time, but instead encircled the center from the left and right sides. The impact of the Black Lin beast's running, coupled with its equipped armor, any barbarian soldiers that were hit were all knocked up into the air. Of course, the barbarian commander wasn't a little cutie. Although the barbarians originally had a low IQ, after cultivating to the transcendent realm, it was good to raise the IQ a little bit. He divided his men into two sections, the former continuing to charge forward, the latter being used to ward off the cavalry onslaught. As a divine thought perfection, he brought two subordinates of the late divine thought stage and approached the two of them, Mango and Wang Li. Seeing the barbarian general rushing towards him, Manhwa abandoned the ordinary barbarian soldiers and bellowed, "Ha ha! Good timing!" With that, the lance held tightly in his right hand shook, and instantly the head of the lance transformed into a dragon's head, while his left hand pressed the mount and the whole person flew up. Then with a stomp of his foot, after exploding in the air with a loud bang, his entire body was like a cannonball as he rushed towards the enemy general. From a distance, Mongkut looked like a giant dragon, with the head of the gun being the dragon's head, and the body of the gun and himself resembling a dragon's body. The barbarian general wrapped himself in mana and transformed into a bear-like beast. Then after releasing a roar in the air, he also accelerated and rushed towards Manhwa. In an instant, the two crashed together, with violent shockwaves and explosions that toppled quite a few ordinary soldiers underneath. Dian's side was fine because they had the Black Lin beast alone to take the shockwave, but the barbarian soldiers were not, and were blown everywhere by the shockwave. This was a bargain for the cavalry, only to see them holding their lances in their hands, one shot at a time, and in a few breaths, each of them killed 2 or 3 enemies, and at this time the two people in the air, each fell back a distance of more than 10 meters, and there was blood flowing from the corners of both of their mouths. The barbarians were originally individually strong, and this person was still a small realm higher than Manhwa. At this time, he was able to fight to a draw. Manhwa was also considered famous, because at this time on the battlefield, general to general are two people of Dian against one person of the barbarians, while Manhwa and Wang Li and Zhang Han in the rear, each was a man against an enemy general of the same realm, a situation that the generals in the upper echelons saw clearly. Zhou Zhujiang just happened to see this side of the situation, and he couldn't help but let out a light eep. Then looking to the people around him, he pointed at the Daqin trio here and opened his mouth to ask, "These three are not bad. They can actually deal with barbarians of the same realm individually. One of the realms is still one small realm below the other, and it's rare to be able to fight to a draw." Some people around them also nodded, quite recognizing the Daqin trio. In the army, what is false? Only their own strength is the real gain. "Look, General," the people around him violently reminded Zhou Zuchang, who couldn't help but look over again. It turned out that at this time, Zhang Han and Wang Li, had each killed their opponents, and at this time, Manhwa was also pressing his opponent, only to see that he had already abandoned his lance at this time, holding his sword in his hand and utilizing his speed to his advantage. In an instant a flash appeared on the left-hand side of the barbarian general, who, Montague observed, was right-handed. The long sword slashed through the leather armor on the barbarian's body, cutting a wound in its flesh. At this point in time, this barbarian general's body already had quite a few of these wounds. Even if the barbarians were physically strong, they felt weak at this point. Chapter 80, They are His Highness the King of Chang'an's men. Kabbalah had already regretted at this point. He regretted that he had impulsively chosen this human general in front of him. The human generals he had fought before had never had anyone who was able to press against him when their own realm was inferior to his own. Earlier, he saw the trio of Manhwa from afar, and his divine mind sensed that the three were not as good as his own cultivation. So he wanted to come over and finish off the three, because looking at all the battles around him, only the human battles over here had caused the most damage to the barbarians. That's why, on impulse, he led two of his men by himself and tried to carry out the beheading plan. As a result, the enemy's head is not decapitated, but also took in two of his own men, and it seems that at this point, he is also going to follow in the footsteps of the dust. With more and more wounds on his body, Kabbalah knew that at this rate, his blood would instead run out before he was killed by his enemies. The speed of the bone marrow's blood production couldn't even catch up with the speed of the bleeding, and this was with the transcendent realm going all out to produce blood. The barbarian physique was strong, but it didn't have the advantage in speed. After forcing back Mongoose once again, Kabbalah hissed loudly, "Roar!" Then he made a fist with his left hand and pounded it hard into his heart, and in an instant, Kabbalah's face was filled with the color of a flush. This was a secret method unique to the barbarians, where mana and external forces stimulated the heart and squeezed all the essence blood from it, let it turn into blood chi and instantly cover the whole body, stimulating the body's full potential. But that would have crippled, if not killed, unless a great power was willing to administer timely help after the fact. But Kabbalah had great power in his own family, and he had that in spades. Manhwa meanwhile had a solemn face, and he knew that the opposite side was going to put up a fight. Kabbalah's bloodshot eyes glared at Munkle. "Damn stinker, I'm going to tear you apart. The savage god blesses me." Then the entire person released his mana, and above his head a barbarian bear that was even larger than before appeared in the sky. Its ferocious aura so great that even the aura of solemnity on the battlefield at this time was hard to hide. Roar! After the barbarian bear's shadow roared, it melted into one with Kabbalah, who at this time looked like a giant bear that was 3 feet tall. Then, with all four limbs facing downwards, he violently stepped on the void and pounced on Manhwa like a bolt of lightning. Mongkot made a stun of his own as Kabra put up a fight. After erecting a long sword in front of his eyes with his right hand and pinching out a magic seal with his left hand, a mana black dragon appeared at the back of his body's neck. The entire dragon's body hovered upwards, and the hideous dragon head opened its mouth towards the void and hissed. The long sword was the head of the dragon, and Mango's entire body transformed into a dragon body as a 3-foot black dragon appeared on the battlefield. At this time, Manhwa here has attracted the attention of many of the end of the battle. After the black dragon appeared on the battlefield, the crowd vaguely seemed to see a towering great wall. When the giant bear and the black dragon collided, in an instant, dazzling light flashed out, and space was shaken as if it was fluctuating. This was followed by a loud bang, only to see the giant bear let out a mournful sound. Ow! Then the entire giant bear dissipated into the sky and earth, and although the black dragon had also dimmed a bit, it still maintained its majestic dragon body. After a dragon's roar rang out, he saw the black dragon's 2 sharp claws grabbing the severely injured and hammered to death Kabbalah, and violently tearing it left and right. Kabbalah's strong body was directly torn into 2 halves. It was then that the black dragon disappeared, and the figure of Mongbak appeared in the air. The entire person was a bit of a mess, but no one dared to underestimate him at this moment. Wang Li and Zhang Han quickly appeared beside Manhwa and then escorted him to the ground. At this time, the barbarians here had already been taken care of, and the cavalry of both Wang Li and Mango remained intact, except that some of them were injured. But of the remaining 3,000 men led by Zhang Han, there were more than 1,000 casualties after 2 consecutive battles. This included his immediate army at the beginning, except that it numbered only a few dozen, the rest being the armies of the other 2,000 captains under his command. This was because the armor of Zhang Han's direct soldiers was also at the level of top-tier magic treasures. Zhou Zuzhang said to the crowd around him after watching the big battle between the 3 with interest, "These 3 are all good. Their individual battle power and qualifications are almost comparable to the demonic level. As a Law Realm powerhouse, Zhou Zhujiang had been secretly fighting with the enemy's Law Realm powerhouse, but it was still possible to use two minds at once. It didn't occur to me that a demonic level person would appear in my Jin barbarian army. It seems like real luck. Anyone at the demonic level, as long as they grew up smoothly, would be at the very least a mighty expert of the immortal realm. Just then, one of the personal guards at his side stepped forward and whispered, "General, they were sent to the army by His Highness the King of Chang'an. It should be someone from that highness." Although they were speaking in a low voice, those present were all masters, and each of them heard the news spoken by their own guards. Instantly, the light in the eyes of the crowd flickered. Chang'an King's people. This was really out of one's expectation. Everyone present could think that these three people definitely had a background behind them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have such qualifications. There were wild demons, but after all, they were still in the minority. But whenever a demon-level person appeared, most of them had a sizable background behind them. But what the crowd didn't expect was that behind these three people was His Highness, the King of Chang'an. Even Zhou Zhujiang's brows furrowed slightly after hearing this. He felt at this moment that these three people were somewhat quite tricky for him. Who among the people present hadn't heard of the Jingui Pavilion's owner, the Holy Emperor's 32nd Holy Emperor's son, Chang'an King Jiang Yihan? By now, the first show was the extermination of a noble clan that had been spreading for thousands of years, and then 1,000 years of clans, and not long before that, even one of the princes of the royal family, which had been copied by it. Moreover, Zhou Zhujiang and the other three main generals of the border army knew a piece of news, that the previous appearance of those five extremely sublimated royal powerhouses was also related to the Chang'an King. It was said that the current Chang'an King was quite popular with some of the old ancestors of the royal family. Throughout the history of the great Yan imperial family, everyone in the famous royal family was a decisive master. And this His Highness, the King of Chang'an, his killing and decisive behavior was no less than those royal ancestors when they were young. So it was no wonder that he was quite loved by some of the royal ancestors. Nowadays, this His Highness, with a special organization in hand, has expanded his power again and again, and none of them, the generals of the frontier, want to offend this His Highness. Zhou Zhujiang had an urge to curse. Why did he choose to come to his own legion in preference? If anything happened to these three people, wouldn't he have offended the King of Chang'an to death? At this time, one of the three main generals of the border army around him said with a smile, "Congratulations, General Zhou. Having such an excellent general under your command really makes us envious. If you're envious, I'll let you have it." "I dare you to let me have it?" Zhou Zhujiang was instantly stuck. He really didn't dare to send the three to another legion. Chapter 81, Private Token. Zhou Zhujiang was asked by the other three main generals, and it didn't matter that these three could take over the Deqin trio, but would he, Zhou Zhujiang, dare to send someone away? He wouldn't dare, because this would completely offend the Chang'an King. Don't look at the fact that he was now at the Transcendent 7-realm Law Realm, but it depended on who he was comparing himself to. When placed in the royal family, experts of the Law Realm wouldn't dare to say that there were as many as there were. Right. But there was no shortage of them. What if the Chang'an King sits in that position later? Not to mention the Holy Emperor position. Even if he moves into the Eastern Palace, he will have the right to mobilize the royal family's experts. He hadn't forgotten that 5 previous extremely sublimated imperial ancestors had died on the battlefield with their enemies. The royal family, as a power second only to the royal family, had been forced to have 5 old ancestors extremely sublimated. So what did he, the main general of the legion, count for? In the Celestial Dynasty, no one would openly offend a holy imperial prince, even if it was the Han Tianho lineage that Jiang Yihan had targeted before. Even though they were an ancient clan, they didn't dare to explicitly offend an imperial prince who held a lot of power in his hands. At the divine capital Chang'an King's residence, Zhao Gao waved his hand for one of the guards to retreat before turning to Jiang Yihan. "Your Highness, news from the northern battlefield. The performance of Zhang Han's 3 men has not failed to live up to your Highness's high expectations." "Really? Show me." Jiang Yihan put down the official business in his hands and received the message handed to him by Zhao Gao. When he finished reading it, he couldn't help but marvel aloud. "Ha ha! Worthy of being a historical general of my Yan Huang lineage. It's gold that shines brightly wherever it is." This king knew that even in this side of the world, they would still make a name for themselves. Zhao Gao's thoughts today have long been different from his previous life. He was also happy for the 3. After all, they were the only people in this world who were truly their own. There was one problem, though, that still worried him a bit. "Your Highness," Zhang Han Meng Kuo Wan Li's 3 men are bound to attract the attention of others with such excellent performance. Then, soon others will know that the 3 of them are His Highness's men. If this is deliberately targeted by someone else, anything can happen on the battlefield. Zhang Yihan couldn't help but ponder. Zhao Gao was right. Nowadays, in the Great Yan dynasty, there are many forces that secretly look at themselves with displeasure. If it was before, as long as the 3 of them were in the barbarian suppression army, they were not afraid of any accidents. But now things have changed, and now the nobles and royalty are going to start going to the frontiers and battlefields to serve. If any random expert from the Yangshan realm upwards were to secretly give the 3 of them a blow, they would die without even knowing how they died. However, this matter was not without a solution, and it was mainly up to Zhou Zuzhang, the main general of the Jin barbarian army. After all, it was a pre-laws powerhouse, and to protect 3 divine idea realm cultivators, it was something that could be done with a little bit of distraction. It depends on whether Zhou Zuzhang is going to stand on the sidelines or whether he will sell himself this face. Thinking of this, Zhang Yihan he came to the front of his table, spread out a piece of spirit paper and began to put pen to paper. When you're done writing, put your own stamp on it. Then he handed it to Zhao Gao and said to him, one is instructed to give this to the main general of the Jinban army, and it's up to him to choose. Zhao Gao led the order and was just about to turn around and leave when Zhang Yihan's voice rang out again. Wait, let's have this thing given to him along with it. Saying that, he handed Zhao Gao a token, which was not an ordinary token, but Zhang Yihan's own personal token. This kind of token represented Zhang Yihan himself, and perhaps at some point, it was even more important than the token of the Jingui Pavilion's master. The light in Zhao Gao's eyes flickered, and he understood the meaning behind His Highness's words. His Highness's private token might be a dispensable guarantee for Zhou Zuchang now, but what about in the future? If His Highness were to join the Eastern Palace, if he were to become the Holy Emperor of Great Yan, then this personal token could be a family heirloom. Zhao Gao couldn't help but envy the Zhang Han trio in his heart. These 3 simpletons probably don't even know right now that His Highness would put in such blood for them. This personal token right now would definitely be Zhou Zuzhang's amulet in the future, and His Highness owes a favor, and as the saying goes, it's hardest to cancel a favor. Your Highness, my subordinate thanks you in advance for those 3 simpletons. I'll have something sent to the border right away. After Zhao Gao finished speaking, he hurriedly turned around and left. Don't look at the vastness of the Great Yin territory, but the existence of the formation turned the end of the world into a stone's throw away. The teleportation arrays had different functions. There were those with short teleportation distances that could only teleport in the house level at a time, and there were also those with long teleportation distances. It was possible to reach any of the borderlands from here in the divine capital with just one teleportation. However, the teleportation array was something that could barely maintain normal operation just by naturally absorbing heaven and earth aura. But to activate the teleportation, it would require energy, and the farther the distance, the more energy would be required. Today's battle in the north is over for now, and the next one needs to be opened tomorrow. In the evening Zhou Zuzhan was in his own mansion, with the generals under him, discussing tomorrow's battle. Just then, one of the personal guards reported that there was a message from his god's capital. Zhou Zuzhang stopped the war discussion and looked at what the personal guard handed to him. After thinking about it, he still opened it, and the font on the spirit paper, which was suspended above the spirit paper, was clearly seen by all the generals at the bottom. The atmosphere, which was still relaxed and lazy, instantly became extremely quiet. As long as you're not blind. No, blindness still has divine sense and divine thought. The crowd, word for word, followed Zhou Zuzhan to read the above. As the crowd just finished reading it, the font on the spirit paper instantly disappeared into thin air, and along with this valuable spirit paper, it also disappeared into aura together. At this moment, Zhou Zuzhan didn't care about this. He looked at the token on the table, and the whole person fell into deep thought. All of his subordinates at the bottom of the table also saw the token on the table, and the Great Yan dynasties had different distinctions for tokens. Official tokens, or position tokens, must have the name of the position on them, but there are no restrictions on private tokens. It's all up to personal preference. Of course, you can't possibly inscribe the words Great Yin Holy Emperor on your own personal token, right? That would be purely looking for death. And on this token, on this side facing up, there were only 3 words, Jiang Yihan. Most of the generals below, after seeing this token, the envious look in their eyes could not be concealed. Perhaps this token was a dispensable thing to the general now, but to the rest of them, it was a family heirloom right now. Zhou Zuzhan was not a cutie. He knew that this token didn't have much use for him now, but he couldn't say for sure in the future. General, when the time comes to make a break, it comes back to haunt you. Besides, this matter is just a lift for you. A subordinate stood up and suggested. Chapter 82 Great Yen Army Spiritual Energy Cannon. When a break is not a break, Zhou Zhujiang cannot be clear about this truth. There are just some things that are not as simple as they appear. Once he accepted this token, in the days to come, sheltering the three subordinates of the king of Chang'an from backstabbing in the army. Then, in the eyes of outsiders, he had already chosen to bet on the king of Chang'an. Even though he knew in his own heart that he hadn't bet on the king of Chang'an, it was up to others to believe it or not. A slight change will affect the whole body. As the main general of an army, and after so many years of crossing the sands, there are quite a lot of old subordinates who came out from under him. There were his people in Dian, no matter if they were in the first-tier legions, the second-tier local garrisons, or even the third-tier city guards. It could be said that Zhou Zhujiang, the main general of this kind of first-tier sealed legion, had already formed a small circle of his own in the army, though for the huge military, the circle counts for nothing. But this, after all, represents a collective interest and the future of many people. General, the king of Chang'an is letting you make your own choice. My subordinate has a suggestion. Why don't we return the token, but still shelter those three in the army? In that case, we won't offend anyone. Zhou Zhujiang let out a bitter smile after hearing this. If it could be like this, would he still be in such a difficult situation? Without waiting for Zhou Zhujiang to explain, another subordinate got up and retorted. Luo Bin, you've been told to read more but you don't listen, thinking that 100 useless is a scholar. Look, if you had listened to the general and read more, you wouldn't have to make such a suggestion. This Luo Bin's benefactor was not happy. So what? The old man does not read books are to be snickered at? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. What happened to my suggestion? Offend no one. That's the smartest choice now. What do you know about it? You so-called military genius. The nose in the air. The look of contempt. The genius owes a beating. This look reminded the crowd present of an odd race on the continent. It was the husky race, a race whose overall strength wasn't great, and would have been hammered to death if it weren't for a few cousin races that were quite strong. The huskies just look at people with their noses in the air. And the most difficult thing for the continental beings to accept is that every clan member in this race, when looking at beings of other races, there was always a look of looking at a retard in their eyes, making any being that came into contact with them want to whack them on the spot. It was also unknown when this race was affectionately known as the Era race by other races. Well, that's a long way off the subject. Back to the general's house. Zhou Zhujiang stopped his subordinates from arguing and got up to pace back and forth with his hands behind his back. Luo Bin, your suggestion is good. Just don't make suggestions next time. If I really follow your suggestion, I'm in the category of offending everyone. Is the king of Chang'an's token that easy to return? Isn't this slapping someone's face? With the token returned, I still have to shelter those three people. It's really a thankless task. Luo Bin couldn't help but let out a silly laugh before whispering. How about this, general? You see, since you don't want to return the token and are afraid of getting involved in trouble, why don't you give me the token? I'm a person who isn't afraid of trouble. At least it's an avatar realm cultivation. Sheltering 3 second realm cultivators is still possible. After the voice fell, not only the other generals, but even Zhou Zhujiang surveyed him with incredulous eyes. Luo Bin, whoever dares to call you a simpleton in the future, I'll be the first to say no. Didn't think of that. You're pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. The crowd burst into laughter. In fact, they all knew that Luo Binhan was deliberately making the general hurry up and make a good decision. Zhou Zhujiang also smiled, then returned to his position and looked at the token in front of him, then extended his hand to take it. The token emitted a soft white light, which belonged to and Zhou Zhujiang bound. In the future, this token belonged to Zhou Zhujiang. In others, it's just a piece of scrap metal. The generals at the bottom, after seeing their general's choice, each had a flash of excitement in their eyes. Now, among the many holy emperors, Chang'an Wang's power is stronger than one day. According to the development of such a situation, into the East Palace coefficient is extremely. So what if it's the Holy Queen's own son? It's not like the royal family will look at origin when choosing a crown prince. As long as it's a holy prince, there's a chance to fight for it. On the second day, the sound of war drums rang out, and the army of Dian, just like yesterday, continued to form up in squares of 10,000 men, having long ago arranged themselves in formation. The sound of war drums pounded, inspiring the killing spirit of all the generals. As the saying goes, The might of the soldiers rushes over the curtain, and the murderous spirit overflows the firmament. All the clouds overhead had long since been washed away by the murderous aura. General, the barbarians are starting to charge. On the command platform, a partial general said to Zhou Zuzhan, "Yes, the barbarians are starting to charge. Ha, it looks like the barbarians did suffer heavy losses yesterday. There are significantly fewer of them today." Zhou Zuzhan couldn't help but raise his eyes to look, and sure enough, the number of barbarians today had decreased as far as the eye could see. It's still all over the mountains, but it's really quite a bit less compared to yesterday. Pass the word to get the rear psychic cannons ready. When the battle ends today, I'm going to push the line forward thousands of kilometers. Zhang Han. Three people continue to be together, looking at the mountains wailing barbarians. Mengbu cannot help but say, "Every time I see a barbarian charge, I get a little spooked." Battling on the strength of a single soldier, we would probably have been overrun if we didn't have the advantage of equipment. Okay, start getting ready to fight. Today's 2,000 cavalrymen are equipped with two more things than yesterday: a javelin and a handheld repeating crossbow. When that partial general saw yesterday that he had such two strong cavalry units among his subordinates, he could not afford not to equip them with more weapons. The two javelins, belonging to disposable magic treasures, could be thrown a kilometer away by a bone-forging realm cultivator as long as the soldier activated the formation on top of it. The handheld repeating crossbow, which contained 20 crossbow arrows, looked small and delicate, but the forging was also extremely difficult. A small arm-length crossbow bolt, empowered by the formation, would instantly explode a bull-sized bloody hole whenever it hit the mortal realm barbarian's torso. The first wave of barbarians was annihilated, and just as Zhang Han's trio was preparing once again to meet the second wave of barbarians, a voice resounded throughout the battlefield. Fire! Crack! It was like a sound made by lightning, instantly resounding in the back of the crowd. Then, a head-sized colorful ball of light thundered towards the barbarian army. It was the next scene that shook the sands. A light ball the size of a human head was seen to explode violently in the barbarian army, emitting a dazzling light, and all the barbarian soldiers within 10 meters of the surrounding area instantly disappeared into thin air. It was as if it had been vaporized and nothing remained. Chapter 83, Countering Defense. Spiritual Energy Cannon. This was a standardized equipment of the Great Yin Dynasty. The difficulty of its forging, the materials it consumes and other resources, are all more than the crossbow. The barrels forged from high-grade materials had two types of formations engraved on them, one serving to strengthen the barrels, and the other being an energy-collecting formation. Although it was a barrel made of high-grade materials, it was aura-converted ammunition that it fired on its own. The damage to the barrel should not be underestimated. Any material, it has a threshold. When the critical point arrives, the barrel will become scrap metal. And there were also formations inscribed inside the barrel, which were acceleration formations that served to make the aura shells rush out of the cannon at a faster speed. The entire psychic cannon was very much like the cannons of the hot weapons era, though its firing speed and power were not comparable to the cannons of hot weapons. Inside the slot below the barrel, there was also an energy-gathering array engraved, but this slot was mainly for placing spirit crystals. Not ordinary spirit crystals, but extremely high-grade spirit crystals. A single shot of the energy cannon would consume 10 extremely high-grade spirit crystals, and that was still with the presence of the energy-gathering array. And with 10 extreme spirit crystals, one could hire someone to assassinate hundreds of cultivators at the dragon transformation realm. But when used in a spiritual energy cannon, after a single energy conversion into a cannonball, within a 10-meter range, all the mortal realm cultivators were turned into dust. Therefore, no one could say whether 10 extreme spirit crystals placed on the spiritual energy cannon was a profit or a loss. However, spirit crystals were no big deal to Great Yen. As long as the aura of heaven and earth always existed, then there would be no shortage of extremely high-quality spirit crystals. Only to see that the soldiers responsible for loading the spirit crystals had to be heartbroken every time they loaded it. This was an extremely high-quality spirit crystal. They had grown up so much that it was only on such occasions that they could see and touch. The firing speed of the spirit cannon depended on how fast you loaded the spirit crystals. If you loaded it fast, it fired fast. If you grinded and loaded it slowly, it fired slowly. Even Zhou Zuzhang, who was on the command stage, was also counting in his mind how many extreme spirit crystals had been consumed at this moment. Zhang Han. Three people stood still, originally prepared to meet the barbarian's second charge. At this time each of them looked dumbfounded. This kind of spiritual energy cannon, not to mention Manga Wangli. Two people, even if Zhang Han has been here for so long, has not seen. Brother Zhang, Do you think it's still necessary for us to be ready for the enemy's second charge? Wang Li looked at the sight of the barbarians in the distance and couldn't help but ask. Zhang Han let out a long breath, then couldn't help but sigh. What's the point of welcoming them? Don't you see what the barbarians have been beaten into? I don't believe, though, that the barbarians don't have a way to target this weapon. As soon as the words left their mouths, they, including all of the Great Yan's people on the battlefield, saw that one curtain of light after another rose from the barbarians' endless military formation. Then it was seen that the ammunition from the spiritual energy cannons on Dian's side was blocked by these curtains of light. Hey, the barbarians really do have a backhand. I told you. No, you guys. Look, the light curtain over the barbarian race seems to be fading little by little. Manhwa couldn't help but remind him. And sure enough, every time the light curtain was attacked once, it would fade a little. This kind of formation composed of a protective shield, of course, is not unlimited energy storage. Everything has a critical point. Otherwise, why don't we simply set up some protective formations at the border, so that we won't be afraid of enemy invasion in the future? Zhang Han carefully surveyed the situation on the barbarian side, then suddenly opened his mouth. Gentlemen, it's time to prepare for battle. This time, it's our Great Yan's turn to charge. After hearing this, Wang Li and Meng Kuo both equally scrutinized the situation of the barbarians and pondered in their hearts. The barbarians were protected by a formation shield, but this formation was not mobile, so these barbarian soldiers could only stay where they were. Just then, a voice resounded through the battlefield. General's orders, everyone, prepare to charge. After the voice fell, all the soldiers shouted loudly, punch, punch, charge. Then the war drums sounded, inspiring everyone. Knock, knock, knock. The drums affected the pulse beat of the heart and got everyone's blood pumping. Looking down from above, millions of human generals began to push forward, while the protective shield over the barbarians had become extremely thin. The crossbows also charged along with the army, and when the barbarian protective shield fell, it was time for the crossbows to Yanwei again. In the divine capital city, here in the Jingue Pavilion's headquarters, in the main hall at this time, all the experts of the Jingue Pavilions in God Realm were gathered here. Of course, one of them was an exception, and that was the native aboriginal Yuchi Yulo. At this point in time, Yuan Yulo was already divine concept perfection. This also has to thank Zhang Yihan. The altar produced the great return Dan effect is really good. At this time, Yu Huatian was reporting the news of the investigation. After Wang Ji and Chao Huachun both came out, Yu Huatian's energy was focused on the intelligence division, and the supervision department is now headed by Wang Ji and Chao Huachun. One internal, one external. However, sometimes the two divisions are not so clearly divided. Your Highness, the Linghu sect of the Shanghu prefecture under the heavenly domain has been found by the people below to have their sects higher up secretly raising bizarre creatures to be used to fuel breakthroughs in their own cultivation levels. There's also the Great Lake sect, the top power in the West Lake province, which secretly operates a bizarre trading business, and the spirit domain subordinates. Yu Huatian reported on several guile-related sects one after another, basically not breeding guile to trade with others. It was the breeding of bizarre used for cultivation. In fact, by now, not only Jian Yihan, but also other summon characters knew about it. In this world, there was no end to the suppression of weirdness, and where there were living beings, there was weirdness. If it was the end of the era, Creepy wouldn't be the crap he is now, and would basically be able to go up several steps in strength. Legend has it that the bizarre are the evil thoughts of living beings, and the miasma of heaven and earth that converge. They are generated by all negative energies though, but everything in the world, it has a bad side, then it has a good side. In the end, the essence of weirdness is still generated by various energies, so most weirdness is a rare cultivation cauldron for living beings. As for the weird preying on living beings, that's none of the business of those who use it for cultivation. For the sake of a quick breakthrough in one's own strength, no one cared how many ordinary beings died. And just as Zhang Yihan and the others were deliberating on how to deal with the weirdly involved sect, an elder of the Linghu sect came to the patriarch with a grave face. Patriarch, there's something wrong with the bizarre we've bred. They've gotten stronger. It shouldn't be. These weird energies have become our cauldron, and they can still get stronger? The Linghu sect's patriarch frowned slightly and couldn't help but ask in return. It's like a cultivator who has dissipated all the aura he absorbed every day, but he can still get stronger, which is not in line with the rules of cultivation. Chapter 84, The Groundhog 5. Not only did the Linghu sect discover the weird anomaly, but everyone else who was involved with the weirdness discovered the weird changes. Only because of this problem, it is not easy to communicate with others, so for the time being, no one notices that it is all the weirdness. However, this news obviously could not be hidden from the Jingue Pavilion, although the Jingue Pavilion looked as if it specialized in searching for those forces that bred guile on a large scale. In fact, on the contrary, Jingiki's main focus is still on the folk. Creeps were everywhere, and almost every day the creepy pavilion suppressed and strangled some creeps everywhere. In recent times, when they strangled and suppressed the weirdness, they realized that the weirdness individual strength seemed to have gotten stronger. In the past, most of the sporadic shenanigans in the folklore were basically of the mortal realm 1 and 2 at best, and now it snapped to attention as if the number of bizarre 3rd and 4th realms had increased violently. If only in one place, it wouldn't attract the attention of the Jingue-gu, but if multiple places were like this, if it hadn't attracted the attention of the Jingue-gu, then this Jingue-gu would simply be disbanded. In the Chang'an King's residence, Jiang Yihan sat watching the news sent by the intelligence division. These were all news about the recent bizarre change in strength, and he couldn't help but frown as he closed the information. According to previous historical records, the bizarre only began to increase in power in the Middle and Late Era, not the current pre-era period. There has also never been a pre-epoch in history where the weird forces started to ramp up. He couldn't help but think of a question, which was still something he had once learned from the old ancestor and the Holy Emperor. It was said that this epoch was very special, and if it weren't for the fact that he was now holding a great deal of power, he wouldn't have been able to qualify to know this kind of information. Everything in the world wants to transcend, and the celestial dynasty wants to transcend. Just like that legendary heavenly court transcends and goes away. Individuals wanted to transcend. Even those gods and devils who had been caught in slumber with secret methods since the beginning of the ancient era, they also wanted to transcend. And it just so happens that this present epoch is the one with the greatest hope for transcendence since the recent ancient epoch. Therefore, this epoch was perhaps the most chaotic of the recent epochs. Perhaps it's because this era is so special that creepy has gotten stronger to begin with? Jiang Yihan had been so certain in his heart, but he thought of a problem. Since it was such a special epoch, I'm afraid that the Tianyan continent would be about to start buzzing. At this moment, Zhao Gao was outside seeking an audience, and Jiang Yihan let him in. Nowadays, Zhao Gao had long since broken through to become an expert of the Yin God realm, and he was still in the middle Yin God stage. This made Jiang Yihan also a little surprised. So Zhao Gao's qualifications were so excellent, and compared to the indigenous demons, they weren't on par. Your Highness, the massive war over in the north is over for now. Great Yen has eliminated a total of tens of millions of the barbarian soldiers these days, and the barbarians had no choice but to retreat backward as it was too late to replenish their troops for the time being. The two of them, Wang Li and Manhwa, have also become lieutenants. Lieutenant? Not bad, but still a little slow. Jiang Yihan got up and said, the school lieutenant is not even a mid-level general in the army. Walking back and forth with his hands behind his back in thought, he then instructed Zhao Gao, you have caused some cultivation materials to be sent to the three of them, so that they can raise their cultivation level as soon as possible. The continent is going to be a bit unsettled back there, and only if the strength improves as soon as possible will we be able to keep from having sudden accidents and the turmoil that follows. If the three of them want to be promoted again, their cultivation is a hurdle. Jiang Yihan is not worried about their military ability, only their own cultivation makes him a little worried. After all, these people came to this world for a short period of time, and even if they were more talented, their cultivation could not be overnight, and they would become experts at the great power level. Zhao Gao nodded and then added, by the way, Your Highness, the main general of the Jinban army sent a message to reassure Your Highness that as long as the three Zhanghan people are in the army, he guarantees that no one will assassinate the three. When Jiang Yihan heard this, he couldn't help but smile. This was good news. It seems that this general, on the other hand, is not a pedant. Now I can rest assured. Now that the people of the royal family and nobles have begun traveling to the military and other places, there's still nothing wrong with being careful. Time went by day, and on this day, in the Chill Royal Mansion under the spiritual domain Qin Prefecture, the light of the teleportation array set up on the outskirts of the mansion city flickered for a while. Hundreds of silhouettes appeared immediately, led by 5 different-looking men, followed by numerous people from the Jingue Pavilion. On the other hand, outside the teleportation array, there were several Jingue Pavilion cultivators standing, all of whom were from the Suiweifu sub-pavilion. Upon seeing the crowd appear, he rushed forward to salute the leading 5. My lord, see the Lord Messenger. The 5 people leading the group were the 5 people from the character Earth Fury that was rewarded by the altar before. namely Wang Dinglu, Yu Baosi, Bai Shang, Shi Qian, and Duan Jingzhu. They were followed by 30 transcendent mortal 1 and 2 realm experts, and the rest were all mortal realm cultivators. You all don't need to be polite. We are all from the Jingui Pavilion, so being so polite would rather make a difference. Earth shoddy star Wang Dinglu raised his hands in vain, and several people went down the slope. Of these few people who came to greet him, one of them was at the pre-divine numinous stage of cultivation, and the remaining 4 were all at the divine sense cultivation level. They were all the heads of the various divisions of the Suryo House sub-cabinet. But of course, there were more than just a few transcendent masters in a house these days. The rest were either on a mission or needed to stay behind in the sub-cabinet, which is why these few people came over this time. The crowd didn't exchange many pleasantries. After all, this place was blocked off before, but the huge prefecture teleportation array, surely it couldn't be blocked off for long. After returning to the sub-cabinet, the people here began to introduce the information about the target this time. My lords, the target this time is the Fuqing Liu family. Their family lineage is over 6,000 years old. Although it has fallen in recent times, it was because of the decline that the Liu family went down the evil path. They used guile as a cauldron, and the clan's population plummeted some years ago. The local authorities thought it was caused by the decline of the Liujia clan, but it didn't occur to them that some of the people in power in their family were not willing to be left behind. Take most of your own clan, use them to breed guile, and then use the guile to cultivate. Although there aren't many members of the Liu clan nowadays, its old ancestor has utilized a weird breakthrough to the Yin God Perfection realm, and there are still dozens of divine sense divine thought realm cultivators below him, and the clansmen of the mortal realm. There are only some women left. It's not even close. Wang Dinglu couldn't help but open his mouth and cursed. Not only Wang Dinglu, but all of the people here had an angry look on their faces. Using their own clan to raise shenanigans, and then using the shenanigans to cultivate. It was evident that the people of this clan had gone completely off the deep end, and the only thing that was left behind was the women in the house. The meaning behind this with the but think. All know what the reason is. Chapter 85, ordered to eliminate the Liu clan. In the sub-cabinet of the Sutra Imperial Mansion, those who were qualified to sit here at this time were basically transcendent realm cultivators, and these were the people rewarded by the altar. As for the natives, in the entire Jingui Pavilion, there were no native transcendent realm people at all, apart from the Abyssal Jade Tower and a dozen or so native transcendent realms when the Jingui Pavilion was first formed. In the days to come, not a single native transcendent realm was ever recruited. It wasn't that the Jingui Pavilion couldn't recruit. Just kidding. Being able to join the Jingui Pavilion would mean that from now on it was eating royal food, just like in the previous life. But who wouldn't want to go to the civil service if they could get into it? This world don't look like a transcendental great world. The degree of volume is no less than Jiang Yihan's previous life. As the saying goes, it's good to be in the public sector. Who wouldn't want to enter such an obvious organization as the Jingui Pavilion? But for certain purposes, Jiang Yihan finally decided to only recruit natives of the mortal realm. Although Wang Dinglu was a fantasy character, but in his memory, his past life that was a real world. Although they, the Liangshan people, used to be bandits or something like that, and some of them even killed people without blinking an eye. They were not even considered good people, right? However, the character and personality of the person in the bad, but also would not do such a thing as Lucier. This kind of family, if placed in their own past life, without the need for the government to eliminate, they, the Liangshan bandits, would have gone to eliminate. Yu Baoshi stopped Wang Dinglu. Brother, shall we hear the news from Lu first? Right. Brother, don't be in a hurry. Liu's right there. You can't run away. The remaining 3 people spoke up to pacify Wang Dinglu, and the person who reported the information saw that Wang Dinglu was emotionally stabilized before he continued. Nowadays, the Liu clan has 1 Yin God Perfection ancestor and 2 pre-Yin God ancestors. The remaining 40 people are all from the Transcendent Mortal Realm 1 and 2, and as for the ladies, they're all from some mortal realm. Speaking here, he glanced at the 5 and couldn't help but say again. Several messengers, there is a Yin God Perfection on the other side. Should we notify the garrison to assist us? After hearing this, the few people from Wang Dinglu looked at each other before they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Brother, you're underestimating the 5 of us. Now thanks to the blessings of your highness, the 5 of us are already in the middle Yin God stage of cultivation. In a single fight, we would at best be even with a late Yin God, but we 5 brothers have our own cards. Once it's cast, at the cost of some minor injuries, it's still possible to decapitate a Yin God Perfection cultivator. This time, The 3 God realm people from Lushur will be left to the 5 of us to deal with. And the rest will be dealt with by the Transcendent Realm from the headquarters and your branch pavilions. Well, no problem. When the people in the sub-cabinet heard that, in that case, there was no problem. They are all summoned. And their battle power in the same realm is higher than normal. It doesn't make sense that you guys can take care of 3 ancient realm cultivators. With all of us, we won't be able to take the remaining Transcendent Realm. Alright, since that's the case, so as to avoid a long night's sleep, let's gather our men now and kill the Liu clan. Wang Dinglu directly clapped his hands. As a result, the Soyufu sub-cabinet sent out 12 Transcendent Realms, along with the people who came from the headquarters this time, and together they traveled to the residence of the Liu clan in the prefecture city. The area under the jurisdiction of one of Great Yan's prefectures was so large that it was basically 8 or 9 million square kilometers, and the total population of each prefectures was also more than 1 billion people. It was also fortunate that this world was rich in basic materials. Feeding even more people would not be a problem. After all, it was a transcendental world, rich in aura, planting food and such things. It would be harvested in 10 days and half a month. So much so that today on the continent, the basic materials are the most worthless things. In the past life, these things in any country are all belong to the strategic materials. Of the 12 cities under the jurisdiction of the Sutra Palace, each had a population of tens of millions of permanent residents, especially the capital city, Sutra Palace, which had a population of more than 50 million people. When the vast number of Xinguegu people appeared, many of them had grave faces and worried expressions. Every time the present-day Xingue pavilion went out on a large scale, it meant that a force had been wiped out. Wang Dinglu yanked the reins in his hand, and with that, the seated Linma beast violently raised its front body high. The 2 robust forelimbs danced in the air for a few times before landing firmly on the ground, while Wang Dinglu, who was riding on his back, had a motionless body. The Lin horsebeast, a specially configured vehicle for the people of the Jingiki pavilion by Jiang Yihan, traveled tens of thousands of miles in a day without a problem. In fact, this kind of walking tool, in the eyes of cultivators of the transcendent mortal realm, belonged completely to the redundant, and was only of some use to cultivators of the mortal realm. Just like the Black Lin beast on the battlefield, it could only be used as a riding tool for mortal realm soldiers. However, this kind of Lin Ma beast, his appearance is more domineering, plus the running speed is not bad. The key is to be able to fly. Belongs to the best choice for pretending to be a bully. In order to highlight the compulsion of the Jinggue pavilion, Jiang Yihan was still more inclined to uniformly configure the transportation. After all, a group of people riding the Lin horsebeast at the same time would be the symbol of the Jinggue pavilion in the future. At this time, the people from the Jinggue pavilion had already surrounded the residence of the Liu clan, and Wang Dinglu said to the several brothers around him, "Several brothers, this is our first mission. Don't get caught in the gutter. If we fail in our first mission, there will be no place for us to come out in the future." A few people had not even mobilized their garrisons in order to perform perfectly this time, just to show their strength. After saying that, he pressed his right hand on the horse's back, and his entire body flew high into the air, and then he was stranded in the upper air. The remaining dozens of remaining Transcendent Realm people, each with the same movement, all flew into the air and stopped behind Wang Dinglu. The remaining Mortal Realm divisional guards, bows in hand, leapt onto the wall and aimed throughout the mansion. "Where are the Tsukiofu Liu clan members?" Wang Dingliu's voice spread throughout the entire mansion city, and all of the Transcendent Realm experts looked over here at the Liu clan's residence. At this moment, almost all of the experts of the Transcendent Mortal Realm and the Liu clan had appeared, and they thought that it was some ungrateful person who had come to find trouble with their own family. When the results came out, his face changed wildly, and a bad feeling of foreboding enveloped his heart. The leading Liu clan elder ancestor, after stabilizing his mind, couldn't help but open his mouth to ask, "Who are you people and why are you trespassing on our clan?" The Liu clan's old ancestor carried a glimmer of hope in his heart, hoping that these people were not the ones he thought they were, only to have his hopes mercilessly interrupted. "You're the old ancestor of the Liu clan, aren't you? So why ask knowingly? In that case, I'll tell you. This official is Jinggue Pavilion Silver Emissary Wang Dinglu, and I have been ordered to come and exterminate your Liu clan. I have been ordered to come and exterminate your Liu clan." Race. The voice echoed over the entire prefecture, which made the people of the whole city hear it clearly. Many of the power masters who had been informed of the news earlier no longer hesitated. Divine Sense of the Divine Sense realm went to investigate, and Divine Thought of the Divine Thought realm went out of the body to watch. Chapter 86 Earthly Fate 5 Phase Formation. The conjecture in the Lu clan's old ancestor's heart came true, and he couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. But in the end, it is an old immortal who has lived for 1,000 years. This point of determination is still there. So, some sophistry shouted, "What is the fault of my clan? The Lius? You, Xingue Pavilion, are also too overbearing, indiscriminately coming to try to annihilate my Lu clan." The entire city heard the words of the Lu clan's old ancestor. Some people who don't know the truth say to those around them, "Yes, I observe that the people of that Liu clan are very low-key and humble. You see, it's been hundreds of years since I was born, and I've rarely seen a member of the Liu clan show their face in the outside world. Also, the other women's families that go out to play day after day, all of them look like they're superior. Only the female members of the Liu clan, just like the years in the history books when the human race had just risen to prominence, do not throw their heads out of the water. What a paragon among women. Yes. Nowadays, the female family members of the Liu clan are the objects of many people's dreams of marriage. Wang Dinglu is too lazy to confront this person. Why is there some people? He does not obediently recognize his fate. However, behind him, the person in charge of the Sutman House sub-cabinet stepped forward. The spirit paper in his hand was unfolded and casually thrown higher, and then he saw the fonts on the spirit paper, each one jumping into the air. This allowed everyone in the city to clearly see what was on it. Now, the whole city was abuzz. So it turned out that Liu was so disgusting and brutal. This isn't even going off the deep end anymore. This is complete and utter genocide. The people who had praised Liu's low profile before were now like they had eaten the of the rat race. All of them had ugly faces. After the Liu clan's old ancestor saw the contents on the spirit paper, his face was first completely gloomy, then he laughed violently. Ha ha ha. The Xingue Pavilion deserves to be called the Xingue Pavilion, to have investigated my Liu clan so clearly. However, with just the likes of you, do you want to suppress me? Lu Shur, don't underestimate me. After saying that, his entire body's chi exuded, and his cultivation of Yin God perfection was instantly exposed in plain sight. The entire person's aura enveloped almost the entire city, allowing ordinary people to feel the pressure. This old undead has actually broken through to Yin God perfection. Didn't you say he was too poorly qualified? He. Don't you see what it says? Sacrificing all the descendants of the entire clan, plus the weirdness as a cauldron. If this can't be a breakthrough, simply commit suicide. TSK. This old undead is really ruthless. This has as long as he lives, it won't take him more than a few hundred years to recreate a Liu clan. Some of the experts whose divine thoughts were spying on this place exchanged their respective words. At this moment, the space around the Liu clan's old ancestor zigzagged, as if he was in another space. This is the intention to fight for his life, has mobilized all the mana around him, and the whole person is not the same kind of pale appearance as before. The face of the middle-aged period had changed, and all of the transcendent realm clansmen behind him had a desperate look on their faces. They knew in their hearts that there was not much time left for them, and if they could not kill their way out, what awaited them would be a dead end. Because there were 500,000 government troops stationed 100 miles away from the Sutra Imperial City, a distance of 100 miles really wouldn't take much time for the transcendent realm. Sons of Liu, if you want to live, kill me. After saying that, the Liu clan's old ancestor was the first to rush towards Wang Dinglu. As the saying goes, capturing the thief first captures the king. The first thing that the Liu clan's old man looked for was Wang Dinglu. The distance between the two was only about 100 meters, and the Yin God realm only needed a single breath of time to instantly cross that distance. As for Wang Dinglu, he knew that he alone was not an opponent, and the moment the Liu clan's old ancestor activated, the few brothers behind him, who were covered in cohesive mana, loudly heated up. Earth's 5 phases formation. An illusory scene appeared above the heads of each of the 5. A vast expanse of earth, a powerful tornado, and an exuberant forest of fire. There was also a murky lake, and a space full of cracks. These 5 scenes instantly linked together, which allowed the flowing ancestor and the 2 clansmen from the Yin God realm behind him to enter the formation at once. At this moment, it was as if the space formed by the formation was not the same space as the outside world. Inside, there was blazing fire that calcined the flesh, turbid water that defiled the divine mind, and even more spatial cracks that cut through everything. This was simply a lifeless space. The Liu clan's old ancestor wasn't too worried at first. After all, 3 people from the ancient realm could still be surrounded by a formation. Thus, he offered up his own weapon, a Yin God extreme grade spiritual weapon that looked like an ordinary long knife. The long blade floated in the air, and as the Liu clan's old ancestor held the hilt in vain with both hands, The long blade itself instantly transformed into a 5-foot-long giant blade, with a fierce swing into the air. One could only see that where the long blade passed through. This side of the formation space was slashed through an opening, and the gale and the fire forest, as well as the turbid waters, were divided by it. Humph. A formation formed by 5 tiny knitting gods wants to trap old ancestor me. It's simply a fool's dream. Looking at his masterpiece in front of him, the Liu clan's old ancestor was quite satisfied and said, with that, he shouted, drive me. The huge blade in his hand slashed at the earth with an even bigger blade, he thought, just destroying the last of them one by one. This square of space that trapped the 3 of them would completely dissipate. There's nothing wrong with that, by the way. After all, the container was destroyed. It doesn't make sense that it could still trap someone, does it? However, he obviously underestimated the strength of the Earth Fury 5, and could confidently deal with these 3 people. Wang Dinglu Yu Baoshi's formation of several people was not so simple. At this moment, the 5 people in the outside world looked at each other and smiled, then violently changed their positions, then mobilized more mana, only to see the hands of the 5 people, a pillar of light visible to the naked eye, shot onto the formation, and the formation, which was already dim, instantly became brighter than it was just a moment ago, and the 3 people in the formation of the Lucier suddenly felt a change in the light in front of them. Before the head is the void, under the feet of the earth, surrounded by the wind, fire and water. Now it's all upside down. The top of your head has become the earth, while underneath your feet is a sea of fire, surrounded by spatial cracks and murky water. Right at this moment, only to see the turbid water violently scattering, the 3 of them immediately braced their mana, trying to block the falling turbid water. However, these turbid waters seemed to be rather special, directly penetrating the mana shields, and the flesh of the 3 of them immediately zigzagged and smoked. The pain was so intense that even the Liu clan's old ancestor grimaced for a while, his face pale. The turbid water has just passed. The tornado raged again. These winds also ignored the mana astral chi. A closer look. This there is the wind is a tiny transparent knife formed. The so-called blunt knife cuts the flesh, and that's what it's all about, cutting along the wounds corroded by the murky water, slice by slice, even if the cultivation is powerful, unless one gives up his physical body. Otherwise, it hurts like hell as usual. Chapter 87 Accident. God and Demon. Those experts from Sutra Imperial City originally thought that the Jingue Pavilion might be at a disadvantage this time. After all, the comparison of strength on paper was still a slight advantage for Liu. Some people were ready to go forward to help the scene when the Jingue Pavilion couldn't hold out, because of the current development trend of the Jingue Pavilion. As long as one was smart enough to see it, in the future, at the very least, it would become a violent organization like the God Execution Pavilion and the Demon Destruction Hall. And in case the one in the Divine Capital entered the East Palace, the Jingue Pavilion, as its direct lineage, was bound to shine even brighter. At this point in time, there can only be good things that can come from a snowstorm, and not a single bad thing that can come from it. However, the situation was clearly beyond their expectations, as 5 people in the Middle God stage formed a formation that hadn't been added at all. It just trapped the strongest 3 of the Liu clan. And looking at the situation, the 3 of the Liu clan seemed to be in some danger. Some people just couldn't help but sigh in their hearts, complaining that the 3 Lius grew up eating Ain god perfection with 2 Preen gods couldn't defeat 5 Midin gods. It was simply spicy. One must know that in this golden great world, those who wanted to cross the level of challenge were only able to do so at the demonic level. People at the level of heavenly pride were only able to reign supreme at the same level. And as for ordinary geniuses, they were merely at the top level of the same realm, and could not yet be invincible at the same realm. The gap between a mid-Ean god and a late-Ean god was even greater than the gap between an early-Ean god and a divine concept perfection. Let's not even talk about the gap between mid-Ean god and consummation. You can imagine how much of a nest egg it is to cross the level and still be able to suppress your opponent. At this time, these people could not help but look at the scene here, wanting to see, since the high end of the war power themselves snowed in to send charcoal, then the low end should be able to it. Only, when these people looked over, a mouthful of old blood instantly seemed to get stuck in their throats. The number of transcendent realm experts in the Jingue Pavilion was a bit less than that of the Liu clan, but each of these people were strong in battle. In the same realm with Lucier, it was not a problem to fight 1 against 2, and even a bronze emissary in the pre-divine idea stage would be able to fend off a mid-stage attack on his own. The native experts of Sutra Imperial City looked around, only to see that the Liu clan's transcendent masters outnumbered the Jingue Pavilion, but instead, they were being pressed by others. At this moment, a dozen or so of the Liu clan's clansmen were already dead on the ground, and on the contrary, on the side of the Jingeki pavilion, there were only a few injured people. As for the ordinary division guards, they hid in the periphery and kept harassing the Liu clan's experts with the bows and crossbows in their hands. These bows were not simple bows, nor were they Diane's own bows. These were bows that had been equipped from when they came out of the altar. The mortal realm holding this kind of weapon would be able to inflict some damage on an expert of the transcendent mortal 1 or 2 realms. Of course, just can't invite its life. After all, just mortal realm treasure level weapon. This Shingue pavilion is something else. Why do I feel that all the experts among them are at the genius level at the very least? Yeah, I haven't seen them strike before, but now that I've taken a look, it's really surprising. Ordinary genius level people, even if they are placed in our clans, they are still seedlings worthy of focusing on cultivation. Where did that highness recruit these people from? Hey, don't care where they were recruited from. Anyway, I have a hunch that geniuses may become less and less valuable in the future. Then what do you guys say? Should we go down to help now? If we delay any longer, I'm afraid that the Liu clan will let these people finish killing them. What's the point of helping? Going down to help now won't even be considered icing on the cake. Well, old brother has a point. So let's watch the battle quietly. Not to mention the exchange of these native experts. The Earthly Fury 5 who were maintaining the formation at this time were now also pale and had a rather difficult look on their faces. It was also the case that every time the 3 in the formation broke a different scene, the 5 would have to take some damage. Don't look at them as if they would just look pale. In fact, each one of them had suffered considerable internal injuries. Only, seeing that the 3 people in the formation were about to fall, they gritted their teeth and held on. At this moment, after the Liu clan's old ancestor had just placed a healing elixir into his mouth, he suddenly heard 2 miserable screams ringing out, and then under the coverage of his divine thoughts, the 2 clansmen had completely lost their lives. Unable to help but hurriedly look back, the 2 would be being wrapped in a tornado. Only a skeleton left. The rest of the flesh and blood had long since been churned to dust by the tornado. This would be the end of the Ru clan's old ancestor, who couldn't care less about the deaths of his 2 outstanding descendants. He lifted his breath and shouted, "I'm not convinced. Old me, if you're capable of releasing me, we'll fight fair and square. What kind of heroes are you people from the Jingue pavilion? Come on, let me out for a fight." Just then, a voice appeared in the space. "Humph, what's there to howl about when you're about to die? Take your time and enjoy the fear of death. We've kind of avenged your clan." Ah, the Liu clan's old ancestor looked like a madman. His head full of black hair flying wildly, the entire person's eye sockets had turned blackish brown, and strands of blood were left out from the corners of his mouth and eyes and nose, as well as in his ears. "You guys forced me to do this. I want the whole of Sudio Castle to be buried with me. Gods and demons above, I will sacrifice myself and ask for your coming." An obscure aura suddenly appeared in the air above Sutamono Castle, and it was as if the clouds in the sky were tinted with a dark brown color. People didn't know what was going on. They just felt as if a catastrophe was coming soon. Not good. Several brothers. The Liu clan's old ancestor actually knows the divine demon sacrifice law. Hurry up and finish this person, or else I'm afraid the entire city will be devoured by the gods and demons in one bite. A message appeared in Wang Dingliu's mind at the first moment. Some public information about the gods and demons on the continent. The 5 people each swallowed a pill and violently struck out a complex legal seal, only to see the formation violently shrink several times. But the brightness was as if it was a sun. As for the Liu clan's old ancestor in the formation, he was instantly struck by the suddenly enhanced attack and was left with only 1 breath left in his mouth. But instead, he even laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, old ancestor, I don't lose out. It's worth it to have a city's worth of people buried with you." Ahem. Then he didn't take a breath and fell into the formation. However, the divine and demonic ritual summoned by the previous sacrifice had already been initiated, and at this point, the entire Sutman castle was already in a state of panic. Even the slowest reactors know that something big may be coming. Some of the powers and clans with inheritances made it clear that this was a god or devil preparing to forcefully descend across a distant distance. If this descended the entire city, no one would want to live. A huge curtain of light instantly appeared in the city lord's mansion, enveloping the entire city in the blink of an eye. The city lord and his subordinates of Tsukio City were also all staying in the air with gloomy expressions. Right at this moment, a cold snort resounded through the heavens and earth. Humph, a mere inferior god devil, not properly hiding in a dark corner and slumbering, still daring to run out and make waves, simply looking for death. Chapter 88, Jingeki Pavilion's Big Move. Before this voice could fall, a figure that emitted golden light all over his body violently appeared in the upper air of the city. No one recognized who this person actually was, but the people didn't care anymore because the depression that was weighing on the hearts of the entire city instantly disappeared when this person appeared. The figure shrouded in golden light reached out and clenched his right hand into a fist. With a fierce punch towards the void, a fist print that looked to be the size of a human head instantly disappeared into the void. Suddenly, the whole city seemed to hear a hiss of pain. The sound was as if it came from the void, or as if it came from the ground. In any case, the crowd could be sure that they did hear a hiss of pain. Ah, human child, how dare you bully me? Humph, so what if I bully you? I'll even behead you myself. After the golden silhouette finished speaking, his left hand grabbed violently, as if he had grabbed something from his hand, and then laughed out loud. Ha ha, found your hiding place, tiny inferior god devil. How dare you descend on my great yen? Meet death. Before the voice even fell, the entire person tore through the space in front of them, and a flash then disappeared into the spatial rift. Phew! At this moment, it was as if the whole city breathed a long sigh of relief. Wang Dingliu's 5 people also let go of their nervousness. They were very fortunate at this time. If not for the appearance of this unfamiliar expert, this city would be completely destroyed, and at that time, they would be the sinners of Great Yen. Becoming a sinner of Dian is a small matter, but having His Highness's reputation tarnished is a big loss, because this god and the devil, in the final analysis, is their own cause. After seeing that all of the experts of the Liu clan had been decimated, Wang Dingliu's figure floating in the air then landed on the ground. All hands on deck. Start copying the house. Honorable order. Led by a transcendent realm expert, a portion of the people were separated to start copying the family, while the other portion of the people took the female family members of the Liu clan and escorted them to the city lord's office, handing them over to the place to deal with on their own. In fact, these womenfolk, the whole person has been wasted. Not physically, but mentally and spiritually. A dimly lit place, which could be seen when looking around, was in fact an alien space opened up by the great powers, except that the space, while still always there, was clearly not in very good shape. A scene of apocalyptic fall, gray inside, giving it a deadly look at first glance. Just then, the spaces was violently torn open with a rift from the outside, and a figure covered in golden light appeared. At that very instant, the entire space seemed to be illuminated, and the space that had been gray before was, at this moment, tinted with a golden color. Ha ha, you little god devil are quite bold. You haven't even escaped yet? Although he was laughing, the coldness in his laughter could not be concealed. Suddenly, the entire space trembled, and then a tall figure appeared in front of this person. What kind of figure was this? Whose shape, though upright, was not at all like any race on the continent. It's like a multiple race, made up of one stitching monster, standing on 4 legs in the void, each leg different from the other. The entire body seemed to be composed of a mass of magma, constantly dripping down magma. Every drop of magma that fell on the ground corroded a large crater in the ground. So it's an inferno demon. No wonder this space is gray. No matter how nice the green mountains and water are, they can't withstand the smoke pollution you release every day. The golden light figure's voice rang out, making it sound like jokin'. The inferno stood in the air on 4 legs like that, and after a slight silence, a mental wave appeared. Human, will you believe me when I say I didn't mean it before? Hey, I believe it. Of course I believe it, but I just want to come over and behead you. A voice came out of the golden light voice, only to see his figure rise with the voice, and the golden light around him became even more dazzling. Human race, if you kill me today, in the coming days, after my gods and devils are revived, there will definitely be someone to avenge me. Killing one of me, there are still thousands of gods and demons in existence. Humph, cut the crap. If you want to live, then show your real skills. In the divine capital town Guile Pavilion, Yu Huatian walked into the main hall and bowed and cupped his fists in salute before speaking. Your Highness, there were some accidents yesterday when dealing with the Ru clan of the spirit domain Sukiofu. Jiang Yihan opened his eyes and ended his short cultivation. Now it was already refining viscera perfection. An accident? What accident? Tell me. Looking at Yu Huatian, as long as it wasn't one of Jingiki's own people who appeared to die, it was fine. Your Highness, yesterday the Earth Fury 5 were ordered to go and exterminate the Liu clan. At the last moment, old ancestor Liu performed the divine demon sacrifice method, which almost caused the entire prefecture city to be destroyed. Luckily, a strong man appeared in the nick of time. Saying this, his right hand stretched out and a copy of spirit paper appeared in his hand. Then he took a few steps forward and handed it to Jiang Yihan. Your Highness, here's exactly what happened. True Qi surged in Jiang Yihan's hands, and densely written words appeared on the spirit paper. In a short while, he put down the spirit paper in his hand, his brow slightly furrowed. We haven't even dealt with this shenanigans yet, and then another god or demon shows up? As a matter of fact, the divine and demonic sacrifice law had long been banned by the various dynasties for several epochs, and nowadays, let alone this sacrifice law, most people had never even heard of the name, and he had been born into the royal family to know this information. But the Earthbending Five almost caused a major disaster this time, and while he valued the summoned ones more, it was no reason for them to be out of their depth. Jiang Yihan looked at Yu Huatian and said after some thought, next you divide some of your energies and keep an eye out for information about gods and demons. I always feel that the appearance of this divine demon ritual law today will not be a flash in the pan. I understand. Yu Huatian is now in charge of the intelligence division, although certain rights, and the supervision division has some overlap. But really to say, the supervision division's ability to cover the outside world nowadays is really not as good as the intelligence division. Have the other groups, now, departed? Reporting back to Your Highness, the other personnel who went to eliminate the suppression have already departed. This time, the Xingue Pavilion could be said to have gone all out, having previously investigated several cases related to weirdness at once. Headquarters is now full of experts, all of whom have gone forward to deal with these cases. This was the first time since the establishment of the Xingue Pavilion that it had made such a big move, and even the many forces of the divine capital had turned their attention to the Xingue Pavilion. This murderous department had sent out so many experts this time. It was just that all outsiders didn't know. Only those who had summoned it knew that Jiang Yihan had sent out even his own direct crusade division this time. The crusading division, nowadays, was the most mysterious division of the Xingiki Pavilion.